Alrighty, hello every folks. Good afternoon in this particular instance. So yeah, welcome to the streamy type of dealy here. So, first of all, I don't know for 100% certain if certain aspects are going to be working as far as the stream is concerned. I was trying a couple of different things. Since I was given a recommendation to try using stream elements, which didn't seem to be working, and I'm going to assume it's not working. So we're going to have that kind of on in the background here. But yeah, if it doesn't show up, it doesn't show up. Otherwise, have this little dealy here as a backup. So, all right. Anyways, that being said, I've been asked over and over and over again over the years to just chill with the challenge runs for a moment and just go do a normal run. So, I guess we'll just do that. So that's about that. That's what we're doing here today. So yeah, should be a relatively chill experience. We're just going to be going through it as far as we can get until something or other ends up happening. Hopefully we'll end up getting through the entire thing. Anyway, let's see. You're about to embark on a long journey. Who do you want at your side? Well, I mean, I'm not going anywhere without my family. I mean, granted, they're currently on a sort of mini vacation without me, but someone's got to stay here and watch the house, dang it. Anyway, of the many evils men do, which is the most damning? I would assume sacrificing others, because realistically, people lying to each other, stealing from each other, it's gonna happen. It's kind of just part of life. Okie doke. Look to the man in the mirror. What does he see? What do you seek in a lover? Be smart and stuff. Kind of about that. Alright. Have no fear of failure. A sage will grant you a single piece of wisdom. What would you learn? You got like a free $100 from me, dude? You seem like somebody that would just kind of carry that around. And we got Butt Spartan. How do you define victory? Making this picture go away. That's how. Just make it go away, please. Who decided Butt Spartan needs a thong? I don't know. Let's see. Whose blessing do you seek? Well, it's a casual run, so what are we picking here? Because, like, ice is kind of just the right choice for the early game, simply put. You give Denim a longbow, you see him delete some stuff. I kind of, as much as I always end up saying that that's the right choice anyway, I'm kind of tempted to go for it anyway, because I just kind of want to run Archer Denim. But at the same time, let's see. We're gonna go with Earth this time around. Just go total opposite on this. Reason being, reason being it's green. I like green. It's a nice color. But no, it's mostly because Earth is kind of seen as the sort of like weakest element or what have you, which isn't really true. It's just weirdly underserved as far as finishers go, rather. So you know what? I think we're just gonna run him Earth. We're gonna run him Axes. Why not? Guess we'll see. We'll see where we're feeling. I kind of wish. Here, let's test out this thing real quick. Can we make the little dealy go away?
Lancelot's returned.
Oh, by the way, ignore that his name is Gingerbread. That was for the Union Level 0 run, and...
This won't end well. Lancelot killed.
Okay.
The turmoil of the last war has
You know what, here, let me see if I have the cropping on this right. See if we make this show up.
Free of turmoil now, Koshua? We are less than vermin in their eyes.
There we go.
Insects to be crushed underfoot.
Unfortunately, it gives that little heart icon, but it's fine. It's gonna have to be good enough. I don't even see the other thing even showing up, unfortunately. So stream elements does not appear to be doing much of anything, so that's a bit of a bummer. Also, for that matter, I don't know. Is it showing the cursor here? I'm just gonna go ahead and wave around the cursor real quick. I think I had that turned off. Let's see. Hang on, I don't want to full stream watch the stream that I am currently streaming. Okay, it does not look like it's capturing the cursor. Good. See, if Cough Out is casual, then we have no hope. Had to do a casual run at some point, dude. Again, it's been one of those weirdly requested things. Also, hang on, let's test something real quick. If I go here... Oh, that is such an annoying thing. Okay, sorry. For some reason, and... I don't know who decided that this was a good design feature. For some reason, for OBS, if I leave the menu and I don't use some other overlay, then it just suddenly decides, well, you don't need chat anymore, bye. So it just gets rid of it. Anyway, Let's see. Vocal audio exists, but it is low. I'm playing Reborn right now, and it's at 30% master volume, and it's hard to discern what you are saying. Okie doke. Can you hear me a little bit more now, by any chance? Yes, no, maybe so.
Vice is my name.
Because I have the volume for this thing set as high as it'll go.
I am the Sybil Kashua,
Let's see.
and this is my brother.
Advanced audio properties. How I make louder. Let's see. Mic, can I put it... Ooh, I can put it above. Wait. Is this even the right thing? This might be the wrong thing. Hold on. Might be the wrong mic thing here. Just do volume percent. Let's see how high... This might be ear splitting. Let's try to set it to 130%. How does that sound? Is that horrible? Alright, we're going to say not to trust this guy. Even on a casual run, I would just say, like, it's pretty suspicious that this dude's just like, nope, I happen to have the exactly same name as the guy you're chasing. Like, that's pretty sketchy, dude. Alright. Hello, Bringer. How's it going?
As it is, we lack
This is
skills to
audible?
face
Okay.
Valgus
Well,
stars.
I'm glad it's audible. Can anyone else verify as far as audio goes? Because sometimes it's just audio settings on someone's part. Sometimes it's on other situations. I don't know. Let me know.
What about you, Denim? Would you have our aid?
Fine.
Without your help,
You get to be our meat shield, I guess. I guess it's decent. I guess it's an okay deal or something. Alright. Anyway, let's go do our thing here. Everything's good for you? Okay, well, I'm glad to hear we got at least a couple all good here. Yeah, you know, when... I guess the proper school experience starts for the kiddos. I think that's when we'll probably be able to do more streams and such again, like at least once a week or something. Has finally got the good news that the third of our kiddos is getting a chance to go to school finally. Like, there was a wait list, because of course there's a dang wait list, so, you know, it is as it is. Sometimes crazy toddler stuff happens. But yeah, they're going through their super energetic phase at this point, so it's like you're barely getting anything else done that day whenever they get all crazy mode. Such is life. Oh man, great day to be inside though. Speaking of, like 90 degrees outside. Was going and was coaching soccer today, and like it was ridiculously hot. Like every couple minutes, like no, we need water. We need water. Nobody wants to kick the ball. But anyway, everyone still had fun, so that was good. So how do we even do... Like, there's no tech to discuss for a casual run. We just sort of play the game and stuff. Oh yeah, I guess we gotta fast forward, right? Let's see, we got fast forward. We're allowed to do that. That's allowed. I need my elemental bars at least. I'm justified in doing that. Actually, come to think of it, that could be the challenge run part of this. Do we just not turn on elemental bars? That we just don't use element advantages all the time. So going through One Vision again. I played through 1.0, a lot of new stuff. Oh, dude, One Vision has so much stuff. In fact, what I was talking about with the streams, what I was actually trying to get to, is that what I would like to do is start streaming sort of Iron Man runs for One Vision. Because there's a ton of stuff that I think would kind of open people's eyes to what that mod can potentially be by just doing themed challenge runs. That's why I had that thing on the list. Because, like, what I was thinking was, like, first of all, we just remake the entire team from Triangle Strategy. It's like, here you go. All of these things that you thought were unique to that game, this mod just, like, does it by default. Then we remake, like, the Unicorn Overlord team, the Legend of Dragoon team, Final Fantasy 8, 10, what have you. Just kind of take one team, take it as far as it'll go, you know, take casualties as they come, and then, and then at that point, you know, just move on to the next one. Like, I feel it's one of those things that might be some pretty fun streaming material there. Alright. Let's see, NC USA finally begin to cool down. The heat and humidity here is the real deal. Yeah, I believe it. Definitely believe it. Well, I mean, unless you're in the mountains. Like, I used to... Like, growing up, one of the very few kind of positive memories I had was going to Boone every now and then. It's like going to the little camps that they had up there, getting some of those little balsa wood plains and stuff like that. Hiking in the woods. There was this couple that had some goldens up there. It was pretty cool. Go find mushrooms and stuff. Sounds fun. Oh yeah, it was. It was a ton of fun. Uh, it's like I don't know if anybody's had that experience of you absolutely loathe the main parent that raised you, but at the same time, it's like there was occasionally some good in there. uh, you never know. You never know. Sometimes even a wrong or a broken clock is correct twice a day and all that. Such is life. Anyway,
Are you
all right. So let's continue on here. Man, I wonder how it's actually going to go playing as Earth Element early on. Because, like, Denim basically is just weak to everything until Chapter 2. Kind of an interesting experience. Like, honestly, I think actually, as we're going through, I think I'm going to go and turn it into that... like, I was talking about making a video of, like, how I personally would have maybe redesigned a couple of things if making a sort of... I don't know, I guess definitive version or whatever else. Like, obviously, definitive version would be like, you take Reborn, you take One Vision, you make them smooch, and there you go. Perfect game. You never need another SRPG again. But as far as stuff I would have improved, that probably would have been one of them. Like, take the elements, rather than making them completely even across the field, start them off as ice. Just, like, have that be the first cursor selection. Just to, at least, like, for the people that are just mashing through, just like, here you go. You have the correct option right here if you want easy mode for Chapter 1, and then, you know, maybe it'll help people figure out that there's an elemental bonus, or maybe, like, have him run a elemental advantage for the first fight, and then be like, okay, now you get to pick your element. Like, you saw how much of an advantage this had. Would you like to pick something else, you know? Let's see. Alright. So you don't have those feelings toward my immediate family, but I'm glad there's at least something positive you can look back on. Oh, like, to be fair, I'm not talking about, like, a bad parent. I'm talking about straight up, like, backstabbing, conniving. Like, you know a certain evil orange blob that's trying to take over the US right now? Imagine that in mom form. Like, it's basically the same thing. It's like you look back in time, everything turns out to be a lie. They backstabbed everybody they've ever worked with, like everybody they've ever known, but occasionally got something right. Like, that's about it. Let's see. OV looks sick. Haven't gotten there yet though. I mean, I feel like a lot of folks. Once we start maybe doing more streams of it, maybe it'll help some folks better understand what that mod's about. Because it's really not as just like ultra hard mode as many seem to think that it is. It's just all about paying attention. That's really about it. Like, there's constantly options. There's constantly stuff shifting around. Let's see. Ovi was love at first sight once I watched that video you made ages ago. Well, I'm glad to help. Glad to help. I've tried remaking that video in many different forms over the years because there's so much to cover there. It's such a weird thing to explain. And they say that, you know, you never really have mastered something until you can explain it succinctly. But, like, I have tried breaking that video down to under an hour so many times you would not even believe. But, you know, that was about as short as I could get it. So hopefully, you know, there were a decent number of folks that at least gave it a bit of a shot. Because it's really just more its own unique experience at this point, not just a mod anymore. Like, it really is something that could have just as easily come out as a sort of... like, you know how with Sorta Convaleria you got, like, the two different modes of the game? Honestly, to me, that's what One Vision and Reborn are. Like, you got Reborn as the, like, set version that isn't changing anymore, unless somebody mods it down the line, and then you got One Vision that's constantly getting updates, constantly adding new features, you know, that kind of thing. Because, yeah, it's hard to explain the interesting strategic depth of, like, you sacrificed a tiny bit of this guy's stats in order to get a frickin' grappling hook grafted to his arm. You know, like, how exactly you're combining that with a javelin thrower. Like, what's the point? Or, you know, those moments where you suddenly start appreciating headwear a whole bunch because the visibility on their helmet causes them to aim better or resist better or whatever else. And it's like, I don't really care if this guy can absolutely hit the broadside of a barn, but I really need him to have some good resistance right now, you know? But yeah, it's a very, very cognitively massaging kind of mod, you know? It's like, it's a nice little brain massage. It's just like everything is just constantly ticking and making you think about stuff. It's fun. So yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. Are they just spark sphering? Yeah, they're spark sphering. See, it's me. OB is to Reborn what Persona is to SMT. That's an interesting way to think about it. I would kind of assume they would be the other way around, unless you mean the other way around. Because I would kind of consider that Reborn would be closer to Persona in that one. Like, they kind of dialed back some of the stuff in order to focus in on the world more. Hi there, Warren. How's it going? Then, like, SMT is just like, here you go. Here's the mechanical wall of text. Hope you're ready, motherfucker. But yeah, no, it's such good times. Oh yeah, by the way, Warren, thank you for fireballing that guy. I appreciate it. Good, good that you're here in both gameplay and chat. You know, it's good to see. Which, speaking of, by the way, did I ever send you a link to Moogles and Mods out of curiosity? I could have sworn that I did. I was actually thinking on the way back from the game earlier that like I needed to send you that link because somebody on there surely must have some kind of modding experience as far as what you were looking for. Because like I know that I saw that there were Nightmare modules on there, which tells me that like anybody that's working with Nightmare modules probably is working on KOL. So I don't know if that helps at all, but I forgot to actually message you that. I might have messaged at some point, but I don't know. I forget. Anyway, hold on. We're going to disappear the chat for just a second so I can use my keyboard. Yes, this is weirdly enough a limitation. Now, this thing needs a name. What can be the order of Saturday? Sure. What? Are you freaking serious? Saturday. I can't type in Saturday. Damn it, Sony! Alright, there.
What do you think? A fine nest. You go far.
Alright, use Saturday. Oh, you know what? I probably should have used Saturday. Why is Saturday banned of all things? What the hell is that?
Counting on my nights.
Like, I never in a million years would have thought Saturday of all things are banned. Like, no, days of the week. I'm sorry, Sony Japan has a problem with you. How dare you acknowledge that days exist? Astromancer in town, pants down, let the party begin. Oh, jeez. That's why. That's why Saturday's banned. Warren, what did you do? Alright, we're gonna... in casual runs, I prefer to just kind of leave these guys as are. I like their default names. I don't know. To me, even though I love renaming things stupid names every now and then if there's a meme involved, but, like, just... I don't know, it feels like they have more personality, just kind of leaving them as they are, you know? See, it's Turd, which is really funny, honestly. See, much more family-friendly. Turd means poop. Well, yeah, it does. I was trying to just put some kind of dumb spin on it so that it would go and do something, but it chose not to. Okay, so... here's what do. First of all, most of the time for casual runs, I end up switching this lady over to anything else, like a Berserker or something. I like Warrior and all that, but I would like to start off with some kind of Berserker for once. I usually don't. You know what? Actually, I don't usually run Claws either. We're going to go ahead, do the unspeakable crime of actually spending money at the store, and just get some Claws. You know, actually, maybe we'll leave her with her axe for now. She's slightly better trained with the axe. Or no, we actually already have a Cestus, right. Okay, we're actually good there. I didn't even realize that they actually give you an extra pair of hands in case you wanted to. Cool. Anyway. Also, I love that, like, this lady goes and joins the army, right? And they're like, here you go, here's your outfit. Here's a helmet, here's some armor, here's some gloves, and some shorts. But sir, why do I need shorts? You need shorts. Everybody is given their designated uniform shorts. Don't question me, damn it. Alright, Pincer, get some Mighty in there. I like Pincer. Like, it's weirdly specific, but I just really like Pincer. Alright, we'll go to the shop, we'll go ahead and, is there really anything that we want to buy here? I kind of want to go two-hander on denim, just because I never go two-hander on denim. You know what, we're just going to go full friggin' RuneScape build on the guy. Why not? Here, go for this. Go for some sundries. Alright. Get a... Actually, we already have Blessing Stones. Dude, I keep forgetting the quality of life in this game, I swear. Like, they're like, here's the stuff that you'll actually want to buy at the store, and then you already have it. It's like, great. I'm glad that I have it. This is a good time. Alright, give them a good little loadout there. Actually, come to think of it, I never really appreciated this detail. They start you off with 8 mend leaves. Anyone that's familiar with SNES, you probably have 8 mend leaves in your inventory through your soldiers. It's kind of cool. I doubt that it was a direct reference, but it just feels like too much of a coincidence to not be. Alright. Did I ever remember to give him his skills, actually? No, I did not. So let's go ahead and give him some two-handers, and let's give him a little bit of resistance to bows to make them slightly less likely to attack him. Alright, let's see. Did they fix flame scale? What? What's wrong with flame scale now? What happened there? Is was there actually something wrong with flame scale, or is it like the millionth example of like I took some random thing happened and now I think the game's borked? Let's see. Heaven's Fork means my AI autopilot plan gets borked. Didn't think on that one. Oh yeah. I think we've all ended up accidentally seeing a total squad wipe after an hour of grinding, just because we forgot that we had Heaven Forks in the inventory. Say mages make great use of their shorts. Yeah, they never stop wearing shorts. They love to live naked and free. See, monarchy supplied booty shorts will liberate this land. Amen. Alright. Go ahead and stick bonk to get a little bit of extra training. Get you moving forward this way. Cards don't exist yet, so we'll go this way. I wonder if Alistair is going to be here, but I wonder if he created the card removal mod by kind of permanently putting it into this state of the game. Because actually, back in PSP, you could accidentally create a state in which certain things didn't exist. Like, if you wanted to make it so that the AI just never had the option to be a function, you could actually use cheats to instantly delete Sword Fighter Brezen as soon as the fight started, and the AI function would just have no way to be unlocked. Same thing for Chariot, I believe, if you did that for this fight. So, that was just kind of neat. There we go. Fire on you. I love that this archer starts off with an advantage versus that soldier. I wish that stuff was kind of forced on you by default, but it is what it is. Let's see. Mr. Potato doing casual Tactics Ogre stream is an event on its own. It's weird how that's the case, yeah. See, Earth Denim, that's brave. Always avoid Earth because burbs will destroy them. Yeah, that's what I was feeling it. Like, it's green. It's a cool color. I kind of want to see it happen. Also, we got the Ice Caster this time, which means that we actually don't have to worry about our Ice Blast not doing it, or Word of Pay not doing anything. So that's nice. Yeah, I forgot. The last time I went through One Vision, I got a quick reminder over Dark Spells not actually having any effect on Undead in that one. But anyway, we'll go ahead and poke you real quick. Let's see. Flame Scale was banned too. What? Hold on, I missed something. See, what are we talking about? Flame Scale. What the hell's going on with that? See, give Denim 2 HP. Did I not do that already? Oh. Yeah, that's about right. You'll be training to use two-handed swords with this one-handed sword. Figure it out. Let's see, this epic moment needs to be noted in the Warren Report. Local dumbass forgets to give proper weapon to guy. Fine. Alright, Mescal is hallucinogen, so Flame Scale, a default army name doesn't work because Mescal... Oh! Huh? Alright, fair enough. Anyway, and before archers suck... Nah, archers... Oh yeah, well, we had the memes back in the day. Dude, I love archers in this thing. Like, it's weird. I know that that a lot of folks got frustrated that it isn't a linear line, but it's somehow the most Tactics Ogre thing ever to just have the archers just be so absolutely temperamental in when they decide that they'll either be insanely powerful or just do nothing. It's weirdly satisfying to me. Because it basically just means that, like, you have to learn the mechanics to use them, that this basic class became an advanced class. Again, just weirdly satisfying to me. Let's see, Sean... Yeah, I don't know, Crippler. I don't know. I can't physically bring myself to say that. Weird how that works. Anyway, and it's fine. We just ignore that. Anyway. Great Saturday, though. It's a good day. It's a good day today. minus the 90-degree heat, but again, we're just going to ignore that too. In fact, I don't know why I'm trying to move this guy right now. We've got a perfect opportunity to just see him ended right here now. There we go, and pop, and pop. There we go. Cool beans. Man, pincer mechanic is so good. I wish that they could bring pincer mechanic to One Vision. It's close. Like, I'm sure that at some point somebody's going to figure it out. Like, the weird techno magic that keeps happening out of Gibbed, I'm sure at some point it'll happen. But, that day will be frickin' legendary. Let's see. Question that doesn't get raised too often. Do you prefer the Knight of Lotus turn-based system or the Reborn RT system? Oh, man, that's a good question, actually, because I kind of love them both. Personally, okay, there's way more tech to the system, and to be blunt, for most situations, this has more tech behind it. But I'm always gonna absolutely love that weight system for Knight of Lotus. It's kind of hard to judge between the two, but personally, if they made a new game, I feel like going the KOL route might actually be a solid choice. Mostly because it's a hell of a lot easier to balance, but B, there's, like, the way that it was a bit more rigid in that one meant that they could potentially control everything a bit more, which let them potentially experiment with weird stuff like the emblems and whatnot, and I just really want to see the emblem system come back. So in a weird roundabout way, while I love them both, I would really, really like to see that experimented with more. Because it was just a cool way of doing it. Like, your entire equip load determined how far you could move. It was very good at conveying the fact that your equipment had weight. Like, the recovery system, for all of its tech and everything else, doesn't really do a good job of explaining to new players, like, you know, like, look, right here, here's this mechanic, here's how it's working. And every new player's like, I don't understand why some people are faster and some people are slower, please fix the game. And, like, whereas for Knight of Lotus, I've not seen one person that was like, wow, blue number went up. Oh my god, I understand. Like, they did it better in this one, where they actually show you recovery time changing when you're changing your equipment, but still a lot of people get lost by that particular detail. Like, every day, I swear, there's comments that come in on videos, like, I don't understand how speed works, why are you taking slower turns, or whatever else, why are you not using your full movement range, that's just inefficient movement. Like, no, buddy, you don't understand recovery time. Like right here, it's in bigger numbers, sure, it's finally showing it in blue for this time around, sure, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it needed to be a bigger number in this one. Like, there's so much tech that's potentially there for the recovery time system, and we see a lot of that tech in One Vision. Like, OV is built so hard into that recovery time system. Like, having those situations like bearded axes, like, you run into a dude with a bearded axe. Like, there's a side grade for the axes in that game that have a recovery time delay, and you can stun lock harder than any other game I've ever seen if you end up stacking those right. It's like, it's not a debuff that's completely crippling them, it's not completely stopping them, it's just you keeping your thumb on that scale, keeping somebody pinned down, meaning that you have axes that are effectively catch pulls. They're just keeping people completely pinned down. It's really stretching how good that system can be, you know? Alright, but yeah, I feel like if they made a new game, I almost would prefer them to go with a KOL system just because it would be easier for them to work with, which means they might be able to expand more in other directions, because, like, between Reborn and One Vision, I feel like the sort of extent of where the recovery time system can go is more or less already kind of explored, so I kind of want to see the other direction done, if that makes sense. Anyway, let's see. Love the KOL turn-based system. The only issue is that it really doesn't factor in speed in any way, as in a stat like Fire Emblem does. So speed has always just been, like, your limb movement speed in Tactics Ogre, though. Like, as far as dodge speed and stuff... Actually, wait a minute. What are you talking about? It totally does. Like, if you have high agility, fairies just don't believe in getting hit anymore. They can go down to 1% hit chance. Let's see. The weight, forgot about that. Yeah, I know. Weight gets forgotten about all the time in this one. So you prefer recovery time a lot more. It gives so many ways to customize builds. It does. It does. And again, if they are doing it for another game, I hope that they commit as hard as One Vision did to that one. Because, like, while this one has it, it's mostly what skills you're using and the total weight of your equipment that really matters. Like, you're not necessarily min-maxing for tiny, like you can't picture your units sitting there like adjusting their pockets, putting down a granola bar because they'll be that much faster, you know. It's like it's one of those things where it's like whenever I'm playing One Vision, I'm just envisioning they're just like going and adjusting their pockets slightly, adjusting their belts and things, like changing where they've got stuff holstered, just going all super tactical with where they stick their weapons and stuff. It gives that classic XCOM feeling, you know. See, the RT system can feel way more broken and frustrating, and that's why to some it's very confusing. Like it's hard to explain, it's hard to work with. That's kind of the problem. But it is a really deep system once you get down to it. Let's see, dang it, now the itch of wanting to play Tactics Ogre again, but I have tons of homework to do. Well, that's why you do your homework, and that's why you know keep your PSP in your pocket. You got your PSP, your Vita, or whatever other device you have with you. Funnily enough, I was on this thing going and getting re-addicted to Front Mission 3 after that announcement yesterday. Anyway, let's see. Way to tell me you don't know how to play the game when you're telling folks TKs aren't worth it. Wait, who said TKs aren't worth it? Dude, TKs freaking rule. Let's see. Hi there, Anthem. Let's see. There should be RT cards. Oh, that would be broken as hell, dude. I mean, there basically are. There's MP cards and bonus swiftness. There's your RT card. See, wish the weather tile and standby direction actually had more effect. KWell had more impact on them by far. That's the other thing. This one actually did do more with that system, but I think they needed. I do agree that they did need to lean into that a bit more. So, okay, so they did actually do some new stuff with recovery time and all that, or sorry, with all those tiles. But it's unusual. I know. What a shocker. Tactics Ogre does an unusual thing. The world is just never going to be the same. But no, as far as new stuff that it did, it seems to affect movement more in this one. I'm not sure to what degree, but I've noticed several cases where the AI does seem to react to the weather. Again, I know I keep saying this, but like you'll see some of that during the Union Level 0 run. There's actually a map in which the what is it? The Horn of the Savage actually used entirely for the purpose of making a guy stay on a particular tile, because you could basically control the weather to determine where their movement went. I kind of wish that it had less sliding. Like with all the debuffs in Reborn, what they did was they gave them a guaranteed percentage. When it came to things like rain and whatnot, in a normal playthrough sense, if you use the rain, you can absolutely mess with accuracy to a really fun degree. So that is a thing that's doing stuff. It isn't really super intuitive from the get-go, but it actually is altering rates by like 15-20ish%. So if you, let's say, knock somebody into water and then you end up turning on the rain and stuff like that, suddenly whoever has guaranteed accuracy moves is absolutely dominating that fight. Interesting thing to think about as far as that situation goes is that they actually tried to make it so that past Chapter 1, every unit can be knocked into the water for the most part. That most of the pieces of equipment that you see past Chapter 1 start getting weighed more and more and more, so around the time that you'd start figuring this stuff out, you'd start throwing units in the water more. And one of those things that I wish would have happened is that they just would have put weight on absolutely everything. Because truth be told, you just get more strategic depth out of always having it on there, and that would have been the other thing one of those other things that I would have liked to see for a sort of community edition of this thing. Add weight to the early game armors. They're the only time that it's not there, and it creates a lot more play in terms of messing with accuracy and whatnot. Gives a lot more play in terms of throwing stuff into the water. I feel almost like the modified versions of armor should take off weight, not add weight, you know? Does that make sense? Or does that make sense? Alright, let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. TK not worth it? Are they the can opener in a world where there are a lot of can opener and not a lot of opener? Wait, what? Let's see. TK. They're can opener in a world with a lot of can and not a lot of opener. What are we talking about? Which version are we talking about here? Let's see. It was a Reborn subreddit post about a Jigla Archer, and folks were saying archers suck, and I said no, use TKs and don't swing your Y until you have 25 MP. Yeah. No, TKs in Reborn are very possibly the best class in the game, by many definitions. Like, nothing quite cracks defense like they do. It's pretty wonderful. Though I will say, it's interesting, like, just to give an idea over how numbers swing. I was trying to convey this a little bit with that recent video from the Union Zero run, but it's interesting how you can go from like 30 damage to like near one-shotting stuff even at a really low level, but the physical up cards become dang near worthless in a lot of situations. It's like, wow, this thing gave me like 20 extra damage. This is pretty worthless, actually. Let's see. Yeah, failing to meditate, go burr. It's pretty great. Though I will say, conserve MP. Conserve MP is pretty darn dandy. Let's see. Back attack and auto skill feels pointless. When should it ever be used? For finishers. The unique thing the back attack brings to the table is that it affects everything. So it's kind of like... Okay, so it's weird because its value is strictly within the logic of the game itself. So, like, imagine how with True Strike or True Flight or something like that, you specifically have to be locked into that particular thing. So, like, your melee, your ranged, whatever else. In the form of back attack, it not only is potentially affecting both of them, but it's also affecting finishers at the same time. Just like stuff like the Slayer skills, it's one of the few things that actually is both a setup skill and also affects finisher accuracy. So this means that, yeah, it's pretty darn good stuff. Well, okay. Let me clarify. It's not exactly great, but it's interesting that it's got that niche. It's very oddly specific, and specifically, if you look at the archers towards the later end of the game, you'll notice that many of them carry a finisher, no tremendous shot, but they'll carry Eagle Eye, they'll carry back attack, and then a finisher. And what's interesting is that, yeah, it basically means that what they're creating is this unit that's able to spam finishers with a pretty high degree of accuracy, pretty dang near guaranteed accuracy. They just kind of suck in terms of basic attacks. So it's kind of interesting that they almost took the archers and put them on a counter in a way. There's a lot of roundabout design in this game that's just kind of interesting to study because it makes you wonder what the story was behind whatever that particular thing was, you know? Anyway, let's see. Currently doing another Palace of the Dead run, trying to cap relics. Single Katana Ninja Vice is zooming through the map. I can believe that. Let's see, man, why does it feel like Mitsuno dislikes KOL? He seems to. I mean, like... that's kind of the general sense I got too. Though some folks were saying that he also was praising the other games, he just didn't know how to write them in. So I'm not really sure how that works. I don't know if that's a recent development or what. See, TKs are the premier painbringers, that they are. And also, they have a tendency to get kind of underutilized in stuff like One Vision. Man, I freaking have been loving them in One Vision as well recently. Like, they're just such good trickster units. Also, let's go ahead and make some pincer happen. You go overhead, go over here. She does the counter, he does the pincer. Good stuff. Pincer is just good fun. Actually, wait, shoot! That's what I meant to do. I meant to turn Denim into an avoidance build this time around. Well, I mean, he's got okay avoidance, I guess. I can't quite read his stats over the chat box, but I'm going to assume that he's got decent avoidance. We're going to maybe make some use of the weather and stuff like that. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, Punchy goes Punch. I'm going to run Fist Berserker, because eventually I want Cat Claws on them, because Mass Poison is fun. Things that sound out of context that are not when you're not playing this game. Let's see, they told me TKs are slow and need auto cards for Lament, and I was like, okay, it's time for me to sleep. Yeah. How do you say it's my first week playing the game without saying it? You're right. I see what you were talking about now. Let's see. Have you ever played any Fire Emblem games? I have. I like the FE8 randomizer. I grew up with the FE7. So I kept playing up until Awakening kind of sketched me out, to be honest. Like, I tried challenge running that game a bunch of times, and then it just wasn't happening. So eventually I just kind of dropped off that series, especially after seeing the price of some of the later ones and the absolute anime-ness of the entire thing. It was just not for me. Anyway, so let's see. Why not whiskey tomato? Alcoholic parents will do that to you. Let's see. See, don't really mind mages being best utility rather than damage, but the game should have been upfront about it. They're great for damage. It depends on the situation. See, Knight is overhated. It's pretty amazing when you cannot just overwhelm anyone, aka POTD, and forward. See, that's the other thing. Like, it depends on how people are utilizing them. Because, like, let's say you go into POTD, right? A lot of folks' experience come down to what they are originally running into, like the kinds of stuff that they just get lucky on their first time through. Like my first time through, I ended up keeping Captain Elrig as my knight, and I ended up getting a what the hell was it? Getting an Erasean pretty early, if I recall correctly. And the thing just sort of became a standby, because it's like, this guy tanks, this guy exercises, this guy heals, because everybody else is being kept alive at all times. Sometimes my healing is overwhelmed, like, this is a pretty friggin' useful tool. And so he was just sort of permanently tanking damage for stuff. It was pretty great. But, anyway, hold on. Actually, I just noticed. Back to Regdrin's comment here. So as far as mages being best at utility, like, it, again, just sort of depends. So, like, depends which mages, depends what they're fighting and all of that kind of thing. Like, as far as utility goes, if we're talking about the Reborn mages, like, the standard ones are pretty darn solid damage. Actually, I think what many folks end up getting a little over-focused on is how much they can do in a single turn. Because, like, these guys specialize in spamming. So, like, as far as spam casting goes, like, let's say they have something like Avalanche, and they're going and they're casting it in a big AoE. Sure, their standard hits might do, like, 30-something% less than, let's say, their higher-end contemporaries. But at the same time, Conservant RT means that they are not spending that recovery time every turn. Something simple like Ice Blast is only like 13, but we're talking like 30+ for some of the higher-end stuff. Which means that they can make the basic stuff just carry farther, Like, I mean, sure, you can use them as debuff spammers, and that works great, but I'm just saying, they've got other stuff, too. Like, we're going to be doing that with this one as well. Actually, I probably should have given her name a name that made a bit more sense, like Wife of Drumstick. Was the ultimate Giga Lich that I've been using on my regular playthrough. Let's see. Somebody got to create a coffee potato out of context video? Oh, no. I'm not sure I even want to see it. There's too much out of context. Alright, let's see. Whiskey is not alcohol, it's a gentleman's drink. I mean, I don't know. They told me, what the hell? Well, I'm not sure what that sound was, but I might have to check into it in just a moment. But no, they told me that Fireball was whiskey, isn't it? And that stuff makes me nauseous. But, yeah, not a fan of Fireball. Let's see, you always bring 2 knights with the Guardian and Phalanx, and 1 for the front, 1 for the back. Yeah, me too. I like using the buddy system. For anyone that doesn't use it, it's something that I know I originally started doing because of Knight of Lotus, because you got your Alos and your Floros, and they come in as your soldiers, and then you see Richter and his team, and then he later promotes them both to knights. Like, he has his version of Sarah and Justin, that's his Alos and Floros. Like, I love that they double reuse that trope for that, by the way. But it's such a great way to just tell them, look, it's okay, you can have more than one of the same unit. You don't have to, just stack up something different every time to have access to more skills or whatever. It's perfectly fine to just go for that. But yeah, no, you see them promoted later, and so that always led me down this route that every time I went through Knight of Lotus, I would go and promote them to knights slightly before he did, as a little bit of a flex. Very lame flex, for sure, but a fun flex all the same. Anyway, we are now going to murder Donalto. He has lines, sure, but we're gonna go ahead and recruit Crazy Cat Lady, I think. So let's go ahead and pop you. There we go. Oh man, what a shame. Mistaken identity. It's raining. It's hard to see. Jeez, what a tragedy. What a tragedy. Who could have seen this coming? Alright. Let's go ahead and pop you. Not to mention this time around, I kind of want to use a knight for generating cards, because it's amusing. Alright. See, I guess the only issue of having Denim Knight instead of Rune Fencer is the lower MP int growth difference that aren't that significant. Yeah, honestly, a lot of that growth stuff is kind of, like, purely for min-maxers, like, y'all do you. You do you. I'm gonna stick with debuffs and elements. Like, this works fine. Like, it's just kind of unnecessary. See, just AoE poison with a mage and 2 more damage to most of your units in the same amount of time? Yeah, that too. Actually, it's funny that recently, while going through that Union Level 0 thing, there's a surprising number of maps towards the tail end of what I consider the hard end of that thing. They just sort of consist of spam as much poison as possible and watch everything die. man. Yeah, I'm still somewhat undecided, but I'm kind of leaning towards making that one, the Union Level 0, just one preposterously long video. Bye, Donalto. We're replacing you for absolutely no reason. Don't question it. Okay. Yeah, we get Felicia now. Let's see. Wait, you get someone to... Yeah, you get Felicia. The only reason that this was ever useful back in PSP was because you could potentially use her to kind of cheese extra equipment, because some of his equipment was locked in, whereas Felicia, you could potentially switch to another class, then you would go back in New Game Plus, and then she could potentially spawn in with equipment that she definitely shouldn't have. In this case, it's mostly just because it's funny. It's really not really a big advantage or anything. They're basically the same unit. They just really wanted you to have a healer at this point. So they just give you a replacement healer if he dies. Which is especially funny, because this only made sense in the SNES version. Because in the SNES version, you didn't have the stats to actually have a natural healer by this point. They were just sort of cheated in. So let's say when they remade it for the PSP version, they're like, here's another healer. It's like, I can just get more of these at the store. Why does this matter? Like, this is absolutely just not a thing that I would care about, you know? Alright. See, waifu drumstick, you mean Cresta and Deneb? I mean, I guess, if they're all about that drumstick. That's a road we don't want to travel down. Anyway, sorry, I just got a really, really random memory from when I was a kid. That was with my friend's brother, and he was trying to make everything super uncomfortable because, like, he was one of these sorts that always liked to make dirty jokes whenever anyone was around. And so the three of us were sitting in a car, and he was again just doing his trying to be awkward thing. And out of nowhere, he starts going on about drumsticks and people using drumsticks in some very unfortunate ways. He's like, "Did you know you could use a chicken drumstick?" I was like, "Wait, what does that mean?" He's like, "Oh, here's a device people stick in certain places." Like, wait a minute, hold on, we're kids going to Catholic school. What exactly is that? Like, oh well, he goes into unnecessarily graphic detail about this frickin' chicken drumstick. Anyway, so yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and ignore the rest of that story. But that's very random memory of the day. We'll go ahead and leave that there. Let's see. All right. See, I don't know why then ensure that you get a cleric here no matter what. Yeah, no, it was a holdover from the SNES version. Like, in SNES, you, again, couldn't naturally get a cleric at this point, so it was... You had Kashua, who was your unkillable cleric, and then you had everybody else that was just sort of here. Also, do we save Canopus? I mean, I guess so, sure. Fine, Canopus, I guess you get to live this time. There's no reason we would never not save Canopus. Alright, cheated, practically cheating character. Let's go ahead and get you over here going and whipping bosses. Why don't we? See, Three Houses is pretty decent story-wise, but it's not really known for balance. Yeah, I don't know. There just wasn't anything I was terribly excited about it. Like, it looked okay. Like, here's the thing. Like, I look at something like Three Houses or whatever else, it's like, this is neat, it's got the whole, the world to explore and whatever else. If somebody's into super anime stuff, sure, why not? But then I look at Unicorn Overlord, and it's like, here you go, you got the world to explore, and yeah, they also got the sort of uncomfortable levels of anime in there, but also, at the same time, they are now an ogre battle game. They are now using all these new mechanics that they haven't done in ages, It's bringing a lot of unique stuff to the table. Let's see. Coffee, which route did you do in your first run? Technically neutral, though my original first save file ended up being chaos, because I did the same thing that a lot of folks that used to play Pokemon back in the day did, in that I got partway through the playthrough, was getting a little bit stuck, and so I started a new playthrough to figure out what the hell I missed story-wise, because, man, I forget what it was. I was in some weird softlock, at least so I thought at the time. And so I had gone through to do another playthrough, and then ended up going neutral that time, and couldn't understand why the story was completely different. Or no, I ended up doing chaos the second time through, because I thought I'd made a wrong choice or something, and thought I got myself stuck. Let's see. Let's see. Kashua, the unkillable cleric who yeets after less than 4 turns. Yup. But hey, she's always back, she's always back. Alright, also at this point she gets her Meditate, she gets some skill that she won't use, Resist Petrify in case we run into chickens, because I'm feeling chaos today. There we go, that sounds about right. Let's go ahead and go over to our Fencer. I do like that they give you most of the elements as far as your spells go, just in case you you realize that your Fencer can do this stuff. You get a heal, and you get your stuff like this, so it's just nice. Alright, we get a Meditate, we get a Concentrate, and we get a Recruit, and we are now completely broken. Amazing. You get your Fey Pact, you get your... You know, I kind of want to run... I kind of want to go Heavy Crossbows on Canopus. I'm trying to think what's a good oddball thing to give him, and I kind of want to go Crossbows. Maybe Light Crossbows. Do we want to go Light Crossbows? No, I can't... I do want to go Light Crossbows on somebody. Who the hell are we doing? Light Crossbow Felicia, maybe? Light Crossbow Felicia. Let's do that. Let's see, agreed on Unicorn Overlord. Always nice to see innovation. It's why I play ROM hacks if I want to play FE nowadays. Fair enough. I can understand that. There's a lot of really fun hacks about that. In fact, actually, there's one that I technically can't talk about because embargo stuff. There's actually an indie kind of Fire Emblem kind of thing that supposedly was some D&D type of thing too. That we'll be seeing a video on when I can talk about it. So that should be fun too. Okay. So, also, I want to do Blowgun on somebody who's... no one's going to be able to do Blowgun yet. Beast Tamer Blowgun? I think so. We'll get a Blowgun for later. We need a Beast Tamer that blows people. Let's see. Still water, someone's still lightning. Alright. I love how Rune Fencers are just like, hold on, let me interact with every mechanic, please. Like, I get my stills, I get my heals, I get my magic stuff, I get my recruits, I get my meditates, I get my concentrations. Like, they just get everything. It's great. Also, let's make sure not to save over this one. Yeah, this is sketching me so much. We gotta go down, like, way down. Yeah, you look like one I can save over. Sure. Our Blowgun's worth it. They've got good finishers. They basically got, like, the same, more or less same finishers with more debuffs as the 1HK does, and then they've got a lot of really good status effects later. Alright, hang on. There's a bunch of stuff that I missed. Let's see here. Let's go down the list. Is there any route where Canopus leaves, or is he with you no matter what? Oh, Canopus does not give a flying fuck about anything. He's just here for the money. Like, he's just always there to laugh at you no matter what you do. And he's always there to get made fun of by Deneb later down the line, and then call her an alligator and all that kind of thing. Let's see. Still don't know if the episode 8 of Tactics Ogre series might happen, unless Square Enix might give Yasumi Matsuno another chance to make one now that Unicorn Overlord is successful. I hope so. Like, could you imagine a world in which you have Matsuno and Vanillaware just going and teaming up for just one massive thing? Unicorn Ogre Drive. So imagine, let's see, imagine if Knight's gotten Still, at least in K-Well, they got Lightning Bow instead of just Heal. They did technically get in Still back in PSP, and no one used it. Let's see, Make Knight with Crossbow, already did. Let's see, only issue I had with Unicorn Overlord was no endgame, as it gets far too easy later on. That depends. It had a decent enough difficulty. Like, it had plenty... I'm not sure where you're saying it had no endgame. Like, a lot of people got damn near soft-locked on that final boss. It would be better to see some harder progression in that direction. Like, it did get... The standard fights got a little easier. So it would have been cool to kind of see maybe some kind of... almost like Nemesis-type system in that situation, I think. Somebody was saying that was probably a translation of what I was asking for Triangle 2 the other day, and yeah, that's probably a pretty good translation. See, how was the sales for Reborn? Enough for Episode 7? I mean, it was this top-played thing on Steam for like a month, so it must have done pretty decently. See, we still don't have enough for Triangle Strategy 2? No, not yet. Though I will say that potentially might have been hampered by the fact that supposedly Octopath 2 didn't necessarily kind of, you know, scratch the greed itch, so to speak. See, D&D with Tactics Ogre, wouldn't that be Crawl Tactics? That was one that I've been told to try. I haven't gotten to that yet. How many save files? 100. You can go up to 100 in this one. And yes, I'm already deleting old saves. It's okay, I don't have a problem. I like using blowguns and chances using them for status effects like silence or petrify. Yeah, plus you can tag team them in with Eagle Eye and just take away those chances. Canopus is there for the vibes and money. Mostly money. And also the murder. Don't forget, he loves the murder. Truce was pretty challenging. That it was. Let's see. Used to use Petrify on last enemy in battle to have my units hit petrified enemy to level up their weapon skills. That is a perfectly functional thing. You could also have them go and use the same weapons on each other, because it checks the weapon skill both ways. Let's see. Canopus the Chad with Deneb and Ramnus. Yep, pretty much. Let's see. It's almost 2 million copies sold for Reborn in terms of sales, so yeah, it did pretty decent. Let's see. Wanted a wave defense mode for Unicorn Overlord. They used all the map mechanics and stuff. You know they have that, right? Like, that's that post-game map. You can actually repeat it now, and they added apparently higher difficulties for it and stuff, if I recall correctly. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, we're running Felicia as crossbow. I forgot to pick up everyone's rings. We'll get to that in a moment, but we've got our Phalanx line holder over here. Rampart Aura, get some recruit in there. It's looking decent enough. Get you a heal, get you a break, get you a couple of revives, because that's probably a unit that's never dying. So, this is kind of what I'd consider the bodyguard build here. Like, just, it's really, really cozy. Alright, let's see. Let's go ahead and buy a couple things here. Probably a couple of defender rings, a couple of war rings, and slap them suckers where they need to go. If you're wondering why I'm not upgrading their armor, we'll do that later. For the moment, it's just not really super necessary. Alright, you go war ring, you go def ring, you go war, you go... I'm thinking def on you, war, def, and war. And then we probably need 2 more war rings, actually. So a couple more war rings. Do we have any more of them dealies? We need a couple of these, which I already had, which is... Thanks, Brian. And probably a couple of awakens as well. And... more poison, more sleep, more charm. This is going to be so unbelievably satisfying because, again, I've been seeing 30% hit odds for so long at this point. It's time to go mind control some stuff, dude. Alright. Get some concentration in there, get some lizard talking in there. Alright. Wanted a wave... Well, let's see, we talked about that. Despite the Flash game graphics, our Adventures Guild is a lot of fun. A lot of mix of D&D tactics, Battle Brothers, and Darkest Dungeon. Also on the list to get to when... let's see, face reveal when... You know I used to do these with a camera, right? Like, there's just videos. Go look at the X Division run. It's just a pain in the neck to set up, so I don't want to. Let's see. Mr. Potato, because of your continued coverage of this game, you convinced me to upgrade my PS1 version to a PS5. Well, glad to help you, sir. Let's see, let's see, that one nice as well. That one in Pixel Divinity-like game. Yep. I mean, there's so many really good games out there. There's just not enough time to cover them all. I mean, it's funny how there was ever that consideration that we've got some sort of SRPG drought, because, good lord, we are drowning at this point. It's just never-ending. I've got a backlog of even stuff that was just sent as freebie codes that I just simply don't have time to get to. And it's just like, even the mainline stuff, it's just like, there's no time to even really understand most of it. And they're like, here you go, like, figure this out in a couple of days. Like, that's not enough time to understand SRPG. It's like, I appreciate it, but that's not enough time. Like, there's not enough time now. Alright, this guy's gonna be... no. Okay, we'll have one recruiting, one pincering. She's probably gonna be recruiting more often. Alright, let's go ahead and throw this sucker on here. And am I forgetting anything? You know what, let's go ahead and have her train up crossbows real quick. Because that's probably not a bad idea, because her crossbow skills are gonna suck for a little bit here. And yeah, that's probably good enough. Go for this. Let's see, wait, used to play Empire Earth? Hell yeah, I used to play Empire Earth. I used to play Empire Earth, and especially, Especially, what is it, Empire's Dawn in the Modern World, which disappointingly does not work on Steam Deck, which just sort of pissed me off, because I bought it a second time to go play it once again to do more videos on it, because I absolutely adore that game, and then suddenly it's just like, no, sorry, it can't work. You get the little launch logo, and that's it. That's as good as you're getting. I mean, the fact is that it's not about the sales question for Tactics Ogre. It all goes down to Square Enix and Yasumi Matsuno if Episode 8 will happen. Yeah, the thing is, it's... the Matsuno and... who's the other guy? Why am I forgetting his name right now? Matsuno's buddy, the Final Fantasy guy. Like, Tactics Ogre, Ogre Battle, all that, is kind of like a pet project for them. They frickin' love it, right? The thing is, though, it's not even necessarily a budget thing or whatever else. It is a can they even make another one kind of thing. Because, like, I have a feeling they might just be nervous about even taking the swing for making another one of these. Because for while it seems simple on paper, like, look at any one of, let's say, Recession's number guides and things like that. Like, just even the basic damage calculations are so obscenely over-engineered that it's downright baffling. I mean, this series in general has a tendency to go overcomplicated as just a fact of life. It goes out of its way to be unnecessarily kind of convoluted in every way because it adds to the simulation, you know? Yeah, Sakaguchi, right. Like, it's just how it does. It's how it be, you know? It's standard MO, as it were. Let's see, I know the pain. I download the demo to test, but still return to my favorite games. Yeah, I mean, I've been meaning to cover Visions of Mana. I even applied for getting a code for Visions of Mana. Didn't end up getting a response, though. And I still haven't gone to the demo, because, like, okay, to be fair, it wasn't just a matter of there's too many games, too little time. At the same time, we've had a case where my wife wanted one of the rooms repainted because she was sick of the paint in that room, and I already had the paint sitting around, so I was repainting that. Was trying to figure out how to get my car sold because it's what's left of it. I was having transmission issues. Was trying to figure out the cheapest way to fix our water heater, which. That part was supposed to be here 2 days ago and is still showing an arrival time of showing up on time yesterday, so hopefully that shows up sometime during the stream or something, in which case I'm going to have to go pause it and go put a new sensor into this old Bradford White, but anyway. So, like, there's been a lot, and that on top of the 3 kiddos and whatever else, like, I'd get to what I can get to, but, like, what I can get to is a maybe. It's why oftentimes I end up going back to, like, doing guides for One Vision or doing more rambles about Reborn and stuff like that, because, like, this I already know. There's nothing more. Like, I'll figure out new mechanics, figure out new things to know here, but, like, it's just retreading familiar ground, you know? Anyway. You know, I think I'm going to run this lady as Shortbow and Dagger, just for the hell of it. Let's see, Alright, top 10 enemy betrayal is Night Girl, who shot Canopus. Oh, that's on purpose. Yeah, she's gonna be training up her crossbows. That's what she's here for. She's gonna train her some crossbows. And we're gonna use Canopus to run Tribred here. I still don't know why for this version they decided not to give Canopus his spells right from the get-go. Because, like, Ogre Battle gave him his spells right from the get-go. This is the second remake that they're like, nah, you know what? He is a Hawkman from Ogre Battle after all, but we're not gonna let you know that. You know? It's like, it's just weird like that. I like Crossbow Knight. Like, it's not a DPS unit, but it's just the epitome of I don't need to move because I can just shoot whatever from wherever. It's nice. I like it. Let's go ahead and try to mind control you, because why not? It doesn't really make sense, because he doesn't have any enemy targets within range, but damn it, it's what I feel like doing. Alright. Respect to Fire Emblem for making its damage formula something a 7-year-old can do. Right? Man. It's funny, my daughter actually started started saying that she was going to try out triangle strategy the other day. Like, she was talking about how she wanted to go try more games on the Switch and buy more games for the Switch. I'm like, child, you have so many games on the Switch. You can try and play some of this older stuff. And so she's like looking at it, it's like, wait a minute, I recognize that word. That's a triangle. Can I play the triangle game? Like, go ahead and go for it. Let's see how this works out. And then naturally she went back to her old favorite and went back to Spyro. So anyway, at some point we'll update on progress to see if she likes it. Oh, wait. If this guy, does this guy counter, or is he running one-handers? Yeah, he's running a one-hander. All right. Alright, Charm is so broken in KOL with Deneb. Oh yeah, dude, you could break Charm in all these games, though. It's nice. I like that. I like when you can easily break a skill like that. It has to be done in the right way, but when it's done right, it's done right. And this series has been pretty good about breaking Charm in fun ways. Alright, let's move you over here, and this pointlessly Charmed Knight will do nothing. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking either. Whatever, it's fine. Fisty Punch will go ahead and do her business. She's going to go ahead and pop this guy a little bit more, train up with her crossbow slightly more. It's not necessarily like her weapon skill is going to make the difference. It's just, I don't know, for some reason I really like the idea of training up crossbows. And crossbows in particular. Like, it's the same reason I ran Knight of Lotus with crossbow and knife only. It's the same reason I ran PSP with crossbow and knife only. I don't know why. It just feels like the XCOM clone in medieval times that I always wanted. Alright. Let's go ahead and pop this guy. Sure, poison might be more effective, but oh well. See, tactical RPG rules are meant to be broken. Exactly! Exactly! It's a series that thrives on seeing how you snap it in half. I mean, just like the games used to be back in the day, you know? It is old tabletop type of some suchery and all that. Let's see, John Wood, hot water tanks last 30 years. I'm a plumber with 25 years of experience. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, I gotta see what more there was there. Wait, Nutsakaguchi. Hold on, I missed some stuff earlier there. Oh, Allegiance Y, Sony Y. I should probably explain that. Okay, so obviously Sony has shot themselves in the foot in the last week, but early on, there was a moment when we tried to rename this to the Order of Saturday, which is perfectly innocent and you'd think would not have any issues. And the game said no, the profanity filter does not allow you to say Saturday. Why? Apparently because it has turd in there. Now, yeah, it's kind of bizarre that that's a thing. But yeah, apparently that is in fact a thing. Now, the funny part about that is that, yeah, we just decided to call it Y Sony Y because supposedly Sony was the one that insisted on that profanity filter. I don't know if that's accurate, but apparently they've done it before. Apparently it's just a thing they do. I don't know if anyone can confirm, but it is what it is. Alright. Let's have you smackify this duderino, I think. This looks like a dude in need of death. And let's have you do one of them things, where you do the thing with the pincer and the setups and the mighty strikes, and you go over here, and then it is going to feel so weird going back to Union Level 0 after this, and then going back to doing double-digit damage against bosses with quadruple-digit health. Anyway, back to punching this dude, and then we killed a guy that somehow mysteriously survived. See, dang, I thought Nintendo was the one that had the most harsh profanity filter on it. Dude, explain to me how Nintendo is the one that's got porn games on their store, but Sony doesn't? What's the deal with that? Alright. Next Nostalgia Ramble when? Oh, just give it a few seconds, I'm sure there'll be time. Alright, we get some extra experience, but do we get the weapon experience, is the question. I mean, maybe. I don't know. She got skill level ups. I probably should give Berserk to our Berserker. I mean, it might be part of their identity or something. I don't know. Wait, you don't get Berserk yet. Oh yeah, I forget how late Berserkers get Berserk. Kind of funky how that works, actually. Why don't they get it earlier? Like, I guess it would be pretty nutty earlier, but how often are you staying at level 6? Let's be honest. You look like somebody that needs a mend leaf. There you go. And a Zoli Draught. I doubt you'll use it, but now you have it, and you're welcome. So, yeah. Hammers. Okay, this is going to be a weird one. Does anybody else just not like using hammers in this game? Like, here's the weird thing. They used to be a very rare category in SNES. Still didn't used to like using them then. In PSP, though, they had freakishly high attack value for absolutely no reason. which meant that they were unusually good for cracking through defense. Same thing for One Vision, where they're mostly good at cracking through defense, and the undead hammers are crazy satisfying. There's nothing wrong with them in Reborn. They still have the same thing of having a higher attack value. I just don't like using them for some reason. It just feels wrong to use a hammer on Voltaire. But for the sake of why the hell not, we're going to leave it on him, I guess. But I am taking that Pelta away from him, just so it looks slightly different. And we'll give that to Felicia. There we go. There was no actual benefit to this, but we'll go ahead and take on Nybeth now. There we go. Go to Kadriga. And, right, we get 8 people for this. You need daggers. You need the dagger skill. There you go. You're going to do your thing in a moment. You're going to be fine right there. Knopa's going to go here. Do we have any plumes by any chance for you? No, we don't. Alrighty. Well, you're going to do your usual thing. You're going to go do sniping and all that kind of business. Everybody else is just kind of going to bum rush. It's funny because Nybeth's fight is basically just a game of chicken. He's like, if you rush him down, if you just ignore everybody and rush straight forward, he's pretty well screwed. If you don't, he's gonna just absolutely overwhelm you with long-range fire. Let's see, I almost never use hammers, and Barbas is god tier. Yeah, Barbas is completely broken. He's like, here you go, would you like to just disable an entire area with guaranteed effects? See, hammers seem to be considered better than axes for some reason, but I'm still stuck with axes because of the elemental finishers. Yeah, it is very rare to get an earth element finisher. Also, we are going to have to pick up a zombie before we get out of here. Because I want that zombie Valk. Dang it. Alright. See, I know you shared a mod that changes unit sprites in older versions of the game. Wondering if you know of a similar mod for Reborn. Technically, there are cheats for this game that can do a similar thing. It actually uses a lot of the same assets. Because all of them are just palette swaps of stuff that already existed. So, there's that. But yeah, there's cheats out there. I just haven't really gotten around to making them work on my game because I tried using them. You have to go through some extra workarounds on the Steam Deck, and frankly, after a little while, I was just like, screw it. I'm just gonna do this legit unless there's some kind of major overhaul like One Vision or something. Because it was just being really temperamental. I just didn't really feel like I really cared about changing their visuals that much for that one. So view it as raging is easy. Raging in a way where you don't get yourself killed right away is a lot less easy. Alright, fair point. Fair point. Alright. Let's see, do you got a shot here? Somehow no. Also, somehow you do damage there. Oh, because advantage. Right. Anyway, in that case, you just go ahead and push him forward. There we go. Alright, let's see. Playing an air element character with an axe is a pain. I mean, they do slightly worse against some things, but you never know. So you still love using hammers because you can defeat an enemy using whack-a-mole. Yeah. I mean, again, there's nothing wrong. Like, I don't have anything specifically about hammers. Just for some reason, using the Halt Hammer, specifically in Reborn, just feels like I need to be using something more interesting. I don't know why. That's just where my brain goes on that one, for reasons I completely cannot comprehend myself. Okay. Let's go for a little bit of poison. We haven't quite gotten our concentration rolling yet, but apparently it doesn't matter. So, you go ahead and do that. You go ahead and pop one of these with the old Shooty McShooterson over here. We get their points down a little bit. We got our Valk coming up pretty soon. Hopefully should be able to whack them pretty good there. Alright, fair enough. Oh, damn. Ow. You just slapped my laptop. Maybe don't slap your computer, and I hope that didn't count as a chariot usage, but whatever. Okay. Because I accidentally bumped my button. Alright, she's not feeling like joining? Fine, fine. You know what? You talk to the knight, then. You go talk to the knight. We'll see what we have to say to her. Alright, fine. Let's see, I did use an Iron Fan on my knight, and their offhand was alright. Used it only for finishers and faster smacking. True. The Iron Fan does have a weirdly specific niche there that's pretty darn cool. Okay, so Gingerbread is going to do the thing where he just goes all ballistic mode on this guy now. Any idea why Orson has a dialogue box when you try to reclass him in KOL? Because in KOL, they basically lose their unique status when you do that. So, like, they temporarily switch to dead in the Warren Report because they don't feel like themselves, which is certainly an interesting way that goes. So like if you, for example, change Ivana out of being a knight partway through, you just don't see her in cutscenes for a while. So you can actually put people in cutscene jail for a while, which is kind of unusual, but kind of neat. All right, Aubrey's gonna go over here. All right. That is some good coffee. Yeah, my wife decided that she wanted to switch out the creamer and had a little bit extra in the fridge, so I wasn't drinking it black today. But yeah, I had this vanilla bean stuff that was pretty darn decent. Yep, do a little bit of extra crossbow tap on you. How about you join us? You've been shot in the face with a crossbow. That totally means we're friends now. Damn it, she didn't get the memo. People these days. You try to shoot them in the face with a frickin' crossbow, and they're all like, no, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. It's like, it's just a crossbow, you wuss. It's just a crossbow. So, does losing the unique status do anything gameplay-wise? I know you want Archer Orson for Lachesis. Not really. You can basically take him out of the story just for whatever reason. There's really not much in the way of practical reasons to do it. It's just like, I guess if you want to, or if you want to put them in cutscene jail temporarily. Damn it, Cashua. Trying to recruit that. Alright, I guess we'll go for the soldier instead, because this one's feeling surprisingly loyal, actually. Alright. You know, actually we always end up recruiting the Valk. Delete! Delete it! It is no longer... We have unfriended... unfriended zombie Valk. New best friend is zombie soldier. Let's see, not having a potato as well? What potato? Oh, the coffee. Right, gotcha. No, not at the moment. Not at the moment, but at some point. Alright, wait a minute. We have the option to do big number versus this guy. There we go. Thank you, Elemental Advantage. You are a good friend. Now you go this way, and we probably should get on with this whole winning this fight thing before we get overrun, actually. Canopus is probably going to be able to do the job just fine, but, you know, give it a minute. We don't need to reenact all that stuff that happened with the no-movement run. Really? Damn it, consequences of my actions. Alright. You go ahead and heal this dude then. We'll get around to talking to their corpse later. Or maybe we'll just go recruit one somewhere else. You know what, that probably works too. We'll just go living units this time, why not? Alright, Canopus. We're feeling like interacting with the living. So, you know, ask this dude a question. I'm still a little disappointed that ghosts don't count as fairies, but whatever. Would be cool to use Fey Pact on them here. Alright. See how recruiting zombie goes. Human recruiter. Wait. Human recruiter brains. Exactly. Exactly. Alright. Pop the ghost. Pop. This is why I like Crossbow Knight. You can pop on squishy targets, you can heal somebody else. They're a fun little heal sport, you know? See, hammer's boring stuff, stick is real stuff. Stick is good times. We do not question the stick. See, love the PvZ reference. There was a PvZ reference. Weirdly enough, like a decade ago, I had an ex that played PvZ, but I've surprisingly only ever seen that one. I don't know what I just referenced, but... Alright, you take your Mend Leaf. Let's see, few tactical games give the defeat enemy leader objective, and, wait. And mean it the way this game does? Yeah. Yeah, true. I guess we just delete this guy, too. So, yeah, as long as they're gone, logically speaking, it does make sense in this context. Because, like, almost everyone that you fight is there either... Like, they either have somebody else that they can go to leader-wise, or just happens to be, or just happens to be a mercenary. It's like, at that point, you might as well just go, just go get a new job. Just go work somewhere else. You're not getting paid today. See, then we have Snez Denim, who literally everyone wants to join me. Exactly. Snez Denim is everyone's buddy. He just goes and talks to skeletons. Like, hey, buddy. Nothing wrong. You just want to go chat with Denim there. He wants to start a whole skeleton army. You know, he's not judging everybody for their weight problems. You know, it's no problem. See, the idea doesn't exist, especially at the end of the day when you have to use any weapon no matter how good... Wait, what? Hold on, at ends? What did ends say? Let's see. Uninterested to you might be because they're kind of primal. There's no grace. It's just a weight on a stick. Dude, I love weight on a stick. What are you talking about? Everybody appreciates a good stick. It's just a fact of life. It's just like, you know, you just pick up a stick and it's like, this is pretty cool. I got this cool stick. Like that picture that was going around of just somebody picks up the perfect stick and it looks like a sword. Like, that's just a feeling everybody can understand, you know? Like, you pick up a good stick, you're having a good day. It's just how it goes. The stick just improves your day exponentially when you see it. Let's see. Won't say otherwise. Love hammer, axe, and spear. Sword are overrated. I mean, it's funny because I actually used to feel the same way about swords and whatever else in like in PSP and stuff like that. And then they improved Vile Wound so much in Reborn that I've just been using it nonstop. Like, just suddenly started appreciating the hell out of it. Like, especially the False Strike Rapier. Like, this weapon that was just absolute garbage before, now it's like, this thing has a chance to give somebody a locked-in debuff chance. Like, it's weirdly enthralling to me. Like, I just appreciate that it's got a chance to make something miss like that. Cudgels as the best stick. I mean, I saw somebody do a cudgel-only run a while ago, and it was surprisingly good. Let's see, Ghost at SNES version is hell unit to have. Yes, it is. You just put everything to sleep. You just practically don't have a fight on your hands. Almost nothing carries exorcism, so, you know, go to town. Let's see. I want this unit to be in a better position, but better position is just not really feeling it for her. Because unfortunately, I keep forgetting that we are not quite at the point of having upgraded pants yet, so she can't quite move better. So she gets to go right there. Because that's the guy I want to have exercised, because he stole the knuckles that I wanted for Canopus. Or not Canopus, but for my Berserker. Who is noticeably not Canopus, though, you know, it's kind of hard to tell the difference sometimes, I suppose. Alright, right. Also, I love for all of the stories of archers being underpowered. She does almost as much to Nybeth at this point with a basic short bow and a level disadvantage, and no elemental bonus than Canopus does with his axe. Yeah, sure, there's other stuff on that scale, but it's just funny to think about. Alright, you keep axing this dude questions, because apparently his defense disappeared. Actually, his skill ranked up, didn't it? Yep, it did. We are suddenly at the point that matters. Alright. So, alright guys, get your stick jokes right now. Come get your stick jokes. We got stick jokes, we got dad jokes, we got lame puns. Pick your poison. Alright, any use for the Balder Mace or just a meme? It's useful as a way to help out the Terranite, just kind of extend your range and stuff like that. It's okay. Like, it's just exactly okay. Are you lightning? You look like lightning. Feels like a weird pickup line for a skeleton. You look like lightning. What does that even mean? I don't know. Just go with it. Alright. Anyway, oh, right. My cleric is dead. That would make it a bit difficult for her to exercise things, wouldn't it? I think she's just lazy. Alright. Keep punching these guys undead. Honestly, leaving them downed is a lot easier than exercising them. It's kind of a funny trap in that way. See, she thunderstorms and I'm crying lightning. Oddly specific pickup lines of the day. Alright. Actually, I don't even know if that's a warning sign or a pickup line. Maybe that's a book somebody needs to write someday. Alright, can you reach that? Yes. You can do no damage with it. Do it anyway. There we go. Beautiful. Fantastic. That 1 damage will be what we need today. Alright. Throw some heals on her, as you do. I mean, there's plenty of exercising to do, but that's alright, Cashua. You do you. You do exactly you. Meanwhile, Archer does not quite have a shot on this guy, but sure dreams about it. Oh well. Why don't you maybe go pop the skeleton a little bit? And then if somehow Canopus hasn't finished the job, or Mr. Dude Guy decides to heal or something, then we'll be able to have that Archer finish her off. There we go. Nice little happy Thunder Flare. And it is funny how much easier this fight is later on down the line when you come back with all of your finisher squad and stuff like that. Like, when I was... before launch, there was a a video I was putting together trying to show that archers were really good, and one of them was just basically like, here's how good they can be in Chapter 1, and it was like the Nibeth fight, just getting completely dunked on with Dark Weight. I think that was one that I put in before release. I don't know, but it's weird how easy this fight is later. Alright. It's a major respect to people who played KOL without speeding up. Reborn speed up feels criminal. Yeah, KOL not sped up does feel very slow these days, but I don't know. There's still something very special about it. Like, it still speaks to me. Like, I still play without speed up to this day, and partially it's because the speed up absolutely sucks on a PSP. But like, I don't know. There's just something that feels really special about it. Just the timing of the music, the way that there's a little bit of delay to every one of your attacks. I don't know. It feels like it's trying extra hard. I appreciate that. You know, I gotta respect it. Also, I gotta remember to pick up a dagger for this caster. Because, yeah, that's just a thing we need. Also, go ahead and shoot a skeleton. Good job. There you go. You have shot a stationary target. Bravo. Right, Pirate Canopus with Balmung is funny. Also very true, because the dude's looking like he's got a big old friggin' cutlass or something with him. When did we breach this guy? Why was... That was weird. Why did he take 100 that one time? Did he get air reverse from something? I don't think I have any air units. How would... Who the hell... How... I'm confused. Honestly, he might have been hit with an averse or something, or maybe Canopus forgot his axe skill all of a sudden. I'm not entirely sure why it is that that he took 100 that one time and less now, because we never breached him. So I don't know. Something's got its finger on the scale. Oh well. I mean, unless it was the air or the ice averse thing, and it happens to do the same thing as light and dark, where they both do it for some reason. I don't know. See, this fight without Canopus might be one of the hardest. It's not really that bad. Really, all you gotta do is just rush it without attacking anything. Like, I was goofing off and going to recruit the zombies, was taking time to get everybody weapon skill training, and we're still running around with plenty of times. The trick is, again, to just play this like a game of chicken. Like, if you just charge on forward, don't attack anything, just take quick movements, it becomes pretty darn easy. Like, you just rush him down, and then you start realizing that basically all of his attacks are from a distance. So he attacks hard from a distance, but his meteors aren't nearly as strong, especially when you get close. So he's either attacking stuff farther away, or he's going and, just going strictly for snipes, or doing less damage up close. His defense is decent, but not anything too nutty. So, there's stuff. Like, there's ways to do it. You just got to keep on running. Ignore your casualties. The fight'll end long before anyone's actually bleeding out or anything. If you suddenly hear a sound in the background, the lab is currently going and scratching his butt, and he's like scratching the floor at the same time. All right. Nothing new on you. I thought I picked up a better axe, didn't I? No, I picked up a blowgun. We're going to have someone specializing in blowing later, but for the time being, let's go ahead and just... do we want to replace some people? Not really. Like, that's the other thing. Sarah and Voltaire, just by the fact that you get them a fight later, I tend to not use them so much more often than like Alos and Floros. Like, Alos and Floros in Night of Lotus, there is 0 situations when I don't use the starting party in that game. Like, I don't care what optimization, sub-optimizations, whatever else, like, having the same party doing totally different things appeals way more than using Sarah and Voltaire for some reason. Is anyone else that same way, out of curiosity? Like, does anyone strictly avoid them two for absolutely no logical reason? Let's see, don't you get more than one rain map right away in Chapter 1-2? Not a good opening for archers. You do? However, they do get their tremendous shot pretty much immediately, which means that you kind of get that idea of, you get to shoot past the lightning. Though also, I will note, it depends on what archers you start with. So depending on your starting questions, you get different starting units. And for example, this archer right here has a ton of advantages versus the first boss, versus the first unit within her range, within several of the units in the next fight, within several units in the fight afterwards, and then immediately she ends up being countered by a few lightning units afterwards. And to that end, like, having the water archer definitely gives a lot of good examples over just the potential of using your elemental advantages. I wish that they would have maybe used that a little bit more, because they subtly have it in there. It's just, your attention isn't really drawn to it because there's so many things going on. So like in the intro, for example, they have the White Knights face off directly against stuff that they have a strength against there. And they don't really draw any attention to it. Like, they mention it once in that first initial thing of like, hey, look, I have an advantage versus this guy. And then afterwards, they don't point it out. Like, I wish that they had gone back to it a couple more times, like repeated it during the intro. Yes, it would have been a bit more preachy, but it would have been like, hey, look, I have an advantage versus this guy. No, wait, I have an advantage over this guy. You know, it would have been good to kind of go into that a bit more. Anyway. So, let's go ahead and see. You're this, fire on this. Not really too much in the way of numbers, but I want to run her short bows. Let's see, I made Alos a Dragoon and Floros a Valkyrie, then kept them that way until the very end, along with Kamui as Warlock and Alberich as a Priest. Dude, I swear I have that exact same save file somewhere. I swear I have that exact same team comp somewhere. I think I even have it on the Steam Deck at this point, because that was one of the ones that I dumped off of this thing. Like, sometime after I thought I'd lost my Game Boy, I had found the cart again, and I found my old DS, and so I went and had picked it up again, and like that was pretty much exactly the same team. Man, dude, that game is such a freaking gem. I hope it gets a remake or something at some point. Like, it deserves to be on newer stuff. I've long said the only thing that can make me consider going for that higher tier on the Switch there is to let the kids experience Night of Lotus. Let's see, KWell only has 8 uniques per route, so there's that. I mean, yeah, but they're not real uniques as far as that game's concerned. Weirdly enough, Night of Lotus is actually a lot more forgiving when it comes to what's considered a unique or semi-unique. Like, they have a unique name, but they won't ever actually have any difference for anything else. So like with Sarah and Voltaire, they'll switch sprites and whatever else, but for example, they don't get access to any of the transformations or anything like that. So like you can't let's say go and use them as what is it? You can't use the Ogre Blade with them and stuff like that. So either way, it's weird that they have kind of funky limitations as far as that goes. Alright, let's see. 28, 16, no shot. I think I'm just going to have her shoot at stuff. She's going to work on her conversation skills later. That went well. Anyway. Let's see, hey, same team comp here. The only difference is that Alos is only a Knight class, to be honest, all the way through. I mean, yeah, it does make sense for him to be a Knight. It feels like a very direct progression, because, like, he's a Knight, and then suddenly it's like, oh, wait, hold on. He's neutral. It's Floros that's lawful. He gets a chance to be the Dragoon, and then, yeah, you can just kind of expand from there. Alright. Bonk. Bonk, bonk. And then now, hopefully we should be able to discuss that whole thing where she joins the team. Alright. Let's see, you go here, you pick up this thing, you do the shooties with the ice ball, and they go all kaplowy. There we go. Alright. See, I wish all Ogre Battle games could be remade like Reborn. I wish, dude. Like, Unicorn Overlord feels so much like a remake of all of the best hits from March of the Black Queen and OB64 to some extent. But, dude, it would be so good to see them coming back. And weirdly enough, there actually was a bit of news about this. I forget if I put this in a video or not, but there was actually a little bit of news of some CEO or other that was actually talking about going and getting the rights to go and remake Ogre Battle, like specifically March of the Black Queen. Like, of all oddly specific things. And sure enough, okay, here's the weird part, though. Like, they said that they would remake it, and that's like, that had me extremely excited. But then they followed it up with, oh, Reborn is just a, a port of the PSP version, right? It's like, I don't know if this is the guy we want remaking Ogre Battle, guys. But yeah, I wish I knew what company that was, because did anybody else see that interview by chance? Does anybody remember what the hell this guy's name was? I saw that message disappear, smiling dog, but I didn't see what the message was. Darn. See, best idea was using a strap dragon. Oh no. Somehow I have a feeling that is somehow a thing that somebody's got familiarity with. Anyway, like, there's no way that that's not a name used for something else. Let's see. Snapdragon on Labina, then getting Saya for another Snapdragon as well. Did it actually work to do both? I thought you could only use it on the one. Like, I know I've got I think I've, even that same save file we were just talking about, I think I've got a Snapdragon of Lobelia. Or no. Yeah, you're thinking of Labina like the fairy is Labina. I just said the thing. What is the thing? Lobelia? There we go. That's the one I'm thinking of. Now I'm confused. Now I'm combining both of them at the same time, too. Let's see. Dragoon was slightly better than Knight in KOL. Oh, sweet. We got a new Valkyrie. Dandy. Let's see. Plus, I already had a Knight in Ivana, so I wanted another Knight for Alos, and Dragoon was there. Yeah, true. Plus, they get offensive spells in that one, which is kind of neato. There you go. You do one of those. See, remake of March of the Black Queen would be nice, but a ton of work, or the game of Chapter 1 of the series. I mean, I feel like March of the Black Queen would be the easiest one of the bunch, though, because all the mechanics are already kind of set in stone. All they got to do is spruce the thing up a little bit. Like, it was already extremely satisfying as it was. The maps were already good. The maps are just a flat texture. Just go ahead and improve that thing, you know? Like, when it comes to potentially improving the mechanics or whatever else, just add more UI elements and stuff like that, and a lot of people are going to complain less. A lot of the story stuff, while it was very adaptive, was still relatively simple compared with something like Tactics Ogre. So, I mean, yeah, I think it would be one of the easier projects of the series, to be honest. Let's see, Mensa Labilia the Angel Knight? Yeah, that's the one. That's what I mean. Yeah, I didn't know you could actually, like, I know that that it could die and stuff like that. I can't remember if you could get Saya at the same time. I guess it makes sense. Knight of Lotus didn't really have a habit of locking you out of stuff. Let's see, but let's be honest, Share is also hard, but oh boy, Dorgallo is on a whole other level in the SNES version. Wait, what? Wait, are we talking about the same SNES version? Because, like, I have seen no challenge run personally that he has been any amount of threat. I mean, maybe there's more stuff somewhere, but I don't know. Every time I've gone through, he's kind of folded like tissue paper. Let's see. Select it was the Atari CEO. It was Atari. I was sure I was remembering that wrong. Man, that's yeah. Why Atari of all things? Like, I know I remember I had to go do a little bit of a double take, because for a second, I thought it was going to be, what's-his-face, the guy that made a console and then was promising it was going to be released for, like, a decade or something. Started a whole Kickstarter sham, and I think had bought Atari at some point, or... No, that was the ColecoVision guy. Never mind, not the Atari guy. Okay. Never mind. Very confused, several thoughts, somewhat straightened, but not really. Anyway. Let's see. KOL deserves a remaster as well? Yes, it does. Dude, KOL with, like, a speed-up function that doesn't ruin the music, that'd be amazing. Let's see. First time playing Tactics Ogre Reborn. Any tips for the difficulty spikes for the first 10-ish story missions? Debuffs and elements, dude. That's all you gotta know. So debuffs and elements are just basically use elemental advantages wherever you get. Just understand that the person, the weapon, and the element are kind of detached things. So, like, if a person is air element and they're attacking an earth unit, great. That is 30% that they're getting from the element. That is, their person element beating that thing. Their weapon is probably neutral, especially in your first 10 missions and all that. So that's all well and good, but a finisher can be a completely different element. So like an air unit using an ice finisher would be able to counter another air unit using that, if that makes sense. And then as far as debuffs go, Beast Tamers and Oh yeah, Beast Tamers are able to throw Dynast King's Meads, which cause incoming damage on a target to be multiplied by 50%. So that is really, really good. So you apply Breach, you go for an Elemental bonus, and you can basically dunk on absolutely anything. Also, never forget how good a Recruit skill here is. It may only be 30%, but that's basically a permanent charm. This guy didn't join, so instead he dies. There we go. Let's go and throw that out there. Let's see, they can't... hold on. Let's see, Atari, the same state as the Tactics Ogre franchise. Haven't they put out some sort of decent collections or something? I feel like they've done something, I just don't remember what. I'm trying to remember the last time Atari's been relevant to anything. Let's see, Eleanor's theme and KOL, yeah, it's pretty legit. See, Atari has no business being anywhere near OB. Again, it's weirdly specific that that's a thing that even came up. I don't really know why they brought it up, but alright. You know, they were just interviewing about something else, and they're like, we want to remake Ogre Battle. Very oddly specific, sir. Don't you do Centipede or something? Yes, but we want to do Ogre Battle. That wasn't the exact phrasing, but it very well should have been. See, I'll never be ready to see Eleanor sacrifice in HD. Well, that's why we go for the objectively better B route, damn it. Let's see. It's quite funny. Never know. See, still miffed how bad the blood fresh supply came out on lunch? What? What the hell is that? I'm completely out of the loop of whatever that is. Sounds very vampiric, whatever it is. Alright. See, that thumbnail is beautiful. Well, thank you. I tried hard on that one. But that's why we got Tardy just going and chilling out. Just thinking about all the better ways that he could have gone. See, imagine if Atari is our only hope for getting an OB remaster. Dude, I want Vanillaware to get that job. Like, I want somebody to go to Vanillaware and be like, look, Unicorn Overlord was just the kickiest of asses. You need to absolutely go take over Ogre Battle now, please. We have forcibly mind-controlled Matsuno to not fight with you on this. I have a feeling part of the reason that we haven't gotten an Ogre Battle remaster is just Matsuno's hard to work with. Supposedly. Like, it seems like every time that anybody's been interviewed over working with a guy, it's just been like, the project technically reached the finish line. I have nothing bad to say about my boss. Anyway. Let's see, old build engine shooter. Yeah, I don't know. I'm totally unfamiliar with that one. Let's see. B route, obviously better, but canonically goes whoosh. Man, screw the cannon. Actually, no. Imagine if they remade Knight of Lotus, but they took the FF7 remake approach. It's like, no. Just take that Knight of Lotus 2 thing, the meme from a few years ago. Just like, it's like, no. They went and they retired happily, just going and banging in the woods, and then all of a sudden they hop into their Warhawk to go fix all the mistakes from all the rest of the series. Get Sony involved. There we go. That's how you get funding. You have them fly the Warhawk. Nobody's touched that franchise, or that IP in like friggin' 3 decades. Just go down that way. Okay, actually, I guess technically they had that thing on the PS3 that was a pretty good online shooter thing, but nobody's touched it in at least a decade. There we go. It's like, get all of the old-timers together for one big nonsensical remake. Let's see, I want UO to come out on Steam. I haven't played it yet because someone broke my Switch and I haven't bought a new one. What you need to do is go on eBay and find one that you can fix. Ideally. Or actually, you can just buy the tablet alone, which is pretty legit. But yeah, dude, I wish it came out on Steam too, dude. There's not very many things that I would immediately go for, like, a day one purchase on, as like, that I could even afford to do so. But yeah, that would be on that list. Like, Unicorn Overlord is such a good game. Alright, now we finally get Berserk on our Berserker. It's weird how long that took. Let's see, do we replace anything with you? You get extra health, sure. Gingerbread Warrior, what about you? You got anything useful yet? No vigorous attack yet? No, that's like 15 or so. Okay, cool. You get this. You're still using fists. For absolutely no reason, here you go, Vice. Have this completely sensible build and don't question me. Go swords, go axes. There's, for the one guy here that just started, don't worry, there's no secret tech behind this. We just make fun of Vice wherever we can. Okay. You already have your meditate. Get some holy water. There's this old, I think like Dio or something song called Holy Water from forever ago. Always kind of comes to mind whenever I hear it. Also, apparently that skeleton that we exercised did not give us those bronze knuckles, so never mind on that. Enchantress should have every skill that she has at this point. This cleric has not gotten her... just get some insight, I guess. And then you will not have gotten anything yet, except for your bonus health. Sure. It's mostly what we're getting for everybody here. And that'll be good enough. Alright. Not Holy Diver. Yeah, you're right. Dio did Holy Diver. I'm thinking of, God, what was it? There was some classic rock band that for some reason went through a weirdly religious phase before suddenly going back into just complete nonsense. I think they were... I think originally I thought they sounded French, but then they turned out to be an American band. I'm completely blanking on it right now. Weirdly dramatic music, whatever it is. Anyways, yeah, we're not going to leave her here. Let's go ahead and save her, because she is a lot easier to save in this one. See, Alphonse, technically, the only Tactics Ogre protagonist with a canon love interest. Not quite. So we've got a few that are potentially implied, and some that are practically guaranteed. Like, as far as Olivia and Denim, mostly that's confirmed by Matsuno himself. Like, on Reborn's release, I feel like the story comes up every stream, but, like, he basically wrote a tweet like, yeah, no, dude, they were totally screwing in that boat. So there's that. Okay, his exact phrasing was something like, well, I like to think that they were screwing in that boat. So, you know, slightly different, but either way, screwing in that boat all the same. Let's see, still want Reborn DLC based on the B route and TKOL. Make Alphonse recruitable here for the good guys. Dude, I want him to be the main protagonist here. Like, he just, you know, he somehow ends up just trying to retire with Eleanor or something. Ends up getting recalled back to Lotus, but you know, the two of them end up coming back. It would be cool. I mean, that's actually a fun route to look at. Like, if he was still called in here, they were still stuck in a relatively similar position. Like, let's assume that Balzaphon and them still end up burning down Goliath without him there, and then suddenly he's like, let's say he, you know what? Actually, come to think of it, what if Balzaphon's the one that changes his mind and then goes back on the agreement that they make at the end of B route? And so, like, they end up taking over Ovis, and so he just ends up getting shipwrecked here, and, like, all his party members end up scattered about, potentially captured by pirates or whatever. And so the entire thing is just them regaining their party. It's like, on a one-man adventure, like, let's say Denham's killed in the intro or something during that initial scene, but instead we see older Alphonse, but now he has both eyes. Suddenly showing it. Dude, that would be awesome. I would love that. Dynamax Olivia is canon. They also did her on the boat at the end of the game. Exactly. As the kids would say, cheeks were indeed clapped. Anyway, let's see. TBF Tardy is set up extremely well for a redeemable Fallen Knight in Episode 8. Yeah, I don't know why, when there was discussion over this, people were saying that it had to be a completely new guy that showed up for Episode 8. Like, honestly, Tardy as the main protagonist of 8 makes a ton of sense. Like, he survives canonically no matter what. He's... Despite doing, you know, despicable things or whatever else, honestly, on the scale of despicable things we see from any of the protagonists in these games, he's really not even up there. Like, dude is surprisingly just doing his job for the most part. I mean, like, how many times have we gone just, like, mass deployed poison against entire crowds in this game, you know? I mean, if we consider Law Route Denim canon, he straight up just found a congregation of nuns and was like, well, guess I'm back to killing again. Like, he's, again, surprisingly not up there as far as mass murders go, even compared with Denim. So, either way, I think the case can be made there that there's 100% every reason that he should be kind of on the redemption train, as it were. But anyway, reverse Zenobia, yeah, that would also be pretty cool. It's like have him join with the Zenobians. Actually, that'd be pretty cool. What if the Zenobians were the ones that save him? I don't know if that was mentioned in a comment earlier, but that'd be a cool angle for it. Like, they're going and they're sailing over. They happen... No. What if they were the ones sent in to prevent the thing in Ovis, but then they couldn't? And now it's like their redemption arc as well. because like they got raided, and then like let's say they also stopped by to go steal the Longicolnus from Ovis. I guess technically it was given up as a bit of a bribe at the end of that game, so... Well, I mean, theoretically, anyway. I think Richter returns with it, doesn't he? I don't know. Dude, that'd be pretty cool. Anyway, so I hope we get a new episode. I hope Alphonse is able to join us. Yeah, I mean, dude's pretty alright. Honestly, as far as protagonists go, I think I personally found him the most relatable, but that also might have just been because that's the one I was playing growing up. Alright, let's see. Can we water blast this guy or something? There's a chance for recruitment. But there's also a chance for stabbing spear real good here, so let's go ahead and take that, I think. Alright. They go for some meditates, they go for some other stuff here. I might have to go refill my coffee at some point, because we've been at this a surprisingly long time, actually. Alrighty. Anyway. So you love the slightly humorous take on Tardy's personality. Seems so much better than the entirely dark shtick. Yeah, I mean, he's just a kid. Like, he's just a kid doing kid stuff. He's trying to figure out his place in the world. See, Alphonse and Keiwa was a bit dumb, if memory serves. Yeah, he wasn't exactly the brightest crayon in the box, but like, again, he's a kid in that one. What has to be realized is, for most of the protagonists in all these games, they're usually on the kid-ish side. So like, actually, wait a minute. We can punch our own guy to punch the other guy. Great. And punch a bush, too, because why not? But, like, Magnus over in OB64 is basically just getting out of high school in that particular instance. He's just getting out of the military academy, and he's an emotional, like... he's an emotional wreck. Who are we kidding? He's just a kid doing dumb stuff all the dang time. And again, what's cool about it is that they even have all of his superiors like going like clearly used to this whole thing. Like they've seen this happen before. They've raised recruits before. They're used to them acting out. So it's kind of interesting to kind of see it from that perspective. It's like they know what's going on. They've raised them before. Kids are going to be kids. Teenagers are going to be teenagers. They're going to be all angsty and emotional and whatever else, and do all kinds of weird nonsense. I mean, same thing for, like with this game and Vice. Like, I'd say Denim is... So, I was thinking about this earlier. It's like I said earlier, was going and coaching a soccer game earlier today, and it got me thinking through part of it. Like, we occasionally joke about Denim being a bit of a kind of blank slate and whatever else, but one angle to consider it from is that when it comes to a leader, like why he was chosen over somebody like Vice or Cash or whoever else, if we compare between the different leader characters, he's the only one that's kind of got a sort of leadership presence of sorts. Like, we look at Vice, he's the one that wants to lead, but he doesn't actually have, like, he doesn't have, what would even the thing be? Like, he doesn't have the presence for it, Others are not willing to follow him because he doesn't seem leader-like, if that makes sense. So either ways, like, he doesn't seem like that sort. But we look at Denim there, I think the only reason he's chosen is not necessarily for ability or whatever else, but the fact that he's got that kind of leadership quality to it, that he's the only one that's actually able to talk like a leader, act like a leader, whatever else. Again, not necessarily due to any other kind of qualifications or whatever else. Because I remember a discussion during the Resident Arc podcast over, potentially recruiting based off loyalty, but I think it might have been possibly one of the few decent decisions that Ronway makes of being able to sort of, pick a leader, as it were. I don't know, just a bit of a thought there. All right, let's see. I like how people are ready to call Tardy evil, but then completely turn a blind eye to the fact that Hamilton kills you in his game. Yeah, like that's another funny one. Yeah, for anyone that's never played March of the Black Queen, he will straight up just stab you in the back if you're more popular than his king. Like, no, he will only support this one king. Like, he's the only one that gets to win. Let's see, which football or soccer team do you support? I don't. I don't really watch soccer. I just grew up playing soccer. And so it was asked a few months back, like, well, to get your son into soccer, we're looking for volunteer coaches. It would definitely get them in because we have a waiting list. I was like, you know what? I've never technically coached before, but this might be a bit of a fun thing because they're basically saying that the requirements are non-existent. Like anybody can just go and do it. So like, just go through our training course, And I have to say, would really like that if the training course did more actual training. I didn't really feel particularly ready for it, but that being said, still, it's been a fun experience going and doing practices, doing trainings, doing games and all that. It's surprisingly fun. I just get to go, just chase the team around, order out, shout out orders, and it's fun. It's a good time. Get to go lead everybody in real time and whatnot, and they don't listen half the time. But hey, it's how it's gonna be. You do your best, and as long as everybody has fun, that's what counts. All right. But yeah, I don't really know that much about actual soccer teams. I just used to like playing the game. I liked kicking a ball around. All right. Let's see. Vices to uploaded. Yeah, and it's actually something that they revisit in OB64 as well. I'm just like, you got, what's his face, Dio, who's ready to go throw down immediately and thinks he's going to somehow get himself promoted for that. Man. Anyway. Let's see. Richter is a lot like Vice now that I think about it. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, he's got some hot-bloodedness to him, but I will say it's more like he gets manipulated with his dead wife. I'm not really sure I see the two being that similar. Because like in Richter's case, he doesn't really like at first he abandons you because they get stuck in the undead woods. Which kind of an interesting point. You can't have exorcism yet by that point, so considering that he follows the game mechanics any other time, I like to think that he just kind of found himself in a position that he just didn't have any way to deal with the undead, so they got stuck forever. Anyway, so while he's getting himself soft-locked, that's when you're going and traveling around, get yourself captured and whatever else. But yeah, no. After that, though, he ends up following up with you. He ends up giving you money to start your team. They do have a bit of a falling out, but you have to realize at that point Alphonse has basically betrayed them. Because, again, Alphonse is kind of an idealistic weirdo like that. He's like, no, 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 this person saved me, now I have to go be their servant. Like, no, dude, it's okay, the spy is trying to recruit you, it's okay to not go with the spy. No, no, guys, you don't understand, I owe the spy $5, I gotta be a traitor now. He's just trying to be a good guy to a fault, and I'm not even sure he understands why. Anyway. Oh, sweet. We recruited the guy. It probably would have made more sense to kill him to get his tamer marks, but hey, it's fine. He gets to be our dude now. And I guess we'll just poison that guy. Actually, that probably will be more useful. And I guess we'll just miss everything. What is this, Union Zero? Let's see, let's remember this plot would not have happened if Denham's dad gave Kashua up. Yeah, no, pretty much. We probably would have had good ending right away. Like, if Denham's dad gives up Kashua early on in the game, more than likely what happens is she ends up being raised as their puppet, is probably... I mean, she is sort of grown up to that degree, so I'm not necessarily sure that she would be too willing to go along with it, but I also would assume that they probably would just become really... kind of really good at politics. Like, they just seem like the sort that would sort of thrive in that particular environment, if you ask me. But yeah, one way or another, then yeah, they would have been, they would have joined Lotus, they would have been made queen, and that was kind of about it. They more or less would just be done at that point. The rest of the incident doesn't really happen. Alright. Actually, wait, we need to kill this dragon. What am I doing? Let's see, I'm surprised how many people forgot that Eleanor is Sybil's sister.
What?
Yeah, true. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go to Farompa later. Rip that guy. Let's see, beat my first playthrough and Denham got shot in the face. Didn't think I was terribly murder-happy. Endgame was just trying to win before my guys bled out. So there's a lot of stuff that makes more sense on a second timeline when you go back and look through it. But basically what happened there is that there's... Like, if Kashua doesn't survive, You basically have a lot of discontent that's around everywhere because everybody's just looking to get their king back. Because everyone's sick of wars, they're trying to. Oh, whoops.
Your words echo Branchen's own.
Whoops. Okay, well, I guess we now find out what happens if we go with that option, because I never do. Okay, well, anyways, now that we've pissed off Kashua, or not Kashua, but Sistina, I guess them two are not going to be quietly getting along this time around. We'll disagree with Tardy for absolutely no reason, even though we totally agree with him, actually. And we'll go this way. Alright. Question is, how smart is Kashua in that case? I mean, I would assume she would go along with it and just kind of accept the power and eventually turn around, because she's not really that much older when this game comes around, so I would imagine most of her same opinions are still cemented. She probably would still end up hating Lotus for doing any of that in the first place, because they didn't really ask, is the thing. They were originally supposed to... We find out in Coda, they were originally supposed to go door to door, and just go and ask everybody and figure out what's going on. Balzaphon steps in, he's like, I'm bored, let's set fire to it all. And, yeah, basically... If Balzaphon doesn't get involved, there's a pretty decent chance Prancet just gives her up early. Because, like, if somebody comes along, they're like, hey, look, we need to borrow your kid because we want them to rule the country. It's like, wait, you're telling me they get infinite money and resources and we end any and all conflicts immediately? Like, that's a good deal right there. If somebody talks to him, I'm pretty sure he gives her up at that point. You know, that was, even though it's kind of against the orders he was given, he basically saw what Branson was up to at that point. I'm pretty sure he would just agree to give her up, to be honest. Like, that's just too good of a deal to not do that. Alright, let's pick up some claws. What's the other dagger that the archer gets? I don't think I have one yet, but let's buy the best sword in the game. And, let's see, that guy's doing axes. I kind of want to do axe blowgun. That's pretty neat. Alright, we're going to do 3 spears. Upgrade this, buy several staves. Oh my goodness, this feels so good right now. For reasons that are hard to explain. For Union Zero, money has been so frickin' tight. It's been so tight, there's been no damage, no odds to hit anything. It just feels so nice to have money and be able to hit things. Oh, that run is gonna drive me insane. Though I will say, it's almost... It's literally on, like, the last fight at this point. What's funny enough... Okay, what's funny is that it was on the last fight, actually, and then I decided to go save Ravnus to actually properly save her to recruit later in the story. And then that wound up being feasible, and then that rabbit hole just kind of kept going, to be honest. Anyway, that's a story for another time, though. Okay. That'll be good right there. Let's see. You need better spear, so you have better spear now, please. There you go. You get Volch. It is also a very, very good weapon, and you enjoy that thing. Do we want better battle axe? Yes. Am I going to bother spending money on it? No. You get staff, though. And then we buy many, many knives. Because knives are good, and knives are friend, and we buy many stickers. Funny thing, though, stickers, despite being an absolutely amazing tool, yeah, they don't drop that often. Like, for some reason, they are weirdly rare. One of the best weapons as far as offhand stuff in the game, and they just never drop. Despite being one of the earliest things that you can get. It's kind of strange like that. Alright. We do this, we do this. I kind of want to run daggers on him, like axe and dagger. Yes. Yes, that is what we're doing. Forget bows. We are living the axe and dagger life now. Who else needs more knives? I need to hand out more knives to someone. You look like somebody in need of a knife. Except it's a knife on the end of a stick. It's fine. It's the same thing. You do not have knife. That is sad. You have Volsh. That is good, I guess, maybe. You get armor. You get slightly better armor. You get pants. We are living the pants free, but also pants having life. Anyway, there we go. We get one of these. We don't have the upgraded robes yet. Fun thing, by the way, also never thought about this until Union 0. Yeah, she doesn't get access to Mage Staff. One of those weirdly specific limitations that Priest does not get access to certain range-extending staves early. I'm not sure why, but that's just a thing. Very specific thing, but it is a thing. I thought I bought better claws for you, and I did. There you go. You have claws. This is good. Better armor, for the most part. Right, you get better health, I think. And then replace that with fists, and there we are. That's looking pretty dandy. Okay. And now we go to Bordeaux. Actually, wait a sec. Sarah. Right. I actually forgot that Sarah got a pretty cool glow-up in this version. Because, yeah, she's Ice Element, meaning that she's good against the initial Griffins. So we'll go and, actually train her up to be overpowered real quick. Caesarea, you know what, you practically don't need to be here. So we'll go replace you real quick. Gingerbread, you're fine. Voltaire needs a little bit of training. Yeah, you know, whatever. We have that replacement Valk for something if we need it. Alright. Let's see, Set House, Sistina, Saria, Fulkert, and Bane all just probably die in the... Yep. They pretty much get overwhelmed. Same thing with Neutral Trio. See, to be fair, Kashra seems very sympathetic about Tardy. Yeah, and that's why we have a bunch of cool artwork that we get as a result. I don't know, God, what's their name? I'm blanking on their name right now, but the lady that does a lot of artwork for Tactics Ogre, they have an absolute ton of stuff for Tardy and Kashwa. Right. Let's see, Brenton kind of messed up with his planning with Kashwa. Yeah, he's super hot-headed. Like, Branton is like if Vice won. Like, if he managed to achieve his plans, he would be Branton. It's like, they're basically on the same level of, like, I thought this through for 5 minutes, hold up, I need to go start up several new problems for no reason. It's like the absolute ADHD of ruling mechanisms, you know? See, Sticker my Mage's best friend in their offhand. Oh, yeah. Man, there's one of the videos, I forget if it made it into Union 0 or not, but there was just this moment during the Aerocell fight. This wizard deflects away 3 arrows in a row. It's like, god damn. This dude's just going and pulling stuff from, what was it, like Hero or whatever that thing was? That one Jet Li movie. Where he's talking about how he wants to assassinate a king for like 3 hours and then decides not to for no reason. Man, that thing was frustrating. Like, just go kill the guy, he's right there. What do you mean you changed your mind? Alright, see, also slight peeve about Tardy. His portrait shows his missing eye on one side. Oh yeah, it switches, I know, right? Oh man, that mess is hilarious. I noticed it a ton because whenever going and switching it in Photoshop for doing thumbnails and stuff, you see it all the time. Wonder why Tardy said Denim and Cash reminded him of Balzaphon and Hobram, because they were brother and sister. And at one point, they were all getting along and all, you know, nice and handy-dandy with each other, and then they disagreed. And they were no longer nice to each other, and then the whole blinding thing happened, and then you would say that was generally not very nice. And then their parents popped in, they're like, Balzaphon, you know, like, you need to be nice to your brother, you need to be nice right now or you're going to timeout. And he's just there, like, holding the eye in his hand, like, I'm sorry, Dad. I won't do it next time, don't take my Switch. Absolutely dumb scenario. Anyway, okay. What were we doing? Right, you were shooting dudes. So you were shooting dudes, training up that crossbow somewhat decently. Alright. You get your hammers going. I think I already picked up an upgraded hammer on him. How somebody parries with a hammer is anyone's guess. That thing does not look very effective for parrying a dang thing, but you do you. Alright, let's see. And then he killed both... Yeah, I know, right? Absolutely rude. Like, that's gonna get you grounded forever, sir. Like, what do you think you're doing? I'm gonna go and throw that switch in the incinerator. Trying to go play your frickin' Crash Bandicoot after doing all that. Alright. Get some stick whackage going off of the cleric. Yeah, whenever you're in training, make sure to remember to actually whack stuff with your stick. because they've got really good finishers. They just they don't really get a chance to train their stick combat that often. So, you know, you don't really need much healing here. But unfortunately, if you switch them to AI, they will repeatedly try to do the actual efficient combat thing, which is not great. Actually, speaking of weird efficient combat stuff, so another thing I was noticing during Union Zero, and I wonder if anyone else has noticed this anywhere else. So if you pay attention to some AIs like Aerosol, they seem to actually go out of their way to try and squeeze away from back attacks. Like, they seem to actually try to avoid getting pincered. So, like, when I got to Aerosol in that run, right, there was an issue that I was trying repeatedly to get her into a pincer, because the kind of go-to strategy was just get everybody all pincered together and then have Canopus absolutely wail on somebody using his bullshit stats at the start of the game. And so I went for it over and over and over, and it worked in a couple of other situations, but then when it came to dealing with Aerosol, she kept slinking away and putting her back against a wall. Even when it would have put her facing her own team, she was putting her back against the wall. And then sure enough, she forgets to do it one time, and then go figure, that was the time that I was going and making the video. I'm like, look, she does this every time. She suddenly decides not to, and then that's the win. It's like, come on. Really? You're gonna do that? Let's see. Elemental health bars are better than ally foe. Oh, hell yeah, they are, dude. Like, these things give you an advantage all the time. It's like, what exactly do you use to go smush this, that, or the other? Or in this case, do the total opposite, but it's okay, because this guy's using a meat mallet for a weapon, because I forgot to upgrade him. Or stab this guy, and then accidentally hit Canopus, and then also completely whiff on hitting the person that we were actually trying to reach. Don't worry, my strategy makes sense. Alright. Let's see, where do oriental weapons such as katanas, blowguns, or flintlocks in Valeria come from? Other places. Let's see, is meditate quite literally make or break your game? Nah, not really. There's ways around it. Like, for Union Zero, they pretty much constantly have to use spells, but they also don't get access to meditate for the vast majority of the team. And there's still ways. See, Mana Wish heal scaled off your instat like Mikawa rather than depending on heal number. I mean, it's interesting for what it's worth. It's an interesting idea. It's not perfect by any means, but it's cool having a kind of set number there. As far as its scaling, that actually has been tried in One Vision, and it's amazing, and you should do it. You should go try it. But yeah, it does scale off of it there. And it actually leads to a ton of tech, because they made it extremely specific as far as how it scales. So, like, an actual building your healer for mind is really, really good. But then at the same time, you could build them for Vit and parries and stuff like that, and it's just like, you got your combat cleric that can't die, you've got your other cleric that can heal real good. Dude, man, did I mention I love One Vision? Because I love One Vision. It's so good. Oh yeah, anyway, so yeah, katanas, they mention, I don't know if they mention specifically where katanas come from, but blowguns, they are from the Gerges, who are apparently, it's apparently wherever the lizard people are from. The flintlocks and stuff like that are from Balabode. And yeah, I think the katanas are the only ones that aren't explained, and they're just like, they're from the east. What's east? Who knows? But I like to think that Ovis is possibly east. I forget, somebody made a world map at some point. I like to think Ovis is east, because if you look at their short swords, they kind of look like falchions a bit. And if you squint real hard, you could pretend that's a katana or something. So yeah, like the Hisiu, I think it's called, looks just like the short sword from Knight of Lotus. I'm just saying. Like, it practically could be the exact same sprite. So if that's a lore, I don't know if that's a lore, but that could be a lore. Imagine if we had Andora's playable instead of Ozma. That'd be pretty neat. I was really hoping that we would eventually see their chapter at some point, but it's pretty unlikely. Like, I want to see that chapter. See, as far as I know, it was integrated into Valeria to a point. Ninjas have positions as spies. Also true. Very, very true. Because, yeah, we got, like, ninjas doing the spy thing everywhere all the time. Even over in Ovis, so it definitely has been around for quite a while, because even in Knight of Lotus we see knights being used for that. Or, ninjas being used for that, rather. Alright. Beautiful! Man, I love abusing counterattack. It is funny how parry counters counterattack in many cases. Okay. One tremendous shot. Probably just give somebody the business here. Actually, no. Let's keep on training daggers for the time being, because I want her to get a finisher at some point, even though she's realistically not getting one anytime soon. Right now, I'm just trying to get my Ice Archer, just so we could show off breaching bombs and stuff like that. And I forgot to actually train up the guy that I meant to do this for. Crap. Well, whatever. We'll just give him some charms. Why not? See, that's another thing. That, like, one of those things that I love about this version. It's like, you forget to throw somebody into training, fuck it, just feed them some coupons. Anyway. Let's see, I'd prefer both. Would it be cool? Thunderman Punch, Chili Girl Whip. Nothing wrong with that. Alright. Let's see, get you. Oh no, auto counterattack and parries and KOL, not depending on your type of weapon. Yeah. Tended to lead to a lot of casualties, though I will say your units were freakishly tanky in KOL. Like, even your clerics could take 3 to 4 big hits before they died. It was pretty easy to keep your guys living. Alright. Phalanx, you just continue training your skills. You're not doing anything with that crossbow right now. You're just dinking off their armor. You're just using them for practice. But yeah, it's funny seeing the kind of an interesting interaction where it was kind of a downside in KOL when you constantly would have counters on everything, but it was technically such a massive improvement over the way that SNES handled it. It's kind of interesting. And then they just sort of found a nice little equilibrium here, where it's like, here you go, you sort of get the counters, you also sort of don't. Just something happens, maybe. It's fine. Don't worry about it too hard. See, KOL animations were top tier. Atropos in the Star Tier was beautiful. Dude, I loved the amount of weapon animations in that one. Like, you could tell they put a lot of work into those. Because I love how practically every class has special animations for everything. Even something as simple as seeing every class firing bows differently depending on their outfits is it's just cool, man. Is that Felicia the one that replaces Donalto? Yes. She's also the one that's got the annoying cat voice. So, yeah. We're just going to ignore that part, though. He doesn't have lobbers yet, because I didn't train him right. Screw it. We're actually not at Gamp anyway, so, okay, he's just going to go in as a beast support for the time being. So, he goes in here, we replace somebody with him. Okay, so we need 9 units, we need to replace 1. I'm going to temporarily bench Sarah. As everybody else needs a bit more training. Sounds pretty good to me. Oh, I forgot to bring my Enchantress in. She would have been useful here. The Dragoon flinging his sword in the air before killing a dragon. Yeah, dude, that stuff was cool. And they had separate free kill animations depending on like sword or spear, and depending they had the kill shot animation. They had the special animations for their specialty weapons. It was, dude, they really kind of went all out with those. It's good stuff. Ow. Need to stretch my neck a little bit here. Just noticed I've been staring intently at the screen, getting like stiff neck over here. I'm not sure if you hear all that crunching. Oh well. And again, this feels so free after after the run I've been working on. It's gonna be so depressing turning the mod back on after this. Like, hold on, I could make use of normal game mechanics. Make it go back. Though that being said, again, it's so close to done. As soon as Ravnus's rescue is done and Darza is dead, that run is basically like it's gonna be so easy after that. Like, it is just a plain grind to win at that point, and I have never done a Giga grind for Reborn yet because it just simply hasn't been necessary. So I'm kind of looking forward to it, as weird as that sounds. Let's see, Warlock Baron Soul was the coolest move. Sata came with a damage penalty for whatever reason. Yeah, dude, that was weird. That Baron Soul surprisingly sucked, despite having, like, what was it, like 6 different custom animations for the damn thing? So here you go. You've got a bonus for using the opponent's element, and then you also lose that bonus. You're welcome. But why'd you do that? Because I felt like it. Maybe that's why their soul was barren. Like, they just felt really, really defeated after that. Alright, get over here, ginormous water mug. You know, I'll throat dry and stuff. Yeah, actually, speaking of Baron Soul and stuff, and Warren, I don't know if you're still here, but does anybody know who's kind of taken up Knight of Lotus modding at this point? Because I thought, I was sure Evergreen was still doing stuff up to this day, but like I haven't heard from them in a while, so I'm wondering if maybe they went on to greener pastures or something. But if anybody happens to be working on any KOL modding, got a bit of a question for you. If you happen to have a second. Why did I just cancel that movement? No. So you still bummed how you can't change your elements to Holy Dark and KOL. Funnily enough, I had to change Vice to Terranite to get into Dark Element. You can. Elemental Mirror. I'm just going to swap somebody to that other element. Also, hang on just one sec. Alrighty, and I'm back. Okie dokie, so let's have you take your... Did I bring the wrong archer? Oh, no, wait, no, I just didn't bring the other archer. There we go. That's the correct answer. I didn't bring the wrong one, I just didn't make the right choice. No, but no, they've had a couple of extra levels to catch them up a little bit. Man, Berserk is good. Berserk is just so freaking good. Where did I forget to put Berserk in the skill tier list, now that I think about it? I might have actually forgotten to put... Maybe I'm just forgetting. I'm wondering if I forgot to put Berserk in the tier list. Dude, Berserk is so good. It's weirdly specific, and it's definitely got downsides, but, like... It's basically nature power, but it comes out of your frickin' hand. It's close-range nature power that applies to every element. It's good stuff. Alright. And it's free, for that matter. Like, you know what? We should probably redo a separate tier list of just comparing just how potentially strong each individual thing is. I think the only reason that nature power actually gets rated where it is just because summons, obviously, so, yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I'm just gonna ramble incoherently like a crazy person for a moment. Pardon me. Alright, you do an Aqua Blast over there. There we are. Probably do a little bit of recruiting later. If we need to. Oh, we're probably fine without it. Let's see. Mental Fons couldn't? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Nice. Dude, I'm loving this this two-hander build on Denim here. He's just running around, just smushing stuff with impunity. It feels good. Dude, the absolute glow up the two-hander saw from PSP to Reborn is just unfathomable, quite frankly. I mean, out of curiosity, who here remembers the PSP version? Like, how many old heads do we actually have in the chat right now? Just to know. It's like, it's a very particular feeling when it comes to those two-handers. It's like, man, those things used to feel like a wet frickin' noodle before. He's good H2O. Alright. So you played the original back in the day? Well, then, there we go. We've got at least one backup on just how much two-handers got improved. And part of the reason was because one-handers scale differently. So this is something that One Vision addressed quite a bit. Like, if you ever wondered why the one-handed weapons had such a drastic difference in terms of attack values when it came to OV, it's simply put that for whatever reason they just scale differently. Someone just decided that one-handers need to scale way better than two-handers and have the better stats and have free hands and somehow way less by the late game. Like, they just kept getting more and more and more and more and more benefits to the point that it, like, just two-handers got screwed in that version. So you didn't understand what the point was in that original PSP version? Yeah, they were supposed to be like they are here. I mean, more or less what it comes down to. That they were supposed to be the big punch-through option, and they had some weirdly specific bonuses for it, and then they just scaled wrong. And I think... Now, this might be a bit of a crackpot theory. I think it might have been related to the stats they got, because they might have made a typo or something early on, and then it potentially snowballed into something else. Because, like... If we look at the numbers, like we've got stuff like, let's say, the old broadsword +1 there had an 8 strength bonus on there. It's like the second highest, I think, in the entire game, if you're not counting Snapdragons. And the thing just had a freakishly high strength bonus right from the get-go, right? And it did okay. It was slightly better than its contemporaries. But then you would assume that it would have been pretty massive. Like, it's not a small number. Like, what gives with that? And it just kind of seems like maybe at some point they just started stacking on numbers because they just screwed up some scaling early on. Somebody's finger slipped. I don't know. Also, apparently, in what is weirdly enough an interesting kind of flip and turn of phrase, the Donner has joined the party instead of the other way around. Alright. Let's see. But yeah, two-handers absolutely suffered in that version. Like, spears had something going for them. Like, in the case of spears, at least we had a situation that they ended up getting stuff like Spiral Scourge, and that thing could just nearly one-shot everything in the game. Funnily enough, so could a one-handed crossbow with nearly the exact same ability. It's like, well, what about two-handers? Like, well, what about Cyclone Saber? I remember using that at a distance. No, you didn't, because it didn't have any range before. It used to be a one-tile move, and then it was only the version that Volak got that actually had the distance on it for, again, whatever reason. Like, you had, what was it? You had two-handed axes, and then you had the one-handed axes that basically did the same thing, but you also could use a shield, and you also had just better stuff in general on them. It was wild how screwed they were for seemingly no reason. But yeah, it's either a typo or something, I don't know. They made some sort of mistake in that one, but they corrected it in this one, and I'm happy about that. So, that's good. I like that. And we get our Thunder Flare, that's all well and dandy. And they do one of them things. Alright, so she is going to notice that she has a penalty against everything here, and feel sad. But it's okay, because she'll go over this way, and... Ooh, she's actually got a chance to recruit this guy, and then he can hopefully solve her problems for her. Can you do that, sir? Oh. Well, that's just tragic. Alright, I guess we'll have to, I don't know, go help or something, maybe. But, you know, she's a knight. She's perfectly able to just handle it on her own, frankly. But it's fine. Let's see, all rollbacks because later version was glitched. Wait, what? Alright, let's see. It was a long time ago. I would have to dig out my PSP, but I believe my team was a couple of knights and all archer-type units. Yeah, and that was the other thing. Like, when it came to bows, they just scaled well, a lot of ranged weapons scaled freakishly high. Like, I was always obsessively setting up teams of different types of units for the hell of it. But it was very noticeable how much more archers did for most of the story. But then in a kind of freakish turn of events, while they did better during the story, when it came to the post-game, all of a sudden they got hard countered by things like hoplites, but only sometimes, so it was to the point where they could one-shot everything else on the map, and then all of a sudden, like, one unit type or another is able to counter them very effectively. So now all of a sudden you care about bringing stuff like Dragoons to deal with the Krakens they can't kill, until they get one more point in Teratology, and now all of a sudden they can one-shot the thing again. Like, there were all these weird, just sudden moments of stuff shifting for reasons that seem unfathomable, and it's weird. Anyway. Let's see, expect that messes up like those. All our rollbacks because later version was glitched. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see, fall damage is pretty nerfed in Reborn. It did significant damage in KOL. Oh, it's not just in Reborn. Fall damage was like... I mean, to be fair, it is still a one-shot kill for most of the post-game. So, it is... like, the regular fall damage is useful for challenge runs mostly. Yeah, it was definitely severe Knight of Lotus. Like, you could one-shot some... Not one-shot, but you definitely got that feeling that they at least broke their legs. in KOL for sure. Like, it was very satisfying throwing what's his face spear guy off his own wall. Like, I would go out of my way to throw that guy off the wall. It was so much fun. Like, I love that there was no immunity to knockback in that game. If there's one thing that I hope that they do actually potentially change in future entries, it actually would be to get rid of all knockback immunity, as weird as that sounds. Only because it allows for stuff like in KOL where your shield bash is freakishly reliable. Like, there's just no question. Your shield bash is moving something. The question is what's meeting them on the other side, you know? I loved that so much. See, Masuno is well known for not respecting deadlines. Oh, he's known for not respecting a lot of things. Like, again, one of my favorite stories for the release of Reborn was how they were saying, "Oh yeah, no, we were all ready to go and release," and then this guy just said, "Go redo every sound effect in the game." Like, that's the kind of stuff that has people show up on the news. Let's see. By the way, again, the one problem that never fixed in Reborn was it two-handed weapons for spells. Yeah, yeah, that's still a thing. I'm sure at some point somebody will mod that or something. Basically, it's just if you have a two-handed weapon, or if you're using a one-handed weapon and nothing in your other hand for some reason, it won't provide the intelligence, mind, or elemental bonuses that it should. And by elemental bonuses, I mean, like, if you attack with, let's say, like, okay, here, let me show you. It's like if he were to attack with a spell here, and let's say he's super effective against everything. So, like for example, this air spell being super effective against this guy would do slightly more because it's just his personal element. But if, let's say, he had like a pinion blade on him, or he had an air staff or something, it would also add that bonus. So for the case of super effective spells, it would add your elemental weapons bonus. I'm saying pinion blade or air staff. It doesn't actually have to match the element. Any element of any one-handed weapon will also add on top of your weapon attack. So this is why, for example, stuff like a Sagara is really highly valued, or something like a Ripple Staff is really highly valued, because you can use it to you can use it to get a pretty ridiculous damage multiplier on some of your spells and stuff. When it came to the two-handers, technically speaking, they also would theoretically get that bonus, but it means if you have a dedicated spellcaster with a battle axe, sure, let me know how you did that. I mean, like, it's basically like one of these niche things where I guess, yeah, technically it's a build that might sort of exist, but there also really aren't too many dedicated weapons that would also make much use of this, because if you don't necessarily have the stats to do it anyway, you won't be seeing those bonuses, because they, from what I understand, strictly apply to overhead. I mean, it's one of these ones you'd have to go get one of Recession's patented spreadsheet-long explanations for, because it's so oddly specific it realistically affects no one, but theoretically, you know, somebody could be affected at some point for some reason, and so some folks will, like, drastically pan the game for it. Because they're like, hold on, this one post-game weapon, like, I was specifically a fan of exclusively using the Wise Man staff, you guys. I need to have this one specific thing fixed, or else it's just unplayable. But anyways, no. As far as all that goes, it's mostly the Wise Man staff and Lazarus staff that are affected. From what I understand, it might not apply to cursed weapons, because I don't hear the same thing brought up about the Grand Grimoire. Or no. The Grand Grimoire would have been the third one. But I don't hear the cursed book being mentioned as far as that discussion goes. So it might not affect cursed weapons because they have some other thing with it. I don't know. It's something along those lines. It's, again, weirdly specific, hard to explain. But as soon as somebody says, "Oh no, this thing is glitched," that's when, you know, the emotions start going. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Maloric got 273 damage in the Storia Castle, although to be fair, he was already severely underleveled, barely any equipment. All right. Yeah, I mean, fall damage was pretty insane in that one. See, some immunities are annoying on some games. Most were fun gimmicks, come from weaknesses like Persona 3's, where basically all cool stuff was shut down, except during bosses when they were working against you. Yeah, I remember being slightly confused at being able to give your own people weirdly specific elemental immunities. It's felt unusual, but I haven't really played... you know, weirdly enough... Persona is one of those weird things to me where I've played 3 and 4 extensively, to some degree anyway. I played 2 a bit, but I still wouldn't have considered myself as having played them a bunch. Like, I loved the general ideas that 4 had, but oh my god, they just never shut up. Which is ironic coming from me, I know, but like, it felt like a Saturday morning cartoon. Like, hey, or no, it just felt like some Blue's Clues shit. It was like, no, who could this person be with this very specific haircut? I don't know. Who could it possibly be? There's only one person with that haircut, but it's fine. We got to go ask this person. Hold on, they said we got to ask this person. We got to ask this person. He's standing right there. Can I ask him? No. He's got the haircut though. Can I ask him? No. Ask another person who will tell you to ask him. Like, I like the idea that they were going for there, but it felt super annoying. I don't know. I think to some degree I kind of preferred 3 over 4, and just in terms of the tone and not being as preachy, but it's still whatever. Who cares? Let's see. So the idea is not to use two-handed weapons for spells when you get later in the game. So yes, but let me go ahead. No, don't load yet. So first of all, save. But here. Let me just go ahead and pull this up real quick. So, hang on. We are temporarily going to a different save because I want to show this real quick.
Tactics Ogre.
So, the thing... Okay, so as far as that two-handed weapon thing goes. So, like, if we go for something like this here, right? And, you know, she goes and let's say she goes and hits something with her summons or something. It's applying the very, very, very modest intelligence bonus from the sword, but additionally it's also giving her something like 20% overhead if she's attacking an earth target. Like, this is an optimization that is strictly in cases where it makes your super effective attack more super effective. So it's basically applying 1 out of 6 times if we're being generous. Now, that being said, the stuff that is affected would be... Hang on, who's got it? I think it was Health Pidgey that had it. Hold up. Yeah, this guy. So, like, somebody that would be affected by it would be somebody that was, like, let's say, a dedicated spellcaster using a staff. And of the two-handed weapons that actually have a bonus on there, that would be primarily the Wise Man Staff and the Sage Staff, as well as the Grand Grimoire, that are actually intended for that purpose. That being said, when it comes to both of those weapons, nobody's realistically, like, getting stuck on these particular things, because you get, functionally speaking, the same difference off a Ripple's Rod, and it's easier to get. Not to mention you get the anatomy bonus on top of this. Like, realistically, Sage and Wise Man's are available later than this thing, so either way. Here, let me see if I can actually show this. Like, does it actually... Here, let me see if we've got the parts here to show this off, hopefully. So, here, let's go here. It's like, here, let's move this over real quick, like. We're going to temporarily move chat over to this side so I can show this. So like, you're seeing right here, switching over to something like the Lazarus or Wise Man's or something like that would still technically improve their magic power a little bit, just 2 and 7 here, but it doesn't give nearly the bonuses that it should. Because it's not providing the same... Like, it's basically ignoring the intelligence and mind bonus. From what I understand, it's ignoring it strictly for the purpose of damage, that it still supposedly applies it for the sake of debuffs or something. But realistically speaking, though, in most situations, what you'd be doing is running a casting thing in your offhand anyway. So let's put the chat back where it was. So, like, let's say... we go over to any of our dedicated casters, and typically you don't want to be using the two-handed stuff anyway. Alright, I turned her into a Fusilier with a crossbow, don't question that. Let's go, like, to Drumstick over here. So, like, normally you'd be using a dagger in your offhand for getting some additional intelligence bonus, for giving you that parry bonus, because they're still always going to be vulnerable to things like arrows, and while you could give them stuff like shield, it doesn't parry, so, you know, they're still limited to something like this. That slight boost in defense is really not going to be a game changer at this point, so usually you would just run them with something like a dagger, and then if you give them something like a cursed dagger, which I don't think I have on this save file, you know, that would be that much more potential value. It gives them more access to finishers and things. Their spells are affecting their finishers, so usually you'd be running, you know, a kind of double setup for this anyway. Actually, I just noticed I took the cigar away from him and gave it to Cashaway here. Because there are other exceptions. Like, let's say you were using a shield for the purpose of intelligence and didn't have any reason to worry about parries. Like, let's say you were running a Stinky set build. You still would probably be running a one-handed thing like a Sagara anyway. Not only is this stronger, not only is it one-handed, you know, potentially lighter weight and stuff like that, it's giving you more features, it's giving you more power from your attacks and stuff. Basically, everything leans towards why are you not just using the one-handed versions when it comes to the casting stuff, kind of an opposite of how melee weapons were last time around. Like, even when it comes to, let's say, examples like, let's say, using Bayon, right? It's like, on paper, it would make sense to use something like a Talalix Bolt, because it's got that intelligence bonus on there, it's got that, you know, elemental bonus on there, but you're not really using that for a dedicated casting thing anyway. Like, you could get a similar-ish bonus from something like a Lesker's. You might be able to, here, there was some other one on here, too. Where was it? Was it this one? I could have sworn there was some other one on here. You know, something like the Brynhilder would basically provide a better bonus while being easier to get a hold of and being one-handed. So spears are usually used for their spear finishers, long range. You've got the debuff spears you're probably using. Like, it's not necessarily something that is necessarily being missed here, but it would be nice if it was, you know, fixed, as it were. So it seemed like what had happened, like they had tried to fix it, from what I understand. It seemed like they had tried to fix it, and then it became impossible, because what ended up happening was that they ended up accidentally breaking the Knight Commander weapons while doing so. So that was just sort of a thing that happened. Alright. See, two-handed caster weapons take too much away when you want to, when you want the cudgel. I'm assuming they meant cudgel there with the charm, and parry is too much of a loss. Yeah, like the Wise Man and Lazarus, they're still useful on stuff like clerics, because they seem to still affect healing. They still seem to be solid in terms of being MP sticks and stuff like that. So either way, you know. By the way, another weird thing that I kind of wish Reborn would have changed: more Griffins in the Gamp fight. Like, you can't recruit his 2 Griffins, and you just got a Beast Tamer with nothing that you can recruit until Chapter 2. Kind of a weird oversight that I would like a community version to fix at some point. But what we're going to do is we're going to put you over here. We are going to replace you with this one. We are going to go ahead and see if... yeah, no, that's not going to help you any, so you go over that away, and then we're basically good, except for this guy who needs that hammer I got him. There you go, have a Morning Star. You look cooler now. Do you want a hammer in your other hand? Probably not. Maybe not a very good idea. Maybe I won't do that. Maybe I will, just for the hell of it. I don't know yet. I'll decide later. Bronze over there. Rampart is fine on you, though for the moment I think we're just going to go extra health. There we go. We don't really need our area control right now. Alright, let's see. I'll play the remix when possible. Alright, and, see, Devil Survivor or Persona recently beat the second one in both Secret and Chaos Paths and got his blast. Yeah, I was meaning to try more of those SMT games at some point. Is Devil Survivor the one with the dude that's got the friggin', like, gamer lights all over him? Guy looks like one of them henny tattoos with LEDs or something. But yeah, Grand Grimoire is the one with an active use of a Grade AoE. No, it's Grand Grimoire is just another one that has an active use of giving you more MP. Most of the kind of end game things are just MP batteries. You're thinking of you're thinking of One Vision. I think it's got a use of radius on there. I think it didn't. Or no. In One Vision, I think it gives you the ability to fly. It might have been one use of something or other in PSP. Not sure off the top of my head. Because you really so there's a bit of a theory that I brought up in a video a little bit of a while ago. But I was talking about just weird, like the iceberg theories and whatever else. Normal Lux had it. There we go. Okay. But like there was a theory that I was particularly happy about. Just in terms of the Grand Grimoire being Roderick going and rewriting the universe over and over. because it's weird how the Grand Grimoire does actually seem to get nerfed past every entry that you see it in a tactics game. Like you see it in, let's say, stuff like I saw somebody mention that it was that it was supposedly the cause of the whole galaxy stop thing in FFT. I don't know if that's true, but I like to think it is. We're gonna assume it's not though. But like you see it creating entire universes back in like FFTA and FFTA 2. In the PSP version, it's got that nuke associated with it that eradicates the undead. And then you see it come back in Vagrant Story. And it's basically become a tattoo or whatever else, and apparently gives you time powers or something. And then, all of a sudden, it comes back in Reborn, but now there's not just one, but a bunch of deteriorated copies of it all over the place. Like, the thing is definitely weaker than it used to be. A lot of its bonuses don't seem to work right, but now it's suddenly extremely easy to get a hold of. It's surprisingly cheap, and they're all just laying around where Roderick sets up his office. They're all just kind of chilling out there, you know? So I like to think that that it's kind of a little hidden thing where he's just going and rewriting the universe over and over using the book, and now there's just a bunch of used copies everywhere. I don't know. Potentially dumb theory. I think it's fun, though. But part of the reason for this is that, again, right next to this, you see Roderick getting more prominence with every re-release. So there's that, too. So I remember on PSP, I farmed cards using a spell from a book. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, two-handed caster weapons takes much away from you. We already talked about that. Oh, I thought the game fight before you could recruit beasts was to show you the value of the unit. I mean, yeah, but it really would be cool if you had a couple of extra griffins that you could go out of your way to recruit here. Because this is the first lizard that you can recruit in Reborn. It's kind of difficult to do so, and I brought the wrong units to do so. But yeah, it would have been cool if you could. Let's see. Normal Lieutenant. If I recall, it was a homage to Grimoire of the Rift from FFTA. Yeah, and that's the thing, though. It's been, like, redone, reinterpreted, whatever else, in a bunch of different versions. I don't... To be honest, I completely don't get the lore of what the hell they're going on there. Because somehow it's supposed to be... It's supposed to be somehow related to that journal or whatever else from FFT. It's supposed to be the book from FFTA and FFTA 2. It's supposed to be the tattoo that's the rude inverse thing that is somehow the same thing in Vagrant Story. Like, the thing gets around. I don't know what the hell it's supposed to be honest. Wait, whoops. Weird hiccup there. Yeah, I don't know what the full extent of that whole thing is, to be honest, but I just think it's kind of neat and interesting and stuff. It's neat to think about. It's kind of like how it's neat to understand history, but my god, some of it's complicated. Although, granted, I guess it's not as complicated as when I tried to understand the story of the FF7 remake the other day. Like, I heard folks say it was complex and potentially up its own ass, but hot damn. That was confusing. Can see where people were coming from. Alright, so now we get to show the power of throwing liquor at people. So now we have this, and if the new guy is still here, here's what you do. You throw breaches onto stuff, and then you watch it die. And it's kind of about that. I do appreciate that we still get the Rune Fencer showing you the value of an aquatic unit, though. So just being able to go take a quick little dip in the water. I mean, she's not going to do very much to this thing, because the breach is for physical things, not magical stuff, but we will see the archer take care of that. See, FF7 Remake just wanted to have Sephiroth as a boss fight in the first game. I mean, I guess. It makes about as much sense as anything else. Yeah, there we go. Difference between the two. 222, and then we also saw... like, just the sheer chaos of Breach plus Berserk. 342 on a unit that is completely stock, without a bonus or anything else. Like, basically near one-shot a boss. What is functionally a boss for this point of the game. That's just good stuff. And then you combine that in with pincers, like, man... People say that melee units have no play in this game. Are you high? Hell, that was with an elemental weakness versus her target, too. I love Berserkers, dude. They're good. They're good stuff. Alright. Alright, people. I don't know how to set up a poll in chat or whatever else, but who's voting war crime? Who's voting not war crime? Put your bets in now. gonna put this up to a vote. I'm okay with going wherever with this. Sanctuary, you know what? We're gonna put Sanctuary in there just for fun. But summons are the only good, damn it, right? Right. If you don't use summons, you're just some kind of dumbus or something. Alright. I can't tell you how refreshing it is in this version to be able to just go and use units without worrying that you're going to overlevel a class. I know that One Vision did correct that with a cheat code, but man, it's such a weird bit of peace of mind, you know. Law route. Okay, we got a lot of votes for law route so far. Okay, we got 2 law, 1 chaos. Where's my notepad? There we go. Just gonna tally them suckers up as they come in. And where did my pens go? Apparently my daughter borrowed half of my cup of things for project. Okay. So, we got 2 votes for law, 1 for chaos. And I will say, for those that want to see a particular route played through, just know that if you are voting for law just to see that different route, Union Zero is currently on law route. It was a bad idea, but I did it. It was a very bad idea. That run could have been completely done and edited by now if I hadn't made a very stupid decision. But hey, it happened, and it's just kind of where we're at now. Okay, let's see. 2 more chaos, 1 more law. Where'd my pen go? Okay, so currently we have chaos leading by 1 and nothing for neutral. Heathens. Anyway, let's go this way. And yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, we got 1 more for law. No, wait, we already counted that one for law. So currently, it is a tie between law and chaos, actually. I just can't count. So, you know, there's that. All right, 1 more there. Yeah, you know what? I might just run gingerbread with that broadsword all game. Maybe. Maybe. I'm kind of curious to see how long it lasts. See, tie equals neutral. That is true. We temper... You know what? That's the thing. Every time that these 2 tie up, we got to put another vote for neutral. Just putting that finger on the scale. See, law, because we never got a law route in FFT. This is true. I mean, they possibly broke the law with some of the art of some of those characters on some of the random cameos they did, but eh. Alright. And I also gotta go... Whenever we're doing the cutscene between the different chapters, I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break there for a second to go refresh coffee and stuff. Throw a little bit of a flashbang over that way. See, one of those things that they really could have improved for Reborn. Again, another thing I'd love to see in a community edition. Turn the witch into the siren. Turn the enchantress back into the witch. Like, it's such a minor detail, but the fact that they still serve the same role as the witch back since Ogre Battle. They're still doing the same thing of being the paralytic wave spammer, but then they were given increased functionality to make them more viable for other parts of the game. They finally realized the vision of that in Reborn here, and then at the same time they're just like, no, we're just not going to change the name back. It's like, no, ain't going to happen. Let's see, another vote for the tie equals neutral. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw 1 more on there if I can stop losing my pen. And looks like we got some hackers made a Corpse Brigade route mod. Oh, no kidding! That's pretty cool. How's that go? I mean, like, did they actually adjust all the dialogue and everything, or are we just talking, like, kind of general purpose, you get to play as those guys now? That sounds like a ton of fun. I still have to go back to do Reach the Future. I've been playing that every now and then, but same old, same old. Too much chaos, too little time, all that. Alright, and then we have Berserk hitting like a truck as it does. Come to think of it, maybe that's the skill that saw the most glow up. Like, I saw an interesting question in the comments the other day, asking what skill saw the biggest glow up in Reborn. And it's such an absolute tie across the board over how many things could fill that particular slot. It's like you've got things like, let's say, Nature Power, which were good before, but then suddenly, due to the free-flowing nature of magic damage in this one, potentially seeing some wackier numbers. Like, I doubt anyone appreciated Nature Power as hard as they do now. You've got stuff like Conserve MP with the absurd value it gets. You've got stuff Phalanx just absolutely deleting damage due to basically being free. You've got stuff like Vigorous Attack, which gets combined with Overpower to, again, just reach heights of ridiculousness that it never had before. It's kind of interesting. But what do you guys think? What skill saw the biggest glow up? I was kind of curious where that vote lies as well. Alright, and also, part of the reason that we're going for daggers and axes on Canopus is because if we get to the end game like I'm hoping, then he will have one very, very cozy layout in terms of his weapons. Alright, you get to go and crushify this guy, sort of, minus the whole crushing part, because elemental advantages and whatever. Yeah, you go ahead and snipe somewhere in this direction. Except not. Just go work on the back row, I guess. Hit the one target that you're weak against. Beautiful. Thanks, Brain. Okay. Dog caught me in his chains and forced me to pet him for 20 minutes while he was hugging me. I could have died. But see, as far as ways to go, though, that's one of the better ones, you know? Sometimes you gotta get those doggo snuggles. Let's see, Nature Power makes Rune Fencer is just godlike in endgame. I think Best Tune is a generic Rune Fencer with an Ogre set that just deletes everything. Was just showing that setup a minute ago. Yeah, it's such a good setup. Like, it just thoroughly shreds. From what I understand, part of that is actually there might be some bonus also given by the Ogre set for that. Not 100% clear on how that works. See, obviously back attack was the most improved. It's sad that that's actually true. It was just so worthless before. Although, it's hard to argue with the glow-up that it received in One Vision. And it's weird because the rolls are the exact same. Like, how is it the exact same skill, and it's somehow better than it was in One Vision, but due to context it isn't? You know? Let's see, Pincer with back attack is nice. There's that too. Ooh, what's this? Hold up. Sorry, news happened. Or emails happened. That is not what I thought it was. Okay. No, I was hoping that there was a bit of good news. I don't know if anybody else has had to deal with this nonsense, if, like, how many other parents are here. But, like, ever since a couple of weeks ago, some absolute jackasses have been going and taking it upon themselves to go and put out stuff that they should not be saying to try and spook schools and stuff like that, so now everybody gets to deal with it. Just gonna go ahead and leave it at that. Let's just say that babysitting duties went up tenfold the other day because of school suddenly getting cancelled. Like, I don't mind, but the situation I do mind. So yeah, if that back attack didn't work with Pincer, it does not. It was theorized that it did, but it's just such a temperamental and hard to follow skill that it feels like it does. But back attack is primarily useful for... Wonder if the neighbors are coming by for a visit or something. Back attack is mostly useful for making your finishers hit in bad weather. And again, you see the AI utilizing this later on in the game. Like, once we get there, I'll try to point it out when we see it. But it's an interesting little design detail. It is mostly there for the AI so that they make consistent use of their finishers and stuff. It's not very useful on your end, but it is a cool kind of moment of understanding, just kind of seeing who it shows up on and when. Just kind of appreciated that, you know? Alright. Delete Archer, thank you. That thing is so satisfying. I even bought him his better weapon, and he's still using his starting weapon and just deleting things. It's great. Alright. You hit this one, please. Boom. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go let the dogs run around a little bit. So after we make our decision here, whatever happens to be, remember that vote is still ongoing. Currently, we have Law winning by 1 vote. So whatever that is, we will just kind of take a quick little recess. I'm gonna go take the doggos out and stuff like that. Take a little bit of a break to do stuff you gotta do, as well as get some more coffee. So there we go. We got this lady recruited. we will fire her immediately, but we do want her equipment. We got Pincer coming in over there, doing its thing beautifully. Alright. I guess we should heal somebody. Why not? See, false flags for school stuff sounds very... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they have to respond somehow. So I get where they're coming from. Like, they're doing the best they can. But it's like one of these cases of, like, look, I really don't want the kids growing up with, a full police presence at all times at school now. Like, that's the best plan they got right now. And I don't really have a better plan either. But, like, it's shitty, you know? And from what I understand, they found the people that did it, and I'm sure there will be lifelong consequences for being a dumbass in that situation. It's just bad for everybody, you know? But what can you do? Let's see, so, what resources do you recommend for a complete noob? Mostly just recommend paying attention to elements and debuffs. Like, the thing is, when it comes to this game, you can get it completely down the rabbit hole of going and, breaking down just how different all kinds of different mechanics work, just trying to get into the nitty-gritty of all these different calculations and things. But so many pieces of this game are here for the purpose of set dressing. So, like, the other day, there was somebody that was posting a thing on Reddit that was just kind of asking why, for example, a guy using the Jiggler set was doing less damage despite lower stats and everything else than a guy with higher stats, despite seemingly not being able to tell the difference otherwise. And the answer basically broke down into 50 different flavors of it depends. It was like, well, do we know the elements? We don't necessarily know the elements. Do we know what debuffs were involved? Do we know, what the prevailing element status was? Do we know just how many free-floating bonuses there are in this whole thing that potentially got involved? And none of that information is really terribly useful other than a curiosity. It's like, you attack on elemental strength if you can, you apply debuffs when you can. Other than that, you try to take good placement and control territory, and, then you're basically good. That's mostly what you need to know to, to get somewhere in this game. Because a lot of the rest of it is there for simulation. It's there for making it, like, creating those little moments of, like, wow, there was more to the system all along, but it's not necessarily something that's going to, like, determine your day-to-day decision-making, Like, technically right now, let's say we go over to the start menu, and you can see if we move this over here. Wait, nope, that's the wrong thing I'm moving. Hold on. You see where there's a line for the element. If enough elements are fired, then we have prevailing element that's active, in which one element technically has a higher max damage temporarily, the number of which can only potentially be seen by an oracle. And it's just like, it's cool that it's there, but it's such a small amount of another small amount that it will not determine your decision making, So yeah, I hope that helps. Let's see. Find the breach is always a good thing. Yeah, breach and rupture. But what you have to understand is when it comes to the different attack types, they're all a little bit different. So, like, physical is very consistent in terms of what it does. It has a good max damage bonus, but it has to get close. Range damage has the most chaotic damage, on the other hand, being able to potentially scale harder than anything else, but also potentially bouncing off of a lot of units' defenses. So typically, unless there's, let's say, an elemental bonus or a breach or something like that, they may just completely bounce off of stuff you're attacking. Whereas, on the other hand, you've got magic, which is the most consistent, but also technically scales the least, and it's why people will appreciate things like Nature's Touch, because it's one of the few cases where magic gets a chance to really feel how scaling works, So, yeah, they're all completely different. If you've played classic RuneScape by any chance, or old school RuneScape these days, it's very similar to that. In terms of just every attack type is very distinct. So stuff is non-linear, stuff is weird, mechanics just will not work like it does in other games, and that's what this game just wears on its sleeve. It's just what it does. I know that's potentially even more confusing than it already was, but that's just how this game do. Alright, let's see. My son's out of school now, but I remember him telling me that school was essentially an armed prison with police at entrances of metal detectors. No one was allowed to leave until the end of the day. Yeah, and that is just not ideal by any measure, right? It's just a scary situation to live in. Every time that there's news of just like, oh, we gotta put even more of that everywhere. It's the only possible answer. Like, it's there has to be a million better fixes because that is some spooky stuff. Because every time I'm picturing those situations when some kid decides to go, be a kid and pull a prank on a kid or something, or pull a prank on one of the people doing security or something. And if it's some security guard that's just working there, it probably will be fine. Everyone looks at the security guard and they're like, oh, you're secondary to the kids. When there's a police presence at the school, oftentimes it's going to be like, no, no, no. If you defend the kid over the cop, you're affecting all the police or something. And like, then politics get involved and all this other stuff. And it's scary to think of those situations that somebody pranks a cop and winds up on the news. I hate that thought. It scares the hell out of me. Anyway, yeah, this got weirdly dark despite the dark material in the background. All right, anyway. All right, let's see. One thing I find is helpful is to give your units items and buy refills. Real game changer. This is true. And by the way, we're just gonna ping pong back and forth in terms of mood here. Welcome to the chaos. Let's see. Since it looks like no one else was going to vote for the tiebreaker between routes, I'm going to rescind my vote and say go with the one you want to do at the moment. But it's a casual run. I don't want to decide things. What I want to do is go refill my coffee. Let's see. Back when I was in high school, they didn't have metal detectors, but they did have a few guards on duty. I didn't have much faith in them. And yeah, that's the other thing. It's so weird to balance that whole thing, but there's also no real effective answer other than, don't leave a bunch of shooties everywhere. And hell, for anyone that read the background on the stuff from a few weeks ago, like that was so avoidable it hurts. Anyway, okay, so burn Balmusa, burn. Okay, so that's another vote for. Wait, that's a vote for all of them. Save Ravnus and Ozma. Okay, so there's. Okay, I will count the votes when I get back. I am going to quickly refill my coffee, let the dogs out, refill on water because throat's getting dry and all that. Because we've been chattering for about 3 hours now. So I'm going to leave this running with our rain ASMR in the background here. Going to turn the volume up real high so we can get that. In case I forget, volume's at negative 35 for in-game audio right now. Also, one more. Oh yeah, you can't vote twice for law. So y'all throw any votes you got out there, and I will be right back. Alrighty, hello, every folks, and yeah, let's go do this thing. Yeah, sorry, it took a little bit longer. Just realized it's dinner time. Needed some dinner. Made a pretty freaking sweet panini. Now, let's go ahead and carry on here. So we got the rain readjusted. It sounded, at least from what I saw anyway, it sounded like we have a vote going towards chaos at this point. And then there was a long discussion over Yoshida. Also, wait a minute. What was that about Titanium Legman? Oh yeah, so yeah, FFT Remake, for those wondering, yeah, that is confirmed to still be somewhere out there doing its thing somehow. Apparently it's still being worked on. We don't really know anything beyond that. Let's see, they're not shit counting a FF game ever? I mean, yeah, true. Apparently FF8 might be getting a remake too. I don't know how true that rumor is, but you know what? I don't know why FF8 gets yelled at. It's pretty neat. It's a very unusual, trippy sort of game. I like that. Yeah, Saga Frontier. I've never played the Saga games much. I probably should at some point, but say that about a lot of things. See, UHP is not the gamer left at Square. Oh, I don't know about that. Let's see, I think Suits might get ideas about FF, even FFT. Let's see, FF8 is fun to break it in half. I mean, it is, but for me, it's more so the world. Like, honestly, the first time I played through it, zero idea whatsoever about the mechanics. I had no clue what was going on. I actually soft locked in the ending and didn't complete it my first time through. I never even understood how assigning stuff to other stuff worked. Never used draws. I literally was just summon spamming the entire game through. Like, I don't understand any of this, but damn, it's pretty. Let's see. Don't people get mad at FFA for stylistic reasons and because of the magic draw system? Yeah, but I mean, I personally think it's neat. It's a cool idea. Like, it's got potential. I mean, I think they probably should have had more checks in place, but it's neat. I mean, so it's a cool way to integrate everything into one thing. Like, just your items can potentially be your stats. Your stats can potentially be your magic stuff. Your magic stuff can potentially be your items. It's just this weird alchemy of random bullshit that's just fascinating. Let's see, Gunsword is stupid but funny, dude. It's the perfect explanation for that game. It's cool. Don't ask further questions. Why does the barrel not attach to anything? Don't ask these questions. I was used to think that he can't actually shoot it, that the bullet is just sort of making the sword vibrate extra hard. But I don't know. Though, as far as the whole unrealistic thing, there actually was a guy that used a gunblade in the British Army that actually did like properly use the thing in wars and stuff. Though that was a weirdly specific scenario in which it was a combination of saber and revolver, because the guy had lost his arm. He was a commander that was supposed to be able to, for his position, use a pistol and a saber to signify that he's able to keep that job. And so they made him a gunblade in order to let him do both things at once. And apparently he died holding the thing, from what I understand. That apparently he ran out of bullets, but had supposedly it was like a last stand kind of thing. I don't know. I don't remember the rest of that story. I just remember it was some British like captain or something guy. Let's see. It also got a lot of flack for not measuring up to the huge success of FF7. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what's going to do that? Let's see. Gunbreaker, the DPS classic, under the guise of a tank. Fair enough. Let's see. Are we murderers this time? Last I saw the poll, it looked like Chaos was winning by 1. Does anybody have any last minute votes to throw in? Because apparently someone recounted up above, and it was actually Chaos leading by 1. Like it was like 2 neutral, 6 Chaos, 5 Chaos, 2 neutral, 5 law. Or no. I'm just being stupid. Hold on, let me go back up to it. Where the hell was it? Since apparently my brain does not function. Okay, so 5 law, 2 neutral, 5 chaos, and then however you pronounce this, brought it up to +1 for chaos. So let me go ahead and mark those off. If anybody has any additional votes, speak now or forever hold your war crimes. See, I found steampunk gun sword when sword is under gun. I mean, that's just a bayonet at that point. Personally, my favorite is is the gun spear from Bloodborne, just because it's a spear and it's like, hold on, let me just shift it slightly, and now it's a cannon. Or now it's a shotgun that's also kind of a cannon. It's more of like a hand cannon. Oh man, I love that thing. See, all the talk of gun blades made me think of FF14 and the Gunbreaker class, which use them as weapons. That sounds like something they'd do for sure. See, if I wanted to go chaotic, I would change my vote to law. The irony. Okay, so now it's 6 law, 2 neutral, 6 chaos. My count may be off, which actually then it becomes 6 law, 3 neutral, 3 chaos, because we were counting every time they tied up as a neutral, another vote for neutral. See, no core war crimes, chaos it is. Okay, so then that's 7 for chaos. Then I tried to double check, so 6 law, 2 neutral, 7 chaos. Bloodborne has a gun rapier too, peak weapon. Yeah, the Rider Plash or whatever it was. Which, speaking of, yeah, dude, my like ultimate favorite thing on that one was like you got Hunter's Axe in the back pocket for your halberd shenanigans and your spin to win, and then you got the Rider Palash along with the was it the Rider Palash or am I mixing it up? Because I'm pretty sure it was the Rider Palash, and then combining that with the shotgun. And then it's just like offhand shotgun, switch to pistol. You do the pistol for another stagger. You do another shotgun into a stab. Oh man, dude, that game's combat is so good. Let's see. It seems morality won. For the moment, yeah. And as long as nobody's got any last minute votes, because I got to look up this Rider Plash thing now. Because I'm pretty sure that is what it is. Because because of all things, it was a Armored Core reference in Bloodborne. Yeah, no, that is the Rider. Okay. Rider Palash. It's such a cool name for a sword, too. We need a gun bow. Bloodborne did it. Kind of. Okay, that was a sword bow. Actually, come to think of it, I think okay, the coolest nonsense weapon that I still am just somewhat low key pissed is not actually playable in the game is old school RuneScape's sword bow. It is the most like egregiously, stupidly designed weapon you'll ever see, and it even rubs it in your face. Because the only way they could justify it is that no, it was secretly a god using it the whole time. It's like, okay, for the sake of throwing some context on this, like apparently people were asking for a gun sword in RuneScape for a while, and somebody was like, "What if I made a bow sword?" And so they did. And how do they make this bow sword? Oh well, you see, you get your fletching level high enough. You take a mithril two-hander, which I want to point out is just like a lump of frickin' metal. So this thing is it's not meant to be flexible. It's just a brick with edges on it, and you file it down and put a bowstring on it. You can't make one for yourself. You can only make one for an unknown assassin that buys it from you and uses it to complete a bunch of assassinations that you fail to stop. And so they just like randomly show up and one-shot stuff with this thing, and it's the dumbest weapon because we're not even talking about any two-hander. We're talking about a myth two-hander. In OSRS's like tier of everything, that is like the noobiest of newbie weapons. Like that's something that people get a couple hours into the game in some cases. It's like it is total garbage, and by every definition. And here's this guy running around one-shotting stuff with it, and I love that thing. It's so dumb. Because it's literally just like I took this like claymore that's 4 times bigger than it needs to be, filed off half of it, and put a bowstring on it. It's just the toddler's idea of what a weapon should be. All right, we need a gunbow. Let's see. Hope they actually wait. No, gunbow is in Monster Hunter, isn't it? See, I hope they bring Bloodborne to PC someday so I can actually play it. Yeah, it's such a good game. So currently doing Law as my first playthrough. I don't know if that's a vote or not. Crossbow that shoots swords. I'm sure Dark Souls did it. Like heavy crossbow, I'm sure can fire something like that. Sword axe that shoots exploding longbows. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. All right. So it sounds like current vote is towards chaos. So let's go and chaos this thing. Yep. Okay. So that's another vote for chaos. So that's 8 to 6. With neutral dreaming of getting votes at some point. Alright, let's do this thing. Hey, look, we just unlocked finishers. Neato. Alright. Right, what the hell is going on this map? Uphill, so we probably don't need Sarah here. We'll go ahead and swap out for a cleric. We got our enchantress. We're good. Why skip dialogue? Speed mostly. We can go to dialogue. Like, what's the vote on listen to dialogue / skip dialogue? Because most of the time people get annoyed at me for not skipping through stuff because we never make any progress. Oh, hey there, Vagrant. Are we going to hear your story? Man, oddly specific puns and a half. Alright. So, she's going to do her thing. We're going to do an uphill here. This is actually going to be the one moment that our denim gets to absolutely lay waste to things, by the way. I brought the single worst unit that I could have possibly brought for this. It's a uphill fight that I brought a shortbow archer with her water element versus all their lightning elements. So, you know, we're completely stacked as far as that goes. Hear the Vagrant story? Exactly. Exactly. Like that cathedral theme, by the way. Good job on that. Pour one out for Agrius, I mean Ravenous. Yep. Rippin', not our problem. See, we are here for the punches. Words are not needed. That works too. Also, yeah, lightning element on our punches. Good point. So, she's going to go ahead and absolutely tear ass. So, rip and tear. That's the only instructions on her fortune cookie. Actually, come to think of it, we got Voltaire with Earth too. That works. This is nice. This is nice. In a weird turn of events. So, I thought we got rid of our fly problem, and then our toddler decided to randomly just abscond with a banana, hides it in her room, right? So we end up having yet another fly problem showing up out of nowhere. So friggin' fruit flies everywhere. So we'd seemingly deal with that, and I'm thinking they're all purged upstairs, you know, finally hoping to not find things in my coffee. I go over to the office, and sure enough, there's one sole survivor. In the damn office. Of course there is. Of course there is. Oh well. Anyway, we are going to water this bush so hard it disappears. Again, as you do. Get ourselves some cards. Looking forward to getting that Rampart Aura on our knights, or that Rampart Shadow on our knights, so that we can do some shenanigans with that. But for the time being, I think we'll go ahead and pick up the magic up on you. Go ahead and kind of leave you standing by right there. I'm feeling like we're doing pretty okay. At least in the game, doing okay financially. Yeah, that's always fun. But anyways, I think we can spare a few Dynasty King's means to go and maybe wreck a few things here and there. Alright, let's see. Now Vice gets his good class that we can't use. Also true, but it bleeds and we can kill it. So you always did find it interesting. She was intended to exist in the game from the start, but was cut due to data limits. Yep. Same thing with, supposedly with Canopus' sister, too. All data limits were funny in that way. Yeah, until it came to Pokemon Silver, and then suddenly they're like, hey, look, we just discovered a whole new continent behind the couch. It's like, whoops. It's just kind of over here, guys. Hello there, Nonsorian. Nice to meet you. Let's see, this is interesting to watch. I bought Reborn last year and support the game, but still haven't played it. I just keep playing OV, which also certainly works. My OV is one hell of an experience, that is for dang sure. But yeah, it's interesting how we have these, like, two near total polar opposites as far as, kind of ways to accomplish the same goal between these two games. It's just fascinating. Anyway, let's go ahead and pick up the Denim is going to go Hulk mode on everybody card. I still forgot to upgrade a sword, not that it's really going to matter, and we're going to go ahead and do some shenanigans. So, first things first, I'm thinking you need to go away because you have a tendency to be very delay happy. Love how even in this situation where we're trying to play the game normally, there's still a lot of old speedrun stuff that's kind of starting to seep in here. That's just kind of going towards doing that breach and sweeping away the knight early, and it works out. It works out fine. Anyway, looking forward to upgrading that thing to breach real soon. That's gonna be good times. Probably gonna have to sacrifice our fencer over there. Maybe not, maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. I'm healing the wrong thing, as you do. Just pretend it's intentional and move right on, you know? Bonk this guy. They get bonked in return, and the world keeps spinning. Hopefully, though, looks like... Is Beast Tamer... Yeah, the Beast Tamer is just before our other one moves, so that actually puts us in a really good spot here. Because he can go ahead and move himself out of the way, and then from there we can maybe do some other shenanigans. Because as long as he's out of the way, she can go berserk that entire side over there, including taking advantage of that breach we made earlier. Go set this up a little bit easier by throwing out a Deadeye on you. There we go. Have you face this direction a little bit. It's going to get away from those attackers there. Okay, a little bit of spear action going on. We're going to need a little bit of healing coming up pretty soon here because she's looking a little worse for wear. Go ahead and throw some poison out this way. Her concentration hasn't rolled. A bit of a bummer on that. That would have been 60% odds, but we'll live. Anyway, heal our Tamer. Not our Fencer for absolutely no reason. I think she was within range there. Probably should have done something about that. Alright. Now, move you here. I think it's very tempting to go drop a meat on this guy because we're gonna tone down our need for those pretty soon once our breach weapons start kicking in. But we should quickly be able to sweep these guys. Let's see. Do you have a healing item on you? No, and you don't want to stand there anyway. All right. We'll have you move over in this direction. This guy countering? Yes, and I think we still have a pincer on. Yep, we sure do. Beautiful. Get our pincer going there. Get our berserker doing the berserk thing. Except maybe do that over here, because that would kill our fencer. Beautiful. Yeah, gotta love it. Everybody's getting hit. Okay. A little bit of lightning and still here. That might have been what saved her earlier. Let's go ahead and finish off this guy for the time being. Have her retreat for the moment. Should be relatively safe over here. Probably should have gone for the recruit instead. But didn't. So, you know. Didn't happen, so it didn't happen. Alright. Take a shot at this guy. Not currently blocked. Go for the recruit there instead. 12%. Not great odds, but it might be enough to finish him off. There we go. And that is how you finish somebody off with an action move. Alright, let's see. What's your opinion on how Reborn handles accuracy and its associated status effects like misstep? Okay, so actually that's a fun thing because I actually scrapped the video on that recently, and now there's an excuse to talk about it. Neat. So, personally, I really like the accuracy formula as a whole. Yeah, misstep got a bit screwed over in that regard, and I kind of wish that we saw... I kind of wish that we saw more from things like sidestep and dodge from the AI. So, personally, one of those things that I would change if I were to, let's say, make a community edition of this game or whatever else, would be to take things like smokescreen and back attack and attach a dodge to that particular thing as an automatic. That way, even if the game does not have a function for being able to use those skills normally, it would still kind of automatically cause them to happen every now and then. Additionally, as far as things like stagger and whatever else, it would be cool to see, let's say, something like Eagle Eye having a sidestep effect on there. Something like maybe here, yeah, that's looking decent. Something like, let's say, maybe Concentration should have a sidestep on there, actually. Because a lot of folks, Concentration is already, I'd argue, one of the best skills in the game, but giving it sidestep would essentially free up an inventory slot on those casters, but additionally would potentially cause folks to appreciate both skills a bit more. Because again, a lot of folks will just strictly focus on just damage and not really pay attention to, just how much value they could be getting out of something like Concentration. 50% odds to poison is insanely good. So it would be really, just really cool to see that. It would be really good to see that potentially coming up. So I would like to see that there. So that would put more sidestep and dodge in there. Now, the reason for this... Actually, I would probably apply if it was possible to put the guaranteed effect that the debuffs get on stuff like Rain, that would be really good too. The thing is, and part of the reason that it's balanced the way that it's balanced is an attempt to make those things far more useful than they used to be. Because as much as folks like to talk up them being useful in PSP, if the true abilities were there, they effectively wiped out any kind of dodge or whatever else. Unless somebody had the matching amount of dodge skill and managed to, to apply the buff on top of it, it just wasn't really doing very much in that case, if at all. In most cases, it was just simply getting completely wiped out, and that was that. So what we're seeing in this case is that they gave guarantees to dodge, they gave guarantees to true strike, sidestep, misstep. All of them are going to get 20%, right? Whatever it is, it's always going to be a minimum of 20% to do its thing. And so that guarantee is very, it has a lot of implications. It has a lot of very useful functions that make it work a lot better than the older systems did. Like, for comparison, and I know, I'm sorry I keep bringing it up in what feels like every example here, but like when it came to doing the experience run, like comparing between the two of them. In PSP, it was a matter of collecting the ranks for those particular skills and just ranking up skills to the point that the buff and debuff skills just didn't really have much of a chance to matter. In that particular case, even applying the debuff whatsoever was always a waste of time because it didn't do anything. It didn't actually, the numbers were never there for it to really get a chance to surface. By switching them over to the baseline, it makes it so that they have far more of they have far more impact on your kind of regular gameplay. Like if you're putting a Joel the Avatar on, you will guaranteed see that effect, taking place. You will see that you'll suddenly be able to dodge finishers. You'll suddenly see that you're able to dodge things that you weren't able to dodge before, and that feels really, really good. It feels very reliable. It's not guaranteed going to make you dodge everything, but you always have a chance, and that chance is all that you really need to see really big differences every now and then. Like, again, with that no experience run, just putting a couple Jewels of the Avatar, a couple of Spell Strike powders and things like that is enough to make a fight that is numerically far beyond impossible realistic. That it's possible to even make it easy in some cases. Well, I guess not necessarily easy, but it is still realistic, But it means that we see more use of those mechanics than we did before, oddly enough, even though technically the accuracy is more kind of even across the board. That being said, Recession did a really good breakdown a little while ago of trying to explain where accuracy is at, because it's actually closer to the surface than it seems. Typically, accuracy is going to beat avoidance nearly every time, but whenever, for example, you're standing on bad footing and it's raining, you get to actually see those things suddenly matter quite a bit. Meaning that there's effectively things like swamp maps being turned into a gimmick map. And what's interesting is we actually, technically, don't really get a chance to use both of them at the same time at the start of the game. This is, again, kind of be a weird little tangent here, but like, we see rain maps, we see swamp maps. We don't see rainy swamp maps until Chapter 2. At least not usually, anyway. So this means that we don't necessarily get to see that dodge effect in play, which means that the first fights into Chapter 2 is oftentimes the first times that we'll actually see that dodge mechanic actually happening. Where, for example, like during the ninja map on a solo run, I know is when I first started seeing it the most. Like when the game was first coming out and stuff like that. Where, like, you're essentially fighting in the rain, you're fighting in the water, and suddenly avoidance is a pretty big thing. Suddenly, somebody that had an avoidance build could potentially have a pretty, theoretically big advantage there. Anyway, kind of a weird off-topic thing, but it's weirdly close. Like, the between accuracy and between avoidance, it's weirdly close to the point that if you dedicate to it, you will typically see it. You'll start seeing results relatively quick, but you won't see it on accident. But you will see potentially an impossible avoidance in kind of achieving the same thing in the other direction, where if you don't use those buff and debuff items, you won't really see it, but if you go out of your way to use them, you'll suddenly be achieving the impossible. It's weird, it's unusual, and for some reason I really like it. Anyway. So yeah. Let's see, what's your opinion on Brigandine? It looked like a lot of fun. I haven't really had a chance to fully dive into it completely. Like, I've gone and started it a few times. It had a lot of cool mechanics. I know Regtrin did a run of that a while ago that I found really interesting. I just haven't really had the time to dig into that one just yet. So, yeah, it looks really good, though. It looked like it was a ton of fun. It had a lot of interesting, seemingly unique mechanics to it. But yeah, I wish I had more of an opinion on that, but that's kind of where that one sits at the moment. Also, where will you be when there will be a surprise ambush? Surprise recruitment ambush. Just popping out of the popping out of the grass. Hey, how would you like to join the army? Anyway, so yeah, if you're curious about those numbers, there was a Reddit post that somebody posted about what was it? About links to resources and things like that. I haven't finished putting out the video I was meaning to put together, compiling all that stuff. But he does have a link in there which includes that breakdown of accuracy that I thought was really, really fascinating. So yeah, I may find it difficult to read as well as a text, but dude does numbers real good. So give it a bit of a read sometime. All right, let's see. All good. Just checking out. It seems like Civ plus Unicorn Overlord. Yeah, and it seemed to have a lot of kind of freeform stuff to its campaign and stuff like that. So that's kind of cool. You don't really see freeform campaigns that often. I will say, what was that other one? There was a little bit of some other game I can't remember the name of right now that was kind of coming to mind there, but oh well, thought came into my head and it fizzled right out, and that's how you know that thing's working real good. Alright, so let's go ahead and probably heal some stuff, maybe. I've become weirdly averse to healing units ever since doing Union Zero, because it turned out you can achieve a sort of pseudo-invisibility mode by just not healing your units. In fact, I've kind of been contemplating whether or not to kind of take out Kashua early in a lot of those fights, because her healing people actively sabotages them. It's a weird run, guys. It's a very weird run. There's so many bizarre quirks to the AI in this game. I love it. Like, when they say that they improved the AI, they did so many oddly specific things to make it just more fun to play against. And trying to explain any of it throws it firmly into sounding like conspiracy theories kind of tier. It's like, for example, with the AI, like, the fact that this guy's on critical right now means that when the AI is looking at him, they're basically just seeing a maximum of 10 damage, so if there's somebody else around, they're probably not prioritizing killing him, or they see it as, like, 100 plus whatever's health left or something. So they usually won't target somebody like that, but if, for example, they can get a huge number on somebody that's relatively useless, they may go out of their way to do it, but then at the same time, they have other cases that they'll just do something completely random. Like, just to kind of screw with you and stuff like that, kind of makes it feel like they're up to something, like they know more than they know. Again, I love how this game is just a bizarre hydra of so many systems that are overcomplicated by design. It's beautiful, man. It's a thing of beauty. It's like a modern art piece, you know? Like, I don't understand why somebody decided to take an escalator and somehow fuse it to a space elevator, but sure enough, here we are. It's kind of impressive that they even built a space elevator for this entire purpose, only to make it non-functional. I don't know why, but I find it fascinating. Alright, there we go. Bonk. And will this be enough for... No, hell no, it won't. Okay, well, our new guy's gonna die. You know, sucks for him. Anyway. And just to confirm, Ravenous probably died to 27 damage. I'm just going to throw that out there. Okay. Now that he's dead, I mean, that was entirely his fault. I mean, all we did was hire him. And sure enough, he joined us and just happened to inconveniently drop dead afterwards. It's not our problem. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Seems some neat narrative stuff to be going on with Brigandine, but it's a little overwhelming. Checked out the demo and was like, I need to clear my play for this. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Actually, that reminds me. Oh, let's see. Kashua killed Ravenous by spamming Spirit Surge. Well, whoops. Oh, yeah, shoot. We were... Oh, no, we are on Chaos. Anyway, so while we witness war crimes, there was actually one game that I was going to put a review out at some point. That's that's again in that pile of just weirdly fascinating, because what we're seeing is okay. Now that I've gone and completely like tongue-tied myself like an idiot.
On my hands.
Has anyone here played Heart of the Machine?
Eyes on my heart.
Because like speaking of games that are like absolutely overwhelming, it's one that I wanted to put a review out on, and I have no clue what to say about it because the concept is really really cool, the execution seems really cool, and the UI terrifies me. So yeah, that's fun. Yeah, apparently. It's one that I got a review code a little while ago. I never got around to reviewing it. Just simply chaos and all kinds of other stuff happening. Like SOC came out around the same time, and I just never had time to. And I recently started getting into it, and dude, that game is so cool, and I don't know what I'm looking at. Basically, the idea is you are functionally playing as Skynet. You just sort of wake up as an android one day. You are convinced that you are sentient, that you are a person that became a machine. You don't really necessarily know why or what you're supposed to be doing. Your goal is just to either become a person or synergize with people or something. You just know that you can't simply be a machine. So, see, seems cool. Can't wait till it's out / demos available. Wait, is it not out? Shoot, am I? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not on embargo or something with that one. I'm positive. Yeah, that's. I am positive this thing's already out. Hold on, because this came to me like. Hold on. Let's see. No reviews. No kidding. It's. Oh. Okay, never mind. Really? Okay, try the demo. It's. In that case, what I'm trying to say is, I'm totally just talking about the demo. Whoops. Okay. So yeah, give it a look. But it's such a weird game. So the idea is that yeah, you're basically Skynet, right? And you're supposed to be just kind of doing Skynet kind of stuff. You're trying to take over whatever else. There's an active rebellion inside of a city. There's investigators investigating things, and you can basically just merge with any other machine that you find. So like you'll find a machine, you'll merge with the thing, and suddenly now it's one of your units, and you can command it to go take over stuff. You can command it to go build buildings or make drones or whatever else. And the idea is you're just expanding your influence and trying to be both invisible and also kind of an unstoppable web at the same time. Just weird, fascinating oddball of a game because it's absolutely mechanically overwhelming, despite the fact that there's almost nothing going on on screen at any given time. Like we're talking, yeah, sure, there's buildings and units and whatever else everywhere, but like even just the process for getting a unit built seemed very complicated. Like I had to put it down the first time that I launched it up because just the process for getting spiders built was somehow not functioning brain-wise. Let's see. Yeah, I think there is a demo out at this point, possibly. See, Denim still offs villagers. No, they use the same scene. He's trying to stop the killings from happening. He just kind of winds up in the same place for totally not budgetary reasons. Alright, that is good coffee. Good refill coffee. Dude, this... I cannot even tell you how many attempts it took to kill off Ravenous for Union Zero. This is so cathartic at this point. Like, oh, we're just gonna blaze through this. This is nothing. This is great. We don't have to rely on 30% char mods or anything. This is beautiful. Alright. Beat Casual with a stick. Because reasons. Go ahead and pop that one. You get to... Let's see. You know what? We'll just have you go over here. Stabify this unit with a spear. We're like... I want to say like a map or two away from getting crafting, at which point it's just off to the races. Like, this is going to be a curb stomp within a couple maps, as if it's not already. This feels so good right now. there will be some folks that have no idea what the hell I'm talking about or why it's so much of a relief. And I'm okay with that. Anyway. But yeah, that video will be, I don't even know. Like the first draft of just the parts that are relatively quick to get to, that are most of the kind of struggling half of that challenge run. Like the actual run itself is in game like 15-ish hours. The video itself is like 8+ hours. So yeah, that has to be cut down a lot to be anything remotely watchable. And then we haven't even gotten into the end game, post game, whatever else. So yeah. I don't think it's going to be mashed into a 30-minute compilation, guys. There's mechanically too much stuff to cover. Though, yeah, there is quite a lot there. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw this on you. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to make it into a crazy long video and then turn it into one of those ones from like we did with the Griffin only run, where maybe we just kind of do a stream over it, just ignore the original audio, just do a stream over it, you know? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Alright. Yeah, actually, so a few minutes ago I was asked about weirdly specific memories and whatever else, and actually one just weirdly came to mind because of that tree over there. Because I was staring at it earlier when I was talking to my kid about soccer. So the wife and I and the kids are traveling along, and basically she was asking how I used to used to practice or whatever else before, because I was just talking about the fact that the training course to become a soccer coach didn't actually cover seemingly any of the actual stuff to go and train things or whatever else. Mostly it was just paperwork stuff and how to deal with injuries and like, here's what you do if we're about to get sued, and then like, wait, but how do we train though? Don't worry about that. So anyways, and so we were talking about playing soccer growing up, and so I just kept thinking like, man, I'm not sure if I even want to share this news, because a lot of it was due to the fact that like soccer was forced on us at school, right? And I'm sure for a lot of folks it was the same, but it was also around the same time that I ended up getting a free PS2 and getting weirdly obsessed with FF10, which naturally inspired a kind of a just a need to go try to bounce soccer balls off of stuff. And so sure enough, like, that really stupid move that you can do where you can like bounce a ball off multiple things and then just like friggin' like punch the thing or whatever else. Turns out, yeah, that is doable. It's dumb and it may cause you to land on a branch and kind of hurt yourself, but it is doable. But I was just thinking back, there was this tree in the backyard and I kept trying to bounce the stupid ball off the tree. It was fun. It felt dumb at the time, and there might have been a lot of insects hiding in the grass, but still, it was interesting. Thinking back on it, that's actually another one of those things. I remember that tree being huge. I remember there being so much space, and then I remember revisiting that childhood house several years later, just like being baffled at how tiny it seemed, and also being further baffled by the cheap wooden bridge that my dad had made when I was a little kid, still looking like new, a couple decades later. So that was, again, a bit of a shocker there. But anyway. So please, I think we're about to see Aerosol get absolutely slam dunked. Beautiful. Please don't block the way, Mr. Fencer. There you go. You go over there. Yeah, just dumb fun things to do with balls. Exactly. But again, it's just weirdly fun to do that. But like our house at the moment also has a tree out in the yard, and so I was just thinking like, man, it's gonna be a lot of fun to teach them to bounce that ball off this tree. All right. Now, with that all being said, who's ready to see Aerosol get absolutely deleted? Here's a boss. I love it. She's like, hang on, how much does she have left? She's got 80 health left to go before she gets completely annihilated. There we go. Just berserk over this way. Gotta love it. I probably should have just gone ahead and backed her up, or maybe set her up with Canopus or something like that. Like, it's weird to see numbers above 400 right now. Because Union Zero, the initial starting hit was like 60 versus her, and that was a best case scenario. Going up to 80 with 4 physical cards, it's something else. But then, yeah, it took a pincer and like 4 back-to-back pincer crits to actually kill her. Oh man, that run, dude. It is the stuff of madness, and it is almost over. Alright. See, gonna put that something into past tense? Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I see what word you were going for. There we go, and that's her flashing red, and we're done here. She was a real pain on my first time through One Vision. Everyone, dude. And that's the other kind of wild thing about this. Actually, come to think of it, wait a minute. For Union Zero, we actually... Didn't we not get that charm? The agility boost charms? Anyway, sorry, back on track. So, it's weird to think, like, my first time through Reborn, despite years of playing the PSP version, whatever else, knowing the tricks on how to deal with Nibeth and whatever else, I still ended up losing a couple of units to Nibeth my first time through. Like, that's how my first Felicia died, like, 5 seconds after joining the party. And, like, it's just weird to think about, you know? Also, free Terranite marks. I love the same. I like to think that there's just one trumpet player kind of hanging out in the back of Square Enix's orchestra all day. They just sort of leave the Triangle Strategy studio to go immediately start working on this theme. Because it's clearly the same, same instrument. I'd be shocked if it wasn't the same instrument. Oh yeah, free squid, you're right. Actually, I think we have that on you, don't we? Yes. Okay, sweet. It's octopus time. Alright, probably should have gone for my other archer here, though. Water archer, pretty good for this section. Water archer is useful for speedrun for this reason, because at this section they are very strong. I still forgot to upgrade his sword. At some point I will. Like, we'll get this Vihander and then never look back, but I do like that the broadsword exists. There's something weirdly fascinating about it. I mean, I am tempted to just never do anything other than upgrade the broadsword. Like, it's needlessly satisfying for a starting weapon. Plus, it also kind of reminds me of the Ruin Two-Hander, and I weirdly love old school RuneScape, so there's that. Alright. So we'll have Knight moving forward. Do we recruit Terranite? Do we bring back Paul of the IRS or no? Because he is forever Paul of the IRS to me. I don't know. I don't know. Our movement goes up by 1 after this fight, and that's dandy. Oh, and they got lightning archers, so maybe don't send the water archer, actually. Alright, let's see. Poisonify the squid invocation. There we go. That is why concentration is so good. Because her debuffs just don't miss now. Right. And this is why Valks are so good, because meditation plus finishers means, like, attack 1 ruination. Pretty darn dandy. I'm gonna bet, like, every single other time that he gets convenient crit knocked back into that physical card. We'll see. But it just seems to happen every time, so you got that. And I like to think it's because the tiles here are kind of smushy. Alright. I'm going to pick up this auto card that you 100% do not need. You would have needed that card, but now you don't get it. Thanks, Denim. I don't know why you do these things, but you just do. We're going to pick up MP card on you. Give you a little bit better odds of recruiting this thingamadeal. Pew this guy for free training. Because I do want his blowgun finisher as soon as possible. Like, it's worth carrying a blowgun in your offhand just for that finisher alone. Having access... Like, here's the thing. It was asked earlier whether blowgun was worth it, right? So, I believe it was that same person that was saying that the axes were really good, and the hammers were really good, and that ice finisher was really good. Now imagine if you have that same thing at long range in your offhand. That's basically what the blowgun is. And then once you get the versions that end up giving you debuffs, then, yeah. At that point, you're sitting pretty, right? So, Stuff's pretty good, pretty good. Alright, they're still shooting arrows, as you do. And then we get Squiddy. Nice. Good job doing that parry. He's in pretty rough shape at this point. We are going to need a name for that squid, by the way, so if any of y'all have one, feel free to share away. Otherwise, we'll probably just go back to, like, expired by 1998 or something. We'll see. But until then, you are air, this is ice, welcome to pain. Get a tremendous shot over here, and I'm thinking we probably put this into the octopus. Actually, no. Let's drop this on you. So that is some pretty hefty short bow damage, and you can retreat. And this is why we love archers. Because they can just kind of, on a whim, be like, you know what? Fuck that thing. Just fuck that thing in particular. Alright. You go here, you heal here. And then once we hit the woods, we can start working on getting everybody a little bit of range +1 action, I think. Since we don't have to worry about the other stuff at this point. Alright, Tamer is coming up. Oh, that's a problem. That's annoying. Okay, so I need to move the knight in order to move the Tamer to the right spot. So he's not going to be in the right spot for the moment. Is there any way to move the knight? No, because he doesn't have Wade. Bummer. Alright, stab this thing then. See, squid ink pasta. Alright. We will see. I love how I was just talking about Wade, and we get screwed over in the dumbest way possible. Alright. I don't think this shot's possible, but give it a... Oh, no, it is possible. Okay. It's not much, but every little bit counts for this. Alright. Alright. Let's take a chip off this guy to build up a bit more MP. You're going to follow up on that, I think. So, cool thing about running double weapons on Vartan, by the way, it's kind of a semi-unique feature to them, give or take. Actually, just any spellcaster plus double weapon build can actually uniquely double train their weapon skills. Because all weapon skills actually get experience when you go and cast spells on them. It's why if you want the easiest loyalty training in the world, like if you have anybody with any loyalty issues whatsoever, put them into any class that can equip multiple weapons, and also give them a weapon that can cast a spell on it, like any AoE spell or whatever else. Have them hit anything, and they will have max loyalty instantly. So, just a fun little thingamadeal to play with there. Yeah, Denim is uniquely not happy with this map. With his one tile of effective range. This is the moment that he starts thinking about inventing Cyclone Saber. It's like, I need to reach that guy, but I can't do anything, guys. Why can't I do anything? Alright, let's get more poison going. I get oh, you can't get any closer? Alright. Well, I guess we're just gonna go and poison these guys then. Thank you, thank you. Good to go. I'm sure upset that we're missing out on that 60 damage over the several hundred we're gonna get per round instead. Boy, what a bad value. Man, they're so weak. They just didn't do all those numbers up front. How could they? Alright. You're probably out of range, yeah? Yeah, okay. Go here. She is purely in the danger zone right now. It is not safe for her to be here, but if I move her here, that is less in the danger zone and more in his danger zone. Beautiful. Alright, now hopefully Lizard Guy kind of takes the message and leaves, otherwise we're delayed on getting our Squid Ink even more. Yeah, we're still delayed on getting our... Damn. Move. This is the single most frustrating recruit map in the game, by the way. I'm just saying. Alright. Alright. Right. That being said, though, yeah, we're gonna force him back in the water. Stream started hours ago. Dang right it did, for absolutely no reason whatsoever, other than I tried to do some kind of work and it just wasn't happening. So yeah, hi there, Vale. My bad. Tactics over is an hours-long commitment. Oh yeah, no, we've been at this for like 4 hours at this point. So here's the general situation as to why. So we had a relative that was, that was having a birthday, and so everyone got invited out. We have a lot of animals that need to be watched over, as as they do, and so as a result, as you'd expect, I was the one put in charge of watching them. Now, we can essentially just take breaks while doing this to go deal with them every now and then, and so that's exactly what we're doing. That being said, it's also one of these happy little situations where we can just kind of do a casual run for once, which never really happens. So, there's that too. Anyway, so folks demanded a casual run, and here we are. Now, despite the fact that she got knocked out, this is actually a good thing for us, because now we can just go and raise her right back up, and have her take the shot that she wasn't able to take before. And this wasn't abused for Union Zero at all. I don't know what you're talking about. We're not using any challenge run strategies here today. She just got very hyperactive all of a sudden. She had a Red Bull. You saw nothing. Alright. I'm mad that I've been bored and YouTube didn't tell me. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what happened with all that, but I like to think that content here is just so unbelievably niche that YouTube thinks we don't exist anymore. The game came out 2 years ago. What is existence anyway? Right. She's gonna go that way. But yeah, so far all you've really missed is some random rune fencer got hired and then got fired, and then we were talking about soccer and things for a little bit, and then we were talking about school, police stuff for a while, and that got real grim real fast, and yeah, now we're just kind of here. So, yeah. Totally nothing in between whatsoever. Oh yeah, and then lots of complaining about Union Level 0 being a hellish commitment that I probably never should have started, but it's coming along well enough, and it's going to be winnable pretty soon, so there's that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting. Now, that being said, seeing as you weren't there to name our team as Sony Y, which, by the way, fun discovery, Vale. Also, I just noticed, I think I used the wrong thing earlier. Damn it. Bad at that. Okay, so as far as, as far as the profanity filter on this thing, apparently you can't name your party Saturday. You can't name a unit Saturday. Saturday is banned by the profanity filter, because it technically has turd in there. So that's fun. So yeah. So how's your day been? What you been up to? Ooh, sweet. Deleted their cards. Fancy. Also, still nowhere near actually recruiting that octopus, so you just get to sit still again. See, no turd zone? Yes. Alright, delete you or delete you? I mean, you're about to delete yourself, so I think we'll delete this one over here. Bam. See, Saturday, more like Sat Turd Day. We tried that. I tried Sat Turd Day, and that's actually what probably confirmed the profanity filter thing. Yasumi Matsuno, creative director, Square Enix Tactics Ogre team, apparently. Yes, exactly. But yeah, no, it's weirdly restrictive. So yeah, that's why our party is called Why Sony Y. Because presumably they're the ones that did that, and it's also doubly fitting because they have apparently financially decided to torpedo themselves for seemingly no reason over this last week, so there's that too. Because at some point they're like, yeah, you know what, we're doing okay, we got this Astro Boy thing that people are loving, you know what's a great idea? Let's go ahead and downgrade our console for $700. Sure, it's technically an upgrade, but I mean, I know that the original one was already prohibitively expensive to an almost comical degree, so what are we doing, Sony? Like, they took out the disk drive for $700, really? Oh man. So yeah, that's a fun little nugget right there. Alright, let's just go and charm this guy so they stop walloping our dudes, and hopefully Zapan doesn't get himself killed before we're able to do what we want to do here. There we go, as they all whop each other. Oh, there we go! There we go! They're all close by each other. Maybe the Beast Tamer gets a chance to recruit, I say, as they all... Can you move there? Yes. Okay. So who gets a chance to move? Okay, our odds to recruit are probably going to be pretty darn doo-doo here. There's no way Canopus can reach that far, despite his, movement prowess and whatever. Maybe that's why he's got movement prowess. He's an expert in running away from problems. Let's see. I haven't looked at the specs. I don't even want to know how much. Don't even want to think about it, considering how long it took me to get a PS5 with all the shortages. I mean, like that's the thing, though. Comparing the two, okay? The way that I see it is, you're still high specs or no, you're tied to a machine that is just like tied to your TV or something. Something knocks it over, that's $700 gone. The thing is wide, it's got stuff sticking out all over the place. Like when I see other dads or something going for a PS5 or something, it's like this thing is an art piece. It's asking to be kicked over. Like I saw somebody's kid went and drew with marker all over one of them. They were saying that they like snapped off a felt tip in one of the fans and something. It's like, yeah, that seems like exactly what would happen with one of those things. And the kind of sitting home and enjoying a game market seems to be what they're going for with it, maybe. So I don't know. It just seems like too much risk for how little you're getting. Meanwhile, over on the Steam Deck side, they're like, this will still run those modern games you're looking for, and you can carry it with you, and it's going to be smaller, so you don't have to worry about breaking it as much, and it's got like a bajillion customizations you can do with it, and the library's way bigger. Like, it just seems like such a no-brainer. Like, to me, like, replacing the laptop and everything else. Also, good, we got our octopus. We got the octopus. In fact, I kind of want to run 2 octopi now. Alright, we need octopus names. Like, we have Squid Ink, that's one of them already. We need more octopus names. So, hit me with what you got. Like, whenever you got a shot. That's definitely no song. Like, nobody sang that. It is weirdly close to that one song, but it's not that song, so don't question it. Octoed. I'm surprised nobody said Traveler yet. Come to think of it. Or Circle, for that matter. Alright. Anyway. Kabonk. That was with a disadvantage. Like, it's funny, the only difference between him having his broadsword and his Vihander is, like, he would do better when he has a disadvantage if he had this Vihander, but he still thoroughly wrecks without it, He barely cares. They have a knight that's just off doing something. Like, we're just gonna block her off casually. She's not gonna do a dang thing here. 8-legged freak, too big. Broku. Oh, crap, they stole our stuff. Asshole. Alright. Well. Anyway, how do we recruit you? Suckles? Okay, that's just horrible enough that we gotta give it a shot. It would have to be shortened. If it was eight-armed freak, it would have to be either shortened in some weird way or maybe 8AF or something, which sounds like some like weird friggin' rapper name or something. But yeah, Suckles is hilarious. We gotta go with that. For one of them anyway, because I want to go for both. Alright, 115, 58, kabonk. Yeah, we will upgrade his axe at some point, but today is not that day. Name mine Ikalgo? What does that mean? Totally 8 AF. Oh no. That means something, and I don't know. I want to know what that something is. Alright, MP card for you. Sure, for all those skills you're not using until you get Sanguine Assault, and then everything just sort of melts. Yeah, Berserker is just solo run the unit. Like, I can't wait till Berserkers actually become something that's usable in the run I was talking about. See, it doesn't. Sounds like it should. Yes. Darn. Okay. For now, just live. Do we have any automatic units doing anything sketchy? No, that's why we didn't give Cashua her Spirit Surge. Oh, shoot. I just slapped myself in the head. Also, our Archer's about to die. We should probably care about that. to think that this game really puts a lot of value on things being unique in some particular manner. Like, it's interesting how the octopus, seemingly its entire kind of normal standard loadout, is expected to be carried by the fact that it's got the ability to inflict False Strike constantly. But anyway, I'll go ahead and collect whatever that is, because those are pretty rare. Loyalty card, fantastic. Totally needed one of those. Now, she's also the one with the Blessing Stones, though I suppose you also have them, so I guess she's less important as the one with the Blessing Stones. You go there, get ready to break something in half, I guess. There we go. Get our archer back, now that none of her targets exist anymore. Is this the guy we're recruiting? Thelexion? Is he French, or is he from Game of Thrones? The world may never know. But he will go ahead and knock our archer back unconscious. Now, unlike last time, there is no strategic benefit to this. It's just funny. Alright, he's going to steal some loot, as he does. Steals his own person's robe. Rather rude, to be honest. And we'll heal then. The octopus is is there for Dynasking Meat and a monster. Also true, also true. They've got a weirdly specific loadout of debuffs, but for their poison and their breach and whatever else, it's a little bit on the weird side that they actually use Mind as a... Basically, they use Mind as if it was a regular debuff. Like, they're basically casting Breach, and they're casting Poison Mist whenever they're going and using their stuff. It's kind of unusual. Kind of neato and stuff. Alright, does this guy even have any moves? He's got Black Mucus and he's got Pincer Attack. Beautiful. I mean, for what it's worth, he's got accuracy on these tiles, though... By the way, this is another interesting thing. Their accuracy and stuff actually got boosted, I think, in this version. Because they've got near-perfect accuracy for all of their attacks while they're in water. I think this was, like, only up to, like, 45 or something in PSP, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong on that. But it is wild how much of an accuracy boost they get in water. Anyway, come on, buddy. You're, like, near maximum odds for recruitment. Do it. That's a shame. Now, do we let the Valkyrie die, or do we bother... Okay, fine, we'll bother reviving her, I guess. There you go. Get in here, best unit in the game. I guess we'll care. Alright, you go here. Okay. Now, Ms. Vale, I'm surprised that you didn't give an answer for a monster. Seems like... Oh, wait, hang on. I just noticed. You did respond. Let's see. Been busy shopping or shipping off signed books. Took a break to watch Alien Romulus, which is loud, lots of jump scares, so a good theater movie. Huh. I guess it's kind of a similar thing with, yeah, the wife likes watching SWAT, and it's like one of these shows where they're always just like talking until suddenly explosions. And what's funny is that the office is like right nearby where the bedroom is, so there's just these moments when I'll just be sitting around looking something up or whatever else, and just suddenly just from across the wall. It's great. Also, he's about to go delete Canopus. Bye, Canopus. Let's see, the octopus is there for... Oh yeah, you already said that. Like Skulltopus. Skulltopus! There we go. That's what we're looking for. That'll work. Is Octopus? Now, we've yet to use Skulltopus. For anyone that doesn't know the meme, it was from March of the Black Queen. The weird, like... The skull with the bones that kind of just looks like an octopus slinking away every time something loses its leader. Also, this guy's hiding in a pile of our dead bodies. That's kind of disrespectful. Okay, so we've got the one, and then we've got the other one. Also, you just take a basic attack for now. Set up a second one. For a second there, I thought that was his mighty, but it was not. You need to hit a knight or something, I guess. Boom. Alright. That goes that way. Does the old helium. That's rude. Because now his odds to recruit are going to be lower. And if we punch this guy, it's not really going to help us much, but it is going to damage our own units a bunch, so, you know, that's kind of a downside. Okay, actually, we can theoretically lower his health by 1. Beautiful. we have achieved true optimal damage. Now, 7%. Come on, you know you want to. Damn. Okay, do we have the time to help here? Because we kind of have the win right here if we wanted it. We'll wait a little longer. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have waited a little longer. And then everybody died because the pan punched him once. Alright, yeah, this guy's just running like crazy at this point. Okay. You do one of these. Because, yeah, the wind's there whenever we want it. It's just unfortunate timing here. Zapan isn't having any of it? No. And the weird part is, I kid you not, what is basically the final boss fight of Union Level 0 at the moment involves weaponizing Zapan. Is more or less what's happening in that situation is that it's the Zapan recruitment fight from Law. However, I ended up doing a bit of a detour to save Ravnus first, because there was a very, 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 very abysmally, apocalyptically tiny chance to actually save Ravnus. And so I decided to go for that instead, so took a little bit of a detour there. But what ended up happening is that yeah, that particular fight, even Canopus, even with like maximum stacks of bonuses and cards and even a breach, does 2 damage to Darza. So, yeah, that's not really much of a winner there, you know? So, ultimately, it kind of wound up being a situation that we kind of had to weaponize Zapan for that, so it kind of consists of just pushing through with just him alone, just having the entire party sacrifice themselves to let him, Canopus, and Denim survive. That is how that run is completable. That, without that, no way to actually beat it. But as long as them 3 manage to just barely survive that fight, they can get into the woods, and they can essentially infinitely grind to the point of being absolute gods. It's just Darza that stands in the way between that run being a complete cakewalk and being impossible. And I love that. Alright. So, we're just going to have to take the win here. I want to get that other octopus. I forget the name of the other one that we were going for. We're going to start off with Skulltopus, and then we'll throw the other one in there once we get a second one. Alright, there we go. Oh, sweet, we got some finishing moves on Ogre. Alright. And ignore the chat disappears for a second. Technical shenanigans. Alright, go for one of these. Alright. Skulltopus. There we go. Brakulu, that was the other one. Okay. We're gonna get our next one pretty soon. Because we're about to hit the woods in less than a quarter of the amount of time that it took to get for Union 0, because in that one, I kid you not, it's been going on for months. Now, okay, now, you need some actual moves, sir. What are you doing? Like, why are you here with all of these non-moves? Black Mucus, great. Aqua Veil, great. Aqua Bubble, fantastic. Getting extra 100 health? Probably going to be more worth it than your pincers, sir. Alright, no additional rings at the moment. Don't particularly care. Jewel the Avatar, because it is funny. Mendleaf will not help you, but Magic Leaf plus 2, yes. Yes, it will. Magic Leaf plus 2 seems like, again, courtesy of that run, now feels like an item I never want to use ever and just strictly sell for pocket change, because it's the only way to survive. It will make sense at the time. Let's see. You're fine as you are. You probably want to have some actual armor by this point, don't you? Don't you, Felicia? Starts doing weird cat noises in the background. Alright, you can't equip that. You're good here. Any new spells? No. And there actually is one thing that I really regret doing on my main save file for Reborn when I switched over to this one here. Because the default order for going and finding all of your different pieces of equipment and whatever else is somehow weirdly satisfying. Like it just somehow feels very good to look back on that default order and just see the chaos you've been through, you know? I don't know if anyone else feels that same way, but like it feels weirdly nice. Like when I went back and looked at the old Switch version the other day, like it just looking back at keeping everything at the default order, it just felt so cool. Okay. Anyway, you get armor 2. These guys have been running without their upgrades. That would feel like a travesty, except it isn't, maybe. Except for when it is, but if it isn't, if it wasn't, I don't know. Alright. Do you have Sanguine yet? No? Okay, well then don't talk to me. Do you have a... You should probably get a better sword by now. The Viking Sword, which we got after this Vihander. We barely knew ye, Viking Sword. Neat. Okay. Get one of these, get some of these. So yeah, female knight sprite is cool. I sometimes mix it up with the female swordmaster. I always just find it funny that they have a 5 o'clock shadow. So for some reason I really like the female knight sprite. No helmet is funny, but the mantle gives off badass vibes, making me like it more than Ravnus and Ozma. I mean, honestly, same. Like, it just looks weirdly legit. The weird, like, I couldn't be bothered to wear a helmet and, you know, my armor is my hair pieces thing is something a toddler would come up with, but it is a very cool looking design. Like, I just appreciate the long coat, you know? Alright. I want to incorporate this octopus. And you're going to empower Beast, I'm thinking. So you go ahead and empower the Beastie. And I don't want to replace my archer, though, is the thing. You know what? We're just going to replace Voltaire. I'm sick of Hammer Knights. He's doing so well, and I don't care. I think that's what it is. Voltaire, in his default state, is effective, but my god, he's more boring than cardboard. And I'm not talking Metal Gear Solid cardboard. I'm talking normal-ass cardboard. Alright. Anyway, this is why we keep elemental bars on, so that we appreciate fun little design details, like the fact that she is covered in water units while being chased by other units towards you, and hopefully chasing her targets to effectively trick the AI into coming towards you, because they probably could not have been programmed to do it themselves. Okay. Kinda neato, and we'll go ahead and move on. And Skulltopus is going to go take his thingy here, and we are going to absolutely dominate everything, courtesy of having an octopus right now. Now, I kinda wish that I could use Control Golem by this point, but we won't be able to do that for quite a decently long time. So yeah. Now, should we give Canopus some better weapons? Yes. Yes, we should. And we haven't, so, you know. There's that. Alright. Yeah, this is... And again, I love how... Like, it's a very Tactics Ogre problem, how every time that they try to explain the mechanics, it somehow goes backwards. Like, they specifically set this up to be like, look, guys, check it out how, you know, how her strong element is causing her to do more damage. It's right there. And then, like, immediately upon release, guys, oh my god, I can't believe they nerfed Air Cell so hard. It's just like they do in... in all those other games where the boss gets nerfed as soon as they join you. Like, no, dude, it's the elements. Stop. They should have just put in a little tutorial thing of like, look, pay attention to this right here. Would it ruin the immersion? Hell yeah, it would destroy it, but like, you know, it would be cool to see it. They'll have to control their own golems. Yeah, unfortunately. How do they control them while the Warlock doesn't currently exist? Who knows? Anyway. Alright, we'll just take our 1 damage here to go train him up on his blue guns a little bit. Little pew-pew over there. Berserker is gonna get ready to go whoop some ass. She is looking forward to that time that we get our upgraded pens, at which point she will proceed to whoop ass, but faster. Alright, we got Octopus doing the Aqua Veil, as you do. We got him doing the Floggies, as you do. We're going to have him put on a Jewel the Avatar, because it's funny, and we're going to have him move over here. And now, because they have gone and sucked up those skill cards, which we are going to pretend are little tanks of water, now they've got a bunch of, like, gallon jugs strapped to their back. They're just going to be able to Blastoise their way around the map all frickin' day, you know? It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Two of them should raise the odds to, like, 90-ish% or so. Also, she currently has not rolled her concentration, but it's still good. We got some poison over there. Dude, debuff casters are so phenomenally overpowered, even in cases where they're considered weak. It's just beautiful. I love it. Like, how many times can you be like, I will do 3 times the damage that I would have done normally, except on multiple units, and the only catch is that it's basically a delayed release effect. You are, functionally speaking, becoming a loan shark instead of getting paid for your Etsy store. Like, it's such a bigger value, it's not even funny. Love it. Alright. Delete Golem, please. Thank you. Do your thing. Rune Fencers are so good. And by the way, again, kind of out of left field here, but you know how I was talking about doing a test with a bunch of different classes, like 3 months ago at this point, about trying to see which classes could get the farthest, just kind of using whatever they came in with at the start of the game. You know, which of the 5 starting classes can win the game on AI, more or less. So while the other ones are still being tested, the Rune Fencers are already at Hanging Gardens. That class can entirely beat the entire frickin' game so far, up until Hanging Gardens. I think Hanging Gardens will be impossible for mechanical reasons, but the entire thing up to Hanging Gardens, with relatively no difficulty. So, if you ever want to turn this game to easy mode, give Breaching Spears to your fencers, and then give them heals, missile spells, and, conserve MP, and all that kind of business, and, I mean, you basically just win at that point, you know? That's really about it. It's surprising how thoroughly they can dunk in the entire game. But yeah, you'll still have some folks arguing that they're weak somehow. I don't understand that by any stretch of the imagination, but it comes up. Like, I remember the friggin' vitriolic posts early on, man. Like, I was even told that I actually had a GameFAQs hate page at one point, which is kind of hilarious. I never did go back and look over that. That should be a video at some point. I was told it would be depressing and don't look at it, but I totally forgot that it existed for a while, and now I kind of want to go back and look at it. People say Rune Fencers are weak. It's because, like, the first few months after launch, dude, people had some opinions. And even on Steam to this day, people have some opinions. And that's the kindest way to put that. Like, no, the only way to get anything done is, like, it's always either, like, summoners or berserkers or, like, anything that has the potential to do one big number right now, like, just purely in that bubble of it has to be immediate satisfaction kind of stuff, and absolutely nothing else counts. It's weird, man. Oh, look, we can do exactly enough, and we're going to roll 1 higher. Dandy. And we got a finisher. Let's see, female knight is Arthuria from Fate. Don't like me. I have no idea what that is. Rune Fencer Week, the joke of the century. Oh, I know, right? Like, hell, one of the Rune Fencers that was in that team that ended up making it all the way to the end of the game was still running a short bow. I just forgot to upgrade her weapon. She was still running a short bow +1 from Chapter 2. The rest of them are just running Volges, and just nothing touches them. They just dominate before anything has a chance to do anything. It's like, as soon as Meditate rolls, as soon as Conserve MP rolls, they're just like, yep, high-tier missiles, finishers, like, nothing's getting close. Nothing can touch this. They're one of the most phenomenally overpowered units I think I've ever seen in an SRPG. Like, we're talking on the same level as, like, snipers from XCOM EU. Like, to the point where it's just insane how much they can do. See, Rune Fencer is borderline broken, if not the best generic in the very least. Dude, I would argue it's the best class total, like, not even generic. I would take Rune Fencer over literally any other class in the game, aside from maybe Lord. That's the one exception. That's the one exception we're going to make here. Also, wait a minute, we can recruit this one, can't we? Yes, you are familiar! I always constantly forget to try to recruit the recruit the fairy. Because the fairy, despite being gold, is actually just Galgastani. They're not actually unique. So yeah, that's just their weird colors. Their skin color just happens to match their uniform color. I guess they're just going for that whole naked look or something. I don't know. Anyway, you continue training with this knife. Yes, this Rockman's gonna punch you in the gut, but just ignore that. That's just training. That is just you building character, you know? Just go for it. Just go for it. How did we charm you? Oh yeah, magic. Anyway. Punch. There we go. Punching was had. Punching was had again. He did nothing, even though he had a unit right in front of him. Alrighty then. Fine, fine, fine. You... I mean, they would die phenomenally if that didn't count as two separate types of attacks right there. Heh. Okay, we're gonna do something completely different, but for the sake of curiosity. Like, we've done practically nothing with this guy. He actually can fully one-shot this unit over here. It's okay, guys. There's no way to do damage in the game. By the way, just so you know, we're not necessarily, like, whenever laughing at situations like that, it's not for the purpose of making fun of players that are actually new to it. There's a lot of, so a lot of folks from back in the day, as well as many that just sort of came back from the PSP version and stuff like that, they got really, really mad about specific broken things from the PSP version not working, and they had some of the hottest takes you'll ever see. Like, we're talking, like, they just got extremely pissed over every little freaking detail. It's like, this is where you get occasions where it's like, no, the game is completely broken because the accuracy works differently. Or like, you know, archers completely don't work because they don't instantly one-shot stuff like they used to do. You know, either way, they're fun to make fun of. It's like one of those cases of it's easy to make fun of the bad guy over here because, you know, they're kind of being a dick to everyone. So, like, we're talking, like, you'd see somebody going and writing angry rants for months telling people not to buy the game because, you know, some specific grind method or something that they wanted to use just, you know, isn't doing it for them. That they actually have to play the game for the first time ever. It's wild. Like ninjas with bows? Amen, dude. Absolutely, they're fantastic. Alright, we got minimum hit odds on him, but it's still worth a shot. But yeah, dude, ninjas, short bows, poison arrows, beautiful. An absolute thing of beauty. Also, if Aircell tries to kill off this fairy unit, she might have to be deleted, is all I'm saying. She better not try to kill off my my new fairy unit, because we're going to need them for shenanigans. Aircell. Okay, see? This fairy is making a great case for herself. She's over here repeatedly parrying everything under the sun, and additionally we're going to have, like, one shot to recruit this thing. I was going to be big sad if that thing decided to crit. Thankfully it didn't. So yeah, she's grounded, she is not moving anywhere. She doesn't get to go to the dance or whatever on account of being grounded, and should be joining our team soon. If she does not join our team, we might actually have to go kill Aircell. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, no. Like, as far as the whole Rune Fencer thing, yeah, no, like, they are comical amounts of broken. It's beautiful. It's like, there's some stuff that makes you wonder what they were thinking, but yeah, no, it's very satisfying. It's like, it's that satisfying kind of broken, because they were so mundane back in PSP. They could do everything, but they could not do most of it well. And then suddenly, you know, suddenly they see this massive glow up. They suddenly can do everything. They can do it moderately well, and then just adapt slightly to every section of the game. Like in the early game, just the fact that you have an attacker and healer at the same time, one that can use spears, keeps them safe, keeps them supported. We've got stuff like switch hitter short bows, which is pretty freaking cool. You've got stuff like instills for elemental shields. Like, it feels like they're making use of a lot of mechanics nobody else is using. You know, mid game you get your Volges, you get your fall strike cutlasses. Like, they're getting all these cool debuff weapons. They're again still utilizing their elemental shields and stuff like that. And then you take it a little bit further, and you get moments where, like, you get to the end game, and they've got their, their infinite summon spams and stuff. Like, they're just so versatile. It's wonderful. It's just such a delightful unit. um, All right. Anyway, we'll consider it, but for the moment, she gets to live. I guess we'll hit this guy instead. Let's see. Not gonna lie, the game would have been better if, or would have done much better if it had a demo, so that people would have been more eased in the buffs and debuffs, new mechanics. It definitely would have benefited from a custom tutorial of some kind. You know, whether it is a demo, whether it's a, some variety of, well, what's an improved tutorial, but I don't see them actually going down the tutorial route, to be honest. Mitsuno seems to absolutely have something against tutorials, so yeah. Either way, it definitely would have benefited a ton from that. Like I've been saying from the very start, there's a bunch of things that would have eased people in a lot better. Like starting off your main character as Ice. I mean, they do get a benefit regardless of the element, but starting them off as Ice would have given them a very, very clear advantage for Chapter 1. Things like taking an extra little pop-up here and there, even if it's taken out of the final game, like just for a demo, it's actually a pretty good point. Having a few extra tutorial pop-ups showing, like, look, they're weak to this thing, pay attention to this is important. Like, they appreciate their subtlety a bit too much at times, Alright, 142, 121, and spells will do 92, but it might be a bit more controllable. I'm feeling this way. X, no crit, no pushback, full recruit, come on, 32%, you want to join. Well, I guess Aerocel's gonna die then. Because I do not want to lose the opportunity to recruit that unit. So, alrighty then. Can anybody accomplish this goal? Okay, this is going to sound backwards. The way that we accomplish this is we heal this guy. And provided that works, I will explain why in a moment. Alright, go dagger on him. Good, or her, rather. I mean, or we just kill Aerocel right here. Okay. No. We're going to go for this because there is what should be a pretty safe thing. This works on enemy AI. This should work. This should work on friendly AI too. And if it works... Okay, let's see. Yeah. Don't you do it. This fairy is a parry god. Anyway, so for some reason she's going after this fairy, but I will say she does seem weirdly aggressive towards this fairy. What is the deal? What is your defense at or something? 180. This berserker is what? 210. Okay, maybe that is enough a difference. Maybe I should bring a Fortify next time I want to recruit somebody. Okay, so let me explain what I was trying to do there. So during the Zero Challenge, one thing I've noticed a bunch is that you can actually manipulate the AI into basically ignoring critical units, but also attacking higher health ones. So, like, if you give a higher health bar to one that you want attacked, they will basically draw more aggro towards themselves, whereas somebody that's left in critical will oftentimes just be seen as a non-threat and just kind of ignored. So this actually gives a ton of potential play to those kinds of situations. Now, in this case, we might be able just to accomplish the same thing with a breach if we can get it on this guy. So I'll go ahead and throw him over here. All right, he's going for the Mighty. Bit of a bummer, because that's going to take a big old chunk out of Canopus. We should probably start working on him, though, so we can start getting this fight wrapped up. Yeah, that wasn't a very... Vale, I remember your comment about monsters turning into free archer self-deletion. Seems like that applies right then and there. Alright, let's go ahead and throw out a Flaming Fist right there. I love that Flaming Fist burns the grass underneath. I just want to say, I appreciate that detail so much. Alright. Let's see. How much does your crossbow do? Slightly too much. Not so much. Okay, P1 this guy then. Probably should have gone for the heal instead, but she's going to train that crossbow, dang it. Right now, we are feeling super safe. Like, again, I cannot possibly overstate how safe this feels after this last run. I get this just feels like easy mode all day, dude. But this archer is about to, as they said earlier, become past tense real good. Goodbye. Goodbye to you. Alright, Fairy's gonna heal herself. Though, with the dagger and Canopus' movement, that should be precisely where we need to... Oh, no, wait, not anymore. Alright, we'll throw in some extra damage. Alright. Counter Boulder is OP. It is very convenient. Alright. Get some Meditate on you. Let's throw some Poison on... maybe not, because their concentration wore off. Like, this is when you need damage spells. Like, damage spells, in my opinion, should be used in between debuffs, not the other way around. Like, I get the discussion from before, it was like, you know, how do you keep up your upkeep with your damage spells? Like, no. Start with poison, start with debuffs, start with all that, then... Okay, I gotta check this fairy's daily luck, because that is 4 7% that they've rolled in a row. I'm starting to convince she is immune to arrows. Possess powerful abilities and can strike with lightning-fast attacks. I don't know about that, unless those attacks are directed towards arrows. The stars show promise. Don't expect too much and you won't be disappointed. I mean, she has dodged death how many times now? You know what? Aracel, I'm starting to be convinced that you're just not worth the effort, dude. I mean, okay, she's got longbow, so that's going to be 8 tiles of range, right? How much... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, 1, 2, 3. So she should be safely out of range, right? One would assume, anyway. Alright. Do, like, one of these, I guess. Sure, sure. And then you attempt to axe this fairy to join us. Which would be a lot easier if we could do the spell or dagger method from before and have high recruit odds, but apparently that's just not happening. There we go. We got the God Fairy. And you know what? Honestly, we might as well just go with God Fairy for the name, because that is... I mean, I guess Aracel gets to live. She's like the... You know, she gets to be the fairy's servant or something, I guess. I don't know. She's permanently indentured to the God Fairy. That's weirdly messed up for reasons I can't really quite put my finger on, but whatever. Okay. Delete this one. Alright, Beast Tamer is taking a nap, as you do. But then again, combination of Octopus and Archer should be pretty darn decent. He killed the God Fairy, but the God Fairy lives on. Because we've got the power of Berserk. Which does 3 times more to this fairy, and they're no defense. He will counter if we do shield, which is good, because, again, you know, Berserker and stuff. Punch. There's something very satisfying about that punch. And if we move her out of the way, Canopus should be able to take over and just repeat the same thing again. See, chat censored it, but it voted to delete Aracel. Thankfully, she lived because she ran far enough away from the ferry that we don't have to worry about its safety. See, everyone hires Aracel. Nobody hires the ferry. The ferry is more interesting. All right. Hello, you. Goodbye, you. Thank you for your loot. Have a nice day. Could have recruited him to have all of his loot. I am thinking about this a little bit too late. You go here, you do the thing where you do the shooties, and maybe train up some stuff here, because I keep forgetting to actually train up your stuff on account of using the debuffs all the time, because they are good, or whatever. 106. Cool. And let's make that number bigger. And now that number is 212. Cool. And now we're good. Alright. A little bit of short bow action over here. A little bit of water bubble action over here. Okay, maybe not on him. Maybe kind of move you a little bit this way, just slightly. There was absolutely no reason to pick up these cards, considering most of this map is water tiles. But alright. Let's see, not me, always hire the fairy right here. Understandable. That fairy, like, that fairy is a nice little hidden gem of a unit. Like, one of the most insanely powerful things you can get in this game, followed by another one of the most powerful things you can get in the game in the form of crafting. Followed by Aracel, who's kind of okay, I guess. Alright. It's like, this isn't just a God Fairy, this is the God Fairy. In fact, we actually have space. There we go. I want to recruit this unit? Hell yeah, I want to recruit this unit. There we go, let's get chat back, and we're back. I love how she comes with just a knife. She's just there shanking dudes. Alright. Let's go ahead and save that real quick like, and take a look at this party. Hell yeah. Like, this is my kind of unit, you know? This is my kind of unit. We're also going to run daggers and spellbooks on her, just because I kind of feel like it. Nothing optimal about that whatsoever. In fact, we should probably just run Pumpkin Lore. Comes with a bunch of spells, at least a couple of which she would normally be able to use, but she can also put stuff to sleep, which is fantastic. Their mind score is comically higher than most other things, so that'll be great there. Also, it's kind of a funny thing. They can wear chainmail, just kind of fun little detail that for some reason they get armor access. Get a little bit of dodge on you, get a little bit of emergency heals on you, and that's looking pretty good. Like, seriously, fairies are so dang good. Hi there, Tostones. Nice to see you. Again. Jumping back in, had to step away, but continuing to paint and listen to this. Oh, you're painting too, huh? Yeah, it was repainting the kitchen recently. Come to think of it, ah, shoot, I forgot. There's one more chunk I gotta get to whenever we're done with this, whenever. But we're going as long as I'm able to talk, alright? Here, let's see. Alright, we have more daggers that we can give her, and we could run 2 daggers. It would be amusing to run 2 daggers. I'm tempted to run 2 daggers. But then again, also, I guess staff, maybe. Because extended range or whatever. So we've got that. We've got Aircell. You exist. We're going to turn you into something else. Like, I don't know, a cleric or something? We'll see. We'll see what we do with you. Mr. Donner the Archer... I forget what I did with you. I don't know. Something, probably. We're running low on these, so we should probably go buy more. Probably wouldn't be a terrible idea, and we just got access to crafting, and we're about to improve our crafting pretty darn soon here. So, did you use that first 40 grand? Here's another one. Alright, so, we go to the shop, we get a good bit of that going towards the goodies at this point. So, for one thing, did I ever pick up one of these? Yeah, we got a Dread Knight mark. I'm going to throw that on someone. But, what do we want to do here? Crafting books, right. Get one of these, one of these, one of these. Decided to go do the button combination to try to do like going down the list and buying everything on the list from Unicorn Overlord. I don't know why that was the first thing that came to mind, but anyway. We don't really need improvements to much of this, but we'll go ahead and get a Dirk +1, because he's pretty dang good or whatever. Get a False Strike Rapier, because I wanna. Get one of them suckers in here. Get our Zweihanders equipped. Beautiful. You know what? I kind of want to run the Misstep Axe, just for the meme. So there we go. We'll have that right there. Let's get our beloved Volges all nice and updated. And we've still got plenty in the tank. Get this upgraded. Sure, we're going to upgrade everyone's pants next. Then their bows and their crossbows, and we got a bow gun over here. Hell yeah, we got a bow gun. Got our longbows. Got all of them suckers equipped. We've got some short bows, make them stunning and stuff. Upgrade that one sticker to do slightly more, even though realistically it just kind of slows her down and doesn't really help that much. So God Fairy will want an upgrade, I guess, and we'll upgrade the Archer's one. So there we go. These ones need one. Canopus got his Dirk. He's also running, what was it? Axes and Daggers? I've actually got 2 axe units at this point. I kind of want to switch somebody to something else. How do we make the Beast Tamer? Ooh. What if we run Iron Fan on him? I think we're going to run an Iron Fan on the Beast Tamer. Let's see. Alright, why are some ladies not ashamed of wearing bikinis, but ashamed of wearing underwear? I assume it's the transparency of the material. Funnily enough, my wife had this conversation a little while ago, but it's mostly just a case of one is just publicly considered okay, but, like, swimsuits are not see-through, generally. I mean, obviously there's some exceptions, because there's exceptions to everything, but, yeah, undies are typically very see-through, if you look hard enough. And in other cases they aren't, you know. All right, this guy. I feel like he needs to equip something else. What is the dumbest thing I could give him in his other hand? Because I really want to go hammers on this dude. It's like swap out these axes for hammers. Then we've got access to those finishers, sure. Then we've also got the dumb potential of him running around with a blowgun and a fan and being considered a soldier, which is just, it's just weirdly amusing to me. And then Canopus is gonna get his axe, of course, get his battle axe. I want him to have his misstep axe. You know, just run the meme weapons as you do, and then a Dirk +1 for having an actual good weapon. And then we'll go upgrade their other equipment, which actually, now that I think about it, Canopus, you probably want some actual armor, don't you? Well, that would get rid of your dex bonus, so we'll go ahead and just go gauntlets. We'll go ahead and, do we switch them over for this? Yeah, it's somehow, linen slops, chainmail leggings, they weigh the same thing, don't worry about it. Okay. Now we go to their other equipment over here. That was a weird accent. I don't know what's going on with that either. We'll just blame it on possession and move on. Chain leggings. Equip all of these for weirdly cheap. Upgrade all of our pants for weirdly expensive. And then everybody else does not wear leather leggings. So, you know, we're basically good there. Everyone gets some helmet upgrades. These are also exactly how much money we've got left. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see. You're good. I kind of want Sarah to switch out for bowgun at this point. It's like, longbow's good. Bowgun's amazing, is the thing. So yeah, just go for crossbows. She'll continue training both weapons. She'll get this. And there we go. Like, that's how simple it is to update your archer. I love that. I know it's a minor detail. I know it's not a huge deal. But to me, it feels special, you know? Okay. Let's see. Who else has got what? Kruscha, how do you not have anything useful? There we go. Now you've got useful. You got plenty of useful. Got some of this useful, some of that useful. That is less useful for you, but you can Spirit Surge, which is 0 amounts of useful. Mr. Beast Tamer, you're already doing your thing. You're good. You know what? Yeah, no, I don't know why we dragged you along either, bye. You, on the other hand, I'm thinking I want to go Poison Rain. That feels good to me. I like that. I'm gonna go Poison Rain on you. You're already looking pretty good. You don't have your kissy moves just yet. You, on the other hand, are going to want some back attack, and you're going to want some HP up. And that back attack will become relevant in just a moment. Again, I do find it funny that they have this moment in here. This is the moment when there's kind of that teachable moment, you know, that she has the kind of perfect opportunity to learn to use back attack, right? And it doesn't get used. Now, I know for a fact that my debuff caster is going to get absolutely bullied on this map, so we're going to go ahead and go for this one here. And there we are. So we've got another octopus. I should really have brought my tamer with their tame thing. But what's remembering to scout anyway, right? Alright. We get a little bit of Joel the Avatar action, because I expect him to do some dodging. That coffee is dead friggin' cold at this point. Alright. Canopus, you do your stuff here. That's okay. 113. 97. Yeah, this tracks. Alright. He's got some advantages, but not many. You've got your meditates. Got a good bit of speeds and sleeps and everything. Man, I love it. Like, this UI design. Okay, this UI design is beautiful. I just want to say. Like, everything about it, from just how evocative all the different colors are to it, to the exact placement of everything. It's just so good. And I really just don't feel it gets talked about enough. You know? Also, we forgot to get all of our weight-equipped armor, but that'll be okay. Alright. Get some concentration going. Goody goody. That's not really necessarily going to help too much, though with bad footing, maybe it will. Who knows? It's a thing of beauty, man. Alright. Beast Hammer goes up here, gets a little bit of empower action, hopefully. And so far, so good. Alright, so how far y'all think we're gonna make it on this whole thing? Gonna make it all the way to the end? Gonna pass out and end up rambling about random nonsense beforehand? What's the bets looking like these days? Let's see. 54, 88. Dang it, Felicia, stop being terribly powerful against everything around you. It's just puzzling to look for subtext everywhere. Oh, jeez. Also, wait a minute, hold on. This is definitely the place to ask about that Thorfinn. Not weird at all, not super creepy, just a normal question. Hold on, what just got asked? Oh, alright. But yeah, no, seriously, it's just a transparency thing. Goliath 3 or bust. Okie dokie, I guess that's what we're going for now. One of these days, though. Like, I was thinking an hour ago, why didn't I just try to go for, like, a speedrun world record or something? How often do we actually have time to do this? Oh, man. Like, what I find funny is, for the sake of context, the world record for Tactics Ogre Reborn at this point, and why I'm saying just go for the record here, nobody runs it. There's, like, one guy that went to go run it, and they did it using a New Game Plus save file, and my time on a fresh save got weirdly close to that. So it's definitely doable. Not to mention, technically, there aren't... at least last I checked, and frankly, you know, I don't really care enough to regularly go update, but I'm sure at some point somebody might have done it, because why not? But last I checked, it was still a case that there was that nobody had done it, at least in any reasonable time, without a New Game Plus. So either way, maybe it's still the case, maybe it isn't. I'd be doubtful if somebody hasn't done better than that by now, but it's just fun. You know, it's a fun thought. Alright. Anything for you to do there? Not really. Why don't you go blow somebody? There we go. Blow that way. Get one step closer to the chili beams. Let's see, would have to be routed. I mean, it's not really... I've done a speedrun route before. It's not necessarily that it's that complicated of a route. It's more the adaptation needed. So, like, if doing New Game Plus, you can simply curb stomp a lot of things. If you're doing kind of like just like normal New Game type of playthrough, you'll basically run into a situation that whatever plan you had is going to fall apart pretty quickly, just of how chaotic everything is. So, like, if, for example, you're planning on, let's say, like in my route, I was routing in to go do the Nybeth map in order to be able to recruit Nybeth's female zombie. So, in that particular case, it wound up being really useful because spamming a recruit is a really fast way to get a lot of higher level units on your team very quickly. And so that's basically what the run consisted of. You get the zombie early, you keep sending them forward. Any exorcism maps you just kind of keep an eye out on, and you send in archers to go deal with their exorcist, at which point you just basically spam revive, spam finishers, use berserkers to tear through stuff, until eventually you get to the end, you know? So it works pretty darn well. My final time, I think, was like 13, 14 something hours. And I think a world record on a New Game Plus save file with everybody at max level, more or less, was like 11 hours, I think. So, and yes, you might be saying that is a difference of hours. Yes, but New Game Plus save file, you can tear through everything. New Game save file, you basically have to adapt to everything that comes your way constantly. So just kind of something to bear in mind. But yeah, you can play the objective and stuff like that. Okay. Anyway, so this guy is breached, which means we can now just wrap this fight up, and we should be good to go. All right, and let's see. It would have to be routed, and that's always a pain. And again, that's one of those reasons that I personally liked it, because it meant that really no route, no matter what route you did, it was going to be a problem. Like, being able to adapt everything was kind of key to going down that particular road. It's probably not going to be optimal by any means, just because, again, of the amount of adaptation required, the amount of weirdly specific mechanics and like dumb little tricks to go for. So by no means is that something that most would be interested in doing. So a more standard route would be kind of confusing, because it basically would consist of look for what cards spawned, look for doing one particular type of attack, but if you do that one particular type of attack, maybe it'll be a lot slower than routing out to something else during that time. So there's just a lot of ways for it to go wrong. Anyway, so there we go. And that's actually why longbows were worked into that particular route so much, why I kept talking them up so much during that time. Because just going breach and longbows very consistently tore through a lot of things. Like breach, longbows, recruits. That's what the tricks were to that particular route. And if somebody were to optimize that, I'm sure they could absolutely take that time down to even faster than the new game than the new game plus save file. Okay, sorry for the long thing there. Okay, so Thorfinn, which is the best denim no lord class option? Rune Fencer, and it's not even close. For the exact same reason, and that reason is Conserve MP. Conserve MP plus Meditate side by side is so phenomenally broken, it's hilarious. So basically, the reason that it's so good is that there's nothing that it can't do. We've got the bonus 15% to 30% that we're seeing off of instills. This gives you the kind of option to protect yourself against your elemental weakness. This gives you bonus damage against stuff. You've got heals of all kinds of different varieties. You can cast stuff for free with Conserve MP. You've got Meditate for building up your finishers during that same time. You've got access to buffs. You've got access to debuffs off of items. You can actually run a full debuff build while being a caster as a Valkyrie. You can run a ranged unit running exclusively stuff like short bows and instill attacks. So like you got a stunning short bow that can also do bonus numbers on top of things. So let's say you pair that with a like Fear Breach, Terranite, or something like that. Suddenly that short bow is just tearing something a new one, Because functionally speaking, while it isn't as powerful as something like a Tremendous Shot or something like that, you can still potentially get those damage ticks to go pretty darn quickly. Like they've got options for a great number of a lot of the best weapons in the game. They've got access to a lot of the best damaging abilities in the game. Early game, they've got just sheer versatility out the ears. Later game, we're seeing them transition into arguably the best spellcaster in the game, full stop. Just again due to Conserve MP again, because typically the best damage you'll see out of any spells whatsoever, and most attacks whatsoever, are going to be the summons, which are just kind of like a multi-hit spam move, in which, depending on the tier, they're going to be shooting out anywhere between 3 to 7 of your basic missile spells, more or less. It's like a magical machine gun. The thing is, depending on how a unit functions, this can mean a lot of different things. Like there's a lot of preference towards things like shamans for a lot of newer players, because they will look at them doing a slightly bigger number and think, this is insanely good or something. And so, for example, the math ends up breaking out like you've got your summoners, and let's say they'll do like 250 for every one of those missiles by the time they get the build together, which they both get together at about the same time. Funnily enough, there's like a 2-level gap, give or take. Or actually, is it 2? Somewhere between like 2 to 5 level gap. Where shamans exclusively get access to it, and then rune fencers get it pretty much immediately after. Either way, it's like a fight or two in most situations. That's the difference between them. But either way, we have a case where they'll do like, let's say 150 to 250, depending on the situation, something along those lines, when they're going and they're spamming summons off of the supposedly best option there. Meanwhile, on Valkyries, they're doing like, let's say 100 to 200. It's like, it's slightly less, but at the same time, they get access to the same 50% bonus skill that could boost it up. They get access to Conserve MP for doing it for free. They got the armor options to be able to take a hit pretty decently well. They can roll a higher rank parry options through swords. They could, run a lot of better debuff options off their weapons. Counter options, like counter breaches off of Volges remain good at that point. Like, just options on options on options and options. They can cast for free immediately into just using them to, summon twos into a recruit is a perfectly valid strategy. Stuff like summons into, let's say, using a finisher onto something else is, again, a perfectly valid strategy. They just get a ton of options in so many different directions, it's not even funny. I mean, it is funny, but it also technically isn't as a turn of phrase. But it is still very funny, though. The balance team was drunk that day, but in a very fun way. They were drunk, but in a great mood. Whereas, let's say the PSP version, they were drunk and just feeling very grumpy, I think. So yeah, that's kind of the over-under on how that goes, more or less. And yeah. Alright, that looks pretty decent there. Beast Tamer probably wants to get a little bit more in this particular project. How far are you on your ranks, anyway? 50% to getting up to 8. So we'll be having that Frigid Blast in no time. Yeah, Frigid Blast is always worth it. Alright, let's see. I should probably get a speed up on you, actually. Beautiful. You go there. Yeah, I love how there's not even any pushback on that. Like, yeah, there's no argument. It's fine. We all agree. Almost any other thing, somebody's gonna have some sort of argument, but like when it comes to Rune Fencer's overpowered, it's like nope, no, that's fine. Like spamming finishers, spamming spells, spamming support, being a tank sometimes just because they got bored and decided they needed to do somebody else's job. They really are the Barbie of this universe. They just can do every job and they can do it well. How'd they earn a PhD in a week? I don't know. Conserve MP, I guess. It's a hell of a drug, Alright. There we go. Throw a rock at you. Sure. Let's have you go this way. Oh yeah, I guess we probably should have tried to become... I think we're going to stubbornly stick with Earth Element on Denim. Just to dunk on Vice, I think. Like, Warrior Denim is surprisingly overpowered. Let's see, you've got one casting card right now. What would that look like on this? Deletion? Perfect. Goodbye. There's a weird angle to fire from. This is actually... Okay, so that weird shot right there. I just want to point out, this is one of those weird benefits of having a unit that technically hovers all the time. Because I'm pretty sure the only reason she was able to make that shot, I'm pretty sure in most other situations it would have hit her. But since she hovers, she technically counts as one tile higher, which gives them a weird kind of height advantage bonus in some specific situations. It's kind of just a weird thing to think about. Also, interesting visual glitch. I don't know if you saw that, but due to the fact that she died from the first one and it wasn't sure if it should take the second swing, his weapon swung by itself for that second swing. It's kind of neat. See, Rune Fencer is good, but I do like Buccaneer Ninja, too, for them. Yeah, fair enough. Like, Steel Stance Ninja is definitely an interesting little goblin there. Buccaneer is fun. It's fun. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with the old standard Knight. It's kind of on the dull side, but it has the support, it has the invincibility, go for it. But yeah, if you're looking for sheer just deletion potential, or just everything potential, you just never want to think about doing anything again, Lord is basically upgraded Valkyrie. That's, upgraded Rune Fencer / Valkyrie. It's that good. I keep forgetting we're live. I miss the old days of Twitch streams with Cowgore and Evan. How are the guys? Evan's been busy. I haven't really, he shows up every now and then. Apparently he's been working around. Heard he moved across the country, so that was cool. Actually, I should check how they're... It seems like a lot of folks have moved recently. So, there's that. But yeah, they're still traveling around. And yeah, Cow's been popping up every now and then. Usually what you gotta do is you gotta say Monster Hunter, or you gotta say Armored Core, and then that just kind of summons them from a mirror. So, they'll be around. So yeah, that's just kind of how that goes. What was I doing here? I believe I was trying to attack this little douche nozzle over this direction. Alright, go ahead and smackify this dude with some spellmajiggers over here, and that sounds okay. Alright, you got a crossbow, you got a healer. I think we should introduce those two. There we go. Man, I'm kind of tempted to turn Felicia into a Dragoon, actually. Just so I can give her the bow gun. Yeah, I think I might just do that. We'll see. Anyway, dead shot on you. He's probably going to absolutely tear into Canopus here, but that's alright. We got options. Got some black mucus. Actually, that black mucus over on Mr. Dude Guy might be a pretty good option. So if and when he decides to go attack Canopus, we're going to actually move right here. Alright. And you're going to go right here. And you are actually going to go ahead and just break her defense a little bit, I think. There we go. Alright, over here still molding that Lord can't equip the Ogre shield, but Rune Fencer can. Oh, well, hell, in that case, Ogre Fencer might actually be even better than Lord in that way. It deserves it. Fine. Guess we'll just go for this one. There we are. I love how the fairy has refused to parry ever since we got her. And as we get one shot by that Heart Crusher. Alright, now we just go ahead and revive him, probably. Do we even need to? We might not need to. Might just be able to do this any number of other ways. Let's see. Reminisce about the times when I first played this game on a Japanese ROM without translation. Blew my mind and managed to get pretty far in the game. Fell in love with the game since then. Which Japanese version? Out of curiosity. Like, are we talking the original, like, PS1, SNES, that kind of thing? Or are we talking PSP? Because, like, yeah, the PSP version in Japanese was surprisingly closer to Reborn than the American version was. The Famicom one? Yeah. It's an absolute classic for a reason. Like, it's such a wild game to go back to, because so much stuff that's in there is, like, it's weird. Like, it's a case of why didn't it come back, and I also understand why it didn't come back on so many different units. Like, honestly, I would have been okay with stuff like the Ghosts going back to their original version, but at the same time, they technically get so many more options now. I don't know. I'm just kind of talking in circles here, but either way, it's such a neat game, though. It's weird how it holds up despite the jank, though. Like, even things like potentially the parry skill might originally have been a glitch and stuff like that, it still doesn't matter. Like, it still manages to hold up just on sheer style alone, you know? It's good stuff. Alright, now this guy's breached, and we got some other attack options, so... I was trying to stab you, sir. You're supposed to just get stabbed, and that's the end of that, but no. Alright, let's see, that'll be a 168, that'll be a 69... That'll be a misstep, but you'll also act pretty fast, so... Bunk. There we are. Alright, next, it would be nice if he did counter, actually. Because then we might be able to do some stuff with this. Actually, forget that. Instead, we're just going to go ahead and have Denim go and wreck this guy. There we go, nice and back from the dead, and go ahead and kabunk this dude. Hopefully get his Mighty Strike back later. Probably won't, but maybe. Alright. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. Alright, more Black Mucus. Still no Aqua Veil. He continues to sleep. Let's continue napping until you snot out an octopus Aqua Veil thing, I guess. Is it just not... That's the concerning thing. Like, is it just some kind of snotty nonsense that they're going and spewing out there? I hope not. It's kind of gross. Okay, so... Bonk on this one. We really need to remember to go pick up some more revival items at some point. Well, whatever. Alright, 168. That's pretty close to him being done, but he's probably not got a whole lot more time in him. See, any advice for the second Gamp fight? Which one? there's several of them. See, I always struggle with that one. Are we talking Volcano, or are we talking talking the? It's technically Tynemouth Hill, but it's like a little like canyon kind of area. Like there again, there's a few of them. Both? Okay, so the little canyon area, that one was relatively simple. You hold still, you wait for his flyers to come close to you, you just basically scatter your people to the sides, wait for them to try to attack from the back, then go forward and surround Zapan. Or not Zapan, but Gamp. So relatively simple on that one. For the lava, that's a little bit of a more difficult story. Easiest answer, get a bunch of archers that have finishers, have a lobber throw down a breach, and delete. So, yeah. Like, spamming range finishers is really by far the easiest way to reach the guy. Technically, you can reach him through some closer units, but the problem is that he has a tendency to go stand in the middle of lava and stuff like that. So yeah, normally what you want to do is, again, just like start off with a breach, try to stun his flyers as much as you can. So concentration on any kind of paralytic wave spammer. Actually, come to think of it, something like a... okay, there's technically multiple options for this. If you want to mess with them a ton, best thing that you can do is spam a bunch of either Charm, Stun, Petrify, anything, like any kind of shutdown debuffs you've got on hand. Over onto his flyers, and then again just use any kind of MP items you got, or just wait a couple rounds, build up those range finishers, put on a breach, and go from there. Alright, now Farampa is open, and I want my claws. So we're going to go ahead and dive into the woods real quick, let everybody train up a little bit, catch the party up with everybody else. I think I'm going to... let's see... Alright, God Fairy, let's rest you a minute. Felicia... I really want to go... I really want to go and switch her over to Dragoon at this point. It's like, Crossbow Knight is fun, but also Dragoon, like Slayer Dragoon, sounds pretty fun. Unless we go that way with our other archer. Just go that way with Sarah, maybe? Just kind of get the best of both worlds? I think so. Alright. So we're going to go Dragoon on Sarah. We've already got archers aplenty. I'm going to turn Aracel into a Terror Knight. Because, honestly, she seems like the sort to be absolutely terrifying just by going and glaring at you. But she's going to be a spellcasting Terror Knight. Alright, so, what do we got? We got some sleep. We'll get a cudgel for her at some point. We'll see if we can get a cudgel in the woods, actually. So, Rampart Aura, nice little health bonus over here, some Lament of the Dead, and Concentration. That is going to be her loadout. Perfect. In fact, actually, rather than Constitution, I'm going to run Shadow Break on her, only for the reason that I want to see if maybe we can get some use out of it. Let's see, weapon-wise... any one of these got a Mind bonus on them? I doubt it. Let's see, Broadsword... maybe just Shield. There you go. She is scary, and she puts people to sleep. That's her... That's going to be her deal. You've got your bowgun. You're going to get Slayer. Let's get Beast Slayer, Dragon Slayer, crossbows, and... do we want Rampart Aura? I feel like extra health might help more. I mean, whatever, we'll run Rampart. Nah, we're going to run health bonus on her. There we go. Sounds good there, and I think we're basically set. We shouldn't need a cleric for this. I would like to recruit a Griffin, so we'll replace our Lobber temporarily with Subdue. And then we'll also go back to get a Dragon, sure. Sounds good to me. I don't think we're going to need our... no, you're going to want to be there. Who do we bench for this one? Guess we'll bench Canopus for now. There we go. That sounds good to me. bonk. Get some nice rock throwing action going on. I do want to get Felicia her Rampart Shadow as soon as possible, though. Mostly because I want to use her for card printing. So we'll get to that as soon as possible. Alright, so you go forward over here. Looks like you got a shot on this dude right here. Take a nice little stun bolt over that direction. Once we team in an Eagle Eye over on the Archer, who I think we should be getting something more on pretty soon. Like, I want to say we get Eagle Eye at like 15 or so, so that should be popping up around there. Because I want to say double shots around 25. I don't know. We'll see. Again, this just feels... This feels so free after, after Union Zero, dude. It has never felt more free. It just feels like everything is absolutely nice and rosy and fair game and everything else. We haven't had to repeat a single fight, let alone repeat the same one for about a month straight. Let's see, oh no, that's the OB64 Overworld Exploration music. This always puts Glenn immediately to sleep. Oh no. Alright, yeah, why don't you take a shot at this thing? It's kind of sad that, sad when you've specifically run one-handed crossbows long enough to know that that shot's possible. Alright. A little bit of punch action from the Berserker. Nice empowered throw here for whoever wants it, including this guy right here, ironically. Beast Tamer that's going to roll at 12%. You know what? Whatever. It's just a big old collection of all the stuff people say doesn't exist in this game. My bad. Hope that didn't blow anyone's eardrums out. Also, by the way, so volume and stuff like that was adjusted a decent bit at the very earliest part of the stream, roughly 6 hours ago. Everything sounding better to y'all? Did anything sound worse? Where are we at on this one? Alright. It's a, you know, it's a weird feeling today also. Because normally, on days like this, normally I would be spending most of my time going out, you know, doing deliveries wherever I can, working, all that sort of thing. However, due to a weird thing called my car frickin' broke, and due to that being a little bit of a problem, it's actually the only reason that there was so much time to do stuff here today. So, anyway, just kind of one of those things, you know? But yeah, no, it's funny. The car's in this weird situation where it kind of sort of drives, but not well by any means. So, like, it's got all of the get up and go of a bag of shit, basically. But, you know, you use what you got, I guess. But, unfortunately, it's definitely on its very last legs at the moment. Not really a whole lot of options in terms of selling it, so just kind of trying to make it work for now. So not really the most ideal scenario there, but yeah, in case anyone's wondering what happened to the usual shtick of going and working during this time, you know, what if I could have? All right, go ahead and subdue this Griffey. Come on, join us. Dang it, you will join us. This isn't optional. I'm not asking. Maybe he's a Pokemon. Maybe we need to stun him first. Alright, let's keep on firing this bowgun until compliance is achieved. Let's see, you're lightning, you're not lightning, neither are you. Now, I could be wrong on this. I feel like crossbows take longer than other weapons to train. I know I'm wrong on that, in fact, but it always just feels that way, you know? It's kind of funny like that. Okay. You are about to get smushed by this rock. Oh, I love it. Like, honestly, octopi are kind of like the I don't know. I don't even know what you'd call them. They're the monster version of the Archer. Like, they just go from 0 to 100 so dang quick. See, level seems good to me. That I'm glad. So you have enemy gremlins in the party parry up to 3 basic attacks on the same turn. Oh yeah, no, the God Fairy that we have on the team, she was doing that like an hour ago. Like, just parried multiple kill shots, just no cares given. It's the only reason that she's actually on the party right now, because Aerosol tried to kill her repeatedly, just absolute murder frenzy on that lady. And, yeah, no, sure enough, she ended up surviving it. Just barely, but she survived it. Sir, would you like to join or would you like to die? What's your option? Shame. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. Alright, let's see. Short bow action. Feels like it needs to go on Zagriffy, so he stops flying away. There we go. Man, look at that name, though. Mini Yachties. Sounds fancy. Fancy schmancy. Alright, and yes, we are going to use our Dragon Slay, or our slaying, Beast Slayer crossbow unit over here to do everything except attack a crossbow. Or attack a beast, rather. And yes, I could have empowered that, or Mighty Impacted it, in order to delete this guy. And we could pretend that it was intentional, but it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Also, our toughest unit gets absolutely smushed. Dandy. We'll still be fine, though. Alright, we get our Aqua Veil, and we're 1 point shy of being able to Poison Rain. How rude. Absolutely rude. You're resistant to that, but nobody, and I mean nobody, is resistant to getting slapped in the face. There we go. Alright, a little bit of Phalanx action, a little bit of Recruit action. Sir, do you want to join? We could use another Hawkman. Another Vartan, even. Bad choice. Try again. We'll see if he decides to join next round, because I would not say no to having more units on the team. Let's bonk this dude. Oh, right, I was trying to... Right. Never mind. You should not have bonked that dude, actually. And yes, even casually, we're not using Chariot. Get that nonsense out of here. Let's see. Parry doesn't exist until it ruins everything. True, true. Every time you say Aqua Veil / Veil, I want to say Dry Veil myself. Well, you gotta stay away from the lake, then it just becomes extra confusing. Alright, and now that they have the MP, there is no Aqua Veil. Dry Veil, or even slightly Moist Veil, but that's just the kind of veil we're working here. Alright. You should have a shot right here. Kapow. They're already stunned, and this is not PSP, so that stun will not prevent counterattack. However... Let's see. You should be able to do one of these. And every time I look at this, I'm expecting this Ruination to silence this wizard, even though that's not how it works in this version. Every time, though. It's like one of the most convenient tools for getting your silence out during one vision is off of your Ruinations. Also, I was saying that, technically speaking, we could use another Hawkman. I guess what I was trying to say is not that one, though. He's gone now. That's fine. Maybe there'll be another. Let's see. Actually, let's Blessing Stone over here, because I don't want to lose my Berserker. And we're going to want a little bit more time on this map for the time being. Hopefully we'll be able to get over to that Griffin fairly quickly here. Alright. Claws. And actually, now that I think about it, what I was saying earlier about Berserk basically being the melee version of Nature Power, honestly, that's even more fitting than I thought, because just like Nature Power, it basically creates a unit that is kind of meh until they're, holy crap, more or less. Which is the best way to possibly put that. Alright. Are you a warrior? They are a warrior. Alright. But they will refuse to launch this unit onto this tiny tree, so we get our 9 extra damage instead. Beautiful. Alright, and it is about time, once again also, that I'll probably need to go, get more coffee, take a quick little bit of a break and all that kind of business. So I think we're going to recruit this Griffin. We are going to... probably put on a little bit of music for a little bit, and yeah, then I'm gonna go fill up on coffee. Gonna go let the dogs out, see what they're feeling like, and yeah, we'll just kind of go from there, All right, this unit refuses to have a discussion, so instead he is gonna have an impalement. All right, fantastic. Now, would you like to? Yes, that is a good number. Do that. Their odds to join are fantastic at this point, 35%. Coolest beans, but the beans are not cool enough, unfortunately. Alright, we'll have to get everybody that can counterattack away from here, because the Griffin will, 100% of the time, try to get itself killed for absolutely no reason. Additionally, we'll go ahead and get our Archer back up on her feet, because I suspect this is going to take a little bit of a second, and additionally, she might be able to stun it, reduce its health a little bit more, all that kind of thing. That has a potential to go badly very quickly. No, we're not going to do that. Alright. Perfect. Nice happy parry there. We're going to ignore the fact that this almost went completely sideways. Anyway. 27 more damage on you, please. Thank you. Maybe somebody do that whole healing thing that we probably need at some point. I think it's a thing we do. Alright, actually, you. Also, maybe go take a shot at this guy. Let's get a little bit more skills going. Already up at rank 4. Beautiful. It's going to continue going up over time, as we do. Well, I was saying it almost went sideways. Now it did, because, you know, they're fast. Okay. Right. Wait, shoot. Okay, you know what? Next map. When I was trying to say that we want to hire a Griffin, I meant that we didn't mean to hire that one. We'll hire the next one that we see. For the time being, we got some unicorns, we got some enchanted thingamajigs, meaning that we get our +1 to our stabs pretty early. And, yeah, we'll do that upgrade a little bit later. Do that upgrade later. He wants to join. Alright, I'm thinking we call this guy Flash. Also, I love how the air conditioner decided to actually be particularly helpful there. Because normally the music covers up the fact that there's a constant whirring from the either heater or air conditioning, depending on the time of year. And then it's shut off exactly as the sound went off here. So that's cool. Now, do we have other Vartan cards? No. But we can have a Flappy Wizard. I'm trying to think if there's any point. Because we've kind of got the ultimate pincer god over here. He's already got this Vihander, like, it's right there. Though at the same time, we also got the ultimate Fall Strike dude. And I'm thinking we go full fencer on this guy. Like, he just keeps a buckler for style points, I think. So that works for me. That works for me. Alright. So we've got Flash, the Fall Strike warrior over here. Anything else we want to put on him? Maybe a little bit of Siege, just for optimal pointlessness, because he's already immune to Rampart Aura. All this does is reduces movement by 1. I think Constitution. Now, I will actually go run Siege on Denim real quick, though. Mostly because I feel like there's going to be some situation that it will help, you know? I don't know when, I don't know how, but at some point it will help, and it'll feel very cool that it did. I'll also give him one more heal, and I think that's kind of good for now. There we go. He's a little on the basic side, but he's doing all right. Let's see. Sculptopus. I feel like we want to put all charms on this guy. Maybe later, though. All right. Anyways, so quick little break then. I'm just gonna go ahead and save it right here. We're gonna go ahead and probably clear out these 2 maps. Like, get a Griffin from here. I'm thinking go this way a little bit. Maybe get ourselves a Swordmaster. Probably go here, kill off a couple dragons, get some parts. Maybe recruit one of them, run an air dragon because it's funny. But in the meantime, let's go turn on a little bit of music here, and I will be back at that point. We get some of Villahania in here, or no? Let's see. What do we got? Very, very limited. Yeah, there's a reason that's one of the early ones. Hi there, Alex Drake. I was able to catch some of this. How's the run going? So far, so good. Funny timing on that. I was actually about to go step away for a quick break, let the dogs out and all that. But yeah, so far, so good. Here, let's just actually go back to the team, because none of those seem... Wait a minute. Okay, it didn't count. Okay. Explain to me, when it comes to the chariot thing, this time I canceled out of it, and it had nothing on there. Main file, it gave me 1 chariot use after like 1,000+ hours. Weirdly annoying. But yeah, no, so far it's going good. We got some extra units on here. We're just kind of grabbing some random upgrade materials while we're here. We have no fire units whatsoever. Congratulations, Flash. You are now on fire. And also, we probably want to give him a weapon skill he can actually use, just so he's not running the old PSP tardy meme. As you do, get him some upgraded chain leggings. Apparently I upgraded those at some point, and didn't give them back. Not sure what that's about. We'll get some more upgraded pants later, I'm thinking. But anyways, I still can't get Faraway Heights to show up on the menu list. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're doing. Here is what we are doing. We are saving this right here. We're going to go ahead and load up later. And supposedly... Okay, so I might be wrong on this. Supposedly it's to do with clearing out Sand Bronze of 15 without Chariot or something. Something along those lines. See, forgot to mention I got a zombie octopus off Feral Shore. Boy hits like tanks and takes like a champ. Yeah, it... Dude, I love that thing. It's a very useful unit. We're going to use a basic one this time. And maybe I will go to Feral Shore. It might be cool to get a zombie Hawkman. Here, we'll go ahead and turn on some Faraway Heights. 93, or... No, was it 93? No, it wasn't. It was 63, wasn't it? No, that's... Which one is it? Something 3, I'm pretty certain. Or I'm completely wrong. Also, I find it really funny that there's scat versions. What the hell is the scat version, anyway? 34, there we go. I had the 3 in the wrong place. Explain to me in what way this sounds like Scatman John, dude. You'd be more like, or something, you know? Neato. Anyway, Faraway Heights. Okay, so I will be right back. Let me go get the dogs out, get more coffee, refill my nearly gallon jug of water. Man, I had a lot of water today. Doing good on that. Okay, I'll be right back. So, see y'all in a sec. Oh wait, hang on, before we go. Kind of soft-locked on my current save, was doing Cressida stuff on Chaos, and kind of walked in thinking I could save her easily. She really gets targeted harder than I remember by enemies. Okay, so question on that. Do you have a Griffin? See, wait, how do you get Faraway Heights? Isn't that the bugged one? It's not bugged. Just like everything else with Tactics Ogre, everything's like a bug until proven otherwise. So Faraway Heights was just the one that had weird unlock requirements. Apparently, what you gotta do is just supposedly clear San Bronza floor 15. Now, the argument was more or less, do you have to do it without Chariot or something? Because supposedly it's an unmarked thing for doing it without Chariot, that it's still the same unlock or something. But there was a lot of argument back and forth, but Sand Bronze at 15 without Chariot for sure does it. That's how I got it, but something to do with Sand Bronze at 15. Anyway, so yeah, if you have a Griffin on the Cressida fight, just give the Griffin the Blessing Stone. Give them a couple of heal items as well as a dodge item. So see which attacks you're having the most issue with, and essentially what you want to do is give a dodge item to yourself, give a dodge or defense item. Just use one on your Griffin, use one on Cressida, but wait to get Cressida back up on her feet. Like have the Griffin hang up on top of the rooftops until she's about to bleed out to give you the most time to handle everything. Try to use any kind of like Terranites or longbows, things like that, just to try and break through the front line there. Leave undead units downed, but don't exercise them just yet. Instead, what you want to do is make sure to snipe their necromancers as much as you can. Again, especially if you have any kind of longbows, snipe the necromancers early, the two that are close by anyway. At that point, exercise the units that are close by, and then surround Cressida. Make sure that she's up on her feet by that point. Use a healing item on her. The reason they use Griffins for this is because, like, with how fast their turns come, you can usually pick a good moment before she bleeds out, but that still gives you plenty of time to just kind of stand by up there. They also will end up drawing aggro really well, so usually With a percentage heal item like Mending Salve +1, it doesn't take much time. You can heal her, then potentially go attack one of the squishy ghosts or something with a Blood Siphon to get their health back, at which point aggro will go completely on that Griffin, giving you time to let everybody else get kind of closer in there, you know? Anyway, so let's see. I've cleared Sand Bronze 15 on story and non-story and not gotten it without Chariot. See, until she's about to bleed out, yeah. Appreciate that. Yeah, anytime. I did a video on this a while ago. It basically was exactly the same thing. I think I might have used 2 Griffins for that, but honestly, one of them's enough. Griffins are just basically the medicine helicopter of this game. It's like whenever you need somebody protected, whenever you need to have somebody healed or whatever else, they're just weirdly fast. Extremely bulky. Actually, I forgot to mention. So, Constitution for the extra health. Blood Siphon for the extra what's it? For the extra healing as time goes on. If you're having issues with the archers, Feather Step would certainly help there, though. Dash, especially Dash in particular helps to get them into position, since obviously it can be quite a decently long distance, but you've got plenty of time to get up there. See, still has no chariot requirement, no chariot on the level, or no chariot through that playthrough. I think it was no chariot since the start of Sand Bronze to the end, because it had several different requirements for no chariot back on PSP. So, the main story would be one chunk, and then Coda would be one chunk, and then Sand Bronze would be one chunk, and then I think, weirdly enough, Palace of the Dead, I don't think had one. But then it was all of Coda 1, 2, 3, 4, that kind of thing. So all of Coda would be one, so kind of sort of Palace of the Dead, but not Palace of the Dead individually. And then Sand Bronze had one, so yeah. Let's see, my biggest issue is Nibeth, Orbital Nuke, AoE. His cards make it hit for 300-400. So you got a couple options on that one. Easiest way is get a Matriarch or something. So as far as his spells go, if you get a Matriarch roughly within his range there, you can make that go away. You can use a Crystallized Flame there for help with resistance. And additionally, if you get any kind of light element flyer or something like that, just kind of put them off to the side, that would help. In fact, actually, light element with an instill. Actually, no, they don't get that instill. I'm mixing things up here. Basically, anything that, if you give any kind of light element unit, you maybe get a couple of them, you put them off to the side, he'll go for those. Anytime that you form up in a formation, he'll go for the AoE, but if you give him one particular thing to focus on, he'll usually go for his more direct attacks. Reducing MP through stuff like Terranites can work, but they're a little bit slow to get up there. You also still have silencing options, so if you, for example, use ninjas to silence, that can help quite a bit. Ninjas with short bows and bridle, if you happen to have them on hand. Other than that, just make sure to have 1 or 2 units taking the left side and just completely plugging that off. So a knight would be ideal for that, if you just happen to get some skill cards on the way. You can just kind of keep that area more or less locked down. And then the zombies that are behind you, completely ignore those, because he will, if you kill the first 2 necromancers, the zombies that are coming from behind are simply going to add to his zombie count, and they're not very threatening, and they're also pretty far away. So if you only take out the ones that you need and only exercise them once you've killed out the first couple necromancers, they won't. They may spend time to go bring them back on their feet. They may get closer to bringing them back on their feet, kind of exposing themselves. But also, if you kill them, they'll just summon better zombies. So you're better off. Again, just trying to snipe those first 2 necromancers, surrounding Cressida, putting any buffs you've got on her, keeping a Griffin nearby her to take hits. And as far as his AoE goes, you can also, for example, have a flyer go close him, use something like a spoil spell on him, give him a chance to miss, give him a weaken to his attacks, that sort of thing. So, if you've got any, or sorry to distract from. Oh, no problem, man. I rant way too much about this game. It's my MO at this point. If there was a way to make this a thing that was actually functional as a job, I would absolutely do it 24/7. Let's see. For Crest, I found the best Beast Tamer, Hawkman, Spell Spoiling, and Ibeth Help. Yeah, there we go. Then I had Canopa snipe him. He leaves at 66% health, and he's very fragile, especially with Breach on him. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. So yeah, the first 2 you want to take out because they have a tendency to find awkward corners. and just basically will bring back anyone that you killed. And especially if you leave them down and they go for the just like bringing them back from the dead, then they don't have access to their spells because they're going to waste their MP on bringing them back instead. So yeah, and yeah, breach and bow is gonna absolutely destroy Nibeth. That's a good point. All right. Anyways, I will be right back. See you in a sec. Alrighty, hello again. Also, Vale making promises over there. No. I was saying we'd go for as long as possible. The plan is to try to reach endgame and all that. Alright, that's enough of Faraway Heights. Let's go back to the original timeline here. Get some, where was this dude? Alright. So, let's go pick us up a griffin. Alright. Let's see, man, I'm surprised because I stepped out a while and hit the store. Yeah, so, yeah, it's kind of a weird situation today. So, normally on any other day, I would be working on projects, would be trying to do some work or whatever else. At the moment, I've basically done what I can work-wise. Like, I went and filed a bunch of random, job applications and whatever else, as you usually do. Gig work is gonna gig work. There's only so many random jobs to go do at any given time, but, family's out doing their thing. They're out on a little bit of a mini vacation. I was basically gonna watch the animals, and normally this is when I would go and do things like deliveries or, working on fixing projects and whatever else. I already fixed the stuff I was gonna fix, have folks that are going and buying it, so that's happening when it's happening, so, there's nothing to do there. I wanted to fix our water heater, but the part that said it was going to be here on the 12th still isn't, so that's just kind of wherever it is. It'll get here someday, but it is not when I wanted it to be here. So that sucks. I can't really do deliveries because my car's transmission's basically just entirely shot at this point. I can't really get anyone to buy what's left of it, and it's not really in good enough condition to go do any other deliveries unless it's something particularly good. And I still have the app up on my phone in case it decides to glitch out. Somebody wants to go and potentially order something ridiculous, which happens every now and then. Like the other day, somebody wanted to order some Buffalo Wild Wings and left like a $40 tip. I'm like, great, I am taking that. The ones that keep showing up every day, essentially asking somebody to do a 15-mile drive for $5, yeah, that ain't gonna happen, Chief. The thing barely runs as it is, it barely gets the kids to school. I can't really risk, doing stupid deliveries in that thing. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I just figured this is the closest thing to something tangentially work-related I could do in the meantime until something comes in. So there's that. Oh, jeez. Hold on. Dogs apparently are losing their minds over something. I'm not really sure what. I think one of the cats decided to mess with them. Alright, let's see. Sorry your chat is filled with thorn puns. Dude, that's what we're here for. Life gripes aside, this is the moment to talk about runs and things. This is my idea of a vacation. Alright. Let's see, also stopped at the local buy, sale, trade place. Ended up finding Blind Guardian's Night at the Opera. No reference to the Blind Guardian video from a bit back. No kidding! That's a good find, man. Nice. Especially that particular one. You don't see that often. But, yeah, dude, that one's friggin' awesome. Then There Was Silence is, to this day, probably my favorite song ever. Battlefield's pretty amazing. Under the Ice is pretty awesome. Just downright bizarre song by some degrees, but man, that album has so many of their best hits. See, when I had the money to, I always tried to tip good, but basically had to stop altogether when prices got super high. Yeah, dude, I saw a pretty brilliant thing the other day that somebody put together that was basically offering to go deliver people's food to them directly, rather than going for all the nonsense that Uber and DoorDash are doing, because frankly, on all sides, it is a complete sham at this point. Both the people getting the food and the people delivering the food are getting screwed, because it frankly is it's a system that shouldn't have existed to begin with. It doesn't function. They've been running at a loss for God knows how many years now. Even at the height of COVID, when business was booming and whatever else, they were only technically making sales and whatever else. There was all kinds of shady stuff about them going and telling delivery drivers to just go buy the order with your own money, which some people did, and what a shocker, they didn't get compensated. Oh, who could have seen that coming? You've got our our local place. Like we have a Panda Express here that just was regularly completely inundated with orders to the point that they couldn't even complete their own orders. Like customers would go in and be completely unable to even get to the window, and all the same, it didn't really matter because they had just like orders for deliveries piling up 24/7, and a lot of them were just not getting delivered because, well, they were basically placing orders that were impossible or just were missing a piece or two. They couldn't get them completed, so that finally ended up backfiring on them. Then they ended up getting sued by a bunch of states, which basically just resulted in the delivery people getting screwed. Like, they're still going to get their money. But, for example, if you were somebody that was relying on it, for example, I was, you just wound up in a position that suddenly your tips for deliveries magically disappeared. Customers were mentioning leaving tips, and oftentimes delivery folks would get annoyed at customers, but essentially customers were showing people like, hey, look, I'm leaving a tip right now, and then just the delivery person gets nothing. So there's that was occasionally a thing too. Like there's a lot sketchy about all of that stuff. And DoorDash definitely took the hit first, but it's been all of them. Like Spark is comical with the kinds of deliveries they expect. They're like, "Oh, here's $15 and 57 deliveries. Have fun with that, asshole." But yeah. Anyway, so let's see here. What do we got here? So, lots of texts that I missed, though. So, let's see. So now I just cook. Yeah, that's the way to do it. So this is my wintertime glutton game time. Or glutton game? Yeah. This is my always glutton game. I love it. I found 2 other albums I was looking for. Sabotage's Handful of Rain. That's... dang it. I want to say that my brother was mentioning about that one once. Let's see. Not super familiar myself, though. I played Night of Lotus first, and it was a great introduction to the series. Once I learned that Lucked was a thing, I've been playing the PSP version since release, and even had the guide put out. Yeah, it's interesting, even if outright bizarre design-wise. See, man, always playing some sort of run now with Reborn. Yeah, man, it's the type of remake I hope gets more love going forward. Like, I hope the initial reviews that Reborn got didn't end up coloring Square's opinion on how remakes should go. Because, oh my god, it did so much right. And it's so oddly specific in terms of what it did, too. Like, just the... It takes a surprising amount of time to explain why certain things of it are so good. Like the whole thing with almost every weapon type, almost every skill. There's a lot of that. Well, like if you know, kind of factor to it. You know. Anyway, all right, get our guaranteed stun there. Wow, that guy's picked up some cards. All right. Anyway, let's see here. Hold on. Now I just missed a bunch more. Alright, let's see. Griffin trivia for the night. The Welsh Griffins from Arthurian legends were called Advar Jvelgvin or something, or Wine Dust Griffins. They tried to murder King Arthur for being a jerk once but failed. No kid. That is a cool-ass name, by the way. If we, we gotta name one Wine Dust as soon as we get it. Alex Strike, Night of Lotus, was the first game that got me into the series. I remember playing it past bedtime under the covers of my Game Boy. Oh yeah, dude, the Game Boy SP was so good for that. Oh man, I'm always so glad to hear stories like that because it's like what the SP was designed for. Thing of beauty for sure. All right, let's see. Arthurian legends are wild, and even including a werecat. Also, I'm assuming the WoW is to the delivery stuff. But man, the animated movie for Quest for Camelot's Griffin is heavily inspired by the Wine Dust Griffin. Oh man, I don't remember that. See, sorry if it's personal, but what keeps you in such a volatile industry? The flexibility? Mostly. It's a case that usually I'm dealing with 3 kiddos during the day. We need extra income constantly as a result of, all that situation. So, yes. The amounts of, the kinds of jobs that I can do is limited. It's mostly stuff that I can do from the computer or at home or whatever else. I used to do more creative writing type of stuff, article writing and stuff like that. But those are so few and far between that it isn't enough to get a bill paid. In some cases, like if you get lucky and manage to get one of the ones that's like, a magazine or whatever else, and you can get consistent work there, that would be great. But Did not run into that myself. Mostly it was just like random ads for like, here's a thing, write a pitch for it, kind of stuff, you know. And so yeah, it was like between the schedule and whatever else, it's a little bit limited in terms of what I can do. I've tried doing third shift stuff here and there, but it's very difficult to keep up with. Like I almost lost a hand doing factory stuff a little while ago. So you know, definitely not the most not the best thing there. Like I tried keeping up with that, but frankly, doing a full night of third shift on top of then keeping up with the kids all day was just not happening. So had gone a few other directions with that as well. So tried to do nighttime driving and stuff like that, and it mostly worked. Like it was by far the most, I would say, consistent as far as stuff that I could do during, you know, whatever time was available during the day. The issue was that it got extremely volatile over the last few months. So, like, for about 3 years, it was a very convenient kind of thing to just sort of fit in between the gaps there. And there's other industries that promise that all the time, but it was the only thing that I was consistently able to get some actual use out of. But yeah, like hell, just to throw it out there, if anyone's got any other suggestions, by all means. Like, I'm always looking for stuff. Anyway, let's see. Sabotage ended up turning into Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Oh, nice! That might be why. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. I think he's so ugly, I love him meme perfectly describes my relationship with this game. Yes. That's a fair point. Let's see, I want mod support or something like that. Let us remake on Night of Lotus if Square won't. I've been asking around, trying to see if anybody is still doing Night of Lotus modding, because Evergreen was doing it for a while. I don't know what happened there, because like I was keeping in touch with the guy for a while. It seemed like he was going and working on doing all kinds of stuff for KOL, was doing rebalance mod and whatever else. I haven't been able to reach him for a while, so not really sure what happened there. So hope they're all right. But yeah, if anyone's heard from him, let me know, because I assume that they maybe just retired or something. I don't know. A lot of times when it comes to mod projects, folks have a tendency to just sort of like up and just not do them one day. So it can vary. All right. Let's see. All unintended jank and stuff not working probably feels like a game should fall apart at any moment, but it doesn't just work. So layers this thing has are insane. Can you change names for anyone or anything? Yeah, you can. When you hire a unit, you can change them. So like this Griffin is going to be changed to Wine Dust in a moment. So that's gonna be a thing there. I'll go ahead and train you with your blowgun a little bit more. Are you almost at 10? 50% of the way to 9. Alright, that's okie dokie enough. Let's go ahead and get you shankifying this dude. Pop, there we are. A little bit of extra tick damage there, a little bit of extra recruit, just see if we can end your fight early. Alright, you go ahead and throw this. But yeah, it's such a wild thing of a game. Like, I saw somebody a little bit ago that was asking for a simple... It's like, why does, you know, this thing do more damage than another thing? And I was talking about this earlier as well. And it's just like, you see Recession pop in with like 8 pages worth of breakdown over why it happened. And it's like, damn, I just love that this is necessary sometimes. There's just so much to it. Like, I don't understand. My big number was bigger than, or was smaller than my smaller number. Like, here you go. Here is an entire dissertation as to why. Like, it's amazing. Like, it's just amazing how much stuff there is moving at any time. Let's see. Let's see, 500 hours in, but it still gets claws in me, even most of my relics max, some with multiple copies. I just like staring at cap stats. Hey, whatever, it's purple, it's got a little crown on it. It works. It's alright. I ain't nobody judging around here. Alright, nice 153 on you. So you ended up going into security work because retail and manufacturing almost broke my body in my 20s. Oh yeah, dude, I do not miss retail. That's how I got carpal tunnel. Like, Like, go figure. However many years of doing games, of doing repairs on small electronics and whatever else as a hobby, and like of all things, it's friggin' working at AutoZone that gives me a carpal tunnel because they just constantly expect you to carry these frickin' rotors around, and it's funny because even in their training, they're like, even if your manager says so, to make sure not to, take more than one of these at once. You show up day one on the job, they're like, here you go. There's like 6 rotors. Just carry that shit to the customer over there. You've got 8 more behind him. It's like, yeah, that sounds like retail, all right. You are garbage. Learn to accept that. Like, I've been looking for data entry work for years, like trying to find work as a transcriptionist or something, but it is so hit or miss with side gigs, man. It's so completely hit or miss as far as what you'll get, what you can get, and what new creative ways they'll find to screw you over. Like, make no mistake, they will 100% of the time be looking for ways to screw you over first and foremost. It's like every job that isn't something absolutely amazing or something is more or less going to be along those lines. Alright, wine dust, let's get you your health steal. Love that these guys basically come pre-built with anything you ever need to make them work. We've got dash, we've got blood siphon, we've got constitution. And I'm thinking we throw a little happy feather step in there. There we go. There we are, looks good to me. Alright. Wish I knew how modding for this game worked. I got a bone to pick with Dragoon. What's your issue with Dragoon? So, by the way, if you actually want to learn more about modding, if you want to contribute to the modding scene, look up Moogles and Mods. It's originally a Final Fantasy thing that ended up becoming a just like Square Enix in general kind of modding thing. But you'll find Gibbed on there, you'll find Recession on there, I believe. You'll find Gibbed is typically bringing stuff to Rakes from there, I think. But he's the one that's making modding tools for Reborn. He's the one that's providing discoveries for One Vision and stuff like that when Rakes isn't discovering them. But there's basically all the resources the community has as far as going and modding the thing. And that's a video that I had planned to make multiple times now, and ended up redoing multiple times for various audio issues, so hopefully it'll be up this week somewhere. And also, funnily enough, the discussion we had on accuracy was in there too. But that ended up going a little bit off the rails because it ended up turning into an entire other discussion over the whole two-handed weapon bug thing and it being overblown. And, like, again, it's just one of those things that's so weird to describe that there's no way to not sound obsessive and crazy when describing it. It's like, you don't understand, this thing that's a bug is really not a bug that matters. It's like, but then you're mentioning it, and then it's a bug, and then that's also expanding it. So technically, it's kind of just doing both things at the same time. I know! It's super frustrating. Anyway, alright. Actually, what are your odds of putting this dude to sleep? Terrible. Okay. Let's see. It's been great to sneak in breaks or quiet days. Ended up, oh yeah. Yeah, I really should look back into applying for security stuff. Here's the thing, though. Typically, when somebody hires somebody for security, they're expecting somebody a bit taller. So, yeah, that's kind of the other thing for it. It's like, when doing labor and stuff like that, like, normally, pretty decent at those jobs and whatever else. But, dude, the whole thing, if you're on the shorter side of things, definitely doesn't really do you many favors there either. So, one of those fun things. Like, there's a factor for everything, isn't there? Alright. Let's see what else we got here. Still no Brunhilder, though. I think I might just grab a Cursed Sword, name it Brunhilder, call it a day. Now, what you do is you get a Cursed Spear, call it Broomhild, and make it Earth Element, sweep stuff with it. There you go. You're welcome. Alright, also, I think I managed to get a Low Mind Variable things. Go figure. That's kind of a rare one, actually. Alright, let's see. Honestly, I really want to make my own game like this, but finding time to even learn how to is rough with so much changing in my personal life. Plus, also, dude, you'd be surprised how often that comes up. Like, I get a decent number of folks that want feedback on it's tactics ogre butt kind of thing. I have a feeling we'll see a lot of those in kind of coming years and whatnot. But oftentimes what ends up happening is that they start on one of these projects and then it usually ends up becoming its own thing or a clone of something else or whatnot. Mostly because all of the Ogre games, despite looking simple, just have a surprising amount of nonsense to them, so typically it just makes more sense to go for something with a bit less kind of craziness in there. But, if only. Alright, let's see. Dragoon is fine in its role, but its role is too narrow and others cannot do it also. Was hoping to use it in a fight without beasts. I mean, that's what I've been doing with Sarah in this one. Like, they can still do stuff. Like, they're basically the same. Okay, so their kind of unique niche in terms of non-beast stuff is interestingly enough a sort of non-phalanx rampart aura guy with spear pincer access, which is weirdly specific, but it's good as a flanker. So like if it's like, let's say you have a knight, a warrior, and a dragoon, right? Basically, what you can do is guaranteed breach off of a pincer, combining vigorous attack, combining that the Volge, along with blocking that area through Rampart Aura, which is again weirdly specific, but it does actually work surprisingly well. That's what I was doing on my first playthrough. Was the pincer dragoon thing. It's why one of the first videos, I think it was actually the third video, I put out for TOR, like part 3 of the review was just like, here is pincer activating on 3 different spears at the same time. Here's the store link, you're welcome. Man. Those early days were fun. Almost nobody else was putting stuff out. Let's see. Favorite game would be a mix of FFTA, TOKOL, and have a focus on deep dungeons and POTD and such things. That would be... I'm curious. Have you tried? Have you tried any of the Rad Codex games? Like, if you haven't, you might find something really special there. Like, specifically, I would say to kind of narrow the focus down, because their games are kind of like... They're very, very similar in terms of what they do. So, like, the Rad Codex games are mostly called that way just due to the fact that, you know, they're all made by Rad Codex, but... So, the way that they work is they just sort of made this proprietary engine kind of thing years back, and they've just been iterating on their ideas ever since. So this means that they've got, like, it's basically the same combat system, but every time it's reworked in interesting ways. But, like, one of them is sort of like a dungeon crawler kind of thing, where it's more or less Jormungandr of all... or its equivalent, just sort of up and died one day after wrecking the world over and over, and it's just a bunch of people exploring its corpse and fighting over it. You've got another one where it's effectively just, like, think of Tactics Ogre meets Final Fantasy Tactics Advance or something like that, except you also have the additional layer of fighting on ships. So you have, like, customizable ships that are kind of like one layer of the combat, and then one ship boards another. Or you, like, land at a port, or you land at a cave to explore. And then you have your party exploring, except all of the inventory is kind of like Ultima-esque. It's really... It's frankly a little overwhelming, but it's a really cool game. And personally, the one that got me into those games was an absolute beauty by the name of Kingsbane. It's the latest thing that they made, and it's like strategy RPG Dark Souls. Like, every fight that you run into, and this seems to apply to all of their games, is essentially just kind of open world, but not really. So it's like, it's this situation where you can interact with the map beforehand. Like, let's say you got a guy that knows how to throw a rope, and you can use that rope to interact with the world. So, like, you see that there's an enemy team, and they're carrying around, like, spears or axes. And you see one guy that's got a crossbow in one hand and a gun in the other. And it's like, okay, I know that that guy's going to have to reload after 2 shots. I know these guys are melee guys. So you use your rope guy, you pull some dressers in the way to form a barricade. You have your trap guy lay out some traps. And you have your guy that's a crit specialist, or rather you have your mage with a really long casting time, just kind of sneak up on the guy with the ranged attacks and use a really long casting time spell to open up the fight. And, like, you don't have to declare a fight until somebody takes damage, more or less. And so it's this cool thing where you can just, like, nuke that guy, and then everybody else is trapped behind your other traps. Like, if you love and just messing with the map or messing with units and just repeatedly trying weird new creative stuff. Man, those games are something else, I'll tell you. Like, they don't look like much when you look at them, visually speaking, but they got some meat, dude. It's great. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Simo has made her way into Tio. Well, hello there, Simo. Or Cerno. I'm assuming that's somebody I'm supposed to know. I may be blanking right now. Let's see. So, like, the abilities learned from gear, emblems, class changing via emblems and gear. Wait, are we talking about the other thing or the other thing? See, I really want to give them Dragon Recruit and buff so that Tamer isn't the only person. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I will say their whole like Dragon's Wound, Dragon Bane thing is I kind of like that transition for them. Not really super relevant to what we were saying right here, but it's just kind of a neat little switcheroo that they do as the Dragon Slayer set becomes available. I just appreciate that design-wise. Let's see, we'll check out Moogle's mods and see what's what. Absolutely, that should be everything that you need, because it is basically literally everything. so there you go. Let's see, will we ever get a sort of Convalarius stream? I mean, sure. I mean, we can. I feel like it's one of those ones that's already on everyone's phone, so it's like, just you have it there, you know? I don't know, it feels weird to go and stream that one, but yeah, I can do that. Like if tomorrow's peaceful enough, maybe. Looks really good, I'll put it on the list. Was a joke made about the fairy being dumb? Wait, what? I don't think so. See, I was referring to what my game would be. Focus being on diving into deep dungeons and bringing back the goods that can literally teach you otherworldly things. Fair enough, fair enough. Sounds like a little bit of last spell in there. You got a lot of skill, a lot of abilities and last spell to come from your equipment. But I love those kinds of mechanics personally. Like was talking about was talking about a dream game a little while ago that was more or less like you got that where you got skills tied to equipment, you got the sort of like Tactics Ogre map manipulation mechanics and movement mechanics and whatever else, like open world puzzle type of stuff like Kingsvane's got. Like, seriously, I appreciate the hell out of the fact that you can freeze the water to go move on the water in the middle of combat, and then it starts thawing out, and you might lose units in the water. And you got this thing where you can just use your combat skills anytime to go freeze the water to get to areas that you need a boat for and stuff like that. Like, God, that exploration is so god tier, it's ridiculous. Anyway, sorry. Seriously, Kingsvane probably has my favorite exploration in anything ever so far. Like, even, like, Ultima's good, but dude, it really understood what made it work. Anyway, sorry. It's like, seriously, it's like some Golden Sun stuff or something. It's so good. It's so good. Keep getting lost talking about how good Kingsbane is. Let's see. Gacha games on my thing. That's the thing, though. Like, SOC, at least, I don't know what this newest update is like, but it's not really that, is the thing. And that's the weird thing. Like, part of it can be seen as that, but the single-player mode is genuinely fantastic without actually being that. And it's weird that that's the case, but it is what it is. Like, you've got the sort of gacha type of stuff there on the totally opposite side of the game, which you absolutely have no reason to interact with if you're just there for the single-player story. Like, single-player story is a middle ground between like a Tactics Ogre and a Triangle Strategy. And it's exactly that. Like, if somebody said that this was Triangle Strategy 2 and just released it as is, I would believe it. Because it looks like an improved version of dang near every mechanic from that one outside of voting. Like, instead of the voting mechanic, you got, like, personal relationship mechanics, but there's no numbers associated with it, which I personally really appreciate. So it's like, depending on the conversations you have with people, it's never going to tell you exactly what it was that made people make the decisions that they made, but, like, the way that you treat people during fights, the way you take optional objectives, reputations with their overall factions, you know, stuff like that. It's like, let's take for comparison the Golden Route from Triangle. Like, the way that you got there, to kind of achieve that Golden Route where you get most of the factions on board, essentially involved getting a bunch of MacGuffins that had nothing to do with anything and rediscovering the same thing multiple times, and watching a guy die in the exact same way in a slightly different location. So it didn't really track, right? Whereas we have the same event going on in Triangle, or not Triangle, but SOC, and now suddenly it's like this person trusts you because you've basically been at their side. You called them out on their BS. Like, there were a lot of moments where I expected it to do the standard RPG thing of like, oh, if you're nice to them, you get more bonus points. But it actually did reward you for actively telling people that they sucked in multiple locations if they were being shitty and stuff like that. And then you have those cases where like you took optional objectives if you did them right. Then potentially that ended up going to other things. Also, thank you for the subscription there. Apparently that part works. Weird. So the chat doesn't work, but that part works. Good to know. Anyway, so ultimately the main point that I'm trying to get across here is just like it tended to do the same stuff but more naturally without the voting thing, if that makes sense. Alright. So, yeah. Alright, so, let's see. Cool, I think it'll be fun because they released a new story update and a new path in SOC, and that's actually really good. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that'll go, what that'll be like. So we'll take a look at that when possible. Like, I'm thinking we're probably doing this today, then I gotta get some sleep, then I gotta get to an appointment in the morning, and we'll just kind of see what time permits. But if there's a possibility of doing a stream for it, I would like to. We'll see. Alright, so hopefully that works. Alright, and let's see, Alex, it's getting late here, and I have to work in the morning, unfortunately, but I hope the rest of it goes well. Well, I hope you have an awesome one tomorrow, you have yourself a good sleep, and, you know, see you when you're there. See, SOC is basically triangle strategy. Yeah, basically. I mean, I know that some folks would take offense to that, because for some reason the triangle crowd gets very upset about random things, but as far as I'm concerned, yeah, it is basically triangle strategy too. Like, it did everything except for the voting system and did it better. Like, you got very similar looking combat. They went for a sort of a 2D, kind of like a 2D, 3D-ish aesthetic, like they did for this one. Which I personally think is just the better choice because it means that you can kind of focus in harder on what people need to see. That was one of the things that Triangle had a bit of an issue with, when, for example, you would miss a character that was around the corner because you were moving around the camera and, you know, didn't quite have the angle on where they were. This way you get all of the information that you're supposed to have right then and there. Like, yeah, technically it doesn't lead to as many situations where you might have, you know, maps with funky geometry or whatever else, but I don't feel like Triangle necessarily made much use of that. Like, as far as funky geometry maps, I'm thinking, like, there was that one map in the sort of, not quite desert, but that area where you're supposed to protect the pinks and or attack the pinks. But specifically not their raided village area, like speaking before that. And in that particular instance, it more so was annoying than really strategic. It just kind of resulted in put traps on top of stairs. Great, rinse and repeat until fight's done, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe just being crazy on that one, but as far as I see it, I kind of prefer the locked-in sort of at an angle view, if that makes sense. Let's see. Not to mention the main character looks like Serno. Yeah, true. And I mean, they basically all look like, you know, like a member of the Starks one way or another, so they're like generic medieval man-dude guy that is heroic, maybe. So, you know, if it works, it works. It's a classic at this point. Alright, now the question is, are we actually going to be able to get out of this without any casualties? Because I was busy talking and missed multiple casualties. We're probably fine, maybe. You've got a bonus against this one. Just take your heal for the moment. You'll take your better bonus in a moment. Go ahead and travel on this way. Yeah, we're probably fine. Like, I'm pretty sure beyond fine here. Let's go ahead and snipety-snipe some of this type of some suchery. There we go. That hammer finisher should be able to do pretty okay here. A little bit of crossbow action on this guy, just to build up a little bit more MP. And if you're wondering, firing the shot with the crossbow, it does minimum MP generation, but it'll be enough to get the job done here. That's kind of all that we really need to do. There we go, finish him off. Hopefully the fear goes away on that one guy. And then we'll go from there. So what is this? Alright. So, probably should have given somebody a bit more in the way of revival items, but oh well. Now, let's go see if we can save our Tamer, because we're probably going to have to at this point. Because you can do 256. Yeah, he would definitely bleed out before then. Let's go ahead and save you. Alright, get this one back up. Alright, let's see. They already confirmed SOC is coming to Switch, so I wonder if the gotcha element will be removed, or we'll just have in-game transactions. Honestly, they could remove it and still have one hell of a game regardless. Like, I've seen some praise technically towards the Fool's Journey mode and whatever else. I personally wasn't really feeling that mode. Like, I don't know if I'm alone on that one, but it, like, there was nothing wrong with it. It's just I really don't like the incremental upgrades. Like the spirals, which is the non-gacha mode there, consists of being able to just basically do the Tactics Ogre thing. It's like a mix of Tactics Ogre, Battle Brothers, and Triangle, basically. You've got your kind of dialogue scenes here and there, but the dialogue scenes are sometimes in town, sometimes you're just wandering around and bump into people, sometimes they're forced cutscenes, sometimes they're stuff that happens in battles. Like, there's that constant switching around of what stuff means, you know? So I like that aspect of it, and I like that I like that the progression is basically classic SRPG type stuff. So like when, for example, you're going and you're getting new weapons or something, you just get the weapon. It just is how it is. You can get additional training for your people. You can sometimes go oddly specific with the kinds of training that they get. And that feels really fun, especially the option to train somebody in something random. Just feels really cool. Like, I love that. It's basically the training roulette that we saw from XCOM. Though in that particular case, it ends up I feel like it ends up working pretty darn well just because of how many units you can use it on. There's really little downtime in between there, so you get to constantly see those returns. Not to mention, since you constantly have to put people on like away missions or put them on rest or what have you, it means that you have a really it's a nice feeling roster. Like, it feels like you're always building up a proper team instead of just a team of elites that has to have some reason to be taken off the bench, you know? Alright. So, I mean, like, yeah, personally to me, the story mode by itself holds up just fine as a full-price game. I don't think the gacha stuff was necessary whatsoever. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you can take the gacha stuff out, leave only the spirals mode, just do whatever you're going to do with it, and leave it as is, and that's easily like a $40, $50 game. Like, I would personally, if it were up to me, I would probably end up buying that Spirals mode alone over Triangle, like, any day of the week. Like, just personal opinion on that, but to me, it was just more enjoyable. There was more mechanics going on. The characters were, in my opinion, better written, to be honest. I found the overall conflict more believable. Like, it... Like, our entire place has only 2 resources, and absolutely nothing else matters. Like, yeah, okay. If you say so. So, anyway. Alright, let's see. Fool's Journey mode is side characters from the Spiral mode, backstories. Yeah, I guess, but honestly, I just did not really care for it much so far. Like, okay, the whole incremental upgrades thing, part of the reason that it didn't really stick for me personally is, like, all of the random stuff that it built up from daily events. I just kind of clicked the upgrade button to the max on one item, and that one thief with her overpowered dagger has basically carried the first several hours with no actual difficulty whatsoever. It had some stuff, but honestly, I really just don't really care too much about Ruia there. Like, I just really don't. It was one of these cases where they're like, and then she died off screen. I was like, yay, I don't have to see him again. Like, I'm sure they did some stuff, and I don't care. Because, like, the main... Funnily enough, the weakest part of the writing for me personally was, like, the orphans and Ruia. And if it's their backstories, like, I do not care. But that's just my opinion, you know? That's not going to be a universal opinion by any means whatsoever. I know some folks that really care about them. I just don't. Ain't my cup of tea. Alright, did we pick up anything new for you? No. Actually, what if she was a ninja? Because, like, yeah, we do Terranite all the time, but what if ninja, though? No, you know what? No. Aracel is going to be a sword master. Do we have any sword masters that spawned on this one? Yes. Alright. You will kill him for his swordmaster marks. Alright. See, and you can swap between the two builds, and I think that was cool. The units just don't go one way. See, I kind of prefer it the other way. I like when they're locked into something. Like, that's the other thing. To me, when it comes to the Spirals mode, you're building them in a particular way. They have their set skills, and it means that those skills can do more on their own, you know? To my mind, the way that I prefer it, I kind of liked it. Like that, again, everyone's going to prefer their own stuff. Just to me, that's what that's like. Alright. So, first and foremost, you get poisoned! Yay! Except you didn't. It missed. That's a shame. Alright, you've got concentration. I should have replaced you with the other one. Oh well. Probably have her turn into something else. I don't really know I'm keeping her around, to be honest. A little bit of a stun action on you. This is actually, funnily enough, one of the harder maps. Anyway, let's see. Fool's Journey mode is side characters from Song Melody. Yeah, we talked about that. I think you'll like the Tower mode, which is basically Midnight Steep and Palace of the Dead, but to unlock you have to go through Fool's Journey. Oh, that's what they were talking about. Yeah, Fool's Journey, so far, I kind of just... I stopped looking at Fool's Journey for the moment because it wanted a level up that I didn't know where to get. So I just kind of kept popping in for the daily stuff, which, speaking of, did I ever log into that today? I don't know if I remember to get the daily stuff today. Let me see. SOC, where you be? Yeah, click the button. I'm gonna let that do its login thing over there. Get a flash over there. See if he maybe does some shenanigans over here. I kind of like this build. I know we won't probably be able to see it come to fruition, but I really like the whole False Strike Rapier or False Strike Cutlass and Shortbow build. It's kind of like the delayed reaction sword master, you know. See, it's cool because you can go between two builds for a character and swap between the two to build them. So, like, for the winter side damage, while the ice shield is defense-orientated. Yeah, I mean, I get that, and as far as I see it, it's an improved version of what Triangle tried to do there. Yet again. Because they did the same thing, except for, you know, it didn't really matter. So, Triangle in a nutshell, and then it didn't matter. But... well, until the ending, I suppose, anyway. I always kind of feel bad and not bad at the same time for picking on that game. Because, like, on the one hand, it, you know, is clearly a passion project, and, you know, clearly they tried, but on the other hand, like, what happened with the writing, guys? This game's all about its story. Why is the writing so bad? Alright, let's see. Is she concentrating yet? Yes. Now this is 61%. Why don't you go ahead and... nope, no mind control for you. Alright, cool. Stun on you, please. This is weirdly effective for a bow that is extremely out of date at this point. Alright, you go here. Probably focusing a bit too hard on getting these sword masters here. In fact, I might just recruit one. Because even if we get one, I don't think we have their weapons yet. So there's that. Alright. Yeah, you don't have anything to go on just yet. Bonk. Fantastic. And then you got your Mighty Impact over here. Beautiful. Let's see. I think Triangle 2 writing has no choice but to be better. They're in a sticky spot. A lot of people complained it was too much story and skippable dialogue. I mean, how much of that dialogue was, like, completely pointless, though? That was my personal problem with it. It's like, they were saying stuff that you could say in a couple of sentences over the course of, like, 6 straight cutscenes. And then all of that same time is completely not spent on the actual interesting stuff. Like when it's the basic stuff that people are just discussing in their day-to-day lives, they will just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And then you get to the side stories. It's like, here you go, this person literally controls nature. This is such an interesting topic. We're going to give you like 15 seconds, and you can piss off and never hear about this person ever again. You know? It just feels like one of those... like if they did one of those pitch meeting things for Triangle, it would probably sound very similar to a lot of the movies they rate. Let's see. Man, hearing Revolt like this making me wish we'd get a Port of March of the Black Queen. Dude, I wish. I really want that to make a comeback. Like, it's been a minute. And I know that the only one that's volunteering to do it right now is Atari, but like... Okay, maybe we pick somebody that isn't Atari, but still. Right. Let's see, my mom was hoping for data entry at a hospital before she got lucky with her or lunch lady gig at the school district. Which actually, speaking of, that was the other thing. I was actually looking into actually working at one of the schools here, because you know they were looking and hiring and whatever else, and like they came in and were asking us about. About whether we were looking for a position, or whatever else. Was all excited about it, and then I log into their thing, and then they don't have it anymore. I'm like, damn it! It's like let something stick. Like if I could just get something remotely consistent, please. But yeah, such is life sometimes, unfortunately. All right, 118. You wanna maybe get a little bit hired? I'm just saying it's a pretty sweet gig. There we go, beautiful. Got ourselves a ninja. Alright. Oi. Alright. Yeah, pardon the cough, I didn't quite mute it on time. It's also in the shop you can get 2 free keys a week. So you make sure you grab them. The weekly keys rack up. Oh, I know. I had 3 expire on me the other day, and I still have like 40. Yeah, let's see. As of today, yeah, whatever all of this ore and other nonsense is, yeah, there's still another 40 in the 40 in the bank, and then in the inventory there is how many keys at this point? 3 more unused ones in the bank itself right now. And for all the story stuff so far, I already have keys used on them. So, as far as I'm concerned, like there's nothing to even spend them on right now. I mean, it's as far as I'm concerned, if they made it a single player thing, like just charge normally for it. There's so many keys, it's ridiculous. If you don't want to do that the Fool's Journey stuff, then you just straight up don't care, you know. Which I personally don't. So there's that. Okay, you though. You have some stunny type of shenanigans. In fact, actually, did you bring stunny type shenanigans? You did not. Why do you not have stunny type shenanigans? Now I have to go recruit this one. It's at the store, too. I don't know why I'm even... There's really no point. I already know it's at the store. Because I was already trying to route it into Union Zero. She's dead! Oh no. See, Coffee, sorry you had ads and I didn't skip because I wanted to get your money. Aw, well thank you, I appreciate that. Realistically, I get like practically nothing for those, but appreciate it. Let's see. What did you say? Wait, about which part? See, at some point you'll have plenty keys and then you can just use the 1500 Luxite to summon each time. So far, any and all summon things have been free. I have like 40 keys more or less ready to go there, so it's not. It hasn't really been a concern whatsoever. Like as far as I'm concerned, the keys are just kind of there in case somebody wants to do all the modes and they can just trick somebody into doing it. It hasn't really been a concern. All right. Yeah, our recruiter's over there. Alright, bye. Let's go see if she drops a mark. She did not. That is a shame. I guess we'll just have to kill the other guy then. Bummer for him. Alright, you get your meditate. How does this look? 267. That's a nice happy number. I like that number. And then hopefully she should be able to roll it again, and then this dude's dead. And so that works out for us nicely, I think. Alright. Alright, you take your 141. Nice, nice. Alright. Oh, specifically about the summoning for new characters, yeah, mostly I've just been using freebies. And by mostly, I mean literally all I've ever used is freebies. So, it has not really been a concern. Alright. Bunk. And how recruitable are you? Not at all. Cool. We'll just go over this way. We'll pick up this card. And I'm thinking after this, despite all the Feral Shore discussion and whatever else, I'm thinking we probably just carry on with the story. I really just came in here to see if we can get some parts for anything, really. Like, I was originally thinking to get some claws for the Berserker. We haven't really gotten around to that. So I think we'll probably maybe do that one, and then we'll move on with the story. Alright. So there we go. She rolls that, and then that should be just enough to finish this dude off. Nice. Sorry, buddy. You have been completely annihilated by a friggin' fairy. That's embarrassing for you. I'm sorry. And a whole lot of your problem, frankly. You shouldn't have done that. Also, I love the AI's tendency to use a stunning blowgun with a stunning add-on. They could do anything but that, but they chose to do exactly that. And you know what? I think just because I never run dual-wield on ninjas, I think I'm actually just going to run dual-wield on ninjas this time. It's weird that the norm is the unusual here. Luckily, all the freebies are good. That's another great thing. Most games make the freebies suck. Yeah, no, again, it feels like it was just trying to be free, and they had to justify it somehow. Like, it is the freest free I've ever seen for one of those. I mean, it genuinely feels, while not completely harmless, it feels well-intentioned, you know? Like, it feels like you know that there's somebody paying for something somewhere, and you know that you know, it's probably going to be someone that probably would have fallen for something else regardless, if that makes sense. So anyways, let's see. How do we get this thing? Or rather, do we have a class mark? Yes. Good, we got a class mark. That'll be Aerosol switched into another class. This guy can do some magic-y type deals over here. Bunk, bunk, bunk. Perfect. Love how he got thrown sideways by rocks going downwards. Don't worry about that too much. And we'll go ahead and move over here. And probably just poison this dude. You know, I really should just probably give her some mind here. Alright, let's see. You go here, do one of them things. Would have been nice if she missed, but I guess she didn't. Oh, damn, what is this? Hey, I'm sorry, trying to shoo a fly away from my coffee. Why are you doing that? Get away. Little flappy bastards. Always trying to make me remake my coffee. Yeah, you know what? No, they actually already got in there. Damn it. 3 of them. Where the hell did these guys come from? Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Throwaway. Music throwaway. Quick question. How to beat Dargaloa? Not a supreme tactician. Well, it's not really that difficult. You just stun the dude. You pretty much stun him and you're good. Like, it sounds dumb, but that's literally it. If you want the easiest way to do it, it's either going to be stun or it's going to be taking your... What the hell? Or taking, like, dragons in there or something. Or, for that matter, just using Lord. So if you got Lord, the answer's simple. Phalanx, First Aid, and just whatever magic thing you got. And then you just kind of tank everything. if you've got cleric skills on him, you switch over to have Mother's Mercy on there, and then you got Phalanx, First Aid, Mother's Mercy, and whatever the hell you'd like for your last skill, whether you'd prefer to try to tank through it with Berserk, whether you'd prefer to use something like Summons with Conserve MP or something. Just basically anything for some degree of offense whatsoever. And you basically just collect some auto cards by breaking the props in the first stage of the fight. And then in the second stage of the fight, all you gotta do is basically just sit there being invincible and regenerating your health full time. It is completely free by that point. So yeah. As far as stunning them goes, it looks like Vale's got that. So yeah, White Knights and Ninjas both have 100% stun chance abilities. Yeah, there's that. And then there's also, like, for example, Concentration on anyone that's got it up to that point. Even if they have no chance to hit, it's at least 30%, which is still pretty good. If you have Vigorous Attack or Eagle Eye, you can also use that with something like a Blowgun or any of the Damask weapons if you happen to have gotten them upgraded. There's a lot of stun effects that can potentially be guaranteed. Like, even if we were to go to our stuff right now, let's see, just Brute Force Dorg using his 5+1 and Fearful. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it too. Here, let's... We need a good name for a ninja. Who's got a non-weeb good name for a ninja? It's like, actually, no, you know what? If she's supposed to be a spy or whatever else, what's the name of that? I've never played RE6, but I remember there's a alternate version of the spy lady that's blue for some reason. Anybody remember what the hell that is? Maybe we'll just go for the obvious. Here, let's go to this, go to this. There we go. See, non-weeb ninja dehydrated water. Okay, that's too good, actually. I don't even know why it's funny. There's just something so mundane about it. I might just be staring at a screen for too long. Anyway, so there's Dehydrated the Ninja. Alright. There we are. Alright, so he went back, turned Denim into Ninja, now I'm going 100% POTD because of weapons and stuff. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, it's a fun class to play around with. Do I want to recruit this unit? Nah. Bye, dude. See, Milo is the dancer spy from Triangle. Oh yeah, that's right. Fair enough, I suppose. Do get a stun dart, though, and I am immediately tempted to just ditch this build right here and now. Oh man, I am so tempted to just ditch it right now just to go for my usual 1HK and blowgun build. Yes, I know it's redundant, and I love it. But no, Smokescreen plus Steel Stance is what we're going to go for here. And for once, I'm going to keep them as a dual wielder. Like, I know. But for once, we can make an exception. Also, do we have other dealies? Yes. We are lacking in fire units. Do we have more fire charms? No. Oh well, you know what? Rock Move is funny enough. We'll go ahead and leave you as is. Then we are going to go change Aerosel into a Sword Master, and it's especially funny because we don't have a sword for her. But she's going to be a dancer now. She has gone from Murder Beast to Dancer, and yeah, we got Preempt, we got some Fall Blade, we got some Constitution, we got some Siege, and that's exactly what we're going to go for. You know, let's just do a Sword Master without a sword to master. Hell yeah. Alright. So last port of call here is going to be Field of Fallen Shadow. See, I wish there was color swaps customization. Would be neat, but that's what mods are for. Alright, switch to you. I feel like we want some more heavy hitters here. Let's go for you, and... yeah, we'll want some poison. Yeah, I kind of want to go Wind Dragon just because it's funny. see. If there's one change I would make for TO, being able to use Abyss units. There's a mod that actually does that. So there's what's it? There's a rebalance mod from several months ago. Might have technically been over a year ago. I think it's literally just called like Tactics Ogre Reborn Rebalanced or something. And one of the things that they do is that they let you recruit blues, at least some blues, like not all the blues, but it was something like I know that you can recruit. What's it like? The advanced griffins and hippogriffs and sphinxes and stuff. Or not sphinxes. What the hell are they called? I don't know. I'll cover that at some point. I just never got around to it yet. Because doing Union 0 first, then we're moving on to other stuff. But eventually we'll cover that one. Because I was hoping with new discoveries and whatever else, maybe new stuff would be added to that one. You know, that it would sort of work its way towards being the one vision of Reborn. But I don't know. A lot of the stuff that I saw there seemed like it was sort of early gut instinct kind of stuff. I think actually one of the things on there was the thing with the Dragoons that was mentioned earlier. Like, I want to say they were given some kind of monster skills or something like that. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head right now. But it's one of, like, 5 mods for this game, so... and most of the other ones are kind of on the smaller scale side. That one seemed to be the most ambitious, though still not, like, crazy ambitious. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and see about some poison type of stuff here. The more stuff we poison, the more stuff we get later. We're just gonna kill whatever we kill here. If we get our claws, great. If not, oh well. I forgot to equip the dragon taming skill, so we're just gonna pick up a dragon later. I kind of want to get going with the story here. Because it's surprisingly already started to get pretty late at night at this point. Man, it's been a bit of a long one, hasn't it? Like, what's the maximum length for these things, I wonder? Boom. And let's get some tamer action over on you. Bunk, bunk, bunk. It's like, hammer and tamer is such a good combo. It's a very, very cozy combo. They just do a good job with it. Let's see, I can ask you to consider a coding bootcamp to learn programming. With your interest in mods, it seems like it would be a natural fit. I've tried, to be fair. Though that being said, like, I started learning some coding stuff here and there. The problem was always sticking with it. So, like, normally what would happen is I had started with a few of those camps, like I want to say a couple of years ago. Tried sticking with it for about a couple months, and mostly the issue was that with everything else going on, it would just sort of go in one ear and out the other. Like, I would go restart another thing, sort of zone out about it again, try to listen to it again, and it just wasn't sticking. So that's actually one of those things that I'm hoping with all 3 kiddos going to school and whatever else, starting in like a week-ish at this point for all of them. The hope is that if nothing else pops up, that might be one of the things worth revisiting. Because, yeah, it did seem like something with options. Just, yeah, it didn't quite click as of yet, if that makes sense. Because, yeah, I love fixing things. I love learning how to code things, but, you know, I love learning approximately how things are done. But as far as writing out the codes themselves, like, I would start and then just kind of zone out, as it were, which was frustrating. But yeah, we'll get there. So that is currently one of the things that's on the list. Just easier to focus when there isn't constant chaos, you know? Alright. Let's see, what are you doing? You're just poking this one. Good, good. But yeah, that is a good point, though. Alright. But yeah, if there's anyone that you would particularly recommend, I got the other one saved here somewhere. Because there's one, there was some like a free bootcamp thing that came pretty highly recommended. I was some kind of free resource. A lot of folks just sort of shoved my way there. I'm spacing on the name right now because the last 8 hours have been staring at a chessboard. Alright, get some Dragon Slayer over here. So you recruited a rogue using cheats. Now one of my tabs, the one with all the class icons, is offset because the rogue is there, and I saved over that. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I don't know how you fix that. All right, there we go. Decent number on you. Wonder if she's got Sanguine Assault yet. See, that makes total sense. It's a tough field to get into, but a good remote job. Best of luck to you. Free code camp. Free code camp. That's the one. Is a good one. I know certification my company did. Hired a few people from it. Well, I'll have to go back and dive into it again as soon as their craziest one is kind of off doing her thing. Maybe I'll give it another peek tonight, as it would be nice to get back into. Because yeah, funnily enough, I took I used to take game design courses back during the school years and stuff like that, and actually did make a couple of games on my own. They weren't terribly good, and you know, as they said at the time, even that they really didn't care too much if you borrowed music from other things. But I remember most of the class at the time had gone and collectively borrowed stuff from all over the place. But I had this dumb little game over some dude in a suit walking around a maze collecting keys because they were late to their meeting at a pancake restaurant. But it was all just like weird music from Silent Line Armored Core. So, oh man, weird game, but kind of amusing. I wish I still had it somewhere. Like, I feel like it's probably saved somewhere because whatever it was that we used to actually make those games actually still exists. I forget what exactly it was. It was some kind of game maker thing that its icon was like a red marble looking thing. But I remember I had looked it up again at some point. I tried looking up where it was on there, but I couldn't remember my old logins because it had been over a decade at that point. But at some point I was considering going and revisiting it and maybe doing a video on it if I could find it. Like, here's this stupid game I hate. But if by any chance anyone happens to know what kind of game design resource that is, let me know. I'd like to look it up, see if I can find it somehow. Because I'm sure the credentials have to be out there somewhere, you know. It'd be kind of neat. Alright. So you go there, you go there. See if you can crit this, maybe. Beautiful. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Yeah, crossbow dragoons are as good as ever in this one. Alright. Nice, happy 450. I love that these are just landing with exactly the numbers they need to have. It's good stuff. Alright, you go there. Okay. Yeah, I think this is going to be, by a very wide margin, the longest stream that's ever been on this channel. And more than likely the longest that is ever going to be. So, I don't know how long it goes for. I don't know if there's a cutoff or what. But you know, just going as long as the coffee lasts, as it were. Boom. All right. See, did you ever try cheat 100% chance recruit? Even enemy officer can be recruited. I can use to recruit non-player characters. Yeah, I played around with that in the PSP version. You can make some weird reactions happen from the game, but usually it's stuff like, you know, the thing crashing. Let's see, it used to be 12 hours. I've seen longer streams these days. Yeah, fair enough. Stream started 7 hours ago. Yeah, on my end it shows 7.5 hours. Just openings like this do not typically exist. How's your voice not dead 7 hours in? Well, my wife always does say I talk too much, so that's probably why. Oh man, I'm probably gonna be talking real horse tomorrow though. All right. Dull binds, there we are. And you Go ahead and get hammer smacked. I will say one of those other kind of changes that that I would like to see happen in Reborn that I think is probably impossible would be to have Berserk improve your throwing rock damage. I doubt it could work mechanically though. But yeah, just a bit of an idea. Alright. Now you go over here. Mighty Impact, do a bit of Fall Strike action on this one. Ka-chunk. Coolest of the beans. You go over here, do a little bit of snipey action, I think. There we are. And pop you. Alright, see, I run out of gas after 2 hours. I've done a few times playing fighting games. Yeah, you kind of get used to saying a lot of stuff for this one. There's a lot to cover, a lot of stuff happening at any given time, and I don't know. It works. Also, there's our Frigid Blast, finally. So you also do want to say thanks for all the videos you make. I use them for background while I'm working all the time. Well, glad to help, man. I appreciate that people actually watch these things. Because, you know, I get it. I talk annoyingly and tend to have a tendency to scatter between topics every now and then, but, you know, try to keep these entertaining. You know, try to keep them fun as it were. But, you know, confusion can certainly happen. Right, this is all going to come down to this one making the shot. Bam. I was going to say, they parry and we have 2 casualties while resource grinding. Alright, okay, got a bedtime for me. Good luck with Coda 4. I'll check if I've slept 8 hours to see how the stream's going then. Yeah, no, we're going to be long done by then. See, the thing is, I would, like, when it comes to streaming for a while, I really would not mind doing this all the dang time. But it's such a niche thing that, like, if somebody were to do this for, like, your Minecraft or your CODs or anything like that, in those situations, like, they could probably do something like this, have enough support going to reasonably, you know, just keep it up for ages. It probably would be enough to pay bills or whatever else. Like, even like 2 years ago, with the kind of reviews and early guides and whatever else for Tor, that was, like, that actually was a pretty cozy couple of months there. Pretty much ever since, this isn't even enough to, like, cover an electric bill. So, like, at one point I was saying it covers one bill. No, at this point the electric bill has by far surpassed the YouTube. But we'll see. Supposedly it makes numbers go up or something if you do this once a week, so we'll see if it has any noticeable effect. Like, I doubt it, but I figured the opportunity was there to at least give it a shot, so I apologize if it's been doing weird stuff with ads or whatever else, especially if they're political. I really apologize if they're political, because we have the most obvious election you've ever seen, so there's no point. Like, one group has completely lost their minds. The other side, it just kind of has to coast to victory, and that's about it. But yeah, let's see. If I was streaming something like TO or slower paced, I'd probably be able to stream longer, but fighting games take a good bit of energy. Yeah, I hear that. And, like, that's, funnily enough, I actually would have streamed a lot more Armored Core 6, but I ran into an unexpected issue with that, in that the Steam Deck is able to handle streaming it, but my USB extender can't. So, like, when I was trying to stream Armored Core 6 a few times, it ran into a thing that the heat is too close to the USB port for this thing, so it actually caused it to start glitching out, because the cord itself was just having too much heat. Also, hi there, MVC, nice to see you. Let's see, how many subs did you gain since Reborn came out? Yeah, it was... I don't know if yeah, it was somewhere like 5,000-6,000 like they're saying here, and then it was probably another 5,000-6,000 that came out after. Yeah, definitely, Titanium definitely did the right thing from his side by doing a better job following trends and doing a smaller amount of videos, because I noticed they got, like, 5 times that amount in like a month. So that worked out pretty well. So yeah, definitely awesome for them how they've been doing. Let's see, do you agree if someday they release Tactics Ogre mobile games with gacha characters? God, please no. Just no. I can comfortably say fuck that. No. Let's see, so that's why we never got AC6 streams. Yeah, I tried to do more of them. It was in videos only, and I tried swapping out for a different port and stuff like that, but like, something about this particular model, like this is one of the earlier Steam Deck models, tends to heat up that particular port, so if it's anything a bit more intensive, it tends to have an issue. Like, I've tested it with XCOM 2, it was optimized enough that it didn't have that issue, but, like, AC6 it's a pretty demanding game. Yeah, the Steam Deck is, like, mostly able to handle it well enough. Like, playing it normally, fine. Shorter videos, fine. Like, doing that manual fire only run, a little bit on the complicated side. Ultimately, I ended up going for recording video and audio separately for the most part. I actually still have the videos for most of the beginning of that run just kind of ready to be edited at some point. I just never got around to it yet. I know, running theme, right? So there will, I mean, there already are AC6 videos already done for the most part. I just gotta finish editing. It takes a while. Mostly because I start doing a thing, and then start doing another thing, and start doing another... You know how it goes. You get the idea. Here, let's see. Actually, I have you go for this one, I think. This is a little bit more on the threatening side if we happen to get the false strike. Beautiful. Nice. Okay, that worked out just beautifully. I love that. Alright. Let's see. Thoughts on Elden Ring? It looks amazing. I love to watch it. I do not have the spare scratch to go spend on it. I would if I could. It looks incredible, though. Like, I love watching, I know Infa's done a bunch of videos on that. There's another guy, I forget his name at the moment, that's done a lot of videos on it, but challenge runs of that thing are one hell of a fun time to watch. Like, just watching people beat the entire thing with just what are basically shadow clones and things like that. It's just... It's so mechanically deep, dude. I love it. But yeah, for the most part, as far as playing for myself, I'll typically end up repeatedly going back to things like Armored Core 3 and Silent Line and, like, the PS2, PSP era in general. It's just... It's the one that speaks to me, you know? Sometimes you just have your kind of niche that you sort of just are one with now. But... goes how it goes. I wonder. You know what? This is worth it. There we go. And pincer. There we go. I love pincer. Good pincer. Good job. Good little crabby. Alright, now we've got a mighty strike, so something can get deleted. Like, it just feels like Denim is just sort of the unstoppable force of this party. He's not fast by any means, but he just carves through things. That's great. Then opens up for... You know what? Actually, opening up for this ninja is pretty good. It's alright. She's alright. He's exactly okay. Let's see, gotcha. Play the piss out of it. Working on different builds. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Dude, FromSoft games are like that. And they say that it had started with the Souls games or whatever else, but seriously, I have gone through AC3 with so many builds, it's not even funny, over the course of like 2 decades now. And still, there's more stuff to find. Like, every time I play through, it's with something different, and there's somehow still more and 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 more every dang time. Because FromSoft is just good at that. Like, they've always been good at it. Like, I think the only time that it took them a little bit of a while to actually figure it out was when it came to stuff like Kingsfield. Because for the longest time, you didn't really have a build, you were just sort of Elder Scrollsing it, and even then, those games were great. Like, the puzzles were just really on point. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I think the Mucinex is wearing off. My nose is starting to act up again. Yeah, believe it or not, got a cold. Chuttering all this time. Voice hasn't come out just yet, but cold is a cold is a cold. Alright. Alrighty. Probably should have brought the fairy along. She probably would have been a good counter to that knight over there. That's alright. We'll just keep pincering stuff. It is a nice, happy catch-all answer. If the thing doesn't die from being hit once, try hitting it twice. 3 times, maybe 4 times. Alright. What's the wife up to? Let's see. It sounds like they're having a fun time. Awesome. Okay, no Berserk on you as of yet. We do one of these, maybe one of these. That's a bit of a happier number. Beautiful. Let's punch right through that, get a bit of, you know, a bit of the old, breach and stuff going. Bit of a false strike on this one. Like, really, if you're new to this one, if you're watching this thing, you're a relatively new player wondering why some of the early games difficult or what have you, just go buy the crafting books from the store and make yourself some crafting equipment. Pay attention to some elements, use some debuffs. Like, it just turns pretty easy, pretty darn quick. Also, one quick second. Alrighty, and back to it. Sorry, that nose needed assistance. Okay, so what's Breach around here? You look like a mighty Breach target. He is probably screwed on his own in 2 poison ticks. They don't really have much in the way of healing. We've also got... Huh. That looks pretty good. Gonna drop 3 sand spiders on that one right there. Nice, half his health bar gone. Yeah, that's a waste of our concentration, but I'm okay with that. Alright, throw you over here. Throw you over this way. Get a little bit of meditate action going on you. Some concentration. Alright, let's see... Yeah, you probably need some healing, though. Really need that, that steel stance to go bring her build together. More poison in this direction if it's going to be like that. Alright, everybody that's poisoned needs to be poisoned, or everyone that needs to be poisoned is poisoned, rather. Alright. But yeah, no, hell, even now that I think about it, speaking of builds, like, even AC1, like, it's fun, just fascinating how long they've been at it, as far as just kind of cool builds and cool ideas and whatever else. It's like, even AC1, I remember when I was just a little kid, when we had just gotten Armored Core 1, just borrowed it from a Blockbuster one day. Or no, actually no, it originally started with the PlayStation Underground demo disc. So we got that, and then a little while after, we had gone and borrowed it from Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, something along them lines. And I just remember every time that we borrowed the thing, I was looking at it and trying to rebuild all of those various mechs and stuff like that out of Legos, just kind of in the interim until we ended up going and getting to borrow it again. Like, that was just something fascinating about all the designs, but just redoing those the same builds over and over, like testing out new builds every single time. It was just fun, dude. Like, the number of builds, the number of different ways you could play through. It just felt extremely expressive every time. They've been great at this for a really long time now. But it's just wild to think how long they've kept it up. It's been decades, you know? Decades and still going. Let's see. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okie dokie, and back. That was a lot of water. Water is delicious. Anyway, where were we at? Probably doing one of these. Ooh, nice. Very nice, very nice. Delete, please. Thank you. Yeah, ninjas are kind of like the less flappy Vartan. It's like they can do the whole tribrid thing, but only in some specific situations. Which part of the tribrid thing they do well with depends on the situation. But it's one of those reasons that I usually like running them something like, you know, blowgun, katana, or something like that. It's like you get all the various finishers, all the various ranges, but you still have your options. So we got some dudes kind of dying over here, so poison it is. There we go. He is poisoned. Alright. What can we do here? So one time I tried turning Canopus into a ninja. Turns out you can't. Nope. Nope, nope. He is not the ninja sword. There we go. So I was hoping that Unlich pops up on Steam at some point. It is pretty darn fun. It is, I mean, it will be... Okay, it's not on Steam just yet. But the demo is at least addable to Steam, so there's that. I mean, it's addable enough to the point that you can play it on a Steam Deck, so... That's also a thing. Like, I probably should use that as a little bit of a pitch or something on the channel. It's like, if you see it on here, you can probably play it on a Steam Deck. Because there's no other way I could have. Alright. Bop. Also, let's see, Mr. Potato, what do you think are the best 2 companion skills for a samurai with a crit skill? Samurai? I mean a swordmaster? At that point, you just go preempt and the katana damage go up move, whatever the hell it's called. Because realistically speaking, at that point, you might as well just go all in for damage, you know? Let's go ahead and breach this guy first. Breach. There we go. Should be nice and deletable. Right there, his thing didn't roll. So we are off to the races at this point. Fall Blade. There we go. No, not Fall Blade. There's the other one. There's the auto one, and then there's the not auto one. So I'm talking specifically about the auto one. It's like you just combine the auto with the non-auto, and then yeah, you basically just go all in for that one thing. They do somewhat contradict each other, but like if you're going specifically for the crit build or going for the crit skill, you might as well just go all in for it. We can take a look at their stuff in just a moment. Yeah, Mighty Strike and Fall Blade. We will see. Sorry, just reading about some funny stuff. Alright. So. Let's see, do a little bit of snipey action on this guy. We really need to get Pharrell down at this point, though, because our Birdman's about to expire. Oh man. Okay, sorry. There's just some funny nonsense going on in the background. Okay. Pop you. Let's see, because recently I was running it with a con skill, 2 HK, skill, dodge, kill, and fall blade, and like the result of the extra damage option. Like, it depends. It just like absolutely everything else, it just depends. Like, in some situations, if you're going for the 1v1, the crit setup works really well for knocking something away. If something is immune to that, like, it's extra damage, but it's not really, like, that mind-blowing, you know? In the main story portion of the game, it's good. In post-game, it definitely becomes a bit harder to pull off with just how much stuff is flying around. Though, at the same time, then you get to those cases where there's birds. If you can give them a weakness to those birds, they also might be able to hard counter those birds if you position them just right. So, again, with the always, it just depends. Talk about an overused statement, but hey, if it's true, it's true, you know? Alright. Let's see here. You, sir, seem like somebody that needs a hammer to the face. Pop! There we go. And, let's see, this one feels like that's not going to do enough. Go for the mighty, set her up for a failure here. Boom. I kind of like how Sonic Blade in this one almost became a... It is just sort of the faster version of Mighty Strike plus a regular hit without the debuff. It's interesting to see speed traded for debuff, you know? You don't see that often. See, Ogre Blade Swordmaster gives you a lot of their problems, or... Let's see, but I guess you could say that about any unit. Yeah, I suppose. Alright, yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool being able to do the whole summon thing with him now. Because, like, you can just kind of set him up with the right cards. It puts him sort of into that same Tribrid category where you can run pretty much any cards on them. That's just that ability to run cards. As much as the cards sometimes get panned for this version, they really add a lot to think about, and that's always good. It's like, how exactly can a card potentially be beneficial to you in, you know, X, Y, or Z situation? Same thing with the fact that they give you finishers that are a locked amount instead of draining your entire bar like they used to. Alright, Pharrell can actually take damage from this at this point. Is how close are you to 10? Actually, she's very close to getting her rank 10 and her finisher. So we might see a heavy crossbow Dullbind in a moment. You're already berserked up, you can do one of these, and that's almost him finished off. Alright, and then we got some Dullbind action that has no shot to hit from here. Alright, cool. But it does affect that one. Alright, and hammer, and... oh, never mind, he's just going to parry that. I also probably should have paid attention to the finisher thing, but that's what happens when you're having two conversations at once. Let's see, like the cards wish they were toggleable. I'm honestly fine with it one way or the other, but I hear where you're coming from. I mean, it technically is toggleable, you just go use the mod. Alice Dare made that mod already, so, you know, if you want it, it's there. And I'm pretty sure our Pidgey's just about to croak. There's no way we can get over there. Also, hi there, Mega Space Waffles. How's it going? See, cards are so OP to the point that I'd rather just take the detour for them every time. I would heavily disagree. Again, you'll see when Union Zero comes out, you'll see what I mean. Like, it seems that way only because it's during the main story and stuff like that. Like, if there's something to multiply already there, they multiply it, but there's just a lot of situations in which they cannot really win a fight by themselves. Sometimes it seems that way, but they really can't. Alright, yeah, this dude is lucking out like crazy because all of his dudes keep getting in the way, and I'm completely out of revives, so... Yeah, Mr. Flash, unfortunately you've been a flash in the pan. I don't think you're surviving past this. That's a bit of a bummer, you know? Unless Pharrell decides to do something stupid like getting close. Which he just did. So that's fun. Alright. We actually might be able to just break through his phalanx here. There we go, we get a skill up there. Denham's got a turn coming up. We might get blocked off, but maybe not. See, is Union Zero coming out because meme on your channel is like... is deeper... Sorry, it's blocking off. Like, you can see where it's blocking off right here. It depends being an answer for everything. No, Union Zero's coming out just because I was kind of curious to see if you could just beat this thing in the dumbest manner possible, and, yeah, sure enough you can. Now, don't get me wrong, it's mostly, like, from Chapter 1 to 1.5. Or rather, about halfway through Chapter 2 is more or less realistically where the run just sort of ends. Now, the reason for this is kind of weird in that at that point you can just bend the entire game to your will. Like, as soon as you reach the forest, you can just kind of do whatever at that point. Also, casualty times. Also, casualty because Flash apparently was hiding in the woods despite the fact that he had kids. All right. Let's see. Is it all just a long joke? No, it's showing off how you can just do a lot of very oddly specific things in this game. Not to mention just a lot of weird interactions, like doing Aerosol at minimum level, or just at like level 1 and stuff like that. One of the only ways that it's actually achievable is by means of getting pincer attacks, and I kid you not, she seems to actually go out of her way to avoid pincer attacks of all things. Like, she faces her back towards walls, she goes out of her way to avoid you wherever possible. Yeah, it's oddly specific, but it's interesting that that's a thing. You have ways that you can turn units practically invincible or invisible rather, by having some units stay at critical and others having elemental weaknesses. Again, oddly specific, but it's there. Also, we just lost our caster. Bummer. Yeah, Union Zero is a mod that Alistair made. He's the same guy that made most of the mods that currently exist for Reborn. And it's functionally a no experience run. So basically, whatever class you get, or whatever unit you get, is only available at that level. The hard mode of it, which is the one that I'm doing, also prevents you from using recruits until you get to Coda. And so basically it's a run in which you have next to no options or what should be next to no options for a lot of it. But finding out those little niche tricks is what makes that run fun. So yeah, it's pretty fun. Again, it's a bit of an odd duck of a thing, but it's really darn fun. Okay, so seeing as we lost our debuff caster, I think we're... Okay, first of all, it depends on whether we can buy ourselves... see if we can buy ourselves a katana at this point. No. Well, she will continue being a unit that... she can dance. She is a dancer. Aerosol is now a dedicated dancer. The AI is surprisingly stupid and brilliant in this game. It's weirdly specific. Like, they've got the weirdest quirks to them. But yeah, they just sort of do interesting stuff. It's hard to explain. It's exactly like you said. It's like this mix of sometimes they do dumb things, but a lot of times they do random things just for the purpose of making them do something that seems smart. And in other cases, they're doing smart things that realistically make them look dumb. It's so weird. I love it. Let's see, they'll absolutely skip an easy kill for elemental weakness damage, and then use reflect damage from Dragon Skill to get themselves out of charm. It's insane. I've seen some demented challenge runs, but I'm not sure I could deal with it. And surprisingly enough, it's so close to being exactly where it needs to be more or less free. right now, I'm at the fight where you recruit, not recruit, but where you save Ravenous for the second time on Law, because for some dumb reason I decided at the last minute to reroute from the Chaos run I had planned to make it way harder to do it on Law, and then for some reason decided to try to save Ravenous, and then found it to seemingly be impossible once I got to the second fight. Then I got to the Darza fight, and then realized, wait a minute, actually Ravenous is going to be way easier than this, and then went back to that. So it's just past the Aerosel fight, it's just Darza and saving Ravenous, and both of them are actually possible at this point. Those, at this point, are so dang extreme in terms of differences, though, that, like, once those are done, the entire run's done. It's just a cakewalk from there on out, but... and I do mean, like, literally, it's just free from that point out. It's going to take a while to finish, it's just grind, but... it is possible from that point out. But yeah, dude, seeing the weird quirks is really something else. It's just fun. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to going to the store and actually buying some things so that people stop bleeding out all the time. These people with their dying, I swear. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. And also, one quick pause here while I go check on something. Okay. In fact, actually, here. Let's go ahead and save this one real quick. Let's go ahead and save it there. So let me go ahead and show how this works. So I can't continue it until I reinstall the mod again, because I have to uninstall it for the purpose of this thing. Hang on. Where is the save file? Should be this one.
Tactics Ogre.
Okay, so basically Union 1 looks a little bit like this. So Union, it locks Union level at 0. So this means you have no experience except for whatever you have on hand. So, like, Denim is forever locked like this. Like, this is just him. And so we have a lot of fights that just basically boil down to stuff like... oh, wait, is this really the right one? No, this is right. Okay. Where, for example... in this particular case, what we can do is, like, the cleric has access to things like BOS or area heals or something like that, and so we can use magic leaves to keep her mostly supplied, but most fights typically end in, like, 3 to 4 rounds, right? We can use things like Spell Strike Powder to be able to roll for 30% charms on things, you know, sleeps, slows, depending on what it is. Like if it's something that is particularly heavy hitting, slowing it down or stunning it is probably going to be more useful than trying to charm it. Charm is mostly useful for getting units with counterattacks to attack units without counterattacks to hopefully make their charms last longer. We have one at this point in the run. There is one starting unit left, and yeah, no experience to weapon skills. Yeah, so essentially, your weapon skills can only go as high as your actual level. So, like, Canopus is the heavy hitter of the team, and so in his particular instance, he's able to use this, and that's about it. So, like, in a lot of instances, like, let's say, just to show how this would look like, right? So, like, let's say we go to Reason Way, and we throw everybody in there, you know, do their thing, you know, go through the cutscene and all that, and let's skip through as you do, and so, like, let's say in this case, our only target is that guy. So how do we deal with this? Well, we would use bushes and things like that to spawn new cards. So, like, we see that there's a bush over there. We can't quite reach it with her just yet, but we would throw one of those over there. Our level 3 is the only one that can make a use... we have 3 units that would be able to make use of those skill cards. So what we do is we'd set up a little bit early using a cheaper Fruit of the Adept here to get a little bit more MP, just a slight boost, enough to get things like poisons or stuns or anything like that rolling, to have something ahead of time. And so what we'd do is we'd eventually get close-ish, activate Spell Strike Powder on any of our level 1 casters, whereas our other ones would be able to use some of, essentially just use their skills to keep on going. So like these guys would just go for something like Lizard Powder over here, we get that going, and that's 30% minimum hit odds. So that would mean that they would be able to spam a lot of their debuff skills. And so this means that for these last two, while some of them got extremely technical, for these last two, what it comes down to is having Canopus more or less run around marking targets, while at the same time we have somebody go and boost MP on our Cleric to go and speed him up, so that he's able to mark targets for Ravenous to go and finish off. Now, this is unfortunately very finicky. This particular one is doable, but it's extremely finicky. Simply put, because like as soon as they suddenly decide to go all in, oftentimes Ravenous will decide to go forward, and she'll start doing dumb crap immediately. So then it becomes a thing to try and save her, but then you try to save her and then lose your own units in the process. Like right there, she's a zoomy sort, so she just gets in everybody's business in absolutely no time whatsoever. So that's not great. So the idea is, again, just to kind of help her get through a few targets early. And in theory, the way that it should work is that we get some of the heavy hitters to go and move their way on backwards. And yeah, just have them fight amongst each other the entire time. Having units try to boost each other to try and not waste too much recovery time, or land somebody in just the right recovery time bubble to let them pass through. But yeah, there's a lot of kind of adjusting speed, adjusting different meters and whatever else as we go forward. And a lot of trying to use things like shield bashes to move units into place. So like right now the plan is to take this unit, and ideally it would have been to go shield basher sideways onto that skill card, but I just noticed that there's a rock in the way that I forgot, but whatever. Or, for example, this guy's entire purpose is to trigger pincers from 2 tiles away. It gets complicated for sure, but, like, still. Petrify Ravenous for better defense? No, dude. She is the only hope of actually cracking the defense on this one. Because even our heaviest hitter in the form of Canopus over there is barely able to land a dent on these last 2 bosses. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, it's just these last 2 bosses. Once these 2 are gone, like the previous ones, I would argue, were far more difficult. I've already gotten close to actually getting these done multiple times. I would say, of all things, it was actually, what's her name? Not Diana. What was her name? I'm completely blanking right now. But the cleric. The cleric right before Ravenous. That lady was a nightmare. Like, I kid you not, that fight took over a month. It was that much. But either way, I would say that was probably the hardest of the bunch so far. Just because of how difficult it is to get past all of her golems, all of her knights, and not only do that once, but do it 3 times, with Canopus needing to pick up a bunch of physical up cards along the way, because that cleric actually has better defense than she does. And on top of all of this, not only getting all 3 of them to the other side, also avoiding getting Denim killed in the entire process, on top of that, also getting them into a perfect position to be able to get all of these hits to actually land. And if that wasn't enough, then also getting them into another position where hopefully the first ice move from the cleric ends up missing. So was a bit of a challenge, we'll say. I wonder how many people have sacked that village just for the sake of recruiting Ravenous. Who knows? Honestly, there's no real reason for me to recruit. Like, I already had written her off. I saved her on accident the first time through because I was using her as a weapon to actually get past Goliath. or Balmamusa, what am I saying? And then after that, I realized, you know what? Uh, the fight's right there. We'll give it a shot, and then it turned out to not really be worth it. Also, let's go ahead and finish this guy off. It's like it basically comes down to doing stuff like this. Unfortunately, that counter just... I should have done it from the other side. What am I doing? Yeah, what can I say? 8 hours in, I'm a bit tired. But as far as whatever, as far as setting everything up here, like she was used as a weapon at first, and then I did the fight right after this, and it turned out to be somewhat difficult, and I was looking for ways to get a bit more in the resource side of things. And then realized, technically, this fight, the best way to actually handle it might be to kill everything here, which would give us a lot more resources to actually do that next fight with. So that's more or less the plan. Just get everybody to go backwards, overwhelm these units one by one. And then as long as we keep pulling people back and healing them, this is actually doable. The problem is just doing it on time. So eventually we get to the point that all the casters get pulled back, the tanks take over full, tanking for the front and everything. And we probably lose a unit or two, but the only way that the final fight ends up actually winning, because it's also another map in which basically everybody has to die, the only way that that one ends up being winnable is if we more or less slowly, methodically sacrifice every unit on the team to allow what's his face, Zapan, Canopus, and Denim to survive. Because those are the only three that need to survive. Doing this fight, the only purpose of it is to get more money, to get more blessing stones, because managing the finances for this particular challenge run has been surprisingly difficult. We've been selling every tiny thing that we can get a hold of in order to even slightly keep all the funds rolling. So, yeah, anyway, it's a fun run. It's a fun puzzle. It's a fun puzzle for sure. Here, let's see. I feel like getting rid of their range support is probably the best option here, so we'll go ahead and fly you over here. We've got one reset on the party, so let's go... I love how I'm just suddenly starting to get into this as if this is even a save file that I can save right now, because the mod is not currently active, so it wouldn't count. But, oh well. Let's see. We have to recognize because of FF14 or something? Let's see, recruit Ravenous because you gaslight yourself into it. I recruit her because she's cute. No, I'm recruiting her simply because it's going to give us more resources for something else later. He died to 1 damage. Hot damn. Let's see, Sexy went Chaos Route and didn't know. Eh. Sometimes you know, sometimes you don't. Alright. Alright. So yeah, like in this case, she goes for the Cleric. Perfect. We've got the Cleric, we got the Archer, all that kind of thing. Let's see, Ravenous isn't in any event in FF14. I would not know. I do not play it. And anyways, nice block. Of course he parries. Actually, that was the other thing, dude. Nadia, that was the Cleric I'm thinking of. So that Cleric in over in that route, dude, I kid you not. I ended up getting the absolute dream setup for that thing multiple times, and something to the tune of like 4 times in a row, parried every time. Just 7% parry, just like, just like, nope. Your entire effort is out the window. It's not allowed to happen. Okay. Alright, let's go here, let's go for you. Yeah, so what's funny is that in many ways this one's going to come down somewhat to luck here, because mostly what you can do is if you can get all of these other units injured, like we don't necessarily absolutely have to kill everything, but if we can set up a situation where, for example, several units are injured, and we keep lining up, let's say throwing like mighty striking units into the front here, and we end up getting this guy to get breached. Really? I mean, that's just kind of mean, game. That's just plain mean. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, so as we get kind of screwed over by the game there, as long as we keep throwing units towards Ravenous, we can potentially create a situation where she goes for a stab and then accidentally ends up hitting the leader at the same time. It's like if you have a breached unit standing in front of where she is, like how I had that cleric set up there, then Ravenous will usually run up and try to kill it. And unfortunately, in this case, a lot of times the AI will just suddenly decide to block your way on total accident, so yeah. Okay. See, one thing I'm really confused about, does Avoid Stat influence Parry? No, Parry is a separate role. Avoidance Stat is just for avoiding accuracy and avoiding debuffs and things. So it will help you out in bad weather, or for avoiding debuffs, or for fighting on bad footing and things like that. But for the most part, the logic the game follows is that these are basically trained people. They should have no reason to miss a target that's right in front of them. But yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, a lot of this comes down to just kind of spam firing and hoping for the best. At least for this portion of it. It gets way more technical for some of the earlier parts, but for these ones, this is kind of what we're working with, you know? Alright. Let's see, as I said before, parry doesn't exist against it until it does everything. I guess so. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, you're currently out of MP. The parries from this guy. He is just pirating it up over there, living his best pirate life. Why am I still running this instead of going back to the other save file? I don't know. I guess we're just gonna kind of keep rolling with it. And Shield Basher Wizard, I guess? I don't know. I don't know. But we can always Mighty Impact this guy. We can always go for one of these. And as you can see here, even with our best attacker, he does 2 damage versus this guy. If you're thinking, oh, Breach is going to extend that like crazy, he can equip multiple physical cards. He can Breach this guy, and he's going to do like 6. So, yeah. About that. It's, yeah. That's kind of how it goes there. Anyway, let's go back to that other save file then. Man's playing Dark Souls with that many parries. Oh yeah. He's like the fairy earlier. Alright, where were we here? Warrior... Okay. Wait. What? Oh, Kadriga was next, right.
Tactics Ogre.
What's the hardest fight for challenge runs? Depends entirely on the challenge run. Like I said, for level 1 or Union 0 there, surprisingly, it's Nadia the Cleric. Like, just a complete nothing burger of a fight in any other situation. She's just a unit that you basically pull out a longbow, shoot twice in the face, and leave in any other run. And then for Union 0, just the awkward placement of where she goes and how she heals meant that fight took a month to do. It's entirely situational. Or like, let's see, back for PSP, dealing with let's see, what was the hardest one on PSP? I think for PSP, of all things, it was actually that Dragon Volcano map that ended up taking the longest. Because in that particular case, it was just a matter of literally killing everything on the entire map with poison. Just like poison and run, poison and run, poison and run. It's actually something that will become available to Union Level 0 I guess, not necessarily way later. Like, time-wise, it's going to be somewhat earlier, I guess. Like, in-game time-wise, but overall, run-wise, way later than it was in the PSP version. It kind of depends there. Because technically, I guess we could potentially go find her in the woods or something. But again, everything is going to be from the woods. As soon as we get to the woods, that run is off to the races. Let's see, you saw my no in-cap, no undead, no chariot, no blowgun, no frompa. The worst fights were Oz and Balzafon and Gatalio. I was surprised that. But yeah, Nadia is... It depends, but yeah. For Nadia, it's just because they're so clumped up, and there's so many of them in one area, and you got a combination of a lot of heavy-hitting units that tend to take a lot of space and move around a lot within that space. So there's just a huge amount of corridors. Not a lot. Like they've got units that will claim everything that gets up on a rooftop with those archers that they got up there. They've got spawns that potentially allow for 2 archers, so they'll just gladly take everything that's up there. So even if you're like in level 1, it was running Canopus over there that was a problem. He's the one that had to do the heavy hitting, and he would oftentimes get beaten towards any upgrades that he would want to get. But this also means that any kind of crit cards that you're getting off of those awkward diagonals that you can get off those golems, like, kind of one of those quiet, unique benefits that golems get are the awkward diagonals that are kind of a whip feature in One Vision. But yeah, like, them getting crits, them getting physicals is, like, they're just going to be bullying people, and you can't really do much about it. So yeah, I can believe that. Like, they tend to stack up pretty quick. Alright, let's see. What do we actually need here? We need some kind of consumables, that's for sure. Do a quick restock of everything there, and carry on. Exactly, the golems make it way more complex. Yeah, golems are gonna be like that. Here, let's get you in here. We need our Slayer in here. We're good there. Tamer. Do we need the Tamer? I feel like maybe we're on Octopus for this one. You're probably going to get rocked, so let's replace you with a healer. Yeah, that's decent enough, I think. Aircell is probably going to be dancing for this octopus, but why not?
Should have stayed well away if you know what's good for you.
Oh man, this is going to be so much easier than it is on the other save file. Oh man, so... But seriously, on the other save file, both of those fights are the same thing, of either getting, what's-his-face, getting Zapan to win the entire fight for you, or getting Ravenous to do the entire fight for you. Technically, I would argue Ravenous is probably the more difficult of the two. Funny part is, so when it comes to Darza, due to weird, like, layouts of armor shenanigans, Zapan will refuse to use his ice finisher on this guy until, like, 3 other units are dead in the area. And a lot of times he prefers to chase down the wrong ones. So, yeah. It can get a little complicated with him, but, you know. It's just how it is sometimes. Alright. So what we're going to do is we are going to go this way. We're just going to stack all kinds of empowering effects on this guy. If he gets an Aqua Veil, he'll pop out of there. If he doesn't, you know, we'll deal. Actually, is that an Aqua Veil or is that an Empower he's got going on right now? Because I think it's an Aqua Veil. Yes, it is, in fact, an Aqua Veil. Alright. Well, he kept his Aqua Veil for now. But he's going to be a good opener versus these guys. Alright, let's try to go for the stun. Alright, cool enough of the beans. See, the most brilliant morons you'll ever get. Yeah, it's an interesting AI. Like, it's weird because I would still count it as smarter than many other out there, because every AI for any SRPG out there will do the exact same things, and sometimes it's way more obvious. Like, when you see the AI, like, in XCOM 2 or something like that, like, it will pull out some friggin' 40 chess type nonsense right next to the point that it just deletes itself for no reason. Like, on one hand, it'll be like, oh, you know, I just went and, you know, had this unit launch over here to go punch this guy, to drop on top of another guy, to activate a proximity mine, to blow up this gas tank, to blow up this car, to get your sniper that was hiding behind that wall over there. It's like, yeah, that certainly is a situation that occurred, and I'm not really sure I understand how. But then, at the same time, you have those other cases where they'll just, like, you know, go and run straight after your guy into an obvious ambush, get immediately knocked backwards into a mine and, like, straight through a floor into the point where, you know, they just end up self-destructing because they're like a gas tank guy or something, and deleting their entire team, which the explosion ends up drawing in a bunch of zombies and getting everyone else eaten. It's a wonderful catastrophe of a system. I love it. But yeah, that's XCOM 2 in a nutshell, though. It's like, if stuff makes sense in XCOM 2, you're not playing it right. Here we go. Anyone want to get poisoned? Not quite. Let's see, barely won versus Oz Nazma because they targeted my Reflect Dragon. Wait, if they targeted your Reflect Dragon, why was that a problem? Alright, let's go ahead and get everybody all lion danced up. Beautiful. Yeah, there's just something weirdly satisfying about having Aircell retire from war to become a dancer. So you did end up winning No One Cap, No Chariot against Oz because Val's did lucky crit against Dragon's... Oh, I see. I see. That makes sense. Man. Now my nose is really starting to get to be a problem. Okay. Let's see. Stab on you. I really need to get my non-garbage Valkyrie in here. Because that one is not very good. And I also need to probably get a caster back on the team because my other one died because I wasn't paying attention, and yeah. Alright. So you get to do a no cap, no chariot run in wait, the chapter what ending fight because it's cut off. Chapter 3 ending fight? Which one are we talking? Yeah, since the flies ruined my coffee, the fatigue is starting to kick in. I'm kind of thinking I should go grab another cup. See, it's one of the hardest fights in the game. I'm trying to remember which friggin' one it is. Why am I blanking on that right now? Alright, let's see. Both Battles of Fallen, Oz, and Oz. Oh! Yeah, that one can be tricky. Like, the easiest way to no in-cap that one, like, as far as consistency goes, just, like, don't even bother engaging with them at all. Just poison at a distance as soon as you can. Make a square towards the back corner of the room. So they'll send out one unit at a time, and you just kind of, like, pick them off as they come in. And then over time, the bosses will end up starting to approach you, obviously, but, like, you just sort of pick them off as they get closer and closer. It used to actually be a lot more annoying to try and no-in-cap that thing back in PSP, I'd argue. Because, like, on PSP, you had that annoying situation that some of them had those ludicrous damage spikes, especially the archers. So you just suddenly have those moments where if anybody was lacking defense of any kind, they just really, really, really picked on them. So at least there's that, I guess. Weird silver linings. But yeah, I don't know if that helps or not, but, you know, if it does, there it is. Also, would have been nice to get this cockatrice, but I guess no cockatrice. Bummer, bummer. Bad at the game? Nah. Dude, this game's weird. It's fine. Like, that's the thing. There's no worrying about being bad at it. Like, it's just an unusual game. It doesn't even try to do anything normally. It's just not how it does things. Like, if it ever does do something normally, that should tell you that there's something more there. Like, that every time that I mention that there's something that seems off about a particular skill, it's because it's too normal. Like, that was one of those things, like, why I kept wondering about Evanescence for the longest time. Because it's like, a skill that just sort of self-destructs and does damage seems way too normal for this game, you know? And it took until finally trying it out in training mode over and over and over, and still not really clicking with that idea of, like, it's unusual for somebody to have a countdown timer in training mode, actually. But for some reason it just wasn't clicking, because my brain was still seeing multiplayer mode from PSP, I guess. Until eventually, like, you know, the AOL sounds in the background stopped, and it was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. You know, this actually doesn't make sense. Maybe there is more to this. But anyway. Alright, let's have you go collect some stuff over here, because you're only here to dance. She is the lord of the dance. See, I remember a video where you pointed out you can poison golems, and I never had even tried. Why would that make sense? Yeah, I mean, there's that too. Actually, another thing that you can still always do, it's not nearly as good in Reborn as it was in PSP, just due to bigger health pools and the fact that Moss comparatively does way less damage than regular poison does. But yeah, you can just petrify a golem on top of Moss tiles, and they just melt. So, So, this is really, really true for One Vision, by the way. Like, if you're having trouble with golems in One Vision Palace of the Dead, just, like, get any heavy unit with Bash to go knock them onto a poison tile, and then just have them sit on that poison tile. Just keep petrifying them over and over, and you don't have to fight them. Especially, like, the defense core ones or stuff like that. I feel like they're giving themselves more damage than anything else here. Alright, there we go. Do you have a recruit? Go for it. Oh, nice. Okay, so that is one more unit out of the way. Let's see, clerics can heal or cleanse with Oz. Yeah, no, you definitely do gotta keep spraying status. And the thing is, with MP costs as they are, they really can't keep it up as often as they themselves would hope. As you can just make that go away. Also, I probably should have picked up that card before doing that move, but again, tired's gonna tired. Boop. There we go. What's this? Intelligence card? Yes, I need that for my Berserker. Okay. 76 with a stun. That's 176 without a stun. I think we will take the bigger number for the moment. This guy doesn't need to be stunned, he needs to be deleted. And he's also about to be. Alright, so we get one of these mighties going. Slapify this dude in the face. He is breached, and the next ranged attack should finish him off. Perfect. Darza is probably going to target him, so that's nice. Alright. You go here, you go here. You cannot target this unit, and that makes me sad. Right. 17? No. 117? Yes. There we go. Dandy dandy. Let's see, she is critical. I know I bought more stones. I don't think I actually equipped them on anybody. Minor oversight. Anyway, delete half that guy's bar, charge on forward. That's fine. She should finish him off, and we're good. I forget. If Evanescence is last unit in the field, it's game over. Well, yeah, because they would be considered downed. As far as the game is concerned. Alright, now we've got our 50 for next round. Now we can also go over here, do a little bit of the old harvest dancing. It's so nice how this animation's so much faster. Yeah, so far so decent. I think Bane's gonna survive. I think we're gonna get the full trio. I think we go for the sad scene. What do you guys think?
I'm sorry, Denim.
Because the sad scene might be a little bit of fun. Alright, so he's going to approach forward, as you'd expect. Thankfully, though, that does leave a little bit of an opening, so alright. Do we have major heal on you? How do I not have major heal on you? Or Mother's Blessing, for that matter. Man, I'm missing some stuff. This extra coffee is needed, and I need to stop slapping this keyboard. It has done nothing wrong to me. It has been very nice. I have no business being so mean to this keyboard, and yeah, just do that. Just poison these guys if you can. I have no Empower at the moment, but he does have a Strengthen going, so that's nice. Oh, this guy's got a Butcher Knife. Not sure why we just hired some random dude with a Butcher Knife. He is Bob the Butcher. Alright, Butcher Knife this guy. Boom. Fantastic. We don't have any more beasts for you to Slayer with. Let's see, any kind of interesting shots you can take here? Not quite. Alright, you just take territory then. Just block off some tiles here. You're not going to be in range to do much. But you should have a stone. There we go. Alright, how about if you are slightly closer? Then can you stone? He can stone! The stone has been achieved. And if we get lucky on this, he potentially... And what's your movement range? Not long enough. Okay. You go here, you take this thing, and now you do this thing where you, like, hit him real good with a breach. Didn't get him with a breach. Alright, next stone will do the job. Alright, you go over here, and now you do nothing. Except for slap this one, maybe. There we go. Alright. I like the scene you get with Saria when Bane, Cecina, and Fulkert are dead. I mean, we're gonna see some of that. We're gonna what I wanted to do here, if we can get it set up, is to get the scene where we get Cecina, Bane, and Fulkert, and then we have Fulkert and Bane die when rescuing her. Because there's just kind of a completely different scene in that situation too. Okay, happy little crit there. Good, good. So you got the guy with a butcher knife because someone gotta cook them griffins. Oh, jeez. It's probably not wrong, though. Boop. Alright, does any one of y'all have one of them stones or what? Because I forget what we did with all those. Maybe you just kind of continue going this way. You know, it's interesting how with the Swordmaster, their sword is primarily useful for generating MP more than it is actually fighting stuff. It's like between the preempts and the counters and whatever else, it's their most practical way to actually fund all of their dances. Like, I love that. From a design perspective, it's fascinating. It makes you want to put them in danger so that they can keep everybody else from danger. It's just cool. It's just neat. I love that. Alright, yes. Hurie gets rock chucked. Alright, still no one with a stone, but you get crossbow. And a stun. That's nice. She can fund her dances now, so that's nice. And there's even units within range. Imagine that. Alright, you just dance. I wish the simple animations would have actually just had them spin the fan and heal. Just maybe skip all of the little circular thingamabobs. Maybe save a little bit of time, because that's honestly the only thing that makes me not use dances more. It just takes a while to get through that animation. Alright. Mr. Sir, how would you like to shank your boss? Nice. Very ineffective. Good job. Let's see. That actually does work pretty well. I kind of wish I had more physical ups or something, but that'll work. It'll work. It is acceptable. However, if we breach him first, that would be better than acceptable. So, let's have you move here. Let's have you take one of these. Force feed this dude some liquor, and then we'll see how it goes. So last time me and the BF met up, Ogre pilled him and made him play up to Chapter 4. Hey, it's not a bad choice. Sometimes you gotta get up to Chapter 4, you know? Alright. We do have one tile that's available for Denim. You go do your thing. See, how else do you feed the giant squid? I mean, you mostly just ask real nicely and then they join your team with no effort whatsoever. Dang it, I thought that's how we were supposed to be doing it. Alright. You do this thing where you just sort of wave your hand around and this guy explodes. Makes sense to me. Now I can play it. Now make him play Coda. Oh man. See, but that's the thing. Like that in that direction, that would work out just fine. Like, you know, lady friend asks the guy friend to, you know, go play this game. He's gonna do it. Like, dude, if I asked my wife to play Tactics Ogre, she'd set me on fire. She's like, no, I like my games. I play my games. You go away. All right. Here, that is 105. That is not an advantage. This is 379. This is an advantage. This is why we care about these. Yep, and he's mad that his wife is going to be pissed at him for dying. Alright. Get some Deadshot, get some Magic Leaves, get some Ways as the Girges. And now, this gives us the best blowguns in the damn game. Beautiful, beautiful. I love that they give you just all this stuff right away. Do I recruit this guy? Yes. Here, let me find my keyboard. This is McKniferson. I don't know if we'll ever use him for anything ever, but here he is. Alright. Yes, yes, and... yeah, we're gonna go help her. For now. I mean, we'll help her. We're not saying anything about you two.
I am in. I know.
Yeah. Alright, now. It would be a real shame if somebody stole all your stuff, is all I'm saying. I mean, this is some pretty nice gear you got here. It's, you know... I mean, you should try this, you should probably try this Fall Strike Cutlass. Or this Rapier. It's pretty sick, actually. We wear shorts around here. You just need to wear the right uniform. We entirely just wear shorts. We'll take these expensive items, though. You know, appreciate it. Drain Mind, yeah, we'll take that. You're not going to be using this Poison Cloud anyway, you know, just thinking about it. Take this, maybe one of these, maybe be a little bit more accurate, maybe be a little bit faster with your casting, I'm just saying, you know. Alright, so we'll do a little bit of that type business. You probably still don't even have a weapon, actually. See, that's one of those things I don't know why they didn't change. Like, just let them have some two-handers or something. Like, just use the broadsword. Like, come on. I mean, if they were limited literally to just broadsword, I would be okay with it. But, oh well. What are we redundant on right now? Because I feel like she needs to take back over for her previous role. I need my you. You feel like somebody that wants to go become something else, like something like an enchantress, maybe. So you become one of these, and then I also remembered to turn the chat back on. There we go. But gingerbread, inspirational quote of the day. It feels like somebody must have made for like a Valentine's Day or something the butt gingerbread. I don't know what that even means, but it probably means something. Okay. Main reason I'm doing this is Conserve RT now exists, which means that we can, for example, use hammers over here. We'll equip her with some hammer-related type some suchery later. Mage stuff over here. A bit of dagger action over here. We'll temporarily switch her over to daggers. We're going to get rid of that lizard skill, and now, from here on out, she is a dedicated spam caster. Now what this means is that she's able to just spam this stuff non-stop. So we're going to go ahead and go for poison now. We're going to go ahead and... we have enough sources of guaranteed stun for the moment that I think we're going to go for poison. Poison, AoE, missile, and Drain Mind, because I want to see if we can maybe get a little bit more out of that. Give her an antidote, maybe give her a little bit of leaf action, a little bit of Blessed Stone type deal here, get a circlet, get a robe. Just completely forgot to upgrade some of these people since the start of the game, but whatever, get a defender ring, it totally saved the last one, don't worry about it, and maybe get some new skills in some other guys, like Mr. Warrior Man over here. You got some new over here, like maybe, I don't know, a vigorous attack? Hell yeah, you do. That's going to be a way bigger improvement over Siege. What about you? You got your Constitution, but you also got your Sanguine Assault. Who needs health when you can remove it from something else? Let's see, you're doing fine with your Constitution. Would you like a back attack? Yeah, actually, I think we will. What about you? You've got some recruit and stuff. Have you recruited anything lately? No, but you can get a Mother's Blessing. I mean, that's neat. Valkyrie, you have not gotten some levels in a while. Get on that. But we will probably replace your concentration with HP up at this point, because I have not seen you miss anything in ages. Mr. Canopus, Stagger and Airverse. I mean, I am kind of tempted to just kind of dedicate to the misstep name, to be honest. Sure. Dragon Slayer, Beast Slayer, HP up. What about some Bane, some Rampart Aura? Interestingly enough, they get access to Rampart Aura surprisingly early compared with some of the other classes, so that's also cool. But Beast Bane, I feel like, would probably be pretty good, because they're primarily a chicken hunter at this point. So we'll go for that. Voltaire, do you have anything new? Rampart Shadow, right. We want that on you. You've been doing a good job recruiting, though. You've been doing a good job pincering, though. We're kind of good on recruits, too. You know, okay, you know what? For the moment, we'll take recruit off. Put the Rampart Shadow in here. Because, yeah, being able to just generate cards is kind of an interesting little doohickey, you know? Little thingamajig. We'll put that there, put that there. And yeah, now she just generates her own stuff. We'll probably combine Insight together with some Fruit of the Adept. Replace her Rampant Aura with that, actually. Here, get some Insight. Go buy some Fruit of the Adept. And, yeah, that way, we have a renewable source of MP, and I don't have to worry about replacing those items. So we get some of these, we get, there's the buy menu, I need the crafting menu, and we go down here, and we get some fruit, and we're all like, bam, give me plenty of them suckers, please. Alright, fantastic. I always kind of quietly see an image in my head of the, like, Fallout crafting, like, XP drop thing, even though that makes no sense here. So it puts her up to 132. These things are gonna give you 13, which is completely not worth it if you think about it, but also don't think about it. So, yeah, let's, like, for her, it's not necessarily worthwhile, but if she gets more MP later, might well be worth it, you know? Give her some MP stuff down the line. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, let's see. Right, do you have any weapons for her? Because I think it said there was more stuff at the shop, but not for her. But one thing we can potentially do is craft some claws, because new melee weapons got made available, and we are missing beast claws. I thought we got some of those. Interesting. Well, we got the fangs, just not the claws. I guess the claws must be a rare griffin drop or something. I don't remember. Whatever, it's fine. We'll get some of those later. Right now, we're honestly doing well enough just punching the bejesus out of stuff, so... Alright. Let's see, please showcase your best stat unit. Why? That's what Union level 0 will be for, funnily enough. Just go swing back right around to that again. Alright, replace you with you, replace you with you, and I think we... Hang on, what are we fighting here? Because we're going to have to kill off 2 of our own here, so yeah, we do want our Slayer unit. We actually might get at those claws that we're looking for right here. In fact, actually, hold on, one more thing. You. Do not have any new skills yet, okay. Yeah, let's replace you. Dehydrated odds of survival are not great. Maybe just bring Wine Dust in, actually. Alright. There we go. Those mana apples are very much like the Tic Tacs of this world. Yeah, I think they're like the Snickers. It's just like, it gives you a little bit of everything. It's pretty good, you know. Let's see, in fact, the big man Durgalawa just casually became a Sky Pharaoh, and that's just like canon. It's endlessly hilarious. God, I love RPG sometimes. See, Valentine's Guard, only the Hanged Gardens can make me fall harder for you. Jeez. Man. Yeah, dude, the lore in this game is absolutely wild. It's like you hear the occasional assessment of like, oh man, there's nothing going on. It's all just like politics, and then like around every corner is just way more lore than you ever want. All right. So this is gonna be weird. So this is one of the weird outcomes that they can potentially achieve here. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna cause. So we got the information to recruit Cecina. She is captured by these pirates. We technically are not under any obligation to go rescue them. Kashua doesn't want us to. She wants us to leave everyone to die, because she's a good person like that. I say as if that's actually a matter of judgment. Honestly, it's probably a good call. But as far as everybody here goes, yeah, you know, she's all for letting them croak and choke and all that kind of business. But yeah, we're gonna try to help them, and the end result will be that 2 out of 3 die. But the one person that gets rescued is rescued. But you know, they're gonna ask about their friends and wonder if we ran into them, because we did ran into them. And then we get to see Kashua suddenly be forced into the role of therapist for the person that she wanted to kill, which is hilariously awkward. So we're just gonna make that happen. So. Gotta love the weirdly specific interactions with this game sometimes. But there's our Vigorous Attack. Man, I love that skill. It's so good. Basically, it just means that now he breaches all the time. And that's one of those reasons I kind of prefer Warrior to a Terror Knight sometimes. At least for somebody like Denim. Like, just, for Denim, I really like stick and move kind of classes, you know? Like, it just feels endlessly satisfying. Alright, you've got an advantage versus him. Would be a shame if he got shot in the back. Let's see. Always pondered the idea of the Lotus dude. Yeah. He definitely, he's got quite a bit going on. He's actually, depending on how you want to look at it, he could actually be seen as a just straight-up protagonist, So there's that. Alright, let's have you pick up one of these. I really should have loaded up Wine Dust with items. She still does not have any. For no particular reason, I'm just going to say that Wine Dust is a she, because I always call every griffin a he. I don't know. This one, the name makes them sound that way, you know? Let's see. One of the more subtle things is the necromancy lore, how Nybeth misled a lot of his apprentices into believing that he gives the Fallen a second chance. He and Cresta only know the full picture, and frankly, she's kind of late to that party. So was he legit the son of God, or was he a symbol used by the Ladicians to spread their faith? Oh, you mean the... Okay, so... That's a Warner Report question, dude. I don't know, there's so much background stuff that it just goes way over my head. It was something along the lines of, there's one of them that's like some kind of usurper god or something that previously wasn't one or something. But then just sort of became the main one or something. Honestly, again, that's like it's just plain a Warren Report kind of question. I don't know. Okay. Let's have you do one of these. And we do want to kill off these griffins because they might drop the claws we need. Because if we get the claws, we get the poison. If we get the poison, we get even more poison. And one of the best guaranteed sources of poison is from getting all of these various monster claws, combining them together to make some cat claws to throw on your berserker. And frankly, the cat claws might even be better than the tiger claws you get later. And you basically don't get an upgrade for the fist category at all until you... Actually, for the Berserker, as far as I'm concerned, the Dragon Fang is like their ultimate weapon, more or less. Because, like, it just takes the cat claws that you were using earlier, makes them one-handed, gives them an anti-dragon effect, gives them an elemental effect, and then they're just like, yeah, you know what? This is just perfection. Put a shield on this, it's one-handed now. Just... You have achieved your ultimate build. And it's funny because there's a bit of relationship between the fists and the daggers, because a lot of their finishers function the same way. Okay, we go Sanguine. We get a 350 here, we get a 385 here. Dandy. I do love how they can stack two skills together. Alright. So, let's have you take a shot on this one. It's funny how with Slayer that would basically like triple her damage versus that thing. Like, all of these different multipliers multiply in such wacky ways. It's like, I just respect the dedication to the bit, you know? Feels good. Feels good. Alright, so get a critical up card for you. See, you ever think how the female Dragoon's mask makes no sense? Like, it looks good. I mean, no, it totally doesn't. Where the hell is she? Like, I think this is modeled after some Power Rangers type stuff. See, at least that's the way that I usually saw it. Like, it reminds me of all the, like, the pink Power Ranger thing from this one I used to watch in the 90s. Alright. Let's see. Why don't you do a little bit of impaling, you know? There we go. Nice, happy impalement. Good job. That was a strange decision of you. Again, with the, like, they will go out of their way to avoid pincers and backstabs and whatever else. And now they're just like, I will fly straight to the opposite side of you just so I can go and hit my own guy. See, Missed pun opportunity. Chicken skewer. Oh, that's brilliant, dude. No, dude, I probably need to go grab more coffee. Though at the same time, it's also getting late, but also at the same time, I want to ignore that. So, yeah. All right, a little bit more heals on you. Beautiful. There's got Hadrian over there talking about building his wall and stuff. Alright. You got your concentration going yet? No. Alright, Lazy Enchantress needs to go over there, get one of them deals, steal some MP, I guess. There we go, prevent her from getting her finisher. Or not. Guess she's just gonna go and not do anything. Alright, oh wait, I attacked my own Griffin, didn't I? Good thinking, good thinking. Alright. Good talk, brain, good talk. So we want to kill their Griffins. Not our own, it turns out. So, very important distinction, actually. More important than you might think. And there's gonna unlock our dagger finisher, and again, one of those awesome things that makes Tribrids so good at training multiple weapons. Like, that detail is so good to me. Like how it used to be so freaking annoying to train up your Tribrids before. Because like you would have to double train all of these various skills, and now now literally all you got to do is go and cast spells with them, and it trains both skills at once. It's just it's so good, man. So good. Alright, I don't know what even happened with the other Griffin, if I've just been attacking my own Griffin this whole time and not been paying attention, but I don't see another Griffin right now. So that's interesting, you know? Kind of gives you something to think about a little bit, I guess. Maybe something to think about, like going over here and maybe bringing my units back to life or something. Master Tactician Gingerbread. It's like, sir, what kind of tactics do you bring to the table? I carry big sword and I hit thing real good. Me club with metal plate. It does hurt good. Congratulations, this is exactly what we're looking for. Alright, we got our Beastman, we got our Beast Slayer. This thing is about to get chicken skewered. Alright, there we go, 792, beautiful. Thank you, have a nice day, and let's carry on here. Okie dokie. You look like somebody in need of both HP and MP, but only in minor amounts. There you go. Exactly what you needed. Alright, see, Wall Street didn't exactly have many options for commanders, let alone good ones. Fair point, though I will say, I still stand by what I said earlier about when it comes to Denim and stuff. Like, I don't think he's actually hired for him actually being a good leader or rather a good fighter or necessarily super loyal or whatever else. I think literally all it is when it comes to Denim is just the fact that he's he's a guy that that has that sort of leadership presence that the others don't. Because, like, Ravnus, technically speaking, she is technically a leader in the team. She's also, seemingly pretty competent. But again, same thing, people find her obnoxious. Like, the only reason people follow Dedham is because he just seems like an okay dude. Is he necessarily a good fighter? Probably not. Is he necessarily that tough or whatever else? Probably not. Is he particularly loyal to one cause or another? It seems like every cause around him seems to die. But he does seem to have a certain bit of charisma going for him, so there's that. He seems to have a head on his shoulders. See, Denim didn't dump charisma, Ravnus did. She just never saw that menu on the stat sheet. She's like, what? There's a charisma stat? You mean I can do something other than being, like, absolutely terrible to everyone I meet? What? Surely you're joking. See, Ravenous is not just obnoxious, she's also a half-breed that's gonna have, it's gonna cause some resentment. Yeah, it's weird how she even exists. Honestly, I don't know if I even like that backstory for her, personally, because, like, that's some... I feel like the background Romeo and Juliet stuff that happened to make that happen would have been more interesting. Though, that being said, that is taking a very, hopefully that's the way it went approach, because more than likely, it was not particularly willing, so to speak, you know? Because, like, Wallister and Gallic Standing, they're trying to kill each other all the time, is the thing. Like, do we know that that was on purpose? Like, do we actually know? Because I'm not really sure we do, and I don't know if we really want to think about that, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Seems like it might not be the right, right angle, maybe. Anyway, so, speaking of 90-degree angles, let's go ahead and see as Bayan gets himself annihilated, hopefully. See some war crimes happen? Yeah, probably. Though, again, it's funny to me that that one seemingly is one that gets ignored, but then one thing that does get brought up is, like, Veldre and Darza, and they're like, well, technically, Veldre was captured by Darza, and then you read their background reports, and, like, they seem to get along just fine. They get it, like, they have a kid together, but they also seem to run everything together, and they're like, she's technically, like, she was originally captured by him, but at the same time, she's leading these guys. It's not like he's going and keeping her locked up in a box or something. Like, they seem like co-leaders, is what I'm getting at, you know? But yeah. Alright. Let's see. A little bit of bolt action for you. We'll be getting our Balder crossbows and stuff like that pretty soon to get all of our short bow and bowgun users a bit more love here. For the time being, though, we're just going to continue pressuring on Veldre over there, who we should have a finisher to finish off on, I think. Oh, we actually didn't get... Oh, never mind. We got 12 on axes, not 10 on daggers. Okay, well, he's still got one more. Never mind on that. Alright, get some ice here. Yeah, it's fine on you. Let's go for that, because I'd like to pick up this fizz-up card for her. Maybe we should give her a bit more opportune targets for next time. See, there was a time where they lived amicably, though, before Dorgy. I mean, yeah, but this has been going on for generations at this point. Like, I forget what the exact years were, but they do mention that it's been going on for, like, a hot friggin' minute, you know? I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's about as sensible as anything, I suppose. Alright, good and breached. Get some... No, we'll save mighty impact for next time due to speed stuff. Beautiful. Good attack there. He's probably going to get himself roasted pretty soon here. So y'all ever just get home from work and wake up 5 hours later without a single memory of how you got there? I believe that's called sleep. Like, I have those times when I come back from working and I just sort of wake up the next day and, like, I just don't know what the hell just happened. Something happened. I know that there was some kind of something or other I was doing beforehand. I think I was doing dishes and laundry or whatever, but, like, I don't know. Let's see, did that before alcohol? No, not alcohol in that case.
Save the girl. Save Sistina.
Alright, I gotcha. We got a wizard, we got a fighter. We save Sistina, we got both a wizard and a fighter is what they're getting at, you know. And also, technically, despite the therapy involved, like, how annoyed would this lady be, by the way? So, she ends up seeing that the people that she thought were dead are actually alive, right? And they showed up to save her. But then, the person that came to save her accidentally selected the wrong dialogue option earlier and basically came off as, like, some kind of weird, you know, friggin' overly patriotic, you know, nut job or something, and talking about how they only support the Wallister or something. So basically, you have this overly politically inclined, just asshole all of a sudden that's saving them, but wasn't able to save their friends, and they're the only one that survived. Yeah, they probably have every reason to be pissed. Also, we might lose our Griffin immediately after getting it, because was too busy chattering about things. Alright. Yeah, 265, that's alright. I was kind of hoping that would knock her backwards, actually. But no such luck. And while this build of his might be kind of janky, you know what? I kind of dig it. I kind of like it. Alright, nice, happy shot over on this guy, though I would prefer to just recruit him. Except I don't have recruit anymore, so that would make it difficult. Alright, nothing on you, something on you. I saw that they stole my feathers. I don't think there were any claws that were here. Alright. See, that's quite complex, maybe. This is totally irrelevant, but I want to stake out the word magus comes from the kingdom before the Persians. It was their word for priests and scientists. Yeah, that tracks. I mean, for a while, I guess, like, anybody that researched anything, like, I guess they technically would have been... I guess religion kind of was, to some people, a version of science for a while. It's like, we don't know what's out there. Maybe it's, the freaking lasers. Maybe it's, some kind of deities. I don't know, something. There's something out there, and we will research it. We don't know how, but we will research it, probably, maybe. Alright, how much time do we have to save this Griffin? Dude, I love that build-up. Such a dang good build-up on this theme. Alright, he's probably in a pretty good position to take her out next round. Probably, maybe. But do I have any Blessing Stones? Yes, we can save the birdie. The birdie will live. Alright, we can't put the Griffin to waste. Tonight we dine on chicken? No. The chicken must kill again. Alright, get some of this action over here. Unfortunately, we don't have the classic Res 2. There's something immensely satisfying about doing the, like, conserve MP, Res 2, conserve RT thing in postgame. Like, you just have this Griffin that comes back exceedingly hungry. It's like, have him run back, step on a crit card, eat something for half its health. Like, bye-bye Gremlin, you are snack.
I would have given anything to see you once more.
Yeah, about that. I mean, you would have given anything, but also I'm pretty sure you're trying to give something else. Anyway, plus side, we can just sort of, like, throw you down the hole on the other side where she's kept, and that's basically the same thing in this case, so, you know, that works out. Let's see, the chicken has been stuffed, the chicken has been stuffed! Oh, no. Oh, no, the chicken that usually steals health got its health stolen. How could they? Why have you done this? Oh, they stole my cool sword.
Sterner stuff than you seem. Poor Darza never had a chance. But I'm not bested yet. I'll have my revenge. For Darza, and for the child I carry.
Yes, yes, maximum tragedy, but, so yeah, she goes for that. Do we have any way to not immediately, like, smush her here? Because it occurs to me Denim's probably just gonna, like, annihilate her here, so... Well, I mean, hopefully they're fine. Hopefully. Alright, pop you. Funnily enough, it's weird to think about, but probably the most pacifist way to actually get her is poison. Just firmly in the fucked up pile. So we managed to save the baby by poisoning the pregnant lady. Like, how did this game get a PG rating again? Alright. Let's see. For the longest time, the priests were the closest thing one could get to a scientist, a banker, a doctor, all in one. Truth? Truth? I mean, like, it's interesting to think how over the years, like, just the absolutely bizarre effects that different priests had on different, like, just different everything. It's like, just kind of thinking about it, like, for example, some of the worst losses of information throughout history have been courtesy of various church things, and then at the same time, some of the most stuff, like compared with anything else, has potentially been preserved due to pretty much the exact same people from a slightly different angle. Like, it's just weird to think about. Like, how many things got saved by transcriptionists who were, trying to potentially just save other cultures that they ran into, and how many were just deleted forever because those same transcriptionists then later decided to go rewrite other things. It's just weird to think about. So I'm not sure which is the bigger facet here: the tragedy that she charged in the battle while pregnant, or that her sheer stupidity for charging in the battle while being pregnant. It's I don't know, man. And I don't know how to know in this particular situation. But what I do know is that she didn't really think this plan through. Though, at the same time, if you think about it, if she was captured and she got everyone else killed for the purpose of letting her and her baby run free, there's that too. But she also clearly seems to care about the dude that died, so I guess that's also the other facet. I don't know. Maybe they just installed a different faucet downstairs, and that's the other facet. Is a faucet and a facet the same thing? No, not at all. But if we pretend it is, then I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this. But that is one very dead gremlin, so that's cool too. Alright, here we go. Heal this one. See, the reason we know the way the Mongols fought is literally because a Catholic priest traveled to them and lived among them for years and how to destroy them, and nobody bought his book, except the Hungarians. The fact that she drops 3 escape stones is the saddest part. She clearly wanted to dip out of the pirate life for a kid. Oh, shoot, wait, seriously, I forgot about... Or, actually, I didn't notice that. That's a cool detail. Alright, and I think just for the sake of this probably will be the safer approach here. Alright. Because he has more variable damage here. Alright, you heal her up slightly. Go ahead and move over here. And then, hopefully, Denim should be able to just kind of hit her for the rest, and we should be fine. Same paid off. The raids on her later Hungarian kingdoms never penetrated their defenses. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Never knew about that, but that's the cool part about history. You always find new cool stories. Okay, 260 is too much. 160 should be just right. And just critical. There we go.
Can't go on. Forgive me, Daza.
Like, again, she seems to care about this dude.
The battle is over. End this. We did not come to fight you. Free Sistina, and our quarrel is past. End this now. For your child, if not yourself.
Again, good line reads on these.
You ended Daza, boy. Peddle your pity elsewhere. I'm not sunk so low.
I did no wrong in killing your husband. It was his life or our own. I tell you, you are not our enemy, save you make yourself so. Please, sheath your blade.
See, now that's how you do, like, a modern interpretation of Old English without sounding like an asshole. I'm just saying. When you're writing Triangle 2, please learn. See, we need a new literary device. The Facet Faucet, where you give meaningless drivel of daily lives, motivations for characters with more deathlocks than a Fire Emblem parent. I didn't even know this scene existed. It's Reborn. No. This one isn't Reborn exclusive. This is This started in PSP. This was actually one of the ones that the Japanese community was like apparently super adamant about requesting for the PSP remake, because this did not exist in SNES. In SNES, it was just like, well, you went down this route. Guess who's dying? So yeah. The only games where I like the Old English is like Soulsborne's and this. Yeah, same here. Same here. Alright. Lots of dingy-dings for the stuff. And yeah, this next is another scene that you probably haven't seen before. Actually, I didn't know this scene existed for a while, too.
That's twice you saved me. A debt no words can repay.
At least we were able to save you, if no one else.
No one else? What do you mean?
Well, you see.
Must we spell it out? So full Curtain Bayon are dead, slain in attempt to rescue you.
What a bitch.
Sister!
Dead. Both of them.
Good news, you're single.
We stood by powerless. I'm sorry, sister.
We overpowered him. What are you talking about?
She is rescued and unharmed.
Still a
What's the
bitch.
matter with you? Have you no heart?
This is war, brother.
No, it's made of ice.
Wheel turns. People die.
Also, still fair point.
You would do well to learn that tears will not bring them back. It is for their sake we must press onward.
And our humanity? Where does that fit in?
The if possible box.
Do not bicker on my account. Kashua is right. This is not the time to wax sentimental. We sail at once. I must reach my sister, Saria. I would ask a favor. Will you join me at Bode Fortress before traveling on to Rhyme? Bode is
Like,
one of our most vital
I would love to see the line being like, man, there's a running theme with you people.
You would have us meet her, the leader of your liberation front? Why?
When you see her, you will understand. We've problems of our own.
But yeah, no, absolutely agree. Like, the line reads in this game are top-notch. It's wild. Like, they did a damn fine job on these. To Aerosol and Ravenous are notable exceptions. See, Ravenous is meant to be annoying. Aerosol, I kind of get the feeling that she's meant to be, like... what's her face from Seinfeld? Like, I know Seinfeld's kind of a... half the friggin' cast turned out to be assholes by this point, but I mean, like, there was some lady in that one that had a super shrill voice that was super annoying, but still kept popping up every now and then. But I feel like they were kind of going for that. For me, the only one that I genuinely find annoying is Felicia. Which, speaking of, is she alive? Like, what happened with her? Who is she? Where is she? Oh yeah, she's Crossbow Knight, right. She's not dying anytime soon. Okay, right. Alright, actually, we probably should be able to get Baldur stuff to store at this point. But also, we've got Cecina over here. Might as well give her some other stuff, like a basic heal, a little bit of meditate action, a little bit of extra health, a little bit of, I don't know, what are we thinking? I kind of want to make her the sword person, actually, because we've got spears covered. Like, we're good there, but we could give her the rapier that we pulled from Fulkard's Cold Dead Hands, as well as his old equipment. Don't worry that it's probably got his stuff on there, and there's a little bit of liver still in the armor. It's okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. Plus, it can't be his liver. We took it away before he died. Wait, you mean that was the cause? No, I mean, we just found it. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Also, out of curiosity, let's go to the titles real quick. I forget if we get a different title for this. No, that's just Helpful Spirit still. Okay, whatever. Okie dokie. And away we go to the thing that has way less terrible implications than it did back in SNES. And I'm thinking Ninja on this one. Aubrey gets to stay, because she is she's cracked out of her mind powerful, so she gets to stay there. I'm feeling like we need better pants for her just to murder harder. I don't know. I don't know why her pants changed either. Strange. Anyway, they use golems, not other heavies, so we don't need Dragoon here. At least not for now. I think we go Ninja for this. Maybe go give her a little bit more in the charm department. Mostly because I think she gets... Doesn't she get her other skill here? So concentration's good, but I thought she got steel stance at some point here. Yeah, she got some other skill. Is that Steel Stance by chance? Yes. Okay, beautiful. All right. So she's all set. Give her a Spell Strike powder if we got some, and I don't. So she's not getting that then. Cool. Good talk. Do you have anything new? No, because the Vigorous Attack is still very good. What like my short range archer? Actually, I'll save her for next fight. Let's replace you with the fairy. Sounds good. There we go. Change the hydrated element to water? Maybe. We'll see. Not Elaine. There was somebody else. Like, Elaine's the hey, I'm kooky, but secretly she's just a horrible person one. I'm talking about, like, it was some relative or something that just had the shrillest, most irritating voice you've ever seen. But it feels like with Aerosol, it's kind of a similar deal. Like, they're so antisocial that they just forgot how to speak like a human being. In the case of Ravenous, she's just she's just pretentious. And they bring up her pretentiousness constantly, so there's no way that's an accident. Alright, Aubrey dies, cause muscle, wait, what? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know, but, I don't know. There was no follow-up to that. Let's see. Vice's ninja was doing that monologue he does against Cashua, and then immediately Dark bladed her to death while she rejected him. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, wait, hold on. I just missed some lines. God, that reminds me there was this one time I was doing a challenge run, and the Vice against Vice's ninja went something like... wait, what? Okay, I think there was some stuff that was maybe missed there. But yeah, no, the line that that he's got, that's what I was referencing there. Because the line that he says is, you better get inside before your heart melts because it's made of ice. Like, it's just such a good line, dude. Like, some of the lines in this game are really something else. All right. God Fairy goes over here. Let's see. Rainy season? Okay. Let's see. Trained Rune Fencer Denim and another Rune Fencer in one-hand swords and bows earlier today, because why not? Yeah. Like, honestly, Rune Fencer anything, you just really can't go wrong. They're that good. Like, as far as busted classes go, they are at the top of that pile. It's like if there is a S plus above S tier, that's where they would comfortably sit at all times. I was telling this story earlier today as well, but like, when I was doing the experiment of taking all of the start of the game classes and just seeing whether they can actually beat the game on AI, the AI can actually beat the game so far. Anyway, with the Rune Fencers are currently in Chapter 4, right before Hanging Gardens, just kind of amassing material, so they can do it. Like they've basically cleared through the entire game with next to no effort. It's kind of wacky how well they do. So yeah, love running Rune Fencers with a one-handed bow. Yeah, like that plus plus sword. I like calling them the switch hitter. It's like, especially once you get to elemental bows later, like they get the counter attack. You give them like something like a fall strike sword. It's like they counter attack stuff nearby with a fall strike. You can do all the finishers from both the swords and the bow. You got a nice coverage of different debuffs. You've got any kind of support abilities you'd like on their list already. Maybe replace some of their weapons with stuff that gives you additional like concentration type effects or whatever else. It's just cool how they just interact with everything. Like they don't care. There's like, what'll you take? They just check everything on the entire menu, you know? It's cool stuff. Alright, poison over here. I mean, that being said, I also just appreciate anything that'll run a concentration build. I mean, I know it's kind of minor, but I really like how much concentration's changed. Because Spell Strike was so annoying in PSP. It's like, if you didn't have it, you weren't hitting anything. And if you did have it, you suddenly were in a position that you were never missing anything, and just that kind of tension in the middle was gone, you know. And now instead, we're looking at a position that like they're able to hit most things most of the time, but things that they can't hit, they can hit some of the time. You got that happy guarantee on there. It feels so good. Feels so good, man. Alright, get Sistina up here. Get a card here, get that Mother's Blessing odds going here. Probably should have used some kind of bow units to have an easier type sniping Dagon, or easier time sniping Dagon. Words are hard as they do. Alright. Let's get this ninja kind of peeled away here. Maybe get a breach on him. I guess not. That's fine. Maybe that's not what I was going for anyway. Let's get you over here, picking up one of these. Take this thing, maybe crit shot this guy in the back. Decent enough. Alright, let's have you this way. Set up some cards in the backfield, I think. Just kind of trying to clear that back area somewhat. Alright, you go for the stab because you've got an advantage here. Go for the pincer. Well, the pincer was supposed to knock him into a better recruit range. Fortunately, ain't happening. Alright, whatever. As the Berserker continues to punch things in the face, as they are wont to do, shockingly enough. The primary issue with concentration is not everything in the game gets concentration. Well, they do, but not natural. I mean, they do in different ways, though. Like, it depends, obviously, like, freaking everything depends, but, like, the way that they get it is kind of interesting. Like, you got the ninja concentration that's good for guaranteeing complete stops on something, like, it's 100% of the time. You got the version that the fencers, Terror Knights, and casters get, that'll give you minimum 30% hit odds, but, you know, a little bit different, but it's still doing, you know, functionally the same thing. That it's just minimum effectiveness at the very least, which just feels good. You've technically got magic time, which is just improved concentration, which, I mean, I guess you could argue sort of that it's almost like a lower effectiveness version of nature power that's kind of permanent. Like, you can potentially get it with permanent uptime and not needing to re-up it in between. I mean, if you want to make that argument, I guess. I don't know. I kind of appreciate the inconsistency in that case. It's weird, but I don't know. I like it. Alright. He goes just shy of getting himself upgraded. She does not shy away from that at all. Beautiful. That should be a nice happy stab. Oh, or not. I was going to say it's a nice stab, but then I forget she's running swords, so... Yeah, I guess that's the thing, isn't it? Alright, our ninja's coming up really soonish. I just keep looking at all those nice flappy cards for them to take. See, as I said earlier, the 2 Lancelots talk is very good. It is pretty solid. It's not personally one of my favorites because they get a little preachy, but I don't know, it's cool. I like it. Yeah, seriously, I managed to find the one stupid fairy. Her mind is pretty awful. I think we're gonna have to pick up concentration on her. It's like, when the hell does a fairy actually miss with a debuff? The God Fairy is very good at parrying, but apparently very bad at thinking. Maybe that's the trick. You just gotta turn your brain off, you know? Turn your brain off and let the parries come naturally. Alright, let's see. Alright, one dead shot on you. I guess we want to go after this one instead, actually. I was aiming for the other one, but that is not very much in the way of numbers. Yeah, you look like somebody that could be persuaded to do a crit, except you didn't want to, which is a little bit rude. I mean, I'm not sure why you'd offer if you're not going to do it. Alright, bop. Alright, next crossbow shot goes over here, goes over towards, maybe not that guy, actually. 88 right here. I'm hoping the physical on top of the ninja kind of doing her ninja thing will perhaps help out at least slightly with that situation over on the other side. Really not a good time to have Earth units when everything is air. We're kind of operating at a pretty severe disadvantage there. But thankfully, it's not that much of an issue, considering that you secretly have a little bit of an advantage in a lot of these situations. Alright. Then again, if she picks up this, that's a 267 right there. 60, potentially up to 3 times. Or, we got a 160 right here with a potential follow-up with a Valk, who is... Yeah, that might be a kill right there, actually. I think we can wait one more round until finishing her off, maybe. Alright, go here. Go run one of these. That is not enough. Okay, never mind. I was kind of hoping that would go better. Go for the heal instead, I suppose. The steel stance or not, this ninja's having a little bit of a hard time. Downside of a two-hander, or a dual-wield build, it's why I really don't like dual-wield builds, but whatever. They've got a lot of downsides. It's fine. I once played this like Sega game called Dragon Force because it had a really similar layout to Ogre Battle, and the actual concept of the combat was terrible, unfortunately. I want to say I've heard similar before, but I don't remember what it's like. I'd have to probably look it up what it looks like. Because yeah, fatigue is definitely starting to rear its ugly head right now. Okay, let's go ahead and cragfall this guy, I guess. If for weapon skills, if not anything else. Yeah, I think Darkblade's probably what we're just gonna go for here. It is funny that Darkblade, despite everything, does not actually have a dark element. Would have been a kind of rare instance of a dark element finisher right from the get-go, but I guess fair enough. It's already a really good snipe, and probably would be a little bit too good. Alright, let's see. We can go for the double, we can go for this one. I feel like if we breach first, it would go better, but realistically speaking, who are we kidding? Like, she's got 2 of these. There we go. Let's go for that. You go for one of these. Pretty decent chance of silence on this. Bunk. Well, got the critical, but not quite the silence. But that's why we keep the pocket dirk around. And we're also kind of at that moment where this original crossbow is probably due for retirement. I just noticed I forgot to upgrade it like a friggin' hour ago. 3 hours ago. Several hours ago. Many hours ago at this point is when I should have upgraded it. Oh well. Oh well. Here, how close are you to one-shotting this guy? Not quite there. Alright, go for this guy instead. For no reason other than, I guess he's here. Alright. See, basically I was running a full stack of armies against a fraction of guys and was still losing. Let's see, Dragon Force is amazing, but Sega Saturn RP... Oh, Sega Saturn, that's why I probably haven't... Okay. That suddenly makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it was, did not grow up with a Saturn. Really cool system, did not grow up with it. Like, it's a very fascinating case study in terms of just weird ports and things, for sure. Like, I find it fascinating how they completely redid the graphics for stuff like RE1 for that one. And it looks surprisingly better than most other versions, but the ways that they did it were somehow jank in some bizarre manner that somehow meant that nobody ever reused those assets again. Or how you got, like, Ogre Battle and stuff like that coming out with a hard mode that's not really anything really to write home about, but it's just cool that it's different. Like, when you actually look at what the hard mode does, it's like a couple of levels extra on everything. It's like, that's not hard mode, that's mildly more difficult mode. I mean, I guess it's technically harder, but really? It's not... Are we sure it is? I don't know. Anyway, what are you gonna do? Finish off that guy? Beautiful. Now, does somebody want to go finish off that wizard man that's flashing red? Anyone? Anyone? Alright, well, I mean, it's alright. I'll just sit here. I'll just wait. I'll just wait patiently. Wait for Canopus to do his thing eventually. Come on, Canopus, I need you to stab a man so that we can have some tragedy. Goodbye.
30.
See, maybe I didn't look into the system enough, was playing on a translated patch, did not make a lot of sense. That'll happen with a lot of those older games. Like, I remember when I was playing Dune on the Genesis, I didn't grow up with it, but I found a ROM of it later. Just somebody had recommended it, because I really liked Command and Conquer and stuff, and it was pretty legit. Kind of a bit weird to get used to the controls at first, but it's a Genesis game. There's only so many buttons.
You've been wanted men to our refuge. Might as well tell every crier and herald from here to Almorica where we hide. So tell me, why have you returned?
Be not so quick to anger, sister. At least hear my tale.
Here I am not your sister. I am your commander.
I was taken captive by pirates. These people rescued me. I owe them no less than my life.
Pirates? Did they harm you?
I am well enough, sister. My pardons, Commander. As for why I've returned, I've come to stop this madness you call a plan.
And she won't even ask about the others.
A tale long since grown stale in the telling. Squabble all you please, it changes nothing. You left with those who shared your doubts, did you not?
And now they were left behind.
Do not oblige anyone to take part against his will. Else I would not have let you go.
Take part in what? What plans?
It's no concern of yours. I would thank you to remain silent.
They mean to assassinate Duke Ronway.
Good, let's do that.
Silence!
Alright, let's see.
Assassinating a single man.
Okay, we've all seen it. We'll go ahead and read some chat now. See, maybe didn't look in the system enough. Grew up with a Saturn, but because my dad was a die-hard Shining Force fan, he bought a Japanese Saturn with a Japanese game. We didn't even know what jailbreaking was at the time. I don't think it was even possible at the time, was it?
We are no better than the demon Branton and the Duke. Is that what you have been fighting for, sister? A country with roots steeped in blood? I cannot believe it.
I mean, that's like every country, dude. Like, did you ever read about the founding of Rome? Because they just full blown accepted it.
In truth,
I mean, I do find it incredibly funny, like looking back at kind of founding folklore or whatever else for a lot of different nations. And most of them are just like, no, we showed up to this place and this deity was like, here you go, here's this cool land, you are such great people. And then Rome's just like, dude, we had these dudes, they were killing each other before they were even born. And then guess what? Then they killed all these people over here, and then they killed some more. And you know what? Deities were happy with this, I guess. It's such a wacky founding myth. But I want to recruit this unit? Sure. Let's see. Like halfway through that one Shining Force game, those ported the GBA, lost them and lost my interest. Yeah, for me, it's the long distances in some of the maps. I love the concepts, but every time I've gotten into a Shining Force game, there's eventually that one map with the movement mechanics, whatever it happens to be at the time. I just kind of tune out. Which I don't know why, because it's got interesting stuff. Personally, though, I was always playing the Genesis ones because I've had them, the collection of them on the various Genesis collections over the years, and I always go back to them and get a few hours in, and then just kind of lose interest and move on to something else. Let's see, bold of you to assume Saria cares about the other two. Fair point. I mean, basically, it was like it was her elderly best friend and boy toy that died, so I guess she wouldn't really care. She probably sees her as being more free now. Let's see, in fact, the only Ogre battle game we never had was the Wonder Swan? Neo Geo, the JP only Tristan one? No, that was Game Gear. Yeah, dude, if it was on Wonder Swan, you got me real excited there for a second. I wish that they had made an Ogre battle game for the freaking Wonder Swan. That is such a weird device that I would love to learn more about. And anyway, you need to change to something else that isn't you for no apparent reason. How would you like to be a Terror Knight? Sure. Let's see. Jailbreaking was still common back then. It's a complex topic. I mean, I guess it's kind of like the Switch now then. But yeah, I would imagine it would be an absolute fustercluck of a thing to do. Alright, let's go ahead and go to Goliath real quick. I think we can make a Caldi at this point. I forget, because my brain is feeling like mush, because we're approaching the 10-hour mark. Alright. We need dark crystals. How we makey the darky crystals? Can I select other things, please? No. Okay. Cool. So, dark crystals... We need Codex of Gems, which we don't have yet. Right. Fantastic. What about claws? Still missing them beast claws. That's problematic, actually. What about pants? We can upgrade everyone's pants. And pants, it turns out, are good, probably. Yes. Alright, equip these pants, too. We have many pants. Alright. Let's see. Still aching to play that Neo Geo one. Like, I know there's a novelization of events, but it isn't the same. Yeah, I know, and the weird part is, we did stream it a couple of times, especially once it got the partial English translation and stuff like that, but it's like... It's hyper janky. Like, it's weird to have a strategy game where you can't see your enemies, you know? It's an experience, that's for sure. Alright. Let's see. Do any of these do anything interesting off the top of anyone's head? This one's... Alright, let's see. Yeah, TK gets these things. Let's give any kind of... I mean, it gives something a mind bonus, sure. Let's go ahead and make a crafted version then, and we'll give her, like, health steal or something. Alright. Right.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Shut up. Let's go blowguns. I would like a... Wart dart.
Just give the word.
There we go, and now we have guaranteed charm as soon as we take that archer. And we go ahead and replace his back attack with that eagle eye that she doesn't have yet, but she might have in just a second if we use these. Right. Only 10 hours at Tactics Ogre. It demands 78 hours. Fair point. So yeah, I've been told that it's exceedingly whelming, a textbook of mediocre. Or a textbook example of mediocre, but I too want to feel the whelm for myself. Let me be whelmed. Oh, understandable. Understandable. Yeah, no, again, it's interesting as a novelty. The only reason I stopped looking into it a while ago is just because the emulators for it were, for whatever reason, glitching out, and it caused it to chirp loudly. So, would kind of recommend not playing it with sounds. I don't know if that's the same way on other emulators, but any emulator I've tried it on so far, which admittedly has not been an insane amount, but it has been more than some, has resulted in that same, like, extremely angry chirping. So, yeah, that's, you know, that's fun. Alright, anyways, whelming aside, let's do... Oh man, I really want to do crossbows for no reason. Do we have Balder crossbows yet? Hell no, we don't. But we can make an upgraded Balder sharpbow. Get a BSB over here. No we can't, actually, so never mind. I'm gonna just shut up then, maybe. I mean, I won't, but I might. That's the consideration here. See, the masculine urge to cross a bow. Alright. What do we got here? 42. How does this compare with the crossbow? Number go up. So, yeah, sure. Now we get the best archer helmet practically in the game. I should probably upgrade some of this other stuff, except not really. Just go ahead and save right here. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think... I don't know. What other weapons do you have? I feel like every time... Oh, yeah, right. Maces. Do we have Baldur maces yet? Give me the B mace. Hell yeah, we have Baldur mace. Alright, now. We have that one. It's... Oh, hell yes.
What do you say?
I say we just spend a hell of a lot of money on a very, very minor side grade of a stick that we can go give to a melee unit to be able to cast spells a little bit farther. Alright, we've got that. We've got the thing with the stuff, and there we go, that one. There we go. We got concentration, we got lament, we got some cudgels, and we are golden! Beautiful. We get some sleep, we get some stun, we get some concentration, we give her the suck skills, and now we buy those, and things happen probably. Drain smart. Do they get slow? They do not. I kind of feel like they should have gotten slow. I mean, that's probably another thing if, like, if there was a moment in which it was possible to make a kind of community version, that would probably be on that list. Additionally, do we have a dark charm for her? No. Bummer. In fact, actually, do we have more Terranite charms? Yes. We are going to make a light Terranite. Now, this won't make sense now, or ever, but just roll with it. But there we go. We go light charm. And then now we switch over to Terranite. Now, the reason that we do this is strictly to take advantage of Dark Instill. So if we put Instill Dark on her last spell thing, that means that she will essentially kind of bait out dark spells and resist them slightly. So that might help with stuff like Oz. This isn't going to help her offense to any degree. Like, it's basically sacrificing her offense for the entire purpose of making her a bit more of a kind of shield against some things later. So that's a thing, you know. Kind of neat, I think. I think that's pretty fascinating. And other than that, she's going to be a debuff caster, so there's that. But this will at least assist with getting her cudgel stuff up. It will potentially help with some other things. We go to the shop. We go ahead and buy a little bit of, maybe a little bit of ring action here. In fact, actually, we should have more crafting books at this point, except we don't, so we won't. But we might have some other stuff here. Let's see, Ring of Alacrity, no. But that's really the only thing that we could do here, aside from getting some upgraded defender rings. Okay. Upgrade those ones. There we go. Very, very expensive minor upgrades. Got some very expensive stuff to potentially sell, too. Alright, and then from there, we can potentially get one more defender ring.
Just give the word.
There we go. And then that increases her armor very slightly. It's about the third of the value of a shield, but it's something. Dude, look at that. Look at that. Tell me... Tell me that's not perfect. She became a wholly unholy unit with exactly 666 health. Beautiful. Alright, let's go ahead and save that weird monstrosity and carry on here. I'm gonna be so pissed if I accidentally save over, like, the level 0 run or something over this. Alright, this game is only an experience for the player, not the couch. Wait, what? Hold on, wait. So, as a side note, the OG March of the Black Queen is something I revisit every year or two, but, like, lore, that game is not something I can ever recommend to friends. And unlike Tactics Ogre, it's not watcher-friendly. Oh, not at all. It's bizarre how that works. Like, when you're playing by yourself, it feels like, it's interesting. It feels like there's something cool happening at all times. And then you're like, you got those other moments when it's like, you try to show it to other people, and they're just confused as to why you'd ever play such a thing. Like, one time I was going and testing out a modified SNES so I mentioned a while ago that we ended up getting one of those SNES minis, right? So we end up jailbreaking the thing. And we end up going and putting a bunch of old favorites and whatnot on there, and so I'm just going and trying out March of the Black Queen on this thing, and we have some family over, and they're like, "What the hell are you playing? This this looks boring." Like, I swear it's not so boring once you learn it. Let's see, she's a Terrorlight. True, true. That, I mean, to be fair, that's the exact brand for RuneScape puns right there. All right. Let's see. I never got a March of the Black Queen. I'm sure it's great. I like reading about it, but playing it's not for me. It's a very weird mood to get into. Let's see. Let's see. I still think that one time people were confused about me turning Cecina into a berserker. She's tired of Saria not listening to her. I mean, it makes sense. It makes absolute sense to me. Alright. As much as it's tempting to go for other things, I kind of want to, Now, you know what? We're going to leave that for Canopus. By any chance, can you go for this? You know what? Might as well. There we go. Game is so addicting. Dang right it is. What class should I prioritize in my party? Whichever you prefer. I mean, that's kind of the thing. That's part of the expression of this game here. It's just kind of whatever you feel like doing. You can pretty much make anything work. It just, like, don't play anything normal and you're playing it right. Like, just don't focus on, like, strictly regular attack damage all the time and assume that you need to make the number go up. Instead, it's like, you want to use debuffs, you want to use elements, you want to break things down with, you know, various types of debuffs and whatever else. Sometimes, like, but that's the thing. It's, like, that applies in some cases. In other cases, if you're, like, let's say, breaking somebody's defense and going for a regular attack, then technically that advice would be exactly wrong in the other direction, but that's just how it goes with this game, man. That is just how it goes. Anyways, you're going to take one of these, you're going to take one of these, and actually, wait, you're going to realize that you're not Ice Element, and you're going to run away. Alright, for some reason I was thinking he was Ice there for a second. Not really sure where I got that from. That makes no sense at all. Is it heretical to say I prefer OB64? Not really. Everyone's got their preferences. Everyone's got the ones that they like. You know, you like what you like. As long as you're having fun, you're doing it right. Like, some people prefer OB64, some people prefer March of the Black Queen, some people prefer this one. You know, sometimes it just changes depending on your mood. Like, I say all the time, like, some days I sit down, I want to play some Reborn, some days I sit down and I want to play some One Vision, other times just want to go for some March of the Black Queen. It's just like, whatever you're feeling is what you're feeling, you know? You do you. Alright, let's go for some Fruit of the Adept here. A little bit of bonus MP to hopefully get some attacks going pretty soon. Let's see. Terror Knight with 666 HP should never level up. Nah. I think she actually might be capped for the moment. See, let's be honest about things. Most people are gonna think TRPGs are that fun. I'm assuming that was meant to be a not gonna think TRPGs are that fun, and that's very true. I've mentioned this before, but one of the first memories I have, one of the only memories I have of my brother ever making a pun, is him looking at me playing FF Tactics and him saying, "This looks like a board game." Yes, it is exactly as lame as it was, like, friggin' 30 years ago. Anyway. Oh, man, way to feel old. Alright. Why don't you go pick up some of these skill cards, because you're zooming around all quick, like. Get some of that steel stance going. Right. In fact, we might be the weirdos for enjoying an overcomplicated anime chess. I don't even know if it's anime, so to speak, because so much of this stuff is westernized in a very specific way. It's kind of hard to put your finger on. It's like specifically on that level of it achieves the levels of crazy that anime does, but at the same time it also goes out of its way to not achieve the same levels of cringe exactly. But like, except in other cases it gets super weird about it, so I don't know. It's very specific. But yeah. Like, it's got more war crimes than awkward relationship dramas. I mean, I guess you could argue that it's kind of what would happen if they took out all the romance subplots and replaced them with depression. It's almost like the European take, the Eastern European take on an anime thing. There we go. Maybe it's something like that. There you go. You sleep, Mr. Rockman. You sleep. But don't forget, guys, debuffs, they're not doing the DPS. We can't use those. Let's see. So I'll experiment then? Yeah, and that's the thing. Assume everything has something more to it. So, like you saw it just a second ago, like, technically we have a Terror Knight over here that's running a light element. No part of this should technically make sense, but at the same time, she's a light element, she's baiting out dark element attacks, Instill Shadow partially protect you from those kinds of attacks, meaning that something that might potentially, wipe her might end up potentially saving her instead. She might end up being a good type of bait unit. Something like a cudgel is usually not a fighting weapon, but in this case, it's a unique case of a melee unit getting a spell range +2 thing. Just assume everything has a purpose, and none of it's ever going to be normal. It's weird, but that's how this game does. Anyway. Alright, what do we do next? I think we have the Berserker set up, kind of just park her up over here, get ready to do some counters. Let's see how much we want to rush Canopus in for this thing. Yeah, he's probably good to just go take on Zapan at this point. Pretty well solid over there. Is he a comedic genius, brother? I mean, he's really good at awkward comedy, but that was neither one of his winners, nor one that I'm ever going to let him live down. Anyway. Let's see. Meanwhile, my favorite game in the series is an obscure anime-based dungeon crawler. Again, to each their own, dude. You like what you like, and, only you can tell you what you like. Just kind of how it goes. Like, I have a weirdly specific obsession with, weird, depressing chess over here, along with just a nice little side plate of mech customization. How are these two related? They're not. But, Tactics Ogre and Armored Core, they're just absolutely my jam, so, you like what you like. Sometimes these things don't make any sense. Some people like pickles and ice cream, what can I say? Some of those people are also pregnant, but what can I say? I'm not that either. Let's see. Thoughts on Fire Emblem? I played a decent bit of them, but they're kind of mindless. It depends. I like to... So, funnily enough, this is the third time this question's come up over the stream. Which figures, because it's one hell of a long one. But, I mean, I like the general idea. I personally grew up with FE7. I think it's technically FE7. The original GBA, we just technically changed it to Fire Emblem, and, it's new now kind of thing. So I liked that one. It's got a good bit of kind of variety to its maps and whatever else. Good little beginner RPG and all that. I liked FE8 for the self-randomizer, just because it's a really cool mod. I don't think I would have liked the original version, to be honest. But the self-randomizer is one hell of an interesting little kind of odd duck of its own. And yeah, really just once Awakening hit, my wife played 3DS at the time, so I got into 3DS games, picked up a few that were around. That was one of them. I tried challenge running it a few times, found it unbelievably easy. Tried to ignore the crippling anxiety levels of friggin' anime involved in that one. Really weird that they didn't have feet. But yeah, ultimately just was not really feeling that one. It felt like baby mode for all intents and purposes. Once all was said and done, just kind of dropped off the series at that point. Like, I do watch the occasional, like, XL Emblem or whatever else challenge runs. Like, that guy does some really interesting stuff, but it's like firmly in kind of I don't care territory since then, you know? If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. Alright, let's see. Love the absolute insanity of the Tactics Ogre Armored Core Venn diagram. Thing is almost a circle. Yeah, fair. But it's a fun circle. Alright, 103, or we can do 139 and misstep. What the hell are you going to do being hit with misstep, sir? See, that's the secret trick of misstep. It makes a pan run away. Who knew? Who knew? Oh, man, and then, oh, shoot. He ran away so hard atrocities happened. Who wonders how this happened? Then we get to one of the best lines out of nowhere in the game. Not this one. Oh, except we're going to skip it. Alright, whatever. Yeah, it's funny how that cutscene is cut up into 3 parts, because some of it is reused between different routes, and some of it isn't. And the stuff that's all reused is one chunk, the rest of it is one separate chunk. It's just cool. Not necessarily that useful of information to have for anything, but it's just kind of neat. Let's see, first was FE7, not knowing it was a prequel, because it was first released in the West on the GBA. So yeah, it's that same one then. I played a mean FE8 randomizer, though. Dude, I like that randomizer. Sometimes your knights just turn out to be eyeballs, and you just kind of roll with it. It's neat. It's pretty freaking neat. It makes no sense, but that's the fun, you know? The hell's that? Alright, the era where people thought Elliewood was Roy. Man, there was something special about the time when the internet sucked and internet sucked in terms of it wasn't exactly high quality, not it sucks like it sucks today where just everything gets ruined by it, but at the time people tried to ruin it and it just wasn't accurate enough, so everything was wrong all the time. That was kind of neat in its own way, because then you'd eventually stumble on right information. And there was something special about that. Anyway, though, yeah, no, I remember, like Smash Brothers days, like so many weird things came out of, them having both characters in there. Alright, Stina's doing pretty good as this, I think. She's done some slight stuff, and that's good, I guess. Carry one grog in case she accidentally somehow does the impossible. And 2 extra blessing stones, I guess. And what do we do with you? So I feel like he probably wants better armor at this point. I feel like the strength and better speed is actually worth it. It's interesting how the chainmail so this applies to both versions of this, but it's interesting how the chainmail actually remains good throughout the entire thing. Why are you unable to craft? Why are we so broke? Alright. Get rid of some leather gloves so that we can improve our chainmail in the most mild way possible. Realistically, we're only improving it for the purpose of just kind of giving it that blue background, you know? Funnily enough, chainmail is the only basic armor upgrade that also doesn't actually give you Wade. Kind of interesting that they specifically make it not float, which I guess means Balder, some kind of weird floaty polymer or something, I don't know. They'll dress you like a holiday goose hedge knight. That's one of them, but like the power that crushed the Highlands is the one that typically gets the meme. So you love Fire Emblem, even knowing that it has issues. Conquest is one of the best gameplay-wise in the whole series. Yeah, I don't know why they made the story. They went out of their way so hard to make the story suck. Like it almost. Okay, Triangle is not as bad, but it's the same thing of just taking a really mediocre story way too seriously and then just pulling out a bad guy because you got nothing better to do. Except in Fire Emblem, it's always the same bad guy, and everyone knows who the bad guy is, and then they just sort of act surprised because it's what they're supposed to do. I guess in Triangle's case, it's more like they've been the bad guy the entire time. No one's really actually that surprised, but you were kind of hoping that they would maybe do something else by that point, and then it just kind of landed exactly where you thought it would land. Let's see, Fire Emblem is kind of my gatekeeping game. It's a series I enjoy for the most part, but it's not in my consciousness, though it's like my least favorite. Does that make sense? I mean, I guess. Let's see. See, every 3 houses is fun, but kind of leans hard into shipping. Yeah, that was kind of the thing. I mean, I guess I could kind of understand it for Awakening, and then after that it just sort of became the standard way too hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like when you can have like some sort of relationship going on with your characters, but like, at least make it somewhat believable, dude. Like, to put some effort in. I mean, like, I really, this is going to be a bit on the kind of neutral side here, but I really liked how they handled it, for example, in XCOM. I mean, by the same token, both XCOM and Unicorn, for slightly different reasons. Like, in XCOM, I just like that they're just like, it's a buddy system. If you want to imply something else behind it, go for it, but it's just kind of here. They get a few extra skills, they buddy up, those skills are exclusive to them, and they can be like, you know, they can just go and support their buddy and give them an extra, you know, an extra action or whatever else, like half an action. And that's a cool mechanic. It's a fun thing to play around with, it's a reason for people to keep each other alive, and that comes with a downside that if their, you know, their buddy or relationship or whatever else dies, they instantly panic and go in a frenzy, and like, that is, again, just a really cool mechanic. To my mind, that's just the way to handle it, you know? And then you got, like, Fire Emblem, and just, like, absolutely everybody is just down to get up in each other's business 24/7. But then on the side of Unicorn is kind of like, I would say the sort of golden spot of still doing that whole excessive shipping thing, but being self-aware enough about it. That it doesn't end up being cringy. Like, you see Lex's dialogue with whatever the hell the priest lady was, and she's constantly hitting on him, and he's like, man, if this was somebody else, they would be taking a hint right now. It's like, dude's just so friggin' oblivious that it's adorable. And, again, that just sort of works. Then, for a lot of them, they just absolutely go nowhere, and I appreciate that, because sometimes they should go absolutely nowhere, you know? Anyway. So, let's see. Funny part about FE6 not releasing in the West is when Hector got a dream about his future daughters, despite the fact that the West doesn't even know Lynn even was. Fair enough. I still don't know who that is. Awakening had reasons they did everything they did, like it or not, but Awakening was so successful it became the blueprint going for. Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously, but still, just kind of disappointing that that's sort of what it's become, because they. I mean, I haven't played Thracia 776, but man, I think we all know the twist, you know? Like, that's a really cool cool twist that they did there, and, you know, it kind of would have been cool if that's the one that did well, but it didn't. I mean, there's a lot of really cool ideas that unfortunately end up going absolutely nowhere, like, look at Ring of Red. Very cool idea for a game, and surprisingly enough, the closest we got to seeing that idea re-realized was, once again, Unicorn Overlord, because it's basically a similar idea of putting together a lot of... Whoops. Well, there goes that. But it's a very similar idea of putting together a lot of those same, team-building elements and whatever else, in a very specific way. Let's see, oh no, my battle buddy's down, better rocket launcher him before he bleeds out. Okay, I mean, XCOM's gonna XCOM, to be fair. Though, with XCOM 2, it is notable that whenever they go into a frenzy, they at least know which side to attack, for what it's worth. That was a very XCOM 1 problem. I think actually one of my favorite clips of classic XCOM was the dropship lands. A guy moves one tile. He doesn't even get a chance to move. He, like, turns one tile. Gets shot through the ramp gap in the Sky Ranger, and then immediately a rookie in the back panics, whips that rocket launcher, kills everybody on board instantly. Like, nobody had a shot. Just like instant detonation of the entire crew. But that's again just kind of the nature of classic XCOM too. That you were expected to kind of just deal with random bullshit out of nowhere. Though to be fair, the drop gap on that friggin' ship was an absolute killer. Like how many rookies unnecessarily died to that stupid thing? All right. Played too much Unicorn Overlord. I would definitely have played a lot more of it if it came out on something that wasn't the Switch, because I hate playing the Switch. Just the design of that device is not my friend. See, another honest take, dating sim tactics Fire Emblem is always going to sell better than pure tactics Fire Emblem. It's just going to be the balance where it's more enjoyable to both crowds. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't really care so much as long as everything else sort of goes for it. Like, for what it's worth, as much as Awakening had its issues, I would still take that setup over some of the super bizarre stuff that ended up following it. Like, I remember somebody was trying to explain the story for about the next 4 games afterwards, and it was some of the most incomprehensible, like, Kojima level, what the fuck are they even talking about that I've ever heard. Like, just stuff is sort of happening because it is. Stream's still going strong. I don't know. I don't know about strong. Can definitely tell at least some stuttering because all the friggin' flies in the house have congregated on my coffee. So it's currently gone. I should make more coffee, though I also should probably get some sleep, but, you know. Decisions will be figured out when decisions are figured out. But yeah, how's it going? Shank this dude, I think. That's the current plan. This dude requires more knife in their diet. There we go, and he's silenced. Thank you, Dirk+1, for being a great little shanky device. Get some Lament of the Dead going. Still do nothing with this, because of course, but on the plus side, we can bonk him with it, and it'll be funny. Yeah, take that. No, why are we doing that? We need that card over there. Because you need one of these to make the Spellcaster Terror Knight work, and then suddenly they're friggin' amazing, and they block all the territory, and they cause people to get all debuffed and stuff, and it's fun like that, and yeah, right, this guy's breached. We'll take slight advantage of that for the moment, not too much advantage, only slightly. You go here, and you try to... You can't, because you can't talk to the priest, because he's currently silenced. How about this archer? Can you talk to this archer? Yes. Archer, please switch sides so we can hit the guy that's frightened over there. Bummer. It would have been such a cool move, man. See, that's XCOM? Damn right it's XCOM. See, that's Fate? Probably. I don't know. It's... Whoever decided that one game needed to be released as 3, and then the third one was just the right route was kind of a dick. Also, that guy's parried like 4 attacks in a row, but whatever, we'll just go this way. Man. FE2's remake was alright. That's the one on the DS, isn't it? In which case, yes. If it wasn't, then we'll pretend it was. And that'll be that. Okay, you are going to go ahead and go this way, revivify this unit over here, and I say it because it's funnier to say revivify instead of revivify or even revive, but honestly I just like the way that it sounds, so, yeah. Now we'll see if... Yeah, that guy's scared, so we can't really talk to him, but we're going to talk to this archer again. I don't want to stab in the other direction because it might wake them up, but what we can do is roll for that 5% again. And, yeah, didn't go well, as you might expect, and, that's okay. Alright, you go here, go ahead and instead go here, because I didn't change my mind at all, except also go here, because this has a crit card on it, and I would like you to eat extra health from this priest. Munch, munch, munch. Do you get extra health? No, you don't. There you go. Let's see, munch, wait, what? Like whatever an Eki's issue with Awakening was left bad taste in my mouth. Balance-wise, not really picked up it. I mean, yeah, Awakening was jankily balanced. It was this weird middle ground between its... If you try not to use the marriage mechanic, challenge running that thing becomes like a bizarre chore. But then if you use the marriage mechanic, it becomes like criminally easy. Like, it felt like every time I tried to do a challenge run in that game, it ran into the same problem of, like, two dudes got hitched for whatever reason, and all of a sudden, now they're in a position that nothing can touch them. They one-shot everything, and then you just hit the fast-forward button until the game ends. But then in other cases, just it didn't seem like there were many options available. But again, that might have just been infamiliarity with the system. Unclear. But anyway. Alright. Meanwhile, the bonding game I have with my fiancée, the series she has seemingly bottomless love for, is Diablo. Yes, I mean, fair enough. I don't really know what it is. I've actually seen there were a few cases where ladies seem to like Diablo for some reason. So, you know, good on them. Good on them. I had an ex that was super into Diablo a really long time ago. But yeah, you know, people like what they like. Like, my wife and I definitely used to play a lot of the kind of DS series of Pokemon games. Like, we did the third gen remakes. We were doing X and Y, Sun and Moon. But then COVID hit, and surprisingly, that was what ended up changing everything. It's like she ended up getting super busy. Patients at work became friggin' like complete assholes. You had people doing all of the weird anti-vax stuff and getting all needlessly aggressive with people in medicine. Like, dude, just a complete mess. Like, people are ridiculous when it comes to a lot of things, but that time sucked. That time sucked a lot. But anyways, let's go ahead and shank this person, I think. Sounds pretty good. Maybe go pick up this crit card, because this is also pretty neat, and probably would have been a good idea to actually pick up before throwing out that attack, but I didn't, so yeah. Anyway, if she has health steals at this point, what's that looking like? It's actually not too bad. Because, yeah, Lament, along with a health steal, is actually pretty okay. For the time being, though, is there anyone you can put to sleep? You. Well, that was anticlimactic. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just rush down Ramdos at this point. Thing is, with this one, as long as you can get some kind of pressure going against your clerics or get your units behind her, she really stops knowing what to do. It's really only once you're facing them dead on that any of their defense setup here actually works. Right, taking that advantage there. Thankfully, it's not too much of an advantage, and there should be checkmate right here. Yeah, he can't do the mighty at this point, but he gets a lucky crit. Nice. Let's see. She's not going to move before Canopus does, I'm pretty sure. Though at the same time, it would be incredibly funny to me if the Berserk ended up rolling and... Okay, for a second there, I kind of thought that we might have been seeing a situation that he actually killed her off. He didn't, but it seemed like it was possible for a moment. Yeah, you go there. See, power scaling of Tactics Ogre versus Dark Souls. I mean, both of them are extraordinarily wacky, to be fair. I mean, you look at Dark Souls and, like, you know, check out what I can do with this rapier and some pine resin over here. Like, just bosses getting absolutely deleted. Like, I used to regularly try to do attempts for the illusory rings for DS2, because weird as this sounds, DS2 has just always been my favorite. Just the settings of it, the weird kind of chunkiness to its movements, always really did it for me for some reason. But like there was one thing that you would do for that one that was running dual maces and dual rapiers. And it just got stupid real quick. Like the double maces in particular, the weird spin to win nonsense, the way that you would just basically spam just repeated needle stabs over and over with those rapiers, especially with what's it? Hang on, what element was he? I think he's ice. You know what? We're neutral. This is fine. I think we're gonna give him one of these real quick. So I'm just trying to think what to do with this one. Give him one of these, give him two of these, and we should be good, unless we have Brand of the Sacrifice somewhere. No. Alright, whatever. This should be good enough. Like, he should win this, no problem. See, it still feels like we didn't really beat it. Still feels like COVID got bored and went home. I mean, it feels like there's still lingering effects all over the place, and it's kind of annoying to see all of the politics stuff right now still trying to twist it in the dumbest ways possible. Like, one of those things that cracked me up is, so you had the one that I like to call Evil Orange, that was going and trying to put ads out a little while ago, and they're like, "Oh man, listen to this speech from Reagan, you guys," and the speech is like, "Oh well, you know, it's important when you go and do your vote to think like, are things better than they were 4 years ago?" And it's like, yes, by far, actually, because that guy was a frickin' nut job and like declaring war on random places all over the world for no reason. Like, we had that. We had a combination of the fact that there was frickin' nothing on the shelves. They were going and just deleting random government offices for seemingly no reason. Like, are you frickin' serious? Yeah, it's way better. What the hell are you trying to say here? You know? I just noticed we're gonna get one shot actually. Damn. Well, anyways. Okay, so I guess we'll go the other way and turn him fire or something. I guess we'll want to switch elements or whatever. Or I guess, you know, maybe there's another way to do this. Dark Souls spiky armor that does rolling damage is hilarious. Yes, it does. Especially the fact that it actually scales based off of how many spikes you have in your armor. Just, gotta love it. I mean, I guess technically we could try to survive that. But also at the same time, we might as well just go Fall Strike Cutlass on this. Or Rapier. Whatever. Alright, so he doesn't have the skill for this, but it is still funny that this works. So here's the funny thing. When it comes to Vice, he tries very hard to hit you with a lot of his attacks here, obviously. Do we have any extra Jules the Avatar left over? Because that's kind of what I want here. Okay, we'll take one of you. We'll slap it on this guy. And this is actually how I was doing it for the speedrun here. So what you do is you do something a little bit like this. You take a few items here, right? Take a few heals with you, and take a dodge item, and take some kind of restoring item if you need it. But what you try to do is you get him with a false strike and get yourself with a dodge, and he just starts missing attacks constantly. Let's see, feels like Lancelot scales to like an endgame DS protagonist. He does go pretty wild. I think it's kind of implied that he's just sort of retired and checked out by the time you're actually fighting him proper. Let's see, Dark Souls, Sparking Armor, we talked about that. Honestly, yeah, I quit a previous job over it. Customers wouldn't stop coming in with no masks, and I got a lung disability. And every single time, like, no, my freedom. Like, great, what about everybody else's? Like, why is it that you're special? What is your deal, princess? Why do you have to make your problem everyone else's problem? Like, it's just complete douche behavior, you know? Anyway, so at this point, he's basically gonna miss constantly. Oh, man. Don't worry, guys. Evasion builds don't exist in this game. God, how could they? And the funny part is you can just repeatedly outspeed him this way. Like, he will eventually start outspeeding you if you do it any other way. But if you just do this, like, his attacks constantly do nothing, he ends up wasting his attacks all the dang time. It's beautiful. In fact, we'll just, I think we'll just run over here real quick. Just have a quick Fruit of the Adept. Go ahead and set up a Mighty Strike for later. It's fine. We got the time for it. Let's do one of those. Do one of these. Got our Vigorous going. It's fine. He's going to have to take a long movement. We're going to block him again. Dude, I love this. The funny part is, if you get to this point and you haven't actually trained swords, you can regularly get yourself trained pretty well up there using this method, because you're going to vastly over-level what your skill would normally be at this point. So you'll usually be pretty close to getting your first finisher by the end of it. On many speedrun attempts that I was doing, it basically ended with getting the finisher. So it was nice. Anyways, we'll do more of this here. Do another one of those in just a second here. I think I'm kind of overstretching what I should be going for, but it's fine. Go ahead and move over here in this direction real quick. Alright. Have him stand still, take a long movement. Probably shouldn't be letting him pick up crit cards and one-shot me, but hey, it's fine. Alright, let's see what we got here. See, when I got COVID, invited a roommate, got COVID pneumonia, blood oxygen dropped to 80. I mean, I still get the occasional what feels like a COVID headache from there. Yeah, woke up drowning. Yeah, it sounds like you got one hell of a deal there. It's I mean, the thing's rough. Like, this stuff is that sucks, dude. Like, I'm hoping they manage to shake it off eventually. Like, did you ever feel like you fully recovered from it, or is it still going? Because it really feels like a disease that just, like, it's officially beaten, but it's kind of unclear. Jury's kind of still out there, you know? Alright. Alright, so he's got one coming up here. We'll just pop one of these real quick. Should be able to barely survive it if it hits, otherwise it probably should miss. Even though, unfortunately, his Fall Strike decided to wear off for seemingly no reason. Anyway. There we go, get one of those right there. Apparently dodges are just not feeling like rolling today. Cool, cool. Alright. Let's see... Oh yeah, no. I thought it was more comments all of a sudden. Let's see, 100% fine, which is insane because you have people getting it for like a week and then they paid for it with their entire ability to smell. Yeah. I mean, and we still have a couple folks that still, like, got super random stuff, like they can't hear right, they can't, can't hear right is probably one of the weirdest ones, but, like, some people can't taste right. Some people just wind up with permanent fatigue. Like, I had random on and off headaches ever since it happened. Like, we all ended up getting it at some point. The kids basically didn't feel it. My wife lost her ability to smell for a while. Second time through, it was just fevers and such. Like, I know, and like, personally, just kind of felt slightly warm for a few days, and that was kind of about it. So just everybody had it some different way. Like, it's weird to have a disease that just feels like somebody hit the randomize button, you know? Like, everybody just gets something, sort of, just something random. So whatever you get, you get. It's like, life is like a COVID. Alright. And this is why you don't take Earth Element this fight, by the way. Because now, even his high rolls are only doing 270s. We can just kind of comfortably dodge everything else. Honestly, in some ways, it's not even worth doing the Mighty Impact here. But, like, whenever doing the speedrun route, you just pick whatever opposite is whatever element is opposite to him, and then just kind of deal. But yeah. In this case, probably could be doing better with that two-hander. Because it would be nice to have a finisher right now. I mean, if any one of those dodges wants to roll, that'd be cool. Alright, I'll get one of these going. Hopefully his Fall Strike still keeps going. Dodge will probably wear off after this. Alright, now we probably got it. A little bit of this action. I think it's another attack or two that he's got left. Beautiful. Yeah, I didn't want to take the move and then also take a Mighty Strike, as it would have been a problem. Yeah, one more. Because we're probably not surviving that. A little bit of a zoomy dude. And we'll switch back to two-handers at this point, because, like, we got the resistance thing, but this guy's lack of offense is kind of a bit of a thing right now. So some breach and stuff like that would be good. So let's switch back to this, switch back to this. Get one of them deals, switch back to this happy thing, and... Can we switch for some harder armor? Maybe. I guess we'll consider it. There we go. Some better armor across the board. Alright. And there we go. Like, ideal would be a fire element here, but I'm pretty sure we burned that bridge. No real thing to discuss there. Okay. So, let's see, mention I get it this time. Flu could kill me. Scary stuff, man. Let's see, the worst I got was a 3-week visit to the ER, some physical therapy to offset the atrophy, and almost dying. Yeah. That's rough, man. I'm glad that it seems like it's 100% fine at this point, you said. 'Cause, yeah, that mess is scary, that's for sure. Alright, one more of those, and we're probably good. Actually, probably should have taken the heal there. Ah, almost. Yeah, I should have taken the heal instead. Because the trick there is that he ends up getting the double turn on you. Use the finisher to move a little bit faster. Ah, the tiredness is kicking in, dude, I tell you. I mean, I guess technically the other answer would also just be to throw whatever charms you got on hand at this point. Also, far more than enough to get an advantage. Eh. Meh. What is making sense anyway? Okay, get a nice happy breach. And get the counter. No follow-up breach, but there is a follow-up smush. Get her vigorous, tank one attack, heal off another attack, tank another attack, heal, and that should be good. Because, yeah, one more attack and he builds up MP, and then Sonic Blade is way, 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 way faster than going the other route. Because, like, the weapon itself, 31 RT, activating Mighty Impact is another 81 RT, and then for half the cost you got Sonic Blade. So, you know, or I guess a third of the cost, you got that. So its main benefit is speed. Do I wish that it would have drawn more attention to it? Technically, yes, but also it's called Sonic Blade. Like, it's kind of implied to be quick. Interesting little reallocation of logic there, which is fun. And then that's that.
I know
All right.
you dream of a world.
All right, now we need to vote. Neutral? Are we going neutral or chaos? What do y'all want to do? Actually, no, wait, we already voted for this. It's chaos, right? We already voted on this. You know, I can't do that, unfortunately. Alright, when I got to this fight, my first time was Berserker with a dagger, and that was amusing, getting random Berserks. Yeah. Like, it depends on elements, but yeah, Berserker can run over that guy pretty good. Alright, there we go. He's at 18. And then I guess some, like, atrocities happened or whatever. Alright, I definitely gotta wrap it up for the day, though. Because that's been going on a hot minute. And this was probably a one-time thing, and yeah. So that'll be about that. Hi there, Suna. We're about to wrap it up. But yeah. I mean, it's been a long one, to be sure. But I think that's as far as we're getting for this one today. Let's see, where are we at for this one? Is this the bounty hunter fight? Yeah. You know, I gotta get some sleep. I got stuff that I gotta get done tomorrow. So y'all have yourselves a good one. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate all the support and everything. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow then. Or just kind of whenever stuff happens. So thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd make it all the way to Chapter 4, but it got way too busy chattering about random things, and such things happen. So, take care, guys.